This is Tongguan Hall, the #1 place for entertainment in Chrysanthemum City. Be it eating or drinking, or enjoying songs or dance, this place is the best place for it. The person speaking was Zhan Mu-bai, as the head of the Zhan family. Naturally, he would be the host in Chrysanthemum City. He added in a slightly proud tone. It is also right here, where the song of laughing proudly in the pugilistic world had originated from a couple of days earlier, so popular and appealing to the masses that it spread all over the world in merely a few days. Truly a great place. Chao Guofeng chuckled gracefully. Brother Zhan, you're playing host today, so the few of us shall have a good feast. Today, let's only have small talk and get drunk as much as we wish, alright? Zhan Mu-bai chuckled. Brother Chao, you didn't need to seal my mouth off first. You must know that with our level, it doesn't matter if we skimp on a meal or not. Since I've invited everyone here, naturally it is because I have a request to make. Without waiting for Chao Guofeng to reply, Zhan Mu-bai gestured the way and said, please, head upstairs. Chao Guofeng stood at the entrance and replied, why go through the trouble, why not just sit here? We have been away from the mundane world for many years. Why not let us immerse ourselves amidst the crowd, take it as a form of cultivation as well? Zhan Mu-bai chuckled. Indeed, experiencing the lifestyle of the mundane world is also a form of cultivation. Let's go with what Brother Chao says. Then, all of them randomly settled down in their seats at a random table in the hall. Although his words sounded pleasing, but Zhan Mu-bai was feeling a little annoyed. Chao Guofeng refusing to go upstairs for their conversation was the equivalent of rejecting his request. How was a public place like this apt for a confidential discussion? This place was too crowded, and perhaps to the ordinary people, it may be not suitable for a discussion in fear of listening ears. But with a saint's capability, it didn't matter no matter what sort of environment it was, it could all be easily resolved by the voice transference technique. But Chao Guofeng had used this unique environment to tell Zhan Mu-bai in a roundabout manner. The matter that you want to speak to me with is extremely inconvenient, don't bring it up again. As a willy fox who had lived for a few hundred years, he was extremely intelligent. He could easily guess what Zhan Mu-bai wanted to request of him. So he cut it off straight away. It was better than saying it out and making everyone awkward. And Zhan Mu-bai understood the meaning behind this. The table that they had picked was unfortunately coincidentally near the table Jun Moxie was at. Jun Moxie and the 9-14 young master exchanged looks, revealing a bitter smile. Since you are not from my hometown, could you have met me before? If we had never met before, then it is really too puzzling for this young master. The 9-14th young master asked. How should I say this? Perhaps I should put it this way. The biggest reason why I struck a conversation with you is, because we are both similarly mistrustful. Jun Moxie had suppressed his own cultivation level to that of a silver xian, but he did not suppress his volume when speaking, talking like a normal person. Because I'm mistrustful, naturally I'd investigate upon seeing you, a suspicious foreigner who suddenly appeared here. And because you are also mistrustful, naturally you'll overthink. What a great, because of mistrust. The 9-14th young master laughed. That's right. The greatest flaw of humans is that they are too mistrustful. Precisely because of mistrust, they have missed their chance on too many things, to the point they even destroy their own happiness and family. But then again, it is also because of mistrust and caution that many people are able to have achievements. This is the best explanation I have ever heard. Let us have a toast to the word mistrust. What a great mistrust. Since ancient times, be it monarchs, generals, officials, or unrivaled experts, which one of them were not mistrustful? Your discussion of mistrust truly matches my tastes. I'm extremely happy. A bright laughter came from beside them. This old man shall also join you for a toast. Please. The person who continued the conversation was Chao Guofeng. His pair of eyes looked at Jun Moxie and the 9-14th young master, his face expressing the same sentiments he felt. Just as his eyes landed on Jun Moxie, it froze. Then a glint flashed across his eyes. It was a look of extreme shock. He rubbed his eyes, carefully observing Jun Moxie, full of doubt. The look in his eyes slowly changing to that of extreme joy. Chao Guofeng's words had instantly drawn the attention of the other few experts. Young Master Jun and the 9-14 young master simultaneously felt 8 powerful spiritual senses coiling around them, thoroughly scanning through every single pore of their body, even lingering for a long time. However, Jun Moxie sharply noticed that there was something off about the look in Chao Guofeng's eyes. Could it be that he had discovered something? The duo held their expressions, as if they had completely did not notice all those spirit scents weaving around them. Smiling, they tilted their heads and gulped down the wine in their cups. Brother Chao is truly in high spirits. Zhan Mubai instantly understood after using his spirit sense on checking out the 2 people at the table nearby. That youth in white could be considered a talent in terms of the mundane world, to have the cultivation level of a silver xian for his age. Although it was extremely rare, it was still insignificant to draw the attention of these saint-level experts. As to the man in black opposite, he was just an ordinary person with nothing unusual about him. Chao Guofeng suddenly joining the conversation was clearly trying to change his topic completely, leaving him with no chance to bring it back. This left Zhan Mu by feeling extremely pissed internally. He instantly kept his spirit sense and got straight to the point. Brother Chao, I believe you know what I mean. Although I have been out of the mundane world for a long time, but I am still a member of the Zhan family. My greatest wish is for the family to continue expanding, leaving generations after generations. Today, all I seek is for one of my junior descendants to become a disciple of Brother Chao. Why must Brother Chao be so stubborn? If we are able to make good affinity through this, it will be a benefit to both of us. Chao Guofeng's expression instantly changed. His tone turning serious as he slowly placed his wine cup down. He let out a long sigh. Brother Zhan, since you spoke straight to the point, then I shall be honest with you. You should know that the Zhan family serves the elusive world of immortals. And the illusory manor can accept people from anywhere, but we absolutely must not take any resources that belongs to the 3 holy lands. You and I are aware of the reasons behind this. Is it me being stubborn, or are you forcing me to do something? This matter concerns the ancestral teachings that our ancestors left behind. Brother Zhan's constant forcing is an act of defying the original intentions of our ancestors, isn't it? How could I be unaware of all the reasons? A helpless look filled Zhan Mubai's eyes. It is not because I wish to force you and make things difficult, but this matter really needs Brother Chao's help. That descendant of mine has the Xian death meridian in him. In this world, only the specially cultivated warm yang Xian Qi by Brother Chao's sect is able to slowly treat it. And only by becoming Brother Chao's disciple, after the Xian death meridian has been dispelled, then can all that Xian Qi be converted into the purest warm yang Xian Qi, creating an unprecedented Xian Qi talent. If Brother Chao is unwilling to help, then all that Xian Qi in that descendant of mine will have no means of being neutralized, and he will definitely not live past 30. Chao Guofeng held his wine cup and went into deep thoughts before speaking. Brother Zhan, the Zhan family population is in abundance, so there should be a few thousand of you. As the senior of the Zhan family, you should treat everyone the same and view them all equally. But why are you so fixated on this youth? To be willing to lower yourself to make this request of me? Zhan Mubai laughed bitterly. Back when the Zhan family was a mere small family, I was just one of the subsidiaries of the family. I had managed to gain the rightful heir through my efforts. For hundreds of years, indeed the Zhan family has been expanding, but the Zhan family that has blood relations with me, only has this single child left today. If Brother Chao is really unwilling to lend me your aid this time, I'm afraid that in a few decades, while the rest of the Zhan family continues to have many offsprings, but this one subsidiary under me will really have no descendants anymore. So that was the case. Chao Guofeng came to a sudden realization. No one could imagine the fixation people their level and age have towards having their own direct line of descendants. So when Zhan Mubai mentioned it, he also instantly understood. But precisely because he had understood, he felt even more troubled. If he helped this favor, he would go against his ancestral teachings. If he didn't help, he would greatly offend Zhan Mubai. After this descendant passed, he would have made himself a strong enemy without any reason. He may not be afraid, but it would still be a big problem. What should I do? No matter what choice I pick, it will still be wrong. There was benefit to situating themselves in public. Zhan Mubai did not lower his voice when he was talking and simply laid everything out in the open. Everyone present heard it. This left Chao Guofeng with no way to retreat. Jun Moxie and the 9 nether 14th young master who had coincidentally overheard this conversation also naturally understood. The two exchanged looks, mutually taking delight in Jun Moxie's misfortune. Who knew this powerful Saint Emperor Jun Moxie was going to face the crisis of not having any more descendants soon? The warm yang xian skill that our sect passes down is definitely the best for basic cultivation for countering Xian Yin Death Meridian, Chao Guofeng said with great difficulty. But that is still on the basis accumulated work, and the process of dispelling will take a long time, making progress with each bit of the Xian Yin Death Meridian before being dispelled. Only then can it be converted to personal Xian Qi through the secret incantations. As to completely converting all the meridians of the body from Xian Yin to warm yang, it will take about 30 years at the very least, and it will be an extremely long process where both master and disciple will need to fork out large amount of efforts. Due to the peculiar nature of our sect's Xian skills, we have only passed our skills down to a single disciple between generations. For hundreds of years till now, I have never accepted any disciples because I was choosing one to inherit my skills. If it was before Brother Jean had brought up this matter like this today, I may accept it no matter how difficult it is, but... Chao Guofeng laughed bitterly without a choice. Let's not even talk about our ancestral teachings. I accidentally discovered someone who has another type of peculiar physique that is the dream disciple of all Xian cultivators. Free and natural physique. And this person is right before me. I cannot help but feel tempted. Free and natural physique. Is it really free and natural physique? Who is it? Where? Not only Jun Moxie paid attention, but all the other Saint Emperor experts couldn't hold back their curiosity and asked. A look of extreme shock upon their faces. Some of them even had a fervent look in their eyes. You couldn't blame them for overreacting. This so-called free and natural physique was truly too rare. It made a natural prodigy for cultivating. Be it their soul, bone structure, muscles, or meridians, they were all in a natural state of being free and natural, completely untainted. And a natural genius like this was too hard to come by. Because no matter what sort of physique this person had innately, the moment they were born, they'd be in this sort of unique state, but over a couple of days, because of food intake and breathing, they will be tainted. This was a fact that no one could escape from. But these Xian cultivating sects could not gather and wait outside every delivery room of woman giving birth. Besides, even if they watch over hundred thousands of women giving birth, they may not necessarily be able to meet a child that was of a free and natural physique. So this had always been a legend. In the 10,000s of years of Xian continent, it seemed like only one had appeared before. This was mentioned in the 9 nether first young master's personal letter that had been passed down, hence there was no doubt. And thus it became a legend that was passed down. If a baby possessing the free and natural physique were really to appear before these Saint Emperor experts right now, they'd probably all be exchanging blows to snatch the rights to him. The 9 nether first young master's letter had clearly stated, as long as it was nurtured according to unique methods, after he had grown, he would be able to level up to a saint within 50 years. A 50-year-old saint. This was a godly miracle. Vestige that belonged to the gods. And this sort of achievement was only the beginning. This person had absolutely no limits in his future. As long as this wonder was given enough space to grow, his achievements would be unprecedented. This was a big affair that brought pride and glory to the ancestors. The number one expert in the whole of history. Whoever who took in a disciple like this would be the master of the number one expert. When that time came, how could a Saint Emperor compare? No one doubted this vague legend that had no proof. Because the 9 nether first young master had admitted in his letter. He himself was a cultivator with a free and natural physique. What sort of achievements did the 9 nether first young master have? He was the unrivaled peak throughout history, the founding ancestor of Xian skills, all the Xian cultivator of Xian continent. The absolute existence that all Xian cultivators from past till now admired. Everyone's breathing got heavy. They all looked intensely at Chao Guofeng. It looked like if Chao Guofeng did not spill it, everyone would attack him already. Chao Guofeng let out a bitter smile, a look of genuine regret on his face. He was careless and accidentally let it slip. He felt the urge to knock himself to death. With great difficulty, he said, everyone here has their own close disciples, there's no need to fight with me over him. Besides, I am still unable to confirm. It is just a hunch. A hunch? Who is it? Whose child is it? Jun Mubai's face was extremely red as he breathed heavily. Perhaps others would be embarrassed to fight for it, but for him, all his disciples were surnamed Jun, so naturally he counted them as his own descendants. Passing of skills within the family didn't count as snatching a disciple. If he had a disciple who was a prodigy with a free and natural physique, having that supreme glory. Something like this could have Jun Mu by fainting from merely imagining it for a while. If he could really have this glory, then so what if he really had no descendants? Seemingly far away, actually close at hand. This person with the free and natural physique, is him. Chao Guofeng was left without a choice under the eyes that looked like they were about to devour him. He understood that if he didn't spill it, he would offend all 7 people. And they would keep tight surveillance on him, so his wishes would also be unable to be accomplished. Left without any other choice, he pointed his finger. Everyone looked in the direction of his hand, their sights landing on an extremely surprised face. Under the scrutiny of everyone, that face instantly crumbled and looked troubled. Chao Guofeng had pointed at young Master Jun. The 14th young master jerked, suddenly breaking out in loud laughter, spitting his tea all over the stupefied Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie had the urge beat this maniacal jerk to death. I am wearing a mask. What is up with you spitting all over me? If my real appearance is exposed cause of this, then aren't I doomed for good? He hurriedly carefully dried himself. This really frightened him. Even if the mask did not fall off, it would be game over even if I accidentally wrinkled the skin when drying off. Fortunately, this did not happen, although the current situation was a little dramatic. But luck would never follow one person for too long, and an even more dramatic scene occurred. The next instance, 8 men instantly stretched their hands over. Young Master Jun had yet to have any reaction, and his entire body was captured by those Saint Emperors and placed on the table, carefully scrutinized. Observing young Master Jun's body with a fervent and intense look in their eyes. Thank goodness there were clothes covering him, or if not, what would it become? Chao Guofeng was extremely happy and surprised. He had never imagined that randomly coming to meet Jun Mubai, just by randomly joining someone's conversation to change the topic, he had discovered a treasure. It was simply too lucky. The two who were conversing, that youth in white, was of the legendary free and natural physique. Chao Guofeng had barely believed his eyes earlier, but after carefully taking a few looks, he finally confirmed. It really is. Oh my God, it's real. Chao Guofeng at this moment was barely away from having a stroke. Heavens! Earth! Which fairy deity did such a good thing? To let such a wonder appear right before my eyes. Thank goodness I refused to accept any disciples all these years, otherwise. I can only pass down to one person from each generation. Hey, so what if I had accepted a disciple? I can just chase the one I accepted earlier out and accept this one before me. Even if there is great price to pay, it'll be worth it. So since he had found out this super prodigy, Chao Guofeng's brain was clearly not enough for use anymore. His speech barely matched the conversation, only focusing on how could he secretly bring him back without anyone suspecting. There were numerous despicable people who were easily jealous in this world. Even if it were himself, seeing someone else take in a disciple like this, he'd probably be extremely jealous. But because his thoughts were wandering, he finally let it slip. Chao Guofeng did not give any consideration when Jun Mubai brought up the physique of his descendant. He was just trying to reject it, but because of a moment of folly, he accidentally let the words, free and natural physique, slipped. At that instant, Chao Guofeng had the urge to kill himself. What did I say just now? I accidentally let that secret out. I deserve to die. How great would it be if I had secretly accepted this disciple, bringing him back to nurture him? The misty illusory manner has no relations with the mundane world, and there is so much room for growing in there. And by the time I die of old age, this disciple would more or less be invincible already. Chao Guofeng was still rather confident in his life expectancy. He believed that with the cultivation level of a third-level Saint Emperor, there was no problem with living for another 300 years. And someone with a free and natural physique could become a saint by the age of 50. Then. 300 years. He will be stronger than me then no matter what. And across the entire world, how many people dare say that they are stronger than me? Less than 5. But he had accidentally let it slip when his mind was preoccupied and feeling perturbed. Now there was no chance of hiding it. Right now, how could he even feel a little apologetic to Jean Mubai? Chao Guofeng was so frustrated he felt like killing Jean Mubai in one strike. You dare to dream of asking me to take in your grandson of God knows how many generations as my disciple? Keep dreaming. Is that descendant of yours with the Xian Yin death meridian such a big deal? He is doomed to die, so why won't he die yet? The earlier he dies, the lesser burden he becomes to everyone. Jean Mubai, you goddamn old bastard. You. It is you who ruined everything for me. Heavens curse you to have no descendants. Chao Guofeng was so agitated he had the urge to go on a rampage. But he still needed to maintain a good image before his future disciple, forcing himself to put on a kind and carefree image, although he was feeling extremely upset internally. Oh my God! It really is. It really is the legendary free and natural physique. One Saint Emperor shrieked in surprise. His tone simply sounded like a young girl who suddenly saw her idol, like a Buddhist follower suddenly seeing Buddha in real life. The table was already clean, and only young Master Jun sat upon it like a plate of dish, his eyes dull and a face full of helplessness. There were 8 Saint Emperors, 16 shining bright eyes scanning his body, from top to toe. Even if a great beauty were standing stark naked in this crowd, she may not be able to make these 8 Saint Emperors reveal such a focused and engrossed expression and look in their eyes. How extraordinary young Master Jun's supreme charm was. Although he was still fully clothed, but Jun Moxie had a disgusting feeling as if he had been stripped bare naked. He felt like crying. I'm being thoroughly scanned by 8 old demons who have lived for God knows how long. Why is my life so bitter? Right now, he suddenly understood the same feeling of being provoked to the point of explosion but being unable to do anything about that he had brought upon 9 nether 14 young master earlier. Truly instant retribution. It was not that retribution wasn't coming, it just wasn't time yet. When the time was here, what will happen instantly? And in such a shocking and embarrassing manner. Help! Who knew that simply coming out for a meal would cause such huge trouble? These are 8 Saint Emperors right before me, all the peak experts of the world. Assessing like me they are assessing the quality of meat. The look in their eyes is undisguised greed. The F***CK, are you treating this young master as longevity meat one? Actually, these people were all mistaken. Jun Moxie was definitely not of some free and natural physique. This body, before Jun Xie had taken over, was complete garbage. It had no natural aptitudes to speak of at all. The free and natural physique was indeed extremely rare. From ancient times till now, it seemed like the 9 nether first young master was the only person with it. But these people did not know that although Jun Moxie's physique was not the free and natural physique, but it was much more rare than the free and natural physique. Who was capable of using the purest heaven and earth spiritual chi to cleanse his body? And frequently in a day. Who was capable of undergoing transformations every day? Changing every hour? And who was capable of using the number 1 art in all of history and the world to cultivate? Who was able to perpetually use the number 1 treasure in the world, the Hongjun Pagoda, to aid himself? And the most shocking, who was capable of owning an endless supply of primal chaos purple chi? This was a heaven-defying thing that even immortals could only pine for. Under such a long period of such nourishment, Jun Moxie's body can no longer be described as natural endowments. The current him was indeed and truly even more valuable than longevity meat. Jun Moxie had always concealed his body condition very well. But he didn't know if it was bad luck or his poor karma. He was provoking the 9 nether 14 young master without restraints, and because of this, he entered a state of enlightenment, causing his state of mind to be greatly different before enlightenment, but this had caused a slight fluctuation. Just as he had finished his enlightenment, Jean Mubai came in with Chao Guofeng and the rest. Had it been any other Saint Emperor, they would probably brush past him, dismissing him as a small prodigy of the mundane world. But the person who came was Chao Guofeng. Chao Guofeng's sect focused on changing Xian Qi in their cultivation. And they had always only passed their cultivation methods to a sole disciple from generation to generation. Chao Guofeng was hundreds of years old, but he had never found someone whom he deemed suitable to be his disciple. This Saint Emperor Chao was looking at all the so-called prodigies like a hungry wolf. Chao Guofeng himself was blessed with superior natural endowments, otherwise, he wouldn't be capable of cultivating to the supreme realm of a saint emperor. But he was still not any of those few types of unique natural physiques. Chao Guofeng had already reached his limit in attaining the cultivation of a saint emperor. He was probably incapable of breaking past it for the rest of his life. But he was still a few levels lower than his master. And this was the greatest regret in his life. So Chao Guofeng once swore that no matter what, he must find the disciple with absolute natural endowments that could surpass all of his ancestors. Coming to Tongguan Hall by chance today was truly a case of rain coming across an area of prolonged drought. To think that he could come across the natural and free physique that only existed in legends. Chao Guofeng was naturally full of jealousy, his blood was also starting to boil. The current Saint Emperor Chao had already made his decision. No matter what, I must make him my disciple. Even if I have to fall out with all these old friends of hundreds of years, or even turn them into enemies, I don't care. And there were at least 3 other Saint Emperors who had the same idea as Chao Guofeng. And one of them was Zhan Mubai, the Saint Emperor Bai who had dealt a sneak attack on Jun Moxie. But Zhan Mubai was destined to not have any chance at this. Because for the sake of convincing Chao Guofeng of the misty illusory manner to accept his descendant as his disciple, he had came alone today. As long Chao Guofeng agreed, Zhan Mubai had prepared lavish gifts for the other 6 people as well. Not for the sake of bribing them to keep hush about the matter, but just to ensure that his great-great-great-grandson could receive the best care and benefits in the illusory manner. But in a great situation where pies fell from the sky like this now, Zhan Mubai was all on his own. The other party had 7 people, 7 Saint Emperors, and they were all from the misty illusory manner. He was well aware of the differences in strength. Young Master Jun was about to use his yin-yang escape art to flee from the 8 Saint Emperors, but a peculiar thought bubbled in his heart. And it was this thought that stopped Jun Moxie in his tracks. Jun Moxie recalled something Mei Shui Yan had mentioned in the past. There's a 7-colored tree within the misty illusory manner. The 7-colored tree produces a kind of 7-colored fruit, called the 7-colored holy fruit. And in the heaven saint palace of the 3 holy lands, there's a sacred lotus pond. Within it, there's a stalk of 9-segment exquisite lotus. Consuming 1 7-colored holy fruit and the petal of the 9-segment exquisite lotus together will increase a person's cultivation by 500 years and retain the appearance of the person for 500 years. Guan Qing Han, Dugu Shao Yi, and his mother. This matter had always been on Jun Moxie's mind. He had never forgotten about it. But, the misty illusory manner has always been extremely secretive, and he had no idea how to even go in, what more think about stealing the 7-colored holy tree. Perhaps the situation today is an opportunity. It is up me to use it, but no matter what, this path must not be cut off completely yet. Jun Moxie was anxiously making his considerations, temporarily forgetting the awkwardness of being surrounded like an exhibit. Lad, what is your name? How old are you? Who is your master? Who do you learn from? Where is your home? Who else is there in your family? You. Countless questions came from the 8 Saint Emperors at the same time, causing Jun Moxie to be at a loss as to what to do. He had no idea whose question to answer first. After great difficulty in answering all these interrogations, he heaved a sigh of relief. For the sake of his future plans, Jun Moxie's white lies left these 8 Saint Emperors extremely pleased. An orphan, all alone this world from young, his master was a Jade Xian warrior whom he was mutually dependent on. As to the profound question of how he could maintain his free and natural physique after growing so big, Jun Moxie gave a similar odd look and said, "It is said that I grew up in the tiger's den when I saw younger, I do not know of anything else." Question: Have you ever eaten anything? Answer: When I was young, I came across this white stone that had suddenly broken, and there was water inside, so I drank it, but they said that I was unconscious for a few days before I woke up again. And thus, all the Saint Emperors came to a realization. 16 brightly lit eyes looked at Jun Moxie as they exclaimed, "No wonder." So it was the legendary spirit stone immortal milk. It may even have been a high-quality spirit stone immortal milk of a few billion years. If that were the case, then everything could be explained. And so all of them looked at Jun Moxie with even greater passion in their eyes. It truly is a miracle. A free and natural physique was already so rare it was considered a legend. And this youth with the free and natural physique had even once drank something equally legendary, Spirit Stone Immortal Milk. This youth only needed to get a great master, and his future achievements would simply be, indescribable. All the 8 Saint Emperors' eyes were full of desire. The 8 Saint Emperors were cursing and wearing simultaneously in their hearts at the original Jade Xian master of this prodigy. What sort of poor standard? What a waste of talent. Having a disciple who was the only one in all of history to have this physique, teaching him for a few years, but he was only at the level of a silver Xian. The inadequacy of this master was unacceptable. How could you waste such an excellent material? Luckily, that scoundrel had yet to spoil anything else, otherwise, if he had really ruined that natural physique, these 8 Saint Emperors would definitely execute that master's family 100 times over. It seemed that as long as it was young Master Jun Master, they'd all become the arch-nemesis of the Saint Emperor experts. Be it before or right now. What a tragedy. Jun Moxie looked over to the table he was at through the crowd of people, and just as he expected, that scoundrel 9-14 young master had already vanished without a trace. That jerk has no spirit of brotherhood, just minding his own escape even after seeing me in such a terrible situation. You lot have really ruined my plans. Young Master Jun felt like crying. He had finally bumped into the 9-14 young master after great difficulty. This person was currently the #1 strongest assistant to Jun Moxie. During their conversation, Jun Moxie had already noticed a peculiar sign: no matter where the 9-14 young master went, the surrounding heaven-earth spiritual chi always automatically gathered towards his body. In other words, even if this guy did not exercise his skills, he was still in a state of recuperating at any moment. Jun Moxie reckoned that although this guy was severely injured previously, but he was more or less recovered right now. Although it may be a little difficult to take action now, but in a couple of days, it should not be an issue anymore. With that sort of horrifying speed of recovery, those injuries were definitely no big issue to him. The injuries that the 9-14th young master had sustained in a battle in Tian Fa Forest was so terrifying that one could be scared to death simply by looking at them. 2 swords pierced through his chest alone, at the position of his heart. The 3rd sword had simply skewered all his intestines and his stomach. And this was putting aside all the other numerous injuries he had sustained. Had this befallen any random person, he would have been reincarnated by now. But this person was still alive and kicking, and even making a long way over as a feverish musical enthusiast. Calculating in this way, this fellow should be capable of utilizing significant battle prowess in a couple of days more. When that time comes, if this young master cannot deal with all the enemies, wouldn't it be invigorating if I just make him the scapegoat? Chu Chi Hun used to the scapegoat, isn't it great to have a change now? This was Jun Moxie's grand scheme. But this perfect plan was obviously already foiled, or at the very least, not usable in the short term. Leaving whether he was able to get out of this aside, even if he was able to, it was also an impossible task for him to find the 9-14 young master in a huge place like Chrysanthemum City. Unless he takes the initiative to come and find me. This was utterly bad luck. Looking at these 8 Saint Emperors who were all agitated, Jun Moxie felt all the anger rushing to his head. Alright, since you guys decided to treat the god of death as longevity meat, then I shall let you guys have a good surprise. Finally, the 8 Saint Emperors also realized that it was rather unbecoming to put Jun Moxie on the table, so they picked him up and sat him down on a chair. Then 8 of them also settled back into their seats, facing each other. Finally. I say. Lad, I think that your aptitude isn't bad. Are you willing to make me your master? I am the ancestor of the Zhan family, and Saint Emperor expert in the pugilistic world, and as long as you follow me, you can have whatever you want and enjoy endless fame and fortune. After an awkward period, it was Zhan Mubai who was the most thick-skinned, opening his mouth first to take advantage of being first. It wouldn't do if he was not anxious about it, the other 7 were all his opponents, but how could he, one person, vie with the 7 of them? The lad is still part of the secular world, who knows, he may be swayed by fame and fortune, and it is worth a try. As long as the little fellow nods his head, I can just pick him up and go and not care about anything else. But Zhan Mubai had barely finished his words when he got interrupted. What, as long as he follows you? And, fame and fortune? I say, old Zhan, why do you sound like you are looking for a concubine? How can objects of the secular world be worthy in the eyes of people like us? Lad, don't listen to him. This old fox is lecherous, despicable, and the number one shameless person. I'm better. I was known as the Holy Sword Scholar in the past, and my reputation was far and wide. I am full of justice and my Xian skills are powerful. The one speaking was the Saint Emperor surnamed Bai. He was still addressing Zhan Mu Bai as Brother Zhan earlier. But now that there was a conflict of interests, his tone instantly switched and Zhan Mu Bai had become lecherous, despicable, and the number one shameless person, in his mouth. This change in role was really extremely fast. The more drastic the change in attitude, the more arbitrary the speech became. There was no other reason, it was just that the natural endowments of this youth before them was really at a heaven-defying state. Although he was only of a silver Xian cultivation right now, but the meridians in his body were crystal clear, with no obstructions at all. This also went to say that no matter what type, or what level of Xian skills he cultivated, there was absolutely no bottleneck for him. Which martial arts practitioner had no bottleneck? Although the 8 present were all Saint Emperors, but their cultivations were the substantial accumulation of a few hundred years. And in their long duration of cultivating for hundreds of years, at least 2/3 of the time was used for breaking through layers of bottlenecks. No bottleneck. What sort of monster must that be? No one dared to imagine it. Although the 9 Nether first young master had left written proof and no one had ever doubted its legitimacy, but because it was something that had never been seen over 10,000s of years, everyone had treated it as a beautiful legend. But right now, the legend had came true. There was this superhuman monster right before their eyes. With this sort of heaven-defying natural endowments, he could smoothly advance easily to the level of a Saint Emperor by mere accumulation alone. An innate talent that went beyond the limits of the world may not be unheard of, but since the 10,000 years after the 9 Nether first young master, there was only him alone. And it may not necessarily appear again in the future. This was definitely something that was absolutely hard to come by. All 8 old men got agitated at the same time, their greedy looks locked onto Jun Moxie. Since when were young Master Jun's guts ever small? Describing him as extremely daring was perfect. But today, right now, he was truly trembling in his guts. He really felt a little afraid. To be honest, anyone else would also be afraid. One young man being surrounded by 8 old demons that were a few hundred years old, all of them looking at him full of desire, anticipation, and greed in their eyes, which showed no intentions of letting him go. Who could be unafraid? After long banter, everyone was stuck in a stalemate, but no one was also willing to let go. Only a fool would be willing to let go of a talent like this. Enough. Making a racket like this, what a scandal. What sort of position are we all at? We are all so old already, there is no reason to snatch a disciple. Trust you guys to be capable of doing something this distasteful. We're just letting the juniors see us embarrass ourselves. Chao Guofeng frowned and said, which one of you aren't with a whole lot of disciples and grand disciples? I'm still without any disciples till now, and you guys are not embarrassed to be fighting with me. I believe that only I am capable of focusing solely on nurturing this child. And let him develop his fullest. Everyone rolled their eyes simultaneously. If this was just any regular or the few types of prodigal physique, I also wouldn't fight with you, but this is the free and natural physique. Who wouldn't desire it? Saying that we are not behaving in a becoming manner, but as if you are not doing the same. Only you can solely focus on nurturing him. This is bullshit. If it's a disciple like this, who would not be focused on nurturing him? Even if we have to discharge all our past disciples, it will all be worth it. Brother Chao speaks logically. This sort of prodigy indeed requires concentrated teaching. It is just that although Brother Chao may have no disciples, he has high positions and duties in the illusory manner, unlike me, who is an idle person. Ha! I also do not have a suitable disciple to impart my skills to. Zhan Mu Bai laughed chuckled. Brother Chao, let me have this one. With Brother Chao's capabilities, I'm sure you are capable of finding even better ones in the future. Actually that descendant of mine is not too shabby either, born with the Xianin Death Meridian, perfectly suitable for Brother Chao's unique teachings, you see. Chao Guofeng rolled his eyes and immediately cut him off. Even better ones? Zhan Mu Bai, you don't even have to find me one, if you can mention a better physique than the free and natural physique, I will immediately let you have him. But you sure have made your sweet plans, not only do you intend to usurp this child, you still want me to put effort into your sickly great-grandson. How did you plot it? All the good things belongs to you now. Jun Moxie was embarrassed. Brother Chow, are you really this unreasonable? Forget it, it's fine if you don't take my descendant as your disciple, I won't force you to do it. But today, you even want to fight with me over a disciple? Brother Chow, one has to be reasonable as a human. You can't not only let me not only have any more descendants and also not have any disciple to impart my skills to. Chow Guofeng was on the verge of fainting. He gritted his teeth and said, Jun Moxie. To think that you are capable of saying something this shameless. How am I being unreasonable? The physique of that descendant of yours wasn't decided by me. If you want to find fault, you should look for his parents. If I'm willing to accept him as my disciple, it is because I am doing you a favor, if I'm unwilling, it is because of fairness. This is the true reason. Leaving everything else aside, out of all the 1,000 people in your Jun family, which one of them is not your disciple? Today, the disciple that I sought for 700 over years, and you dare to say that he is yours? You. Do you still have shame? Who is the one being unreasonable? Let everyone here be the judge of it. Had it been any regular person I wouldn't vie for him. But this lad's physique is not inferior to that demonic existence, Jun Moxie. I definitely will not let go of a talent like this no matter what. Don't tell me that Brother Chow is going to rely on the fact that everyone present is an expert from your illusory manner and force me to give up taking this disciple. Jun Moxie had straightaway began to act shamelessly. Not only did he directly insult the illusory manner's intentions as wanting to bully him with the advantage of numbers, he had straightaway made young Master Jun his disciple. This change in identity was truly of godly speed. Chow Guofeng was shocked. Don't tell me that that demon Jun Moxie was also of a free and natural physique. We did not have the time to check carefully what sort of physique that Jun Moxie was. But Jun Moxie had indeed attained the second level of a venerable before the age of 18. This was a fact that many of us bore witness to. Brother Chow, even if he had the guidance of a great master, this sort of advancement speed. What sort of physique did you think he was? Jun Moxie scoffed and added. And this lad here, although he is also of a mere 18 or 19 years of age, but he is still as a piece of jade that had yet to be carved, he only lacked the guidance of a master. If he had undergone careful teaching, he may not necessarily be inferior to Jun Moxie, or perhaps even stronger. I have the confidence that perhaps that this child is the second nine nether first young master. You have this confidence, but do I not have it? The scramble for power and profit by the three holy lands has already caused so much chaos in the regular world. If this child is really given to you, he will definitely be destroyed. Absolute, why no way? You can keep talking, but there is no room for negotiation. Chow Guofeng had made up his mind that he would not let go of this disciple no matter what. Jun Moxie was already dead, no matter how good his physique was, it was a thing of the past now. And this lad right here had no opponents in this world in terms of his physique. How could Chow Guofeng let a talent like this slip past his hands? This was the future #1 expert. Chow Guofeng. You are really too much. On what basis are you accusing me of destroying talent? Jun Moxie had an infuriated look. Today, you must give me an explanation. He had already made up his mind, he couldn't be bothered anymore. He only needed to find the right opportunity to grab the youth and go. If we have to fall out then so be it. As long as I can get this heaven-defying lad in my hands, anything is worth it. He was willing to give up on the elusive world of immortals and even the whole Jun family. He'd find a secret place and hole up inside, focusing wholeheartedly on nurturing this disciple. This concerned a glory that lasted for ages, and any sort of sacrifice would be worthwhile. Although the other 6 people also had the same inclinations, Chow Guofeng was still ultimately the leader of this operation for the misty illusory manner, so they could not necessarily insist on vying for the boy. So all in all, only Chow Guofeng and himself were the ones vying for this disciple. Strike first and gain the upper hand. Excuse me, all the elders here, could you allow this junior to say something? A meek voice came from the side. It was young Master Jun. While the 8 of them were arguing here, young Master Jun's mind had been thinking, not stopping for a moment. But he was pondering over how to utilize such an awkward situation or even gain an advantage out of it. Speak. Chow Guofeng and Jun Moxie said simultaneously, but they were just trying to achieve a good image in the eyes of their future disciple. My master once seriously warned me that to choose a master, first and foremost, that person must have shocking prowess. Why must both seniors be caught in this wrangle? I'm right here, it's not like I can run away, and I'll end up under either one of you. Since I need to make someone my master, naturally I'll pick one who is more powerful. Why don't the two of you exchange a few strokes on the spot? Who is stronger than the other will be obvious, and the defeated party will also have nothing else to say, right? Jun Moxie stammered, cowering as he spoke. Both of them were convinced upon hearing Jun Moxie's words. His words did make sense. No matter how much the loser had to offer, it was all useless if he lost this fight. The two exchanged looks and saw the determination to win in each other's eyes. That's right, that's right. The winner is king, the winner decides it all. If you are willing to take the gamble, you'd be willing to pay the price. It is indeed a good solution to resolving this argument. All the other 6 people began to egg the fight on. They naturally had full confidence in Chao Guofeng. Chao Guofeng was a 3rd-level Saint Emperor. Although Zhang Mubai was not ordinary, but he was only a 2nd-level Saint Emperor. This was a huge distinction. The outcome of this battle determined who the disciple would belong to. This was the equivalent of allowing Chao Guofeng to hold an invincible position. Beads of perspiration began to form on Zhang Mubai's face. He gritted his teeth and held back that, fine. A fight it is, that was in his throat. If they really began to start this battle, he was determined to lose. And the relationship between 3 holy lands and Chao Guofeng as well as the rest would also be destroyed because of this. Perhaps there is no need to rush for this matter. Brother Chao, there is still some time before you have to return to the illusory manor. Why don't we test this lad's receptivity during this period of time as a form of serious consideration? If this lad only has the physique but not the corresponding perception, then wouldn't we have argued for nothing? As to who shall keep the disciple, we can discuss this matter afterwards. How is that? Zhang Mubai was extremely willy, churning out something that was reasonable. That's all right too. Chao Guofeng also understood that now was not a good time to fall out with Zhang Mubai. If there was no room for saving the situation, he would have already begun exchanging blows. But Zhang Mubai had relented first. If he insisted, then he was the one being unreasonable, so he agreed reluctantly. But he also realized that after Zhang Mubai returned, he would definitely contact the other Saint Emperors of the 3 Holy Lands to come forth and put greater pressure on himself. It would be difficult for him to achieve anything without support, and the longer this matter dragged out, the more the situation would turn unfavorable. But within a few thoughts, he had already found a solution. He turned around and looked at the other 6 Saint Emperors present with him and solemnly said, "My 6 brothers, we all came upon this great talent together. If I'm the only one who takes possession of this enormous advantage, I will also sincerely feel bad, knowing how you guys fancy this lad. How about this? If I have the opportunity to make this child my disciple, then aside from being my successor, he will also have to treat the 6 of you as his masters. In other words, this child shall be the disciple of all 7 of us combined. What do the 6 of you think of this?" Not only did he occupy the position of the main leader, he had also given all 6 of them a favor, obtaining numerous gains from this speech alone. And he was confident that all 6 of them would not refuse. You must be kidding, this concerns becoming the master of the future #1 expert in the world. Even if it was just in title, it is still a grand achievement and glory. As expected, all 6 people expected to back off, seeing that a fight was about to break out and had all decided to view this matter as something that no longer concerned themselves. But now Chao Guofeng had unexpectedly given them this sort of favor, so their attitudes changed again and they were extremely elated. "Brother Chao, do you really mean what you say?" "How could I not really mean it at this point in time? Did you think I'm really willing to share this great disciple equally?" Chao Guofeng laughed bitterly and continued. "With the current situation, if we do not join forces, this disciple will be snatched away by the 3 Holy Lands. This place is still ultimately their turf. If they really succeed, then in 1 to 200 years later, the misty illusory manor will no longer be able to keep our position. Be it for the sake of passing on our legacy for illusory manor, the 7 of us must escort this prodigal son back to misty illusory manor. Although I have the intentions to monopolize him, but I am still a part of illusory manor, so I must do my best for the future of the misty illusory manor. He paused for a while. I have no regrets in saying this, since I've said that he shall be the disciple of the seven of us, then there shall be no change to this fact from now onwards. My only request is that in terms of status, he is still my successor. I only have this request and I hope you will allow this. His sincerity was obvious through his words, and the other 6 people instantly felt a little guilty for forgetting the bigger picture. Although this disciple would have the status of Chao Guofeng's successor, but he would also be the disciple of all 6 of them. This was so much better compared to the situation before where they could only look on with desire and not have a single share over him. They all agreed synchronously. There is absolutely no problem with Brother Chao's request, you can rest assured. Since he is the shared disciple between the 3 of us, then even if the 3 Holy Lands want to try and snatch him away, the few of us are no pushovers. Zhan Mubai cried from anguish internally. This was a beautiful move by Chao Guofeng. Now he had 6 more extremely powerful supporters. This raised the difficulty of Zhan Mubai's plans by numerous folds. Even if any one of the 3 Holy Lands brought out their full forces, they might not be able to stand up against a force like this. But Zhan Mubai was not going to let go just like this. The misty illusory manor was fearful that the 3 Holy Lands would use this child to oppress them a few hundred years later. So he hoped that he could use this child to free the 3 Holy Lands from the shadows of the misty illusory manor. Free and natural physique. The physique of the 9 Nether First Young Master. The achievements of 9 Nether First Young Master back then. Zhan Mubai's agitated chest was about to explode just by thinking of this. He would not let go no matter what. The discussion had been set, so these few old men didn't even bother eating, simply making payment and heading back to the Qin Manor. Jun Moxie was escorted in the middle of the 7 Saint Emperors from the misty illusory manor, completely revolving around him. Saint Emperor opening the path, Saint Emperor guarding from the back, and Saint Emperor bodyguards on life and right. The extent of the pampering that young Master Jun was receiving currently would leave the 9 Nether First Young Master from 10,000 years ago exclaiming in awe. Unbeknown to Jun Moxie, these 8 Saint Emperors, including Zhan Mubai, were also secretly observing him. Despite the lad being surrounded by the aura of these 8 experts, although he had no idea what was happening, but his expression remained untroubled and he wasn't flustered in his behavior as well, maintaining a calm and reserved disposition. Truly extraordinary. No wonder it is the free and natural physique. The 8 Saint Emperors' appraisal of young Master Jun had risen again. The aura of 8 Saint Emperors could easily make 10,000s of Xian beasts shun away even if it is in the Tian Fa forest. How powerful was that? Although they did not intentionally release any malice or oppressing aura, but it was not something that any regular person could bear. These 8 people returned to the Qin Manor, each with their own ulterior motives. Jun Moxie and this fake super longevity meat was settled into the room right in the center of all the other rooms in a small courtyard that the Qin family had specially prepared for the Saint Emperors from the misty illusory manor. And Chao Guofeng was staying right next door. Chao Guofeng clearly could not wait to make Jun Moxie his disciple and impart him some skills. But seeing that hint of hesitation in his mind that Jun Moxie had portrayed, although he had forced himself to be calm and steady, he still couldn't conceal that tinge of helplessness. Chao Guofeng couldn't help but feel some tender affection in his heart. Sigh, he is still a member of the secular world and is too young. He hasn't seen much of the world yet and is still lacking in experience. He has gotten a little dizzy from the glamour of the Qin Manor. We'll need to let him adjust to things properly first. Tomorrow, I'll have the Qin family members to come over to pay their greetings. First, to reaffirm him of my supreme status, and second, to eradicate the anxiety and fear in his heart. He is the future disciple of the 7 of us, how could a mere Qin family stand for anything? Letting them host us is already giving them a lot of face. He wanted to carefully comfort young Master Jun and treat him affably, making sure Jun Moxie was feeling extremely comfortable. He even used his skills to create a special atmosphere that would help Jun Moxie calm his panicked state of mind. When everything was over and Jun Moxie's emotions were clearly more at ease, these 7 great Saint Emperors then returned to their room to practice. At their level, not sleeping was simply small matter. Besides, these 7 people's hearts were even more agitated than Jun Moxie's. But they did not realize that right after their departure, a cunning and scheming look flashed in the eyes of this prospective disciple. This was the perfect opportunity to sow discord. If this prospective disciple of theirs suddenly died, what would happen? Jun Moxie was full of anticipation. On the surface, these 7 Saint Emperors had returned to their respective rooms to meditate, but they had already secretly started a group conversation using the voice transference technique, the 7 of them getting more excited as they talked. They had even started discussing how to help this precious disciple of theirs build up his foundation when they returned back to the illusory manor. Which type of rare medicines to use first, building the foundations, order to and teaching him by the unique points of each of their skills, who would follow to add on, enhance and strengthen further. Until a certain stage, then what other method to use to level it up more. They had even discussed using the 7-color sacred fruit in the misty illusory manner during a certain point in his training to cleanse his meridians. To create an invincible and unrivaled expert within the shortest period of time. The higher the cultivation level of the disciple, the earlier he graduated from his master, and the greater the glory for the master. They believed that with this disciple, there would be no possible problem if the misty illusory manor wanted to completely oppress the 3 holy lands. It was not excessive to think that he would even surpass their elders and ancestors. The real goal would be working hard in the direction of the 9 nether first young masters level, which was not something completely impossible. The 7 of them were in high spirits as they discussed, and each of them had drawn out a blueprint for their grand plan. They all couldn't help but feel extremely excited thinking about the future glory to come. In the pugilistic world, a youth with good physique would still need affinity to be accepted under a good master. But it was a difficult task if a top expert wished to accept a disciple who completely satisfied his requirements. Perhaps these few Saint Emperors were unaware and had no way to confirm if there was anyone with the free and natural physique in this world and how many were there, but Jun Moxie knew that the 9 nether first young master was definitely not the only one with the free and natural physique in 10,000 years. How many talents had been buried in history? No one was truly sure of it, but if they were to really be added up all together, they may possibly form an army of 1,000,000 men. How many talents did not have the right opportunities, turning into farmers, businessmen, and even died in poverty? Talents were hard to find, but how many people were aware of their presence? The greatest meaning to both of them was that they cannot be without the other. Time crept silently past. There were no stars or moon in the sky. It was the darkest period before dawn broke in half an hour. The darkness before dawn, the time before the first rays of light shines, the darkest period. At the moment, Chao Guofeng and the rest all noticed something unusual. Although these 7 were merely exchanging conversations secretly, all of them were extremely uptight. That was the legendary free and natural physique. Zhan Mubai drooled at the sight of it, and now that he had suffered such a great disadvantage, how could he take it lying down? It was hard to promise that he wouldn't try something funny. So as these 7 people were talking, they kept their guard up. The night was just about to pass, and daybreak was about come. Everyone was just about to heave a sigh of relief, but just at this timing, something was off. There was a subtle drifting sound of the wind. Even if someone was listening closely, they'd just brush it off as the sound of wind blowing past. But in this night, the 7 of them were extremely familiar and clear of the sound of the surroundings outside. This seemingly natural sound of wind blew past was a stark contrast, and it was already in the courtyard. The movement was really fast. Had it been any ordinary person, how could they get past the senses of the Saint Emperor experts? They'd be discovered the moment they were 100 zhangs away, not even when they were near the courtyard. This person's cultivation was definitely not beneath any single one of the 7 of them. Zhan Mubai. You old thing really came. Although they had always refused to believe that Zhan Mubai would really do something this despicable with his status as a Saint Emperor, they did not take any chances and let their guard down. But right now, seeing that such a thing was happening right now, the 7 of them simultaneously felt an extreme anger rising in their hearts. Zhan Mubai, you really think too highly of yourself. All 7 men instantly got up, rushing out of their rooms. They only saw an extremely agile black figure breaking out of the back window of the room Jun Moxie was staying in, carrying something in his hand. With a leap, he had already landed on the outer walls that were a couple of meters away. It was still done silently, but all the actions were seen by the eyes of these 7 people. This person's stature and actions were brimming with confidence, ease, and elegance. This was the trademark of Zhan Mubai. With a bam, one Saint Emperor came rushing out from Jun Moxie's room, hollering before he was seen. Boss Chow, bad news. The boy is missing. Brother Jean, are you really this anxious? Chao Guofeng was exploding with anger. Jean Mubai, your methods are a little too despicable. We all agreed on fair competition, but you came in the middle of the night to kidnap the lad. Although he was chuckling as he said this sentence, his tone was full of coldness. Clearly he was extremely infuriated. That human figure seemed to pause for a while, not turning around and not even bothering with what Chao Guofeng said. Seeing that he had been exposed, he suddenly shot off from the wall like an arrow. This leap was done with his full force, and he no longer tried to hide his tracks. Due to the fast speed of his body, the violent friction between the body and the air created a whoosh sound. And at the same time, faint white smoke could be seen rising from the sides of his black clothing, carrying a charred scent. That agility was so terrifyingly fast that it had caused smoke from the friction with air alone. Like a black meteor, a black lightning bolt, disappearing from the top of the wall in a flash. Jean Mubai. You are really despicable. Chao Guofeng was so angry that his entire body was beginning to shake uncontrollably. To think that Jean Mubai is capable of something as embarrassing as kidnapping someone and fleeing when he was discovered by us. He really is too shameless. We were really too careless. This person did not care about his reputation and viciously sneak attacked a junior, the public enemy of the Three Holy Lands, Jun Moxie, during a conversation. That behavior alone was already extremely despicable and shameless. We still wanted to face him off with fairness, we really brought this upon ourselves. With a whistle, 7 furious Saint Emperors gave chase at full speed. They all grinded their teeth and rubbed their fists and palms. We have been away from the pugilistic world for so many years, are the Three Holy Lands capable of being this arrogant now? To even dare to snatch a person the misty illusory manner had set their mind on. And to snatch in such an arrogant, unbridled manner. If this is tolerated, then what cannot be tolerated? F***CKU. If we don't teach you a lesson, you wouldn't know who's boss. The person ahead was fleeing at high speed, turning and changing direction, hoping to shake off those on his trail. But Chao Guofeng and the rest were relentless in their pursuit. That person in front may have had the upper hand in having a head start, but he was still incapable of shaking them off. The 7 Saint Emperors looked like they were about to catch up. He suddenly laughed in a hoarse voice and said, "Since you are so unwilling to part, then I should just return him to you then." That person suddenly halted, lifting the person in his left hand and raising his right palm. Letting out a sharp cry, he struck down hard on that person's head. No, Chao Guofeng felt his heart crumble, and the corners of his eyes were about to split from glaring. He only felt cold all over, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Everything happening seemed to have gone in slow motion in Chao Guofeng's eyes, that palm slowly descending, the crisp sound of pa, and that head in his hand shattering into smithereens like a rotten watermelon, the bloody innards flying across the pitch-black skies. Then, that black figure released his grip. The body fell down like a pillar. Then, he gave it a kick, and that lifeless body fell towards Chao Guofeng, his limbs flailing, and he landed on the ground with a bam. There was no longer any need to investigate anymore. The entire skull had been smashed into mush under this hit. Even if it were 9 nether 14 young master who was struck, he would still not be able to survive from an injury like this. What more a youth who was only a silver Xian? All the 7 people who were flying in the air were dumbstruck, almost falling from midair. Looking at that bloody corpse on the ground, they all felt like they were in a nightmare. They had never expected Jean Mubai to deal such a fatal blow. Ah! Chao Guofeng cried at the sky in a thunderous voice. Both his eyes turned red instantly, and he spat out a whole mouthful of blood in the air. That person in black seemed taken aback, speaking in a hoarse voice. "I already said I'm returning him to you, but you don't want it. Why didn't you catch him? Look, now he has fallen to his death. You can't blame me now. It is really the will of the heavens. Although I can't get the lad, you guys can't either, so we can all go our own ways and have nothing else to wrangle over." Chao Guofeng landed on the ground, hunching over and breathing heavily. His eyes glared angrily at the person in black, hatred in his eyes. "Jean Mubai." That person in black continued to speak. "I'm afraid you've misrecognized me. I'm Jun Moxie, how could I be Jean Mubai? Jun Moxie is already dead. And you were the one who killed him. Chao Guofeng was so enraged he felt lightheaded. His body swayed unsteadily, and he almost spat out another mouthful of blood. Using all the strength in his body, he hollered, "Zhan Mu Bai. F***ck your granny." That man in black shouted angrily. Chao Guofeng. Don't get too cocky. He was so angry he had forgotten to conceal his real voice, only realizing his mistake after he spoke. He instantly shut up and stopped talking. But with a leap, he spat a mouthful of blood to the sky, as if he were using some sort of secret technique for accelerating, and vanished into the night skies at a shocking speed. The 7 Saint Emperors were all green in their faces. Chao Guofeng walked over slowly to the corpse on the ground, holding the slightest hope as he turned it around to look. His body swayed and another mouthful of blood spurted out as he fell on his back. What hope was there? This corpse was only in sleepwear, but its head was completely gone. But from the build, it was definitely a youth. The 3 Holy Lands. Zhan Mu Bai. The two of us cannot exist together. Chao Guofeng panted heavily, blood dripping from the corner of his lips, a sinister and crazed look in his eyes. The other 6 were also pale in the face, extremely furious. The 7 of them were just excitedly discussing how to nurture and guide this disciple of theirs, envisioning the future glory of their disciple, the birth of the second 9 nether first young master. Who would have known that in a turn of an eye, the disciple the 7 of them were preparing to wholeheartedly nurture had become a headless corpse. Dead through and through. This was the free and natural physique. The legendary free and natural physique. The 9 nether first young masters' physique. The 7 of them remained silent. Turning around and heading resolutely back to the courtyard they were residing in, like 7 volcanoes on the verge of eruption. Every one of them was radiating an extremely dangerous aura. Right now, all the 7 of them had made up their mind, even if all 7 of them were to lose their lives here, they must vent this anger. Zhan Mu Bai. You must pay the price. Zhan Mu Bai's actions and words were clear. What I can't have, you guys can also forget about having it. Let's just go our own separate ways and have the 3 Holy Lands avoid the future crisis. Zhan Mu Bai had already done something like this once before. In Tian Fa Forest, sneak attacking Jun Moxie. Wasn't it the same? A scoundrel who didn't care about his reputation and sneak attacked a junior, what other despicable things was he incapable of? It was exactly the same situation this time. But Jun Moxie blatantly set himself against the 3 Holy Lands, so it was understandable although despicable. But this disciple of ours is only a silver xian, when he grows up, your old bones would already have turned into ashes, so what are you worried about? Just because we discovered a talent that doesn't belong to the 3 Holy Lands, you must kidnap and slaughter him? What sort of bullshit logic is this? Besides, the one you just killed is the future hope of our misty illusory manor. A legendary hope that would have lasted 300 years, 500 years, 1,000 years, or even comparable to the 9 nether first young master. Even if the news of this matter reaches the ears of misty illusory manor, it will be a situation that won't end until one of us is dead. Zhan Mu Bai, you thought that we wouldn't know that it is you just because you changed your voice. Aren't you taking everyone as a fool? Just with that Saint Emperor cultivation, that despicable behavior. In this entire world, aside from you, this trash Saint Emperor, who else is capable of doing something this despicable, this shameless, this underhanded? Who else can there be other than you? At the same time, the Zhan Mu Bai that was utterly hated by the 7 Saint Emperors had finally came to an agreement with the Saint Emperor experts from Elusive World of Immortals, Illusory Blood Sea, and Supreme Golden City. He was the leader for this operation by Elusive World of Immortal this time, and after paying hefty prices and promising many benefits, everyone had decided to do their best to help Zhan Mu Bai get this disciple. Zhan Mu Bai was finally relieved. Although he had paid a high price, but he still sincerely expressed his gratitude to everyone. Since the agreement had been made, everyone returned to their own rooms, and Zhan Mu Bai also returned to his own in deep thoughts. Although he obtained the promise from the experts from the 3 Holy Lands, but those from the misty illusory manor would definitely not let go so easily. How should I go about doing this without any risks? I still need to plan carefully. Either way, I am determined to get this disciple with the free and natural physique. I will not let anyone else have him. Just as he thought silently, dawn was already breaking. Suddenly, from after away, an infuriated holler could be heard. Zhan Mu Bai. *CK your granny. This shout was so thunderous that the entire Chrysanthemum City probably heard it. This shout was so heaven-shocking, so vulgar, and so unbridled, that most likely the entire Chrysanthemum City had heard it. This voice was filled with unconcealed rage and even carried an extreme hatred, causing it to sound somewhat incoherent. Jun Moxie did not recognize the voice in the first instant. But the strength of this person was definitely not below his. Who did I offend? To go to the extent of using all his strength in the middle of the night to scold me? Is he not scared that others would hear? This was the first time he'd ever encountered such a matter after he made a name for himself in the world. Jun Moxie was instantly angered. Even if the person scolding him was not beneath him in strength, it was impossible to reason with the latter anymore. He was just about to go out to investigate when all of a sudden, a loud bang rang out. A huge hole had been smashed through the wall around his yard, causing him to jump up with shock. As he flew out, a sharp object broke through the air towards him with a shrill sound. Jun Moxie widened his eyes, only to see a piece of black cloth drifting towards him. Someone actually used a piece of clothing as a hidden weapon to attack him. What nonsense is this? Could it be they thought they could deal with me with a piece of clothing? They truly looked down on me too much. There was nothing absolute in this world. No one had ever ruled that a piece of clothing could not be used to deal with a Saint Emperor expert. There were always only things that people could not think of, but there was nothing that could not be done. Jun Moxie, who felt looked down upon, flew into a rage immediately as he grabbed the shirt. He was just about to say something, when he felt a sticky substance on his hand. The shirt was actually filled with blood, and even some white and runny substance. Jun Moxie looked around suspiciously, but did not discover anything strange. It was as if this black shirt had dropped down from the sky. Jun Moxie was also a smart person. With a moment's thought, he instantly understood the situation. Laughing disdainfully, he thought to himself. So that person who sneak attacked me was planning to set me up. With just a piece of blood-stained shirt, he wants to frame me, Jun Moxie. What a joke, this is just looking down on me too much. Even if you want to frame me, who would dare to come for me? What a loud laugh, he scoffed, which sneaky rat is it, to actually resort to such despicable means? How laughable. Is it really funny? Jun Moxie, could you tell this old man in detail just how laughable today's matter is? This old man is extremely interested. A strangely sullen voice rang out from the outside. Even with Jun Moxie's cultivation, he couldn't help but to shiver intensely upon hearing this voice. Chao Guofeng. Although this person's tone was odd and different from his usual voice, Jun Moxie was able to instantly tell that it was Chao Guofeng. The sky had already gradually brightened, and under the soft glow of the sky, 7 straight and tall figures slowly walked in through the hole in gate. Their eyes were all blood red, and their hatred had obviously reached an extreme level. As they stared at Jun Moxie, their eyes instantly fell on the piece of blood-stained shirt on his hand. At practically the same instant, the sounds of teeth gnashing rang out. At this time, Jun Moxie could already faintly sense that something was not right. However, he didn't pay much mind to it. From the way he saw it, any matter could be talked over no matter how big it was. All of them had already known each other for several hundred years. Was there really anything that they couldn't resolve? Chucking the black shirt to the side, he took 2 steps forward and smiled warmly. Brother Chao, why are you here so early? Could it be that you're too anxious to bring the disciple with the free and natural physique back, so you hurried here to discuss with this old man? This sentence of Jun Moxie truly embodied the epitome meaning of the idiom, picking the kettle that was not boiling one, directly adding another stab to Chao Guofeng's bleeding wound. Especially that pretentious laughter of his, it sounded even more grating to Chao Guofeng's ears, like he was gloating about his loss. To him, it sounded like he was taunting him. Well, didn't you refuse to take my descendant in as a disciple? You want to bring back a genius with the free and natural physique. Go ahead then, bring that pile of rotten flesh back as your disciple then. Even if I, Jun Moxie, cannot get it, Chao Guofeng, you can forget about having it too. You want to be the master of the #1 expert in the world. Keep dreaming. Especially that act of flinging the black shirt to the side, as if he'd just taken it off, he didn't even seem to be trying to cover the matter up. To Chao Guofeng and the other 7 Saint Emperors, this was simply equivalent to a naked challenge. Chao Guofeng and the rest immediately felt their rage surge upwards, as if a cup of oil were just poured over the fire. Free and natural physique, anxious to bring the disciple back, discuss with you, Chao Guofeng repeated the words with gritted teeth as blood rose into his head. Suddenly, he raised his voice and hollered. Zhan Mu Bai. F***ck your mother **king discussion. Zhan Mu Bai's face instantly froze. He had not expected that Chao Guofeng would cuss at him so explicitly, without any attempts to mask it. After this sentence rang out, Zhan Mu Bai finally reacted. The voice that scolded him just now was precisely this Saint Emperor Chao. The two roars just now were utterly brazen, carrying my full name. It was as if he was afraid that others would not know that he was cursing me, Zhan Mu Bai. Who was Zhan Mu Bai? A powerful Saint Emperor. Not to mention cursing at him brazenly, if others spoke to him with even a slightly heavier tone, that was already unacceptable. Was there anywhere he went where people did not try to curry favors with him? This two scoldings from Chao Guofeng left him without any face. Zhan Mu Bai's anger instantly surged upwards to the 9 heavens. Even if your misty illusory manner is impressive, it can't behave like this, right? Chao Guofeng. Zhan Mu Bai roared with widened eyes. This old man had always treated you with courtesy, and for the past several hundred years, I've tolerated all your nonsense. My enduring and patience does not mean that I'm scared of you. Today, you must give me an explanation for cursing at me like this. Otherwise. Otherwise what? What would you dare to do? Chao Guofeng laughed scaldingly as a killing intent surged out of him. Otherwise, I, Zhan Mu Bai, will be irreconcilable with you unto death. Zhan Mu Bai spat fiercely. Zhan Mu Bai's face had already turned somewhat green with anger. Adding to the fact that he felt he was acting within reason, how would he be willing to relent? At this moment, most of the people were just getting out of bed. With Chao Guofeng's loud voice, almost all the experts of the 3 holy lands rushed out before they could even put on their clothes properly. When they came over, all of them were stunned like wooden chickens. The representative of the elusive world of immortals, Zhan Mu Bai, was actually standing in confrontation against the misty illusory manners Chao Guofeng and 7 other Saint Emperors. 8 people, and all of them were riled up like fighting cocks. The atmosphere was extremely heavy, and a few of them were about to start fighting. Everyone's face was filled with hatred and anger. Chao Guofeng and the rest's faces were twitching, and their eyes were opened so wide that their eyeballs were about to fall out. Zhan Mu Bai's face was green, and his expression was incredibly savage. Both sides looked like enemies who would not share the same sky as the other. Just what kind of matter could cause 8 esteemed Saint Emperors to be angered to such an extent? Surely this was a bit too ridiculous. Just yesterday, the 8 of them had went out to drink together, all of them smiling happily. But in the span of a single night, the winds and clouds changed, and they suddenly became mortal enemies. With so many people looking now, Zhan Mu Bai even more so could not afford to lose that face. Although he knew he couldn't win, he still had to put on a forceful front. Otherwise, how would he stand straightly in front of others in the future? As for Chao Guofeng, he was even more unwilling to relent. Right now, the thing he wanted to do the most was smash this Zhan Mu Bai's head to pieces with a single slap. Hearing Zhan Mu Bai's lofty and heroic words, Chao Guofeng scoffed and laughed. Irreconcilable unto death. Zhan Mu Bai, you sure can act. Do you think that right now, this old man is still willing to share this sky with a scum like you? What a ludicrous joke. Zhan Mu Bai, it's been 600 years. This old man had actually not discovered that you were actually this kind of person. He looked at Zhan Mu Bai with grief and indignation as he lamented endlessly. This old man must have been blind. I was actually blind for 600 years. Zhan Mu Bai. This old man has finally seen you for the person you are today. No, the word person does not suit you anymore, you're just a beast that's worse than an animal. You said that you're irreconcilable with this old man. Fine, this old man will fulfill your wish. Today, between the two of us, only one shall leave here alive. Bastard. Zhan Mu Bai's anger rushed to his head and he roared in return. Chao Guofeng, you go too far in your bullying. You refuse to accept my only descendant as a disciple, choosing to watch as my line ends. Then, you snatched away my disciple, leaving me without a successor either. I did not say anything because as you said helping me would be a favor, and not helping is within reason. This old man will simply treat it as having wasted 600 years of friendship with you. But now, you actually turn around to curse me. When the words left your mouth, everything came my fault. Chao Guofeng, why don't you go and join the theater? Your talented mouth is too wasted anywhere else. Zhan Mubai was incredibly enraged. This was too infuriating. They were simply bullying people too excessively. He'd never seen such a shameless person before. It was fine if you didn't want to help, now that you found a nice talent, you immediately brought him back. I haven't even had the time to come up with a counter-strategy. Besides, even if you wanted to snatch the person forcefully, I would have let you. The person is even housed at your residence right now, what more do you want? And now, you even scream out my name and curse me in the middle of the night. Am I, Zhan Mubai, someone whom you can scold as you please? You, Chao Guofeng, want face, but could it be that I don't need my face? My, Zhan Mubai's, face is also extremely valuable. Just because you're slightly stronger in cultivation, you think you're so amazing? If we fight, even if I can't beat you, this old man still has the ability to drag you down with me. The experts from the 3 Holy Lands all tried to dissuade the situation, but necks of the 8 of them were all stiffened with stubbornness as they stared at each other provocatively. A huge battle was about to take place, but none of them was willing to be dissuaded. Zhan Mubai. You despicable bastard, hand over your life. Chao Guofeng roared, unable to endure any more. All of a sudden, his body disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he'd already sent tens of palms smashing ruthlessly towards Zhan Mubai from all directions. Zhan Mubai's howled with rage, not dodging or running, directly meeting him blow for blow. Loud booms rang out, and the entire ground shook and cracked. The walls of the yards collapsed, and even the house behind them was swaying violently. Within the dust, the figures of the two could be seen fleeting about, exchanging countless blows continuously. Leaping upwards, they soared into the sky and continued the battle up there. Before the crowd could figure out what was going on, the two of them had already begun a savage battle. An all-out fight between 2 high-level Saint Emperors. Even if anyone had the intention to provide assistance, they wouldn't have the courage to do so. Everyone was simply looking upwards with anxiousness. A loud bang rang out, and the most shocking scene appeared. Following 2 loud shouts, the 2 figures clashed and parted, leaving countless afterimages in the air. The speed of their fight grew faster and faster. In the eyes of the crowd below, the sky was suddenly filled with countless Zhan Mubais and countless Chao Guofengs. Each afterimage was incredibly real with more appearing every second. By the time the afterimages vanished, more had already appeared. The 2-side speed had already reached the extreme. Such a quick battle was not a foreign thing to the crowd. After all, there were many saint-level experts there. Although their abilities were not equal to Zhan Mubai and Chao Guofeng, they were still existences within the same realm. While they were looking at the battle between the two with shock, they could see that they were truly fighting for real this time. Each move was meant to cause the greatest amount of damage, and neither was going light on the other at all. As long as either one of them was slightly careless, the fight would instantly turn detrimental. The extremely ruthless techniques used caused the crowd to feel their skins prickling with shock. If those techniques were used against them, most likely, they wouldn't be able to receive them at all. What would happen if they couldn't receive them? Without a question, they would be dominated quickly and killed in a gruesome manner. Fellow Saint Emperors who fought alongside each other, old friends who interacted with each other for 600 years, actually ended up fighting in such a manner, as if they wanted to kill each other. The main instigator young Master Jun was watching the fight in midair with great excitement. A Saint Emperor level fight was filled with so many things to learn. Moreover, these 2 Saint Emperors were not holding anything back, putting their lives on the line as they fought. Although this matter was caused by him, Jun Moxie did not feel even the slightest bit of guilt. One could only say, it was just a coincidence. I never thought that I would become a rare genius in your eyes and want even less to become the successor for you bunch of old fellows. I only went out for a walk and met the #1 lunatic under the heavens by chance. Just when I was prepared to execute my grand plan, you guys spoilt everything. This young master is definitely not that whatever free and natural physique talent. At least this young master still has this bit of understanding. This is not some whatever prenatal body, it's a postnatal body that cannot be more postnatal. Only at the age of 16, 17, was this postnatal body being cultivated. Regardless to whichever genius in the world, this was late by 15, 16 years. Perhaps one should say that mine is the Hongjun Pagoda physique. Have you heard of that before? No. That's right. It would be strange if you've heard of it. Besides, this young master's eyesight is not so ordinary and casual. You guys think you have the qualifications to give me legacies? Are your legacies better than the #1 cultivation technique, the art of unlocking heaven's fortune? Can you provide me with limitless spiritual chi like the Hongjun Pagoda? Do you all have any primal chaos purple chi? It's not that I'm looking down on you, most likely, you all haven't even heard of it before, right? If you want to take me in as a successor, you all still need to cultivate for a few thousand more years. Just with that bit of skill and those little rubbish techniques, you want to recruit this young master. Your qualifications are too lacking. At the very least, you should have the same level of strength as the 9 nether first young master to barely be eligible. And that would only be a secondary consideration, not even a first choice. The 3 holy lands are vast and mighty, and the misty illusory manor is haughty and overbearing. Jun Moxie had sworn to oppose the 3 holy lands, but this young master temporarily is unable to beat them in a straight fight. I'm currently in a bind and am looking everywhere for allies. Now, you've scared away my potential ally. Then, since you people treat me as Tongsun's longevity flesh to be eaten by you, if I don't find some trouble for you all, wouldn't I be letting down your sincerity too much? From the moment you guys discovered me, this trouble had already landed on your heads. If you hadn't discovered me, then, I can only shrug my shoulders. After all, I'm right in front of you. If you didn't discover me, that's your own problem, it can't be blamed on me. So the entire way, young Master Jun displayed his best acting skills, perfectly portraying the role of a simple mountain village boy who came to a famous big city, yet unexpectedly encountering a big situation, allowing the awestruck emotions and excitement of such an event to show clearly in his behavior. Then, he even conveniently threw out the information that his supposed free and natural physique had also eaten the spirit stone immortal milk and also expressed his willingness to come under their apprenticeship. A perfect performance, paired with the fact that this actor's physique was extremely similar as well. Just a few sentences had caused those old fellows to be so taken up with him that they practically could not let him go. As long as there was an emotional attachment, it would make things easier. Whether it was a good deed or a bad deed, everything became much easier to do. As long as there was emotional attachment, even if one was committing rape or being raped, it would be considered love-making between a couple. As for framing someone else, it would be like driving a light carriage on a familiar road. When water flowed, a channel would be formed. Furthermore, it would inspire the greatest rage and hatred. So once the Saint Emperors from the misty illusory manor brought him back, he simply took the chance when they were discussing animatedly to slip out with the yin-yang escape art, finding an unfortunate fellow from the Chen family with a physique similar to his and bringing him back. Then, at an appropriate time, he purposely created a small commotion, changed into black clothes, and floated through the window. Young Master Jun actually did not do many things in this process. He simply ran around madly, and smashed that unlucky bastard's head into pieces with a single slap, then, after altering his voice a bit and saying a few words, he directly escaped. The technique he used was naturally also something that was extremely similar to Saint Emperor Zhan's famed technique. It was only a pity that young Master Jun's impersonation was not very on point. Then again, if the impersonation was too accurate, it would instead arouse the suspicions of others. Per Jun Moxie's predictions, the misty illusory manor and the 3 holy lands would most likely have a big argument after this, and both sides will be unhappy. It would even be possible if the alliance between them broke up. If there's only the people of the 3 holy lands left among his enemies, the pressure on his side would lessen greatly. But young Master Jun seemed to have still overestimated the endurance levels of this bunch of old fogies. Or rather, he'd overestimated the importance of his free and natural physique. Those old fogies completely did not act according to his script and directly initiated a deathmatch. This result was far out of young Master Jun's expectations. It seemed a little too ludicrous. Too fierce. Too shocking. Looked like this poison he set was too strong. How he supposed to know that the free and natural physique was akin to a living breathing treasure in Chao Guofeng's eyes? In terms of importance, it was even more important than all the treasures he'd accumulated in his life. The legendary free and natural physique that he'd secured with great difficulty, and his best successor, had been turned into a pile of rotten flesh. Chao Guofeng was almost on the verge of losing his mind. How would Jun Moxie have known that Chao Guofeng had looked for such a unique physique for 500-600 years? The hope and delight of 500-600 years, had been turned into nothing. If he hadn't seen Jun Moxie's physique himself, then even if he heard the news of such a physique being killed, he would only sigh and shake his head with pity. But now that he'd already secured the disciple and was at the height of his happiness, he was suddenly kicked into the depths of hell in an instant. Saint Emperor Chao had experienced the extremities of heaven and hell in the span of a single night. This contrast was simply too huge. So Chao Guofeng's insanity and rage had already exceeded anything that Jun Moxie could have imagined. But right now, Jun Moxie was not considering such matters at all. He was stroking his chin and considering. Since it's already so lively now, then how should I make the situation turn even worse? If all these 100-something people could all perish together now, what a wonderful matter that will be. At this time, the battle between the two Saint Emperors had already reached a feverish pitch. Both Saint Emperors already took out their weapons, and they were truly aiming to cut their enemies down. Two sharp swords whizzed through the air like lively dragons, and the two's figures filled the entire sky, as sword rays flashed like lightning. On the ground, the sixth Saint Emperor who knew the situation well and a large group of completely clueless people watched with trepidation and cold sweat pouring down their brows. Saint Emperors were indeed Saint Emperors. Just this offensive strength was truly overpowered. Fortunately, the two persons' realms were closer to each other, and it was not to a point where death or life could be determined in just a few strokes. So they could still control their strengths, and their energies did not flow out much. Otherwise, this beautiful Chen family manor would have already turned into a pile of rubble long ago. The Saint Emperor who came with the illusory blood sea this time, Lord Hai Wuya, walked over, dressed in a set of purple robes. Scowling dangerously, he looked at the six Saint Emperors and asked, "Everyone, what's going on? Why are the two of them fighting all of a sudden? Weren't they just discussing the matter of the free and natural physique disciple? Look at the two of them. How will they discuss now?" Misty Illusory Manor Saint Emperor Bai Qifeng snorted and replied expressionlessly, "Lord Hai has needlessly worried. The matter about the disciple no longer needs any discussion." "Oh. Brother Bai, what's happened here? Please enlighten this old man." Hai Wuya raised his head and looked at the battle with furrowed brows as he asked. "What else is there to say about it? That Zhan Mu Bai is despicable to the extreme. Brother Hai, your three holy lands truly has a galaxy of talents. Right now, it's just that old Chao made the move first. If he didn't, this old man would have attacked personally. Looking at a piece of trash like that dirties this old man's eyes. A person of his caliber is actually a pillar of the three holy lands. Looks like the elusive world of immortals is truly declining." Bai Qifeng flung his sleeves with a belly full of rage as well, turning his head around, not willing to say any more. This disciple was also 1/7 his, but just like that, he'd been killed. This matter also involves Brother Bai as well. Brother Bai, you should say it clearly, in what way was Zhan Mu Bai despicable and shameless? Another person in hemp clothes and high crown walked over. This was the Supreme Golden City's Saint Emperor, He Zhiqiu. Bai Qifeng snorted angrily and gritted his teeth hatefully. "I'm sure you all should also know about the matter with the youth with the free and natural physique that we found, right?" The two of them nodded together. Bai Qifeng continued. "The 7 of us already agreed to accept the kid as a joint disciple and bring him back to the misty illusory manor to groom. Who would have thought that, just an hour ago, Zhan Mu Bai sneaked in like a common rogue, masked and dressed in black, wanting to snatch our disciple away. But when he was discovered by us, seeing that he couldn't escape our pursuit, he actually slapped the kid to death ruthlessly without a single bit of hesitation. This kind of behavior, is downright despicable and shameless. Even if old Chao was willing to let him off, the 6 of us wouldn't. How could he even bear to do that? That kid is a rare seedling that had a guaranteed bright future. The free and natural physique F***ck. Bai Qifeng gritted his teeth with anger. As he spoke to hear, his facial muscles were twitching visibly. His eyes blazed with rage and in the end, he directly cursed aloud. What? That can't be. Hai Wuya and He Ji Chiu gasped aloud and looked at each other with disbelief. If this was true, the matter was extremely serious. Who didn't know that Chao Guofeng had been searching for a successor to groom for decades? To actually kill the disciple whom he valued so much with a single slap, moreover, this disciple was a talent with the free and natural physique. This Zhan Mu Bai was truly gutsy. If it were the two of them, they would never dare to do such a thing. This was a deathly grudge. To Chao Guofeng, such a level of hatred was no different than if his father was killed and his wife was raped. The way the two looked at Zhan Mu Bai completely changed in an instant. It was as if they were beholding a tall mountain in awe. To be able to do such dumb stuff, Zhan Mu Bai was practically even crazier than the 9th young master. We pursued that F***er all the way to here. And look, there's the black shirt right there. When we arrived, Zhan Mu Bai was just taking it off. All of us saw it with our own eyes. Can it be fake? Bai Chi Feng's voice turned colder and colder. Besides, is there even a need for us to plot and frame a saint emperor from your 3 holy lands? Could it be real? Old Zhan really did something so crazy. The 2 saint emperors were completely speechless. Even in their wildest dreams, no one would be able to imagine that Zhan Mu Bai would do something like that. Believe it if you will. This one is not in a mood to play with you all. Bai Chi Feng rolled his eyes, nearly blowing his top. Although the other side was 2 saint emperors, Bai Chi Feng was not afraid of them at all. Since they'd already fallen out, what difference was there in fighting 2 more saint emperors? In any case, the anger in his chest still had no place to vent. Those words were said without any bit of courtesy at all. But to Hai Wuya and He Ji Chiu, it actually added credibility to his words. Chao Guofeng was steady and scheming, and Bai Chi Feng was as sharp as a sword. The 2 of them together were the golden duo of the misty illusory manor. And the 2 of them were the least likely people to intentionally provoke a discord between the misty illusory manor and the 3 holy lands. Even if there was a 1 in a million possibility, the person initiating the fight would have been Bai Chi Feng. But the one who initiated the fight was actually the normally steady, calm, and unflustered Chao Guofeng. On top of that, Chao Guofeng and Zhan Mu Bai had several hundred years of friendship. If it wasn't that something really happened that caused this 3rd-level Saint Emperor to completely lose his mind, this normally composed and far-sighted old man would never act so rashly. Could it be that Zhan Mu Bai really did such a dumb thing? But, regardless of the circumstances, they couldn't possibly just sit back and watch Zhan Mu Bai get slaughtered by the people from the misty illusory manor. The 2 exchanged a glance and quickly arrived at a decision. Raising their voices, they shouted, "Stop fighting. We have some words to say." Before their words could finish, a loud bang rang out, and a figure shot down from the sky, slamming uncontrollably like a ragged dog into the side of the wall, continuously smashing through and tumbling for a long time before finally coming to a stop. A person crawled up from the ground, his face gray with dust and his hair disheveled. Roaring with rage, he jumped out with a so sound. This person, apart from Zhan Mu Bai, who else could it be? On the other side, Chao Guofeng landed unsteadily, stumbling many steps backwards. Every step left deep footprints on the ground, sending stone fragments flying high into the air. He continuously stumbled for 20, 30 steps, but was still unable to dispel the momentum, slamming heavily into the wall. With a loud boom, the entire wall collapsed. However, Chao Guofeng finally stopped, and with a shake of his shoulders, he stood up straightly. With his white beard flowing magnificently, his eyes were practically blazing like fire. With a loud shout, he once again charged towards Zhan Mu Bai, wanting to continue the fight. Which person's eyes weren't wide open at this point? Through this exchange of blows, Zhan Mu Bai had been smashed down from the sky in an extremely wretched manner, to the point where he couldn't even stand properly, and blood was flowing from his mouth. As for Chao Guofeng, he'd only been forced a few steps and ended up with a slightly reddened face. It was obvious that Zhan Mu Bai had taken a huge loss. If things continued like this, he might really lose his life to Chao Guofeng. Stop! He Ji Chiu and He Ji Chiu hurriedly rushed over, blocking Chao Guofeng's path. "Brother Chao, wait a moment, please listen to us for a moment." Chao Guofeng saw them coming to stop him, but not Zhan Mu Bai, and he instantly grew enraged. The three of you wish to join hands against me? Hee, even if the three of you come together, this Chow has nothing to fear. Today, it's either you die or I perish. Brother Chow, you misunderstand. Hai Wuya said with a bitter smile. From the looks of it, Chow Guofeng was truly enraged. To actually pick a fight with all of them indiscriminately. Chow Guofeng hadn't even had enough time to reply when loud popping sounds rang out. Looking over, they only saw Bai Chi Feng already pouncing on Zhan Mu Bai. One was already a spent force and injured, while the other was fresh and raring to go. Even without these factors, the both of them were second-level Saint Emperors, similar in strength. Who was in the advantage was already a clear result. Zhan Mu Bai practically did not have the time to counter at all before he received a few fierce punches on his face. Bai Chi Feng. Even you want to go against me? Your misty illusory manner is actually so shameless and unbridled. At this moment, Zhan Mu Bai was already angered to an extreme level. Dear heavens great earth Just who have I offended? Who the F***ck have I offended? F***ck, even if you want to bully a person, there must be a reasonable explanation, right? All of you are Saint Emperor experts if all of you behave in such an unreasonable manner and just beat people up without any explanation, who can endure it? What the hell is going on? You guys even skipped the step of maligning me and directly attacked. Is there still any reason in this world? Brother Bai, stop. Please stop. Have mercy. Hai Wuya hurriedly cried out. He could only use his voice and did not dare to stop him by force. The moment he attacked, it would mean that this was a fight between the three holy lands and the misty illusory manor. That was a heavy responsibility that they couldn't handle. But how fast was a fight between Saint Emperor level experts? In the time that it took for that single sentence to be said, Zhan Mu Bai's face was already turned into patches of black and blue. His two eyes were swollen and black, like a panda's eyes. Blood stained the corners of his mouth, and his expression was incredibly wretched to the extreme. After a long battle, although he looked to be in a disadvantage, and his appearance was rather unsightly, but his face wasn't really damaged. His image was still intact. But in the span of such a short time, Bai Chi Feng had beaten him into such a horrible state. And all of those blows had been directed against his face, causing this Saint Emperor Zhan to look like a pig's head. By the time Hai Wuya flew over and pulled Bai Chi Feng away, Zhan Mu Bai was already in a dazed state after receiving tens of blows to his head. All the experts of the three holy lands had ugly looks on their faces. This was surely a bit too much. Everyone is a famed expert of the world, is there a need to be so ruthless? Even if you killed him, you shouldn't hit his face The last leader of the three holy lands, He Chiu, noticed that the other five experts of the misty illusory manor were actually still displaying clear killing intent in their eyes. It was obvious to see that they simply had not had the chance to attack just now, and Bai Chi Feng was a little faster than them. If they had the chance, the five of them would not necessarily refrain from attacking themselves. He Chiu took a deep breath secretly with shock. Just what kind of trouble had Zhan Mu Bai stirred up? To actually cause 7 Saint Emperors to be so angry? From the looks of it, 7 of them were already prepared to join hands and tear him apart. This matter might be a misunderstanding. Everyone, please refrain from acting rashly. All of us have been old brothers for several hundred years. Is there any matter that we cannot sit down and talk over properly? Although He Chiu knew that the enmity this time was definitely not light, however, he couldn't not speak up for Zhan Mu Bai and just sit at the side and watch while they beat him up. No matter what, the misty illusory manor was still an outsider. Chow Guofeng snorted disdainfully and raised his chin. It's impossible to settle today's matter peacefully anymore. With a single slap from that dog Zhan Mu Bai, the disciple that this old man spent several hundred years to find was turned to nothing. This enmity is unresolvable, and it's not possible for us to share the same sky anymore. Zhan Mu Bai is a narrow-minded scoundrel who's jealous of the good and envious of the talented. If this old man is not given a satisfying explanation today, even if this old man must kill his way into the elusive world of immortals, I will get my justice. Chow Guofeng. You old bastard. Zhan Mu Bai had just managed to crawl up from the ground, and his entire face was covered in his own blood. He was so humiliated that he was already thinking about killing himself. Shrieking like a ghost, he cried, Chao Guofeng, you truly go too far in your bullying. First, you cursed at me for no good reason, then you attacked ruthlessly without saying anything. Could it be that I, Zhanmu Bai, should be bullied by you as you please? This old man has always done things in an open and above-board manner. Even if I examined my conscience, I have nothing to feel guilty about. How am I a narrow-minded scoundrel who's jealous of the good and envious of the talented? Your mother's fart. A scoundrel like you actually dares to claim to be open and above-board, having a clear conscience. Who among the people here doesn't know about your dirty deeds? We'll not talk about the stuff that's too far in the past. Just recently in Tian Fa Forest, you actually sneak attacked a junior several hundred years younger than you. A despicable person like you actually has the cheek to claim to be open and above-board. Do you even believe your own words? Since Jun Moxie is a mortal enemy of your three holy lands, it's fine to not talk about whether you were shameless or not. But today, you actually dare to kill my disciple right in front of me. Zhanmu Bai, do you really think that the elusive world of immortals can protect you? You think that this old man really does not dare touch your elusive world of immortals? Chao Guofeng scoffed coldly. Jun Moxie was a great worry for the three holy lands. This old man indeed felt some shame about the manner in which I killed the boy back then, but for the three holy lands, I had ridden us of a future lethal threat. Although this old man had lost some reputation because of it, my conscience remains clear. If I had to choose again, this old man would still make the same choice. Compared to the prosperity of the three holy lands, what is the reputation of a mere old man like me worth? Well said. Even a despicable act like that can be portrayed in such a noble way in your mouth. Zhanmu Bai, from your words just now, anything that could threaten the existence of your three holy lands should be neutralized with any methods. No matter how despicable the method is. Bai Qifeng, who was standing at the side, asked. Indeed. Is there anything wrong with that? Could it be that you are capable of remaining unfazed by a lethal threat to your misty illusory manner? All of us are the same, what are you so shocked about? Zhanmu Bai shouted with rage, his chest puffed up with self-righteousness. The moment Zhanmu Bai's words rang out, everyone from the three holy lands looked at him with a kind of sincere admiration. Only a few people noticed that the look in the seven misty illusory manner Saint Emperor's eyes had changed yet again. If their eyes could be said to have been concealing a murderous intent earlier, it was now blazing with a naked declaration to kill. Good, good, you've said it really well, Zhanmu Bai. You've finally admitted to killing the joint disciple of us seven, right? Looks like it was our disciple who deserved to die. He's the other mortal threat of your three holy lands, so as long as you get rid of him, the three holy lands can rest peacefully from here on. Bai Qifeng's voice was cold and sharp, like a poisonous viper. Zhanmu Bai coughed violently and widened his eyes with rage and some confusion. At this time, he finally regained some clarity of the situation. AMD remembering the earlier sentences, he spluttered. What did you say just now? What removing a mortal threat? And you said I killed your disciple in front of you? Where did those words come from? What nonsense are you spouting? At this point, you still want to deny. Didn't you confess it very clearly just now? Aren't you just afraid that my disciple would become a huge threat to your three holy lands in the future? Chao Guofeng was so enraged that he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. This old man saw with my own eyes and even pursued you here. Then, we all saw you holding the blood-stained shirt with our own eyes, you still want to deny. Could it be that you think you're still capable of escaping responsibility? Deny. What am I denying? I killed your disciple. What? Zhanmu Bai shook his head vigorously. This fellow was first cursed at and then beaten up, after which a heap of confounding accusations were thrown at him, causing him to be exceedingly confused. Your disciple? Since when did you have a disciple? You're still trying to play dumb. It's that kid with the free and natural physique. Chao Guofeng was practically jumping with fury as he hollered. From the looks of it, another fight was about to break out. When he uttered the words free and natural physique, Chao Guofeng felt as if his heart was being cut by knives. 600 years and he'd only discovered that single disciple. Chao Guofeng hadn't even charged over, when Zhanmu Bai jumped up with shock. Widening his eyes to a new impossible limit, he demanded, What did you say, what did you say? The free and natural physique kid was killed by me. Chao Guofeng, What nightmare came into your sleep last night? What nonsense, that kid. As he spoke to this point, he stopped with a start. That kid is dead. Bai Chi Feng looked at him coldly and scoffed. Zhan Mu Bai, keep pretending. Act with all your might. Why didn't you go and become an actor back then? With your acting skills, you would have definitely been extremely famous, with accomplishments far surpassing your measly attainments as a Saint Emperor. I act your mother's head. Zhan Mu Bai was so angry that he could hardly form his words. How could I have possibly killed him? I can't even begin to treasure the boy enough, so how could I have the heart to kill him? Just last night, I specifically sought Brother Hai and Brother Hiao to discuss a plan about the matter, and I even took out 2,000-year-old spirit herbs, and 2 divine weapons and gave it to them. We discussed all the way until midnight, and only then did I manage to convince them to help me. We were just about to look for you to determine who the disciple should belong to. How did he get killed by me in the blink of an eye? What kind of ridiculous nonsense is this? As he talked, Hai Wuya and He Ji Qiu nodded repeatedly, their faces showing faint awkwardness. Although the two of them had agreed to help, they had also received some benefits in return. Now that Zhan Mu Bai had disclosed this information so clearly in front of everyone, they felt somewhat embarrassed. But, they also knew that Zhan Mu Bai had done it out of desperation. He had to bring out the best evidence in this critical moment. Although it was not a comfortable feeling to be exposed like that, there was nothing strange about it. With Brother Hai and Brother He as witnesses, there is naturally no need to doubt this point. But who the F***ck knows what you wretched thing went to do after your meeting with them? You think that by creating a cover with those actions, you'd be completely unfaultable. Thinking that you've created the perfect alibi, you changed into a set of sneaky black clothes and snuck into our manor, abducting the boy away. However, you were discovered by us, and seeing that it was impossible to escape with him, you committed this atrocious crime. Since there's no longer any hope that he will be your disciple, you ruthlessly killed him instead to prevent him from becoming a future threat to your 3 holy lands. You thought that if you didn't admit to it, it would have nothing to do with you. Zhan Mu Bai. You dared to commit the crime, but are scared to admit to it, attempting to deny and find excuses to cover yourself. You are despicable to the extreme. Chao Guofeng pointed at him with rage, and with a flash, he grabbed the black shirt on the ground and held it up. Zhan Mu Bai, the 7 of us chased you all the way to this place, and when we came in, we also saw you taking off this black shirt. Do you still want to deny? This old man is truly blind, to have ever treated you as a friend. Black clothes, Zhan Mu Bai's eyes grew rigid with shock. At long last, he realized that he'd been ruthlessly set up by another person this time. All the events from before flashed before his eyes one by one, the loud voice, him coming out, the wall collapsing, the appearance of a black shirt, and him catching it. Right after that, Chao Guofeng and the other 7 arrived. The methods of this hidden person were truly ruthless. One thing after another, every single factor was lined up flawlessly and meticulously to the extreme, leaving him no chances to clear his name as he fell into the middle of the giant plot, forcing him to stand in opposition to the several Saint Emperors. Zhan Mu Bai choked violently and sprang up, nearly vomiting out a mouthful of blood. Someone threw this shirt to me, this is a scheme. Someone wants to frame me. How could I possibly do such a despicable thing? Frame you? Ha ha ha, Chao Guofeng was so angry that he ended up laughing hysterically instead. Zhan Mu Bai, there's no need for you to try denying any further. If you dare to do something, you should have the courage to bear responsibility for it. That's the way a man should be. Daring to do something yet being too fearful to admit it is the ways of a coward. Tonight, even if you are capable of making flowers bloom with your tongue, you should not dream about escaping. My dear disciple, hopefully your soul has not departed far away yet. Watch your master take revenge for you and make this scoundrel pay the price of your death with his blood. This wasn't done by me. Saint Emperor Zhan's body trembled intensely, and his eyes grew panicked. The grief and indignation, along with the bruises and cuts on his blood-drenched face, formed an extremely stark image of desperation. Yet, the injustice was impossible to wash away. As his eyes darted around, he shouted pitifully. It really wasn't me, ah. Bai Chi Feng sneered coldly and looked at him in a mocking manner. Zhan Mu Bai, regardless of what your original intention was, the fact remains that you've destroyed the hope of the 7 of us. Did you think that a single "it wasn't me" will be enough to prove your innocence? Truly too laughable. Even the entire elusive world of immortals' ability at distorting the truth is likely not as formidable as you. To think that you even dared to call yourself open and aboveboard, having a clear conscience. Just how did those words manage to come out of your mouth? You say that I did it. Where's the proof? Where's the corpse? Just a single sentence from you all, and you want to proclaim me guilty? What's the motive? Why would I want to murder that kid? Jun Moxie roared hysterically, the veins on his temples bulging exaggeratedly. The truth has already been laid bare. Is there anyone with eyes that is still not clear about it? As for the motive, you yourself admitted it just now. What a powerful motive that was, and you still want me to repeat it again for you. As for the evidence, it's that black shirt right there. And the body? Bai Chi Feng snorted coldly and said, "Old Sixth, go and bring the corpse here, Saint Emperor Jean wants to look at his own work." Brothers, the rest of you get ready, we are fighting for vengeance this time, it's not a sparring session. On my command, we will act together, and tear this shameless Jun Moxie into pieces. Whoever dares to obstruct us will be an enemy of the misty illusory manor and will form a death grudge with the seven of us. A white shadow flashed out and in a short time, returned with a body. This corpse did not have a head, and it looked extremely pitiful. It was only dressed in undergarments, and one could at most discern that it was the body of a youth. Whether it was from the muscle structure or the current state of growth, this person was definitely not beyond 20 years old. Pooh! With a loud sound, the body was thrown onto the floor. Glaring icily, Bai Chi Feng pointed at the corpse on the ground. Now that the human testimony and material evidence is all here, what does the open and aboveboard Saint Emperor Jean still have to say? Jun Moxie's body shook, and he looked with disbelief at the unrecognizable body on the ground. He swayed lightly on the spot, completely speechless. Do it! Bai Chi Feng waved his hand, and 6 shadows flashed through the sky, their ultimate techniques all prepared in their hands. All of a sudden. Younger. Ah! Younger, my younger, the Chen family's Chen Qing Tian, who had been standing at the side and watching the show quietly, suddenly screamed aloud as he saw the corpse. Completely disregarding the numerous super experts present, he rushed out in a crazed manner. Anxiously picking up the body, he examined it carefully. Suddenly, with a wah sound, a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and he collapsed to the ground. When he picked up the body, the left knee of the youth was slightly exposed, revealing a glaring black birthmark. Earlier, only half of it was exposed when the body was lying on the ground. Now that it was picked up, the entire thing was fully revealed. This person was the Chen family's second son, Chen Yang. This sudden change in the situation caused everyone in the crowd to instantly turn silent as dumb wooden chickens. Everyone's movement stopped. Jun Moxie, who was hiding in the sky, had an ugly expression on his face. F***ck. They were at the most crucial point, and this F***king corpse was suddenly recognized. So it's true that the heavens never acts in accordance to man's will. At that time, I was only focusing on selecting a youth with the correct age and figure and didn't pay attention to other things. God Amen. A long time later, Chen Qing Tian finally woke up, and he howled aloud with grief. After a round of examination by the Chen family, and the personal confirmation by the Chen family madam, and tens of Chen family servant girls, it was unanimously determined that this corpse did not belong to Saint Emperor Chao's free and natural physique disciple, but the Chen family's second son, Chen Yang. There were at least 50, 60 maidservants who came forward to identify this body. From the looks of it, this Chen's second young master had enjoyed plenty of comfort in his life. When they were identifying the body, some of these girls concealed traces of glee which they did not dare to reveal. It turned out that when Jun Moxie went out that night, he was in a hurry. How could there be a youth of similar size as him among the guards? As he roamed around, he heard the desperate cries of a young girl coming from a room. Looking over, he saw a despicable youth of similar size as him, forcing a maidservant, all the way looking at her lecherously. Jun Moxie did not have the time to find out the entire sequence of events, and he directly smacked the youth unconscious with a single slap, rescuing the girl. After that, he directly brought the unfortunate fellow back. Even Jun Moxie had not expected that he'd actually done a good deed by choosing this youth, ridding this lecherous demon from the Chen family and sending him on his way. With how the situation turned around, everyone including Chao Guofeng and Zhan Mubai were both stupefied. If this corpse belonged to the Chen family's second young master, then, where did the free and natural physique genius disappear to? Seizing the opportunity to talk, Zhan Mubai quickly recounted his entire story again, especially emphasizing on one fact. If it was really done by me, why would I be grabbing onto a black shirt without letting go? With my, Zhan Mubai's ability, not to mention a single black shirt, even if it was 100, or 1,000, I would have destroyed all the evidence in an instant long ago. Apart from the Chen family, which of these saint emperors would care that the Chen family's second young master was dead? Everyone was considering a new matter right now. Where did that genius with the free and natural physique disappear to? That was the main point. If the whole thing was a plot, wouldn't this fight between Chao Guofeng and Zhan Mubai be completely pointless? Chao Guofeng's cultivation was high, and he was still largely fine. But Zhan Mubai was in a terrible state. His clothes were torn and tattered, and his face was swollen, with cuts all over his body. His face had been properly disfigured, and a patch of his beard had even been torn away. His eyes had turned into the like of a panda, and his lips were as fat as sausages. 2 of his teeth was missing, and he looked even worse than a pig's head. Not to mention, there were numerous internal injuries of varying severities in his body. Even to an ordinary person, this degree of humiliation was unbearable, let alone a saint emperor. Chao Guofeng and Bai Qifeng looked at each other awkwardly, not knowing what to say in that instant. Who would have thought these 8 saint emperors, all peak-level experts of the world, would actually be played so ruthlessly by someone? But at the same time, they heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. As long as that genius was still alive, everything was fine. It didn't matter who was holding him now, they would definitely find him one day. Zhan Mubai was panting raggedly, and it looked as if fire was about to spew out of his eyes as he looked at Chao Guofeng and the rest. Growling hatefully, he exclaimed, "Chao Guofeng! You son of a b*tch. This daddy is unable to share the same sky as you." At last, his injustice was washed clean. Finally, Saint Emperor Zhan could stand up with pride. Although the word sounded strange and airy because of his missing teeth, he still managed to sound righteous and indignant. A moment ago, he felt so miserable that he even wanted to die. He was beaten up and abused like a sandbag, all in public. And those curses earlier had probably been heard by the entire Chrysanthemum City. How should one talk about this matter? Had I just been beaten up for nothing? There should at least be an explanation. Zhan Mubai suddenly started crying, tears poured from his eyes like rain. For the very first time of his life ever since he became an adult, he cried. Only in very special circumstances would he cry. And that very special circumstance was if he felt extremely wronged and aggrieved, and when that aggrievement was cleared, well. Right now, Saint Emperor Zhan sobbed and blubbered inconsolably like a baby. I was so wronged. I was so mistreated. As he cried, Zhan Mubai suddenly thought of a very important matter. If the corpse before them was already verified to be a fake, then, where did the real person go? His eyes swiveled rapidly. The more he thought about it, the more it seemed probable and correct. The black shirt had just been flung over, and Chao Guofeng and the rest arrived in the next second. *CK, even a plan to catch adultery in the act did not have such precise timing. At this kind of time, who else would want to set me up? Apart from Chao Guofeng, this competitor, who else could it be? *CK. Zhan Mubai slammed his fist against the ground, and his anger rose as tall as a mountain as he roared, "Chao Guofeng! To think that you actually had the face to call me despicable. You are the most despicable snake among us all. For the sake of gaining a disciple with the free and natural physique, you actually went this far." Since he knew that he'd made a mistake, Chao Guofeng already felt exceedingly embarrassed. The anger in his belly had already disappeared, and there was only guilt left in his heart. Especially when he saw that his old friend Zhan Mubai, whom he'd known for several hundred years, was beaten up to such a state, he felt even more ashamed in his heart. Wishing he could just sink into the ground and disappear, he opened and closed his mouth repeatedly like a fish, unable to say anything. At this point, he decided that the only thing he could do was to try to make things up to this old friend. He must groom this old friend's descendant properly. Even if it wasn't his ideal successor, it didn't matter anymore. Hearing Zhan Mubai yell at him now, he couldn't help but to shake his head with a bitter smile. Mumbling weakly, he said, "Brother Jean. Where did those words come from? I know that you're not very happy in your heart, I'll make it up to you all right. Just bring that great-grandson of yours to me later, I promise to groom him well." Jean Mubai leapt up with rage, taking 2 steps forward and arriving rapidly before Chao Guofeng's face. With a swift stretch of his hand, he grabbed the latter's collar and pulled him forward. "You sneaky thief!" crying, "Stop thief! Do you dare to say that all this wasn't set up by you? Pooey! I must have been blind to have treated you as a friend for several hundred years. Now that your plot has been exposed, did you think that a simple apology and compensation was going to be enough to end the matter? You want to accept this daddy's great-grandson as a disciple? You must be dreaming. Would this daddy still dare to leave my great-grandson in your hands? And let you groom him into a shameless and despicable ruffian like you?" His spittle sprayed all over Chao Guofeng's face, and the latter wiped it away with his sleeves as he lowered his tone dangerously. "What nonsense are you speaking about? Take note of your decorum, an esteemed Saint Emperor, not even caring about your face. I'm sincerely trying to make things up to you. You yourself said that your great-grandson's life is in danger, but now you're saying decorum? Face?" Jean Mubai coughed out a bit of blood in his rage. "My decorum had already been dumped into the toilet because of you. My face had already been torn off and used as toilet paper by you, Chao Guofeng. Now that your **TTY plot was revealed, you want to bring up the matter of my great-grandson again to threaten this daddy. Let me tell you, even if this daddy is left without any descendants, even if this daddy's family line was ended, I don't need your help. Chao Guofeng. Quickly bring out my disciple, and we'll have nothing to do with each other in the future. Otherwise, only one out of the 2 of us will leave here alive today." Chao Guofeng blinked blankly for a moment as he stammered. What disciple? What are you talking about?" Jean Mubai's eyes widened and he hollered. "My free and natural physique disciple. Chao Guofeng, you're truly ruthless. You knew that I would fight with you for the disciple, so you decided to take the initiative, stealing the beams and pillars and replacing them with rotten timbers. First, you killed the Chen family's 2nd young master, smashing his head with a slap, then you maligned me and charged me with the crime. After that, you all came together to accuse me and attract all the attention, while hiding the child away in the chaos. Tell me, am I right?" Chao Guofeng stared at him with disbelief and tied tongue. Who would have thought that this fellow's brain was actually so quick and imaginative, actually managing to take a completely baseless thought and make it sound so logical and reasonable, turning around to accuse him instead. "Bastard! What **T are you spouting?" Chao Guofeng was angered. "We've known each other for so many years, am I that kind of person? **CK off with your dog **T so many years. Right before this, hasn't this daddy also known you for so many years? Was this daddy also that kind of person? Didn't you still thoroughly humiliate me?" Jean Mubai's eyes were red as he stared steadily at him. Chao Guofeng. Previously, I was still feeling curious. That free and natural physique kid was staying with you guys last night, and with 7 great Saint Emperors around him, he was actually captured and killed by someone. In this world, is there anyone with such great skills? Ha ha ha. I'm such an idiot. He laughed miserably as he turned his head to the sky. In this world, those who could catch a living person under the close protection of 7 Saint Emperors and escape, perhaps other than the 9 nether 14th young master, there's probably nobody else. To think that I hadn't discovered such an obvious flaw just now. I actually failed to notice that this was just an excellent show directed and acted out by our talented Saint Emperor Chao Guofeng. What a peerless genius of the theater. To think that you had the cheek to mock me and call me a great actor just now. I have to say, the acting skills of your misty illusory manner is even more impressive. Chao Guofeng, if at this point, I still failed to see through your motive, this old man would have lived my life in vain. When Jean Mubai said those words out, all the experts of the 3 holy lands gasped and collectively issued an "oh" sound. This explanation was highly possible. As Jean Mubai had said, who in this world could kidnap a living person right under the nose of 7 Saint Emperors? That was simply an impossible matter. It was an irrefutable fact. Not mentioning 7 Saint Emperors, Even if it was only one, as long as the Saint Emperor went all out and protected the person with all his strength while disregarding his own life, unless he died, the person he was protecting would definitely be safe and sound. This was the strength of a Saint Emperor level expert. And the kid had been guarded by 7 great Saint Emperors. Something that even the 9 nether 14th young master couldn't do was likely also impossible for any other person in this world. A bunch of nonsense. This is unfounded deceit. You're turning black into white. Preposterous. Chao Guofeng was so enraged that his entire body shook. Even the hair on his head and his beard were trembling. Right now, he could finally understand how Zhan Mubai had felt a moment ago. It was already embarrassing enough to lose his disciple. But now, that pot of sh*tea had also been poured over his head. Zhan Mubai's analysis was rational, and his inference was logical. Furthermore, he stood on the side of reason. People soon began to side with him and began to offer him advice. However, their words of persuasion all seemed to hold more meaning within them. While casting strange looks at Chao Guofeng, Hai Wuya sidled up to Zhan Mubai and advised, "Brother Zhan, for this matter, it's better if we give the matter further thought and discuss it later. Brother Kai has always been an upright person. When we think things through for a few days, it wouldn't be too late to sit down and talk again." He Zhiqiu also nodded and added, "Brother Zhan, this matter should not be rushed, we should take it slowly and talk about it at length." Their words all hinted at the same thing. Everyone's opinion were the same as Zhan Mubai. At this moment, it was clear that the genius disciple had definitely been hidden away by Chao Guofeng. In fact, it was quite likely part of a grand scheme by the 7 Saint Emperors of the misty illusory manner to palm off a substitute for the real thing, while attempting to get away scot-free by deceiving the entire world. The misty illusory manor's objective was to monopolize secretly. This Chao Guofeng, he was actually thinking of making a talent that had been exposed into an invisible man for the misty illusory manor to secretly nurture into their secret weapon. Then suddenly make it known to the world. How could there be something this easy? But things had already gone to this state. No matter how Chao Guofeng tried to hide, he would still need to bring him back to the misty illusory manor. As long as you keep trailing after him, it'll be revealed someday. And one more thing, you, Zhan Mubai, is already severely injured. You are not their match, you'll only be humiliating yourself by forcefully battling them. Bai Qifeng stepped out and said coldly. Saint Emperor Zhan, we were wrong for being mistaken, but you also cannot accuse us just because you felt unfair after suffering this disadvantage. When it happened, the few of us were together for the whole night. We can be witnesses to each other's alibis. We, the people from Misty Illusory Manor, are really incapable of that sort of despicable act. Witness? What use is there in you guys bearing witnesses? Zhan Mubai was utterly crazy. Aren't you guys all the same? The 7 of you are the shared master of that prodigy, the 7 of you come from the same place. You're all acting in collusion, and you still want to be witness for each other. Don't forget, I was listening when you guys made the discussion to share the disciple. Bai Qifeng, do you King think that we are all idiots? You said you cannot believe the words I said. Then now let me return you the same sentence. If you were in my position, will you believe the evidence you speak of? You are truly shameless. Chao Guofeng and Bai Qifeng were instantly enraged. Chao Guofeng was still feeling guilty for wronging his old friend, but right now it was all gone, and only endless anger remained in his heart. He uttered coldly. Whether you believe it or not, that is your problem. The truth of the matter is just like this, we didn't do it, that is all. Zhan Mubai, Saint Emperor Zhan, I am indeed sorry about the matter today. But truth will prevail someday. You do whatever you want, but we brothers shall take our leave. Take your leave. Chao Guofeng, you make it sound so easy. You have given me such a great humiliation, but now that I've seen through your tricks, you are planning to just leave like that? How can it be so simple? Zhan Mubai said angrily. You can leave if you want, but leave your head behind. Or leave the disciple behind. Pick one out of the two. Chao Guofeng, you decide. I'll leave you with *CK. Bai Qifeng spat on the ground disdainfully. Zhan Mubai, are you still not aware of what your position is? A mere piece of trash like you actually is thinking of making brother Chao leave his head behind? Keep King dreaming. Were those few hits earlier not enough for you? Are you still looking for a beating? Both parties at this point had already thoroughly fallen out, so Zhang Mubai's tone was extremely ruthless, leaving no room for amendments, and Bai Qifeng's words were even more harsh. Every single sentences tore away at Zhang Mubai's scars. Chao Guofeng let out a long sigh and turned around. Stop wasting your breath, let's go. He led the way to leave. Bai Qifeng took a few steps backwards, his eyes never leaving those of the three holy lances. Looking at Zhang Mubai, he laughed mockingly and wagged his finger, slowly saying, Zhang Mubai, one should always do what is within their means. Keeping us here. You are still not worthy of it. Then he turned around and followed Chao Guofeng. The remaining 5 Saint Emperors also had a disdainful look on their faces, looking at Zhang Mubai indifferently and coldly before leaving. Zhang Mubai was so angered by Bai Qifeng's words that his eyes almost turned black, and he could barely catch his breath. Only after a while did he manage to soothe his breathing. He coughed violently before cursing loudly like he was crazy. All the female relatives of the 7 Saint Emperors from Misty Illusory Manor were instantly in bad luck. The onlookers were full of amazement, feeling as if they had seen or rather, heard a whole new world. Everyone present had heard of people hurling abuses, and they probably had experienced the worst possible kind of it, but who would have heard a Saint Emperor hurling abuses before? It was something completely unheard of. Chen Qing Tian watched the people from Misty Illusory Manor leave, fury and rage burning in his eyes. In this mind, he naturally believed Zhang Mubai's judgment. These few Saint Emperors from Misty Illusory Manor had killed his own son, using him as a substitute for the lad so as to hide the truth. But due to the overwhelming prowess of Chao Guofeng and the rest earlier, he did not dare to say anything. Seeing that they had left, he then walked forward full of anger and fell onto his knees before Zhang Mubai. His tears falling before he had even spoken. Saint Emperor Zhang, my own son who was innocent has died so tragically in the hands of the Misty Illusory Manor, you must seek justice for me. Zhang Mubai was currently feeling ashamed and resentful, furious and losing his logic. Upon hearing this, he sent Chen Qing Tian flying with a kick. He shouted, F***ck off. If I seek justice for you, then who shall seek justice for me? Get lost. Don't bother me. If you dare to make any noise and piss me off, today I'll annihilate the entire Chen family. Chen Qing Tian flew up in the air. He was already so feeling frustrated and full of grievances that he felt like he was about to die. You guys came here, ate using my money, stayed at my place, took what is mine, used what is mine, entertained yourselves with mine, and ordered my entire family around like servants, scolding us the moment something doesn't go your way. Today, my son has been killed and I'm begging you to return me a justice, but to think that you'd actually treat me like this. Does this make sense? Where is the fairness? His sight darkened, the place where he was kicked was immensely painful, as if his internal organs were about to shatter. He spat a mouthful of blood, and landed, rolling for a while before turning unconscious. A small fright like him fainting was just simply a tiny matter, even if he really died, what could possibly be done? People from the 3 Holy Lands saw that the drama was over and began to leave. Zhang Mubai stormed into his room angrily, sitting cross-legged to treat his wounds. But the more he thought about it the angrier he got. His head felt as if it was on the verge of exploding. He just couldn't bring himself to focus and calm down, even until afternoon. He angrily drank a few mouths of water and hurled the pot away. The people from Misty Illusory Manor moved out of the Chen Manor in the morning, moving to an inn in the city. Of course, Hai Wuya and He Ji Qiu from the 3 Holy Lands had kept them company for the entire journey. These 2 people had accepted Zhang Mubai's bribes, so naturally they would follow and keep an eye on the Misty Illusory Manor. Chao Guofeng and the rest were so upset that they felt like killing themselves. No matter what, they were in the wrong for the matter today, but they were also embarrassed to thoroughly offend those 2 people further. So they could only suck it up and treat the both of them as if they were invisible. Hai Wuya and He Ji Qiu settled down into the inn together with them shamelessly. Although the 3 Holy Lands were competitive amongst themselves on the surface, but experts who are at the level of Saint Emperors were clear of the fact that the 3 Holy Lands were one family. Gaining glory together, facing destruction together. Chao Guofeng and Bai Qifeng had insulting Zhang Mubai from elusive world of immortals right in their faces, it was the same as insulting the illusory Blood Sea and Supreme Golden City. How could the 2 of them not be angry? Both of them had made up their minds that even if it was not for Jun Moxie, they must find the prodigal youth with the free and natural physique. And when that time came, if Chao Guofeng and the rest still refused to admit to their deed, they were willing to trouble their ancestors for the sake of snatching this talent back. This was no longer simply an issue of who the prodigy with the free and natural physique belonged to, but a matter that concerned the reputation of 3 holy lands. Wasn't the way the misty illusory manner did things a little too arrogant? Literally toying with a saint emperor from the 3 holy lands like they were fools. Was there something so simple? Right now, all of them had firmly believed that this matter was all plotted by Chao Guofeng to monopolize that prodigy. When we find that person, let's see what you, Chao Guofeng, have to say. You can insult the 3 holy lands until we are unable to retort, but we can also drive you till you commit suicide. As long as the evidence is present and presented to the world, even if you are a saint emperor, you, Chao Guofeng, must give a reasonable compensation and answer. And when that time comes, this answer shall be your life. Nightfall came. Jun Moxie had finally calmed down, exercising his arts to treat his wounds. Although his external wounds look horrid, they were all superficial wounds. With the shocking recovery ability of saint-level experts, it could all be treated within a day. But rather, those few solid blows from Chao Guofeng had really caused internal injuries, which would require thorough treatment for a few days. In a single day, Chen family's attitude had also obviously turned indifferent. But Jun Moxie did not put it to heart. In his eyes, a small worldly family like this was really not worth a mention. If one day he was really upset, it didn't take much for him to wipe them out. It was late at night and Jun Moxie wrapped up, feeling the internal injuries in his body. He sighed hatefully again. This Chao Guofeng really didn't hold any punches. Just at this moment, the sound of wind came from outside the window, turning to an eerie and creepy atmosphere. Jun Moxie raised his brow and coldly asked, "Which expert has arrived? I invite you in to speak." With a low chuckle, a black figure entered the room with a whoosh. The doors and window remained closed, but this person had somehow managed to enter the room, calmly taking 2 steps before Jun Moxie. This person was tall and dressed in black, eerie black mist rising from his body, making him pitch black. It was as if he were a mere illusionary shadow, so surreal. Although this person was wearing black, with nothing covering his face, Jun Moxie felt like his face was blurry. He had used all his eye power to look but he just couldn't get a clear look of his face. This person was like a malicious spirit that had entered the human world in the night. The 9 Nether 14th young master. It's you. It was you. Jun Moxie was taken aback, a chill running down his spine. To be able to quickly recognize this seat, good eyesight. This person's tone had an extremely cold and chilling vibe. Although he was talking, his mouth seemed to have not moved at all. He looked at Jun Moxie, his eyes turning completely white before completely black, then finally turning into the eyes of a normal person. Secretly, this 9 Nether 14th young master was about to die from laughter. What 9 Nether 14th young master was this? It was just young Master Jun playing the devil again. And this time, it was the beginning of the big battle between him and 3 holy lands. The most important person in this, was the one he was pretending to be, the 9 Nether 14th young master. Jun Moxie broke out in cold sweat. This lunatic. Why did he not look for anyone else, but sought me alone? Although Jun Moxie was aware of the severe injuries the 9 Nether 14 young master had sustained, and he may not really have the capabilities to actually kill him, but this person's name and reputation still caused him to feel fearful. Especially now that he had sustained internal injuries, it may not be severe, but his strength had been reduced. Saint Emperor Jun, was it? The 9 Nether 14 young master's tone was full of disdain and arrogance, as if he were giving Jun Moxie a lot of face by speaking to him. Jun Moxie initially only had 80% confidence in acknowledging that this person was the 9 Nether 14 young master. But the moment he had opened his mouth to speak, this 80% instantly became 100%. He was absolutely sure. Aside from that lunatic, no one else in this world would speak in this sort of tone. Especially to a saint emperor. Jun Moxie's emotions also instantly calmed down. Knowing that the situation was already beyond bad, Jun Moxie had calmed down instead. He slowly stood up and smiled. I was unaware that senior would arrive, forgive me for not receiving you properly. I just fought with someone today and sustained some injuries, so I do not look proper. I've embarrassed myself before senior. The 9-14 young master had made a reputation way before him, so it made perfect sense for him to address him as senior. Furthermore, the 9-14 youth master was not only known for his extraordinary prowess, he was even more known for his ruthlessness and lack of hesitation in killing. If he had truly came for his life, he would have already taken action without saying anything already. Since he had not struck yet, then he definitely was not here to kill me. As long as I don't intentionally provoke this fearsome person, should be able to avoid a battle. Then, there is no need to be too anxious, putting myself down for no reason. Besides, it has been less than a month since this fellow sustained all those heavy injuries, he shouldn't have made such rapid recovery. Even if I am still not his match, there should be no problem holding him off for a while until backup arrives. With this train of thought, Jun Moxie decided. As long as my life is guaranteed, then everything is open to discussion. Jun Moxie had already made up his mind, so he instantly regained the graceful manner of Saint Emperors. At least, he was not as frightened as earlier. But anyone who was more wise would be able to see through his attempt at putting up a strong front. Yet this was actually understandable. When meeting with a fearsome person of his generation all alone, out of all the people in this world, how many could really not feel fear? Even young Master Jun may have felt nervous back then. And, little Jean, if not because you were injured today, this young master wouldn't have come. This 9-14 young master said condescendingly. Oh. What does senior mean by this? Jun Moxie was perturbed hearing this. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the 9-14 young master's way of addressing him. Little Jean. This little Jean me is already 700 years old. There were rumors in the 3 Holy Lands that, this young master was the 9-14 young master's catchphrase. And this fearsome person of his generation was at least 800 years old in age, being called Little Jean by him seems appropriate. He. Jun Moxie, that day back in Tian Fa Forest, the attack from your sword pierced through my heart and lungs, almost sending this young master to eternal damnation. It was so mighty of you. The 9-14 young master cackled weirdly, his tone full of malice. This sentence was definitely incapable of being said by anyone unless they were there to experience it personally. Jun Moxie laughed indifferently and replied, Senior, what are you talking about? Let's not even talk about back then, even right now, we are still enemies. Naturally I must be unscrupulous. I only resent that my Xian skills were inadequate, not enough to kill you with a single sword. I am full of regret in my dreams for letting that great opportunity slip. The 9-14 young master scoffed and said, You sure are gutsy. You dare to be sarcastic in your words even when facing this young master. Are you really not afraid of death? Jun Moxie laughed loudly and replied, I believe that anyone who is human would fear death, but if senior had really intended to kill me, be it my words of sarcasm or fear of death, could they really stop senior from attacking? The 9-14 young master paused before cackling weirdly, the black mist surrounding him rose and swirled about. Well said. Good Jun Moxie, just on this state of mind and poise of yours, you are still worthy of being a supreme saint emperor. He paused for a moment. But how do you know that I am not here to kill you? Or rather, did you really think that I am incapable of killing you? Jun Moxie jerked upon hearing this. The 9-14 young master who was just in front of him suddenly vanished, and a sharp swooshing sound came from behind him, as if a sharp blade was cutting through the air. Jun Moxie was shocked, instantly dodging it. He felt like a piece of paper, landing roughly onto the ground. But he still felt a sharp pain in his back, clearly he was stabbed by some sort of weapon. But under his dodging with all his might, it turned out to be a superficial wound. As expected of the instincts of a Saint Emperor expert. Jun Moxie secretly praised his luck, but he did not dare to take his chances. With a powerful turn of his body, in the turn of an eye, he had already alternated 8 types of techniques, and changed his form over 10 times, trying to escape with all his might. But after that sudden attack, the 9-14 young master clearly had no intentions to continue attacking. Jun Moxie was confused. Since both parties had already began to act, why did this fearsome person stop attacking? He finally snapped back to his senses, and looking at the lunatic before him, he suppressed that loud shout for help he had prepared. After all, the moment he called for help, it would definitely enrage this lunatic. Let's see what he wants first before making the decision. That 9 nether 14 young master was holding an unusually narrow peculiar weapon and seemed to be scratching his left hand with it. He did not even look at Jun Moxie. 9 nether frost blade. Loud laughter rang out. Without raising his head, 9 nether 14 young master said in a seemingly delighted tone. Back then, you had a part in my severe injuries which have yet to recover even till today. I was frustrated, so I thought I'd come and get rid of you today to resolve this enmity. But I see that you are still relatively straightforward and upright in your conduct. This young master seems to be taking advantage of your injuries. Forget it, this young master always has many enemies. If I kill you like this today, you will definitely not accept it. I shall let you live for a few more days. That just now was merely to tell you, that if this young master really wishes to take your life, you won't have much time left. The swirling mist surrounding the 9 nether 14 young master thickened again, turning denser and denser, to the point the human figure was barely visible. Then with a whoosh, it completely vanished, along with the body of the 9 nether 14 young master. All the doors and windows were still closed. There was only Jun Moxie left inside the room. Nothing inside the room had been shifted, there was not a single trace of someone else entering. From start to end, it was as if he had been dreaming. What a terrifying nightmare. Had Jun Moxie died just now, it would have been the perfect locked room murder mystery. Jun Moxie stood in a daze, still in shock. He slowly moved his body that was almost completely stiff, sitting down on the chair with great difficulty. He stared in shock for a while, before breaking out in cold sweat. That was close. Since the 9 nether 14 young master had suddenly appeared, Jun Moxie may have appeared calm, but his mind was already in a frenzy. He could barely force himself to keep calm. Back when him and the other 20 Saint Emperors joined forces to ambush the 9 nether 14 young master who had just broken out of the seal and retained nearly a 30% of his full strength, some of them died and the rest were injured. But now the other party had only come after himself, could it still be good for him? When faced with someone as fearsome as him, Jun Moxie did not even dare to call for help loudly even though he had put on a strong front, all in fear of triggering the other party. Jun Moxie forced himself to look past life and death and attempted to converse calmly. But even so, when the enemy had attacked, Jun Moxie was terrified. The response he made in that moment was purely instinct, a defensive instinct he had cultivated as a habit. But I didn't die earlier not because I was strong enough in my countering, it was merely because the enemy did not intend to kill me. But here was the weird thing, that person only said a few sentences, stabbed me lightly, and left. Why? Why did he not kill me? Since he had no intentions to kill me, then why did he come? Then the things he just said, were they all bullshit? What is the meaning behind this? Some time had passed since that person left. He'd probably be long gone with his level of agility. But Jun Moxie's aftershock started to hit him in waves. His face turned pale as he sat on the chair in a daze. His entire body trembling, there was only one thought in his mind, why? After a long time, the cold sweat finally stopped coming out of Jun Moxie's body. He regained his senses and shouted, "Men! Come, men!" He totally did not realize that his voice was hoarse when he made this cry. The fake 9 nether 14 young master activated the yin-yang escape and exited Jun Moxie's room, quickly disappearing in the air. In a blink of an eye, he had already left the Chen manor. Young Master Jun chose a quieter corner to land, before revealing himself. He couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat off his forehead, also screaming internally, why? How could Jun Moxie not wish to kill Jun Moxie? If he could, for an enmity this great, he wished that Jun Moxie would not live for another second. But the problem was, he was still the fake 9 nether 14 young master, and not the real 9 nether 14 young master. Not that he was unwilling to kill, but he was incapable of it. He couldn't kill him. With his current strength, he still couldn't kill Jun Moxie. Even when Jun Moxie had internal injuries and was not at his full strength. Although Jun Moxie was scared out of his wits by the sudden arrival of the 9 nether 14 young master, he was still a Saint Emperor and still had the instinctive reaction of a Saint Emperor. And because of this, Jun Moxie who was suddenly attacked instantly gathered this Xian Qi in his body and used it as defense. Jun Moxie used 70% of his strength in the 9 nether frost blade, but was still incapable of breaking his Xian Qi defense. He could only leave a small cut wound on him. A small wound like this, even if you made 1,000 of them, did not have much effect on a Saint Emperor. So Jun Moxie instantly made the decision to retreat immediately. His objective HDS already been met anyway. Killing Jun Moxie or not, the ending would be the same. As long as Jun Moxie viewed him as the 9/14 young master, his goal had been beautifully accomplished. Because if he tried to kill him forcefully, and his cover was blown by the enemy, then it would really be terrible, and everything would be doomed. Jun Moxie only had one real objective on this trip, to release a single news: the 9/14th young master was right here in Chrysanthemum City. If he could successfully kill Jun Moxie, it would naturally be good. The unique scars on the corpse would be made by the 9 frost blade, which proved the authenticity of the news. Although this plan was not accomplished, but the effect was just as effective being spread from Jun Moxie's mouth, perhaps even better. But the defense of a Saint Emperor expert really widened Jun Moxie's horizons. It was really too strong. He had gathered 70% of his strength in his stealth attack, and even an ordinary saint would probably die from the blow. But it was almost useless on a Saint Emperor, even when this Saint Emperor had sustained internal injuries and was not at full strength. The shocking difference between a saint and a Saint Emperor was obvious. When recalling the 9/14th young master's shocking prowess of killing Saint Emperor experts so effortlessly, young master Jun sighed. The difference between these peak experts and me is still too big. Back in the snow mountains, he had successfully broken through to the second level of a venerable. After the accumulation during this period of time, although he had broken through to the Hongjun Pagoda's 5th level, but there seemed to be almost no difference in strength, it only transformed into a completely new state. Now, he was only a 3rd level venerable. That Jun Moxie was at the peak of a 2nd level Saint Emperor, there were a dozen level differences between them. If he was really killed by me, then he'd really have met with a ghost. Jun Moxie stood up and breathed out gently. Since Jun Moxie's side had already gotten the news, then next up, it'd be Chao Guofeng and Hai Wuya's turn. But they had moved out of the Chen Manor and into the same inn. This greatly reduced the freedom Jun Moxie had. Jun Moxie's figure disappeared in the night. No matter what, since the plan had already started to unfold, then it must be carried out till the end. Why not add more oil to the fire while everyone was agitated tonight? Since the 9/14th young master is here in Chrysanthemum City, I'd let myself down if I don't find something for him to do. While flying, Jun Moxie suddenly recalled a matter. If the people from the Chen family managed to recognize that corpse, then didn't that go to say that this free and natural physique prodigy I supposedly am could still be used in the future? This young master was just trying to think of how to fix this loophole, but heaven is truly on my side. Jun Moxie began to laugh licentiously as he pondered, as if he saw that 7-colored tree waving to him, and that sacred lotus pond, 9-segment exquisite lotus. If any women coincidentally saw the smile young master Jun had right now, even an 80-year-old woman would instantly run far away. They knew a look this indecent. A slut. In the inn, Chao Guofeng, Bai Chi Feng, and the rest were all gathered in the room, their brows furrowed and suspicion filling their minds. If that person was not Jun Moxie, then who could it be? Although Jun Moxie was detestable in his words, but it made some sense. In this whole world, it is really difficult to have anyone capable of kidnapping someone under the protection of all of us. Chao Guofeng furrowed his brows, unable to figure it out. Hai Wuya is not that tall, and He Ji Qiu is a little plump, and the other few Saint Emperors from the 3 Holy Lands have only reached the level of a Saint Emperor. It is impossible for them to enter the courtyard without us noticing. Who could it be? Boss Chao, don't be so quick to make a conclusion from how indignant Jun Moxie looked. I still insist that this matter had something to do with Jun Moxie or perhaps the whole 3 Holy Lands. Bai Chi Feng said as he stood. This person seemed as if he never sat down, no matter where he was. And this temper was extremely bad, speaking like a firecracker. It was his words in Tian Fa Forest back then that had caused the 5 greatest powers of Xian to fall apart. Those who knew him well knew that this person talked like this. He was born with a face and temper that asked for a beating. If one day, no one really got angry when he talked, it would really be weird. What do you mean? Chao Guofeng raised his brow. The logic is simple. The potential of a free and natural physique, you know, I know, and Jun Moxie knows. No matter what, he will not give up on it. Bai Chi Feng laughed coldly. A free and natural physique with no foundations is the greatest asset. Zhan Mubai was not silly, and neither are the rest. No matter which family, as long as the three holy lands gets this person, then it can be expected that 200-300 years in the future, the family that has gotten the boy will be able to oppress the other two completely, and can even use this to make all three lands into one single family. The other 6 Saint Emperors nodded in agreement at Bai Chi Feng's words. If this is the case, after Hai Wuya and He Ji Qiu know of this big matter, can they really be trusted to keep their promise? To snatch this person back and return him to Zhan Mubai? For just a few meagerly, useless things. If it were you guys, will you guys be willing? Bai Chi Feng chuckled coldly. Of course not. Other than Chao Guofeng, who was still considering, the other 5 shook their heads simultaneously. Since you guys wouldn't be willing, then how can we assume that Hai Wuya and He Ji Qiu will be willing? Is Zhan Mubai their father? So what if the build doesn't match? Is it that difficult for us to change our forms? It is just that we respect our statuses and are unwilling to do that and view such act with disdain. Zhan Mubai laughed, his voice getting a bit loud. Softer. Chao Guofeng instantly stopped him. He could tell that this sworn brother of his was already extremely angered by Hai Wuya and He Ji Qiu's constant supervision. He was trying to look for trouble to teach those two a lesson as well. Chao Guofeng had already set up a barrier. As long as one didn't use too much strength speaking in here, those outside would not be able to hear anything. Even if the person outside was a Saint Emperor. But Bai Chi Feng had intentionally raised his volume and used his Xian Qi when delivering his last sentence. If those two happened to be paying attention to the movement here, they would definitely hear this sentence. To 2 supreme Saint Emperors who did not allow anyone to sully their dignity, this sentence was enough to instantly trigger a battle to the death. And that was how it was. Right next door, He Ji Qiu angrily scoffed and was about to go on a rampage following Bai Chi Feng's sentence. Although Hai Wuya was also full of anger, he held He Ji Qiu back. On what basis? That bunch of people from Misty Illusory Manor are really too much. They know that we are listening, but they insult us like this. That sentence was clearly meant to challenge us. Forget it if you don't want to join me, but why are you making me join you in being a coward? He Ji Qiu spat angrily in a soft voice. Old He. Always think of the greater picture. Misty Illusory Manor cannot care about it, because they have a whole lot of alternatives they can retreat on. If anything, they can just hide into the Misty Illusory Manor, and even 9 Nether 14th young master wouldn't be able to enter. But can we? The situation is not in our favor, we must endure this no matter what. An innocent person will prove to be innocent. Hai Wuya's eyes were dark, and although his words spoke of the greater good, a cruel smirk hung on the corner of his lips. Humph. There will be a day I make these old bastards pay the price. He Ji Qiu exhaled harshly and sat down again. Brother Bai, since they are also unwilling to let go, then why did they still agree to help them? One of the Saint Emperors who was a little short and petite asked in confusion. They probably wanted to reap the benefits. If they had outrightly rejected that old John's request, and even brought up the idea of also fighting for the rights to that child, then they would end up on opposite sides, making it even more difficult to go against us. Instead, by fake promising to help, they can stabilize old John and make it easier to do work. Bai Chi Feng's volume was still very loud. This sort of low-level scheming, who can't see past it? Even a 5-year-old child can tell using his butt. Old John was probably too blinded with his desire to notice it. To think that those 2 pieces of trash thought that they had set up a flawless and perfect plot, what a joke. This Hai Wuya and He Ji Qiu have really shown me what is a real fool. The breathing of the 2 people next door began to get heavy, their entire body trembling with rage. Gritting their teeth so tightly it looked like they were about to shatter them. There is no meaning in continuing to guess blindly. What we need to discuss now is, who was it that took the child, not where Hai Wuya and He Ji Qiu stand. Bai Chi Feng, you are stressing on the wrong thing. You must know that now is not the time for you to be willful. Perhaps the stance of Hai Wuya and He Ji Qiu is a little dubious, but with either of their capabilities, it is hard for them to move so freely before all of us. I believe that the person that night was not any of these 2 people. Chao Guofeng scoffed and stopped him. If he allowed Bai Chi Feng to continue speaking in such an unbridled manner, probably the whole of Chrysanthemum City would be up in the skies tonight. Those two scoundrels indeed do not have that capability, but they may not necessarily have nothing to do with it. Although we only have a few people here on our side, but it may not be in the case of the Three Holy Lands side. Bai Chi Feng said, until now, even when dealing with the 9 Nether 14th Young Master in Tian Fa Forest, Three Holy Lands have only sent 3 second-level Saint Emperors each. Not a single 3rd or 4th level Saint Emperor was deployed. Although the forces they sent this time are not small, but it may not necessarily mean that they have no intention for the Misty Illusory Manor to put in more effort in this matter. The greatest possibility is that they were even hoping that the experts from Misty Illusory Manor can perish with the 9 Nether 14th Young Master so that they can reap all the benefits. And this matter was avoided by Boss Chow's farsightedness by making appropriate arrangements beforehand. Otherwise, the Three Holy Lands would definitely watch from the sidelines, then take all the advantage. Hai Wuya and He Ji Chiu next door looked at each other. They were not wrong on this. So I still believe that these two people agreed to help Zhan Mu Bai, but not with so simple intentions. The Three Holy Lands will definitely want this unworldly prodigy, but because of the balance between them, not a single family can have it. Someone like this will definitely enter the Heaven Saint Palace and become the supernatural existence at the top of the Three Holy Lands, the greatest asset and protector of the Three Holy Lands. A look of contempt flashed across Bai Chi Feng's eye. Although letting a youth enter the Heaven Saint Palace as a guardian is an incredulous matter that is completely unheard of, this youth has the free and natural physique that has never been heard of in all of history. If they are able to get this person, the Heaven Saint Palace will definitely be willing to make an exception. There is no doubt about this. Next door, Hai Wuya and He Ji Chiu looked at each other dumbstruck. Although this Bai Chi Feng was arrogant and egocentric, but he was not wrong in his analysis. The two of them were planning on this. After this, the words from next door could no longer be heard. Clearly, Bai Chi Feng obediently lowered his volume knowing that there was no point in his provocation. After all, the conversation involved many secrets relating to the Misty Illusory Manor that mustn't be known by people from the Three Holy Lands. With Chao Guofeng's powerful barrier, Hai Wuya and He Ji Chiu who were way inferior to this Saint Emperor in cultivation could no longer hear the conversation. What will subsequently follow will be even easier to predict. Hai Wuya and He Ji Chiu may have agreed to Zhan Mu Bai on the surface, but they'd definitely report to the Heaven Saint Palace at the same time. Bai Chi Feng chuckled. Boss Chow, as long as the Three Holy Lands send more than these people present here, or perhaps if people from the Heaven Saint Palace come, this theory is completely valid. Even if it is not 100% true, it will be at least 80% accurate. The result, the experts from the Heaven Saint Palace came and kidnapped the lad. And the greatest possibility is that they sent 2 experts. One leaving with the boy, and the other luring us away with the second son of the Qin family and killing him with one strike at the crucial timing to make the Misty Illusory Manor give up hopes completely. Even if the seniors from the Misty Illusory Manor come afterwards, they can easily push them away with a single sentence of, "The boy is already dead." Makes sense. He had originally thought that the head had been smashed, so no one will be able to recognize him. If Zhan Mu Bai becomes the scapegoat of this, or even if they sacrifice Zhan Mu Bai to appease this matter, it would be worthwhile. It is all worth if as long as they get that boy. But the head of Qin family had unexpectedly recognized the real identity of that corpse from a single birthmark. This matter definitely ruined their plans and instead gave themselves away, allowing us to conjecture the truth of the matter. Chao Guofeng said. Although he said, conjecture the truth, but his brows knitted even more tightly. If it really was the case, then this disciple was really out of his grasp now. It is not necessarily entirely impossible to snatch him back. Bai Chi Feng could tell Chao Guofeng's worries. He chuckled and said, how can our disciple be so easily snatched away by them? We may not necessarily do anything about this matter. What's the plan? Everyone asked collectively. The Misty Illusory Manor has always been a single entity, unlike Three Holy Lands who constantly dwell in the conflict of interests between each other. As long as we report this situation, then have the Lord of the Manor step in and mediate and request for this child to be returned to us. After that, we make another request to the Lord to accept this disciple under us. You are all aware, the Lord doesn't care about this. As long as the person is in the Misty Illusory Manor, he wouldn't bother whose sect is he really under, as long as it belongs to the Misty Illusory Manor. Even if the Lord wants this lad, then there is also no big deal in letting the child accept another master. It will still be better than letting that child go to waste or turn into our opponent. That is a way of going about it. Chao Guofeng frowned and considered the feasibility of this solution carefully. Only that in this way, this will definitely cause conflicting views between the misty illusory manor and the three holy lands. But, from today onwards, the conflict between both parties is already irreconcilable. There is no harm even if we offend them again. Besides, things can be talked about more easily between them seniors. Furthermore, Boss Chow has been carrying all the matters of the misty illusory manor for all these years, working hard and delivering great work. The Lord will have to give this face no matter what, or else wouldn't it chill everyone's heart. And needless to say, if that child really lands in the hands of the three holy lands, he is very likely to become a great enemy of the misty illusory manor in the future. Chao Guofeng's eyes began to regain its clarity as he listened. Finally, he clapped his hands and said, "Indeed. It is true. Qi Feng's head is truly more witty. I was so troubled earlier that I could barely eat." Bai Qi Feng laughed. "Boss, you were just as confused as old John, precisely because you cared too much, you couldn't see through the complexities within. Whereas I am different, and you guys know that I'm someone who is always heartless." Everyone burst out in laughter, feeling much more relaxed. They had regained hope in seizing this disciple with the free and natural physique back. They had even began to discuss the details, like how to avoid the three holy lands and report this matter back to the Lord of the Manor as quickly as possible. Their volumes naturally began to turn softer and softer. These were all the real secrets. If they were overheard by outsiders, it had really ruined everything. Although the two Saint Emperors next door had gathered their strongest skills, utilizing the senses of their bodies to the fullest, almost to the point that their ears were about to stand up, they still couldn't hear a single thing. They sighed. The 7 Saint Emperors were discussing together, but Bai Qi Feng had something else on his mind. Although he did not talk about it, but he really felt extremely indignant inside. This rare, good disciple is gone just like this, although I'd vented much anger by giving that Zhan Mubai a good trashing, but from the looks of the current situation, Zhan Mubai is actually also a victim. Those two real culprits Hai Wuya and He Ji Qiu actually dared to keep tabs on us, and we cannot do anything about it. What is this? This is too insufferable. How can this anger be vented if we don't show them some color? If we really swallowed this grievance, then wouldn't that let them think that the people from the misty illusory manor are great pushovers? Even though Boss Chow is full of rage, but he still thinks of the greater picture and is unwilling to completely fall out and blow this matter up. If this continues, how can this anger be vented? With a twinkle in his eye, Bai Qi Feng secretly came up with a plan. Didn't they claim to have accepted Zhan Mubai's bribes? This Saint Emperor shall let them waste their efforts. Just at this moment, young Master Jun had secretly arrived, landing silently in the inn. He did not directly land on the roof, but instead, came to a halt when he was a bit away from the roof. These were Saint Emperors. Although he was in the concealed form of the yin-yang escape, if he landed directly on the roof, he would probably be discovered if it had caused the slightest anomaly in the movement of the air. With how uptight those few Saint Emperors were, they'd notice any slightest movement. If he really got caught by them, it'd be horrible. It was better to avoid any possible accidents. Better to be safe than sorry. After putting on his guard, Jun Moxie released his spiritual sense without hesitation, tossing it all out. Young Master Jun allowed his spiritual sense to shoot into the sky, before spreading out midair, silently covering the entire inn. The countless spiritual sense had formed a gigantic net that encompassed the entire inn, leaving nothing out. This was the unique technique of Jun Moxie. In fact, only the art of unlocking heaven's fortune was capable of creating such a powerful and undetectable spiritual sense. Even Saint Emperors were incapable of noticing it. The spiritual sense giant net silently locked down. Jun Moxie instantly locked onto 2 rooms. He couldn't help but feel surprised. Could all that Saint Emperors possibly be actually sharing their beds? He secretly investigated, only to realize that the people from Misty Illusory Manor were having a meeting, and the people from Holy Lands were eavesdropping next door. Young Master Jun almost fainted seeing how sneakily these 2 strong powers in this world were behaving. These families had seemingly cooperated for hundreds of years and were finally made to a complete state of distrust by a few tricks by Jun Moxie. This made Jun Moxie recall a famous saying, "There is no such thing as loyalty, one is only loyal because the bargaining chips for betrayal was not enough." When faced with absolute conflict of interests, even the deepest friendship of 100 years will crumble. Of course, a big portion of the reason was also attributed to the long-term superficial agreements, although their hearts would think otherwise. Although the matter today also had a great deal in this, but ultimately, the mutual restraining fear of the Holy Lands and misty illusory manner was the real reason that led to this split. Jun Moxie silently floated into one of the rooms. As long as he remained in a supernatural form of the yin-yang escape, as long as he didn't do anything too drastic, no one would be able to notice him. Not even Saint Emperors. The 7 Saint Emperors from the misty illusory manor were gathered in one of the rooms, having their meeting while Hai Wuya and He Chio from Holy Land were in the room next door, on the right, eavesdropping. In other words, on the left, were the rooms of the remaining members of misty illusory manor were residing in. Jun Moxie counted 6. On the right, only one room was empty. Aside from these 9 rooms, all the people residing in the other rooms were unrelated to the matter, quickly determined with a quick sweep of the spiritual sense. The room Jun Moxie had entered was the room of He Chio of the Supreme Golden City. He Chio was quite a person with the character of an elegant scholar. He often sighed, "Life is a dream, how many cool autumns have we experienced?" Melancholic and wistful, a poetic, depressed personality. Before he had gained his repute as a Saint Emperor, he was known as Spirit Xian of Autumn Colors, then a Venerable of Autumn Colors. But when he became a Saint Emperor, it became Saint Emperor who knows autumn. When the golden leaves fluttered in the wind, the world was full of autumn. Autumn wind sword, autumn wind palm, autumn wind leg, the art of autumn wind. The universe quaked under the autumn wind leg, supernatural beings worried when autumn wind palms came out. The art of autumn wind destroyed the universe, autumn arrived in the world with the whistle of the autumn wind sword. The entire world grieved with one move, was He Chio's signature skill. He had comprehended the skill of the power of heaven and earth, 10,000ly sorrowful autumn. Jun Moxie had just entered the room and instantly knew whose room it was. Because as long as it was a room He Chio had resided in, there would automatically be a sense of dread and sorrow that will be left behind. As long as someone entered this room, they'd instantly be in low spirits and feel that life was meaningless. If this person changed a room every day, then all the inns in the world would need to close down. Which traveler in the world would be willing to stay in this room full of sorrow and grief? What sort of person was this? He was truly a bizarre person. Go big or go home. Jun Moxie casually swiped a relatively long and narrow luggage that He Chio had put at the headboard into the Hongjun Pagoda. There had to be some value to the luggage of a Saint Emperor no matter what. Young Master Jun felt that he was only earning and not making any losses. Although we don't care for these small things with our statuses. But no matter what, we'll decide after we have gotten a cheap advantage. If there is a ready-made advantage and I don't take it, aren't I an idiot already? But it had seemed to be too coincidental. In the instant Jun Moxie managed to succeed in his plans, there was a small creaking sound. Jun Moxie couldn't help but feel startled. Aren't these two discussing next door? Don't they need to discuss after eavesdropping? I thought I was careful enough, but could I really have still been discovered? So he concealed his aura and hid into the corner, remaining as still as a rock. The window opened silently. Jun Moxie was amused. This Saint Emperor who knows autumn is really unconventional, to come in from the window even when entering his own room, truly a bizarre person. Just as he thought of this, he saw a figure flash across and another person appear noiselessly in the room. Jun Moxie almost cried from surprise. This person was silent and sneaky, behaving like a thief, with a tall and lanky build. It was Misty Illusory Manor's Saint Emperor, Bai Qifeng. Bai Qifeng had a vengeful personality. Although he given Zhanmu Bai a good beating by a stroke of luck today, and he had barely vented in anger. Then, he was kept on surveillance by 2 Saint Emperors. Although the 2 may not necessarily be there monitor them. But Bai Qifeng interpreted it as they were, especially when Saint Emperor Bai firmly believed that the awkward situation today was orchestrated by these 2 scoundrels. So this Saint Emperor Bai wanted to show them some color. Before the meeting was over, Bai Qifeng found an excuse and sneaked out. Knowing that He Chio and Hai Wuya were eavesdropping next door, Bai Chi Feng would naturally go to the place with no one else present. His goal was the thing that young Master Jun had just swiped into the Hongjun Pagoda, He Ji Chio's luggage. The room was not that big, he had already looked through the room thoroughly with one glance, but he couldn't find what he was looking for. Saint Emperor Bai felt frustrated, mumbling to himself. God damn it, don't tell me he even needs to bring his luggage when going next door to eavesdrop. This He Ji Chio is too careful. Or maybe he didn't bring his luggage over and left it in the Chin manor. Saint Emperor Bai snorted and silently exited after mumbling a couple of sentences. Jun Moxie had just heaved a sigh of relief and was about to start moving, but a flash of figure appeared again. Bai Chi Feng had returned. His face full of glee, holding a huge plate of leftovers in his hand. There were chicken heads, fish bones, and vegetables. He pulled the covers and poured it all inside. Gleefully, he uttered, "I'll let UF * King experience the cool autumn." Jun Moxie was flabbergasted. This is the conduct of AF * King Saint Emperor. This is more like a ruffian's behavior. Bai Chi Feng was not willing to give up just like that and began to search around. Jun Moxie silently cackled evilly. I was just wondering how I could stir up a conflict from nothing, but you came just at the right time. He silently shot a swirl of wind from his right hand, which hit the bronze mirror in the room with a crisp bang. Although he did not put a lot of strength in this, but the sound created was extremely clear. Bai Chi Feng was bending over and checking around under the bed, surprised by the sudden noise. He quickly got up and wanted to escape from the window without taking a glance. At this timing, a creepy voice came from behind him. Thinking of leaving after pouring a plate of rubbish? Bai Chi Feng, is this all you are capable of? Don't tell me this is what people from the misty illusory manor are capable of. Bai Chi Feng was enraged, turning about sharply and hollering. If * King poured it and that's it. He only realized that there was no one behind him, he instantly broke out in cold sweat that seeped through his clothing. He instantly wanted to turn and escape, but it was too late. With a bang, Hai Wuya and He Ji Chio entered at the same time, one from the door and one from the window. They were just next door, wholeheartedly checking on the situation on the other room, but they were astonished to hear sound from the other side, instantly hurrying over, stopping Bai Chi Feng who was about to escape from the window right in his tracks. The three people exchanged looked, but had no idea what to do. They were all stunned. Bai Chi Feng was shocked and embarrassed, and Hai Wuya and He Ji Chio were in complete disbelief. Saint Emperor, being a thief? An odd, sour odor instantly filled the room. He Ji Chio's face was dark and expressionless. But he walked over slowly and pulled the covers of his bed. Instantly, all the water and leftover food was exposed, a complete chicken head rolled off the bed and landed beside Bai Chi Feng's feet, facing the sky. Next, He Ji Chio's eyes darted and his face changed again. The luggage he had placed at his headboard had disappeared. Turning around, he looked at Bai Chi Feng and laughed coldly. Good. Good, good, good. What a good Saint Emperor Bai, truly open and forthright. The misty illusory manor is truly full of talents. Not only do they bring leftovers in their visit in the middle of the night, to even have such a great interest in my luggage to keep it on my behalf. Haha, Bai Chi Feng, that's great of you, I should thank you. Bai Chi Feng's face turned red and was tongue-tied. His right hand was still holding onto the plate of the leftover food. He had forgotten to put it down. Right now, he had not figured out that there was obviously no one else in the room, but why did the bronze mirror on the wall suddenly ring out? And who was it that was speaking just now? He was feeling gloomy, so he thought of pulling a practical joke to vent this anger, but he did not have many ill intentions. But with the current situation, everything was a mess. The ruckus here was not small. Chao Guofeng and the rest instantly concluded their meeting and got over here. Seeing such a situation, they were all stunned. With Bai Chi Feng's unparalleled strength, he was actually caught red-handed when doing this kind of small mischief. What? What was going on? And in this instant, Jun Moxie slipped away. But of course, he had no intentions of instantly wrapping things up. He went over to Hai Wuya's room and swiped Hai Wuya's luggage into the Hongjun Pagoda with a whoosh. Then he silently returned to watch the commotion excitedly. He wouldn't find it too much gaining free advantages like this a day. Now there was a huge show like this, it was wonderful. The performers were all Saint Emperors. If he didn't carefully enjoy the show, it'd be a waste. This culprit, the real thief, had really gone unnoticed. That Saint Emperor Bai had become the scapegoat for everything. Young Master Jun truly had improved greatly in making others his scapegoat. It was truly this case. The Saint Emperor Bai was already completely anxious. Saint Emperor Chao, can the misty illusory manner give me an explanation for this matter tonight? He Chiu said slowly, his face completely dark. Cough, cough. Qi Feng, what is going on? What exactly are you doing? Chao Guofeng said in a dignified manner. What else, it is just as you see. Everything is right before your eyes, what else is needed to be said? These two from the Holy Lands weren't pleased with us, so was I supposed to just endure and accept it? Now that things have already come to this point, Bai Qi Feng stiffened up and said, either way, it is just like this, you guys saw it. I did it, so what? Hai Wuya and He Chiu's face darkened simultaneously. Bai Qi Feng, we are all old with age and not some shitty brat. What we do, we need to be responsible for it. As a Saint Emperor, a powerful existence in the world, to do such a ridiculous thing and not feel the least ashamed? To be this rude and unreasonable? He Chiu said. Ashamed? Rude and unreasonable? Haha, He Chiu, let me ask you, the two of you worked together to spy on us, and even eavesdrop on our conversation, were you ashamed? Bai Qi Feng scoffed and continued. When dealing with an honest man, I will naturally use honest and upright methods, but as to dealing with scums like the two of you. It doesn't need to be said, does it? Hai Wuya snorted coldly. Bai Qi Feng, you better make things clear. Bai Qi Feng shrugged his shoulders and said, so what if I make things clear? So what if I don't? I must make things clear just because you want me to. Who do you think you are? He Chiu placed his hands behind his back and said coldly. We did not think who we are and do not think of ourselves as some amazing big shot. But we are not capable of doing something this despicable. And will not pour a plate of leftovers under someone's blankets. Don't you think, Bai Qi Feng, Saint Emperor Bai? Bai Qi Feng's face turned purple and he shouted, He Chiu. Cut the bullshit. I am really irritated from the sight of you a long time ago. Come at me. He Chiu laughed condescendingly and said, Saint Emperor Bai, if you wish to fight, sure. But shouldn't you return me my weapon first? Is this how the misty illusory manner fights? Hiding the opponent's weapons first. Weapon? What weapon? Who took your weapon? Bai Qi Feng jolted, feeling that something was off. You really are shameless, He Chiu laughed disdainfully. So this is how misty illusory manner does things. Forget it, Bai Qi Feng, this old man shall take on your grotesque peak thrusting into the sky, 10,000 rugged ravine, bare-handed. With a whoosh and a swing of his hand, the bottom of his robe swayed and curled in the air before tucking into his belt. Wait! Bai Qi Feng shouted in a thunderous voice. I have the courage to accept the consequences of my action. I indeed poured all the leftovers in your bed. But I did not any bullshit weapon of yours. This needs to be made clear. He Chiu was so angry he laughed, his eyes full of coldness. Great, you didn't take it. Just because you say you didn't take it, so you didn't take it. There was no one else in the room, my luggage was just at the headboard, and there was only Saint Emperor Bai alone in this place. Then my luggage and the weapon in it sprouted legs and ran off. This is what you mean, right? Saint Emperor Bai, are you satisfied with my assumption? I, Bai Qi Feng, am someone who dares to do something and owns up to it. He Chiu, don't you accuse people here. You put the item in Hai Wuya's room and turned around to frame me. You are despicable. Bai Qi Feng's beard trembled, full of grief and indignation. Feeling like he was about to vomit a few mouthful of blood. Oh. In that case, follow me. He Chiu walked past, all of them entered Hai Wuya's room. He Chiu's hands were still behind his back. Do you see clearly? Saint Emperor Bai, there is only Brother Hai's luggage in this room and none of mine. What do you have to say about this? Suddenly, Hai Wuya cried in shock. Where is my luggage? Why did my luggage also disappear? Hai Wuya turned around and looked at all the people from misty illusory manner. Saint Emperor Chao, must be good to have so many people. Sending out 1 or 2 people out to do things like this sneakily. But, does Saint Emperor Chao not feel that is it very despicable to do this? Misty illusory manner, truly worthy of the Misty in their name. Hai Wuya and He Ji Chio's faces were completely black. It was not only their weapons and their luggage, but also the token of thanks from Zhan Mu Bai they had just accepted. Now things had not been accomplished, and the gifts were also gone. This is too insulting, isn't it? The two of them were infuriated beyond words. Chao Guofeng hollered angrily. Hai Wuya, are the two of you done? Bai Qifeng only wanted to pull a practical joke earlier, everyone has a friendship of hundreds of years, so what harm is there? But the two of you are so unforgiving and dragged the whole misty illusory manner along in it. He glared angrily. Today, Zhan Mu Bai of the elusive world of immortals accused us, and then the illusory Blood Sea and Supreme Golden City are behaving so unreasonably. Did you guys think that the misty illusory manner is really such an easy pushover? There is a limit to everything. If there are too many matters, it only tires everyone out and it is too late for regrets. Hai Wuya laughed coldly. I am not too sure about anything else, but I only know that when Bai Qifeng entered, our belongings went missing coincidentally. And you people from the misty illusory manor did not lose a single thing. Is merely knowing these facts not enough? Upon hearing this, Chao Guofeng suddenly got startled and ordered, go and check on our luggage. The last Saint Emperor in the group replied and left. Hai Wuya laughed jubilantly at the sky and said, Chao Guofeng, you are really a good actor. You didn't even forget about acting when things are at this point. Could it be that your luggage will also vanish? The place that 9 Saint Emperors reside in were broken into, and all their belongings were stolen. What bizarre news! Chao Guofeng bit on his lip and did not say anything. After a while, that person returned and shook his head at Chao Guofeng. Everyone understood what it meant. The misty illusory manor did not lose any of their belongings. Chao Guofeng's face darkened. In his heart, the 2 luggages must have been taken by Bai Qifeng. But Bai Qifeng was his own brother, and now when things were in such great tension with the 3 holy lands, how could he punish his own brother in front of the enemy? But not only Chao Guofeng understood it, even He Ji Chio and Hai Wuya too. These 2 Saint Emperors were so angry their hair was standing. You guys were obviously the ones who took it, but now you still pretend to check, then after checking, you dared to say, you didn't lose anything. Aren't you just making a fool out of us? Brother Hai, Brother He, I'm afraid there must be some misunderstanding in this matter. No matter how willfully Qifeng acts, he will not pocket your weapons. Or, can you two think again? Maybe you were afraid that it was not safe and left your luggage back in the Chen manor. Chao Guofeng felt something was amiss the more he thought about it. Since they had arrived here, the things that had been happening were a little too much, one following after the other. And every single one of them were incomprehensible, truly beyond their expectations. All in all these Saint Emperors gathered here have been affected greatly. As if there was an invisible hand controlling all of this. He Ji Chio and Hai Wuya exchanged glances and laughed coldly. The 2 of them did not bother with Chao Guofeng's words. There was only anger and the desire to battle in their eyes. Safe. What safer place can there be in this world aside from by our side? Must we put our weapons far away from us? The misty illusory manor had already done things to this state, and you still want to talk to us about some misunderstanding? Chao Guofeng, I thought that you were upright and have clear judgment. But right now, the things you are speaking of is worse than a fart. A fart at least can get some response. Hai Wuya shook his head. There is no point in talking, only a battle. If we fight in a bustling city like this, we may implicate the innocent. Saint Emperor Chao, please. A sorrowful and melancholic look like the cool autumn appeared on He Ji Chio's face before he flew out. A fight it is. Could I possibly be afraid of you guys? Bai Qifeng hollered and followed suit, as quick as lightning. This night, this Saint Emperor Bai's indignance and heavy shame was about to make him explode. If he couldn't vent it out soon, he may really sustain an internal injury from suppressing it. Too embarrassing. A Saint Emperor of his generation, lowering his status to do something shameful like thieving, and being caught red-handed. Bai Qifeng felt infuriated thinking about it. This clearly was a trap. And a trap that was set specifically targeting at my temper. Throwing all the responsibility of all these shit onto my head. Forcing me to go on the path of grievances. Am I really so easy to bully? Seeing that these two people had left angrily, Hai Wuya scoffed coldly and followed. Chao Guofeng let out a long sigh and signaled for all the rest of them to follow. In the emptiness of the sky, young Master Jun was holding his mouth, laughing so hard that his body was convulsing, almost losing his breath. Too exhilarating. Too satisfying. The most satisfying part was that these people were all Saint Emperors. At their level, everyone spoke based on their strength alone. Also, all of them were very fixated on their own opinions. Once they determined something to be true to them, whether the other person tried to explain or not, made no difference. From the Chen family to here, all the misunderstandings were basically still unresolved. The higher someone was in society, the harder it was to resolve any misunderstandings. Because everyone's identity was incredibly lofty. Explanations were the weapons that only the weak relied upon. Power was everything, and the bigger fist, the mightier reason. Even if it was really a misunderstanding, the loss of face was not something that they would willingly accept. Exciting? Satisfying? The interesting stuff was still behind. This show hadn't even reached the most exciting part yet. Jun Moxie stepped out and followed after them soundlessly. If he didn't finish watching this show, he wouldn't be able to sleep. After all, he was directing this show himself, personally causing the Three Holy Lands and the Misty Illusory Manor to engage in a big fight. The thrilling drama of the Three Holy Lands and the Misty Illusory Manor was about to screen. The scene at the Chen family seemed to be just a warm-up. But if they started fighting now, it would be on a completely different scale. Because, the Saint Emperors of the Three Holy Lands and the Misty Illusory Manor were all fighting as well. The significance was different. Moreover, the difference this time was also too difficult to reconcile. Why? The answer was simple. Whether it be the free and natural physique disciple, or He Ji Qiu and Hai Wuya's weapon, all of these issues were a result of Jun Moxie's tricks. As long as young Master Jun did not come out and confess, these few idiots would continue to carry the Black Walk 1, unable to wash away the crime forever. But would young Master Jun confess? The answer was obvious even without asking. This fellow had worked so painstakingly to set up this entire situation. How would he possibly sabotage himself? Just like that, all 10 Saint Emperors were doomed for tragedy together. In this entire world, how many Saint Emperors were there altogether? Although the Misty Illusory Manor's strength was not completely estimable, but just judging from the surface, there definitely wouldn't be more than 30 in total. Furthermore, all of them were ancient old fellows. Right now, he'd already instigated a fight between 10 Saint Emperors. It was the equivalent of causing half of the world's Saint Emperors to fight among themselves. Furthermore, regardless of the result of this fight, whether any real casualties would appear, the already frail alliance between the Three Holy Lands and the Misty Illusory Manor would definitely cease to exist, completely breaking apart. Within the short term, it was impossible for them to cooperate or make up again. From then on, the Three Holy Lands would be the Three Holy Lands, and the Misty Illusory Manor would just be the Misty Illusory Manor. This result was something that Jun Moxie hoped desperately for. Otherwise, why would he spend so much effort to set up such a grand drama? God knew how many brain cells Jun Moxie had sacrificed to attain this result today. Even back at Blizzard Silver City, from the moment Jun Moxie met the ambassador from the Misty Illusory Manor, he'd already guessed the relationship between the Three Holy Lands and the Misty Illusory Manor. At the end of the day, these four factions were remnants of the same ancestor. As long as there was an external force that could threaten them, they would naturally group together to overcome it. Jun Moxie had only offended the Three Holy Lands, and he hadn't posed much threat to the Misty Illusory Manor yet. The Three Holy Lands was still easier to deal with, but the Misty Illusory Manor was comparatively much harder to deal with. Because, that place was simply too mysterious. It did not belong to same space as them, and while everyone knew of its existence, apart from the people of the Misty Illusory Manor, no one could enter that space. For the past 10,000 years, no one had managed to infiltrate the Misty Illusory Manor. They were unlike the Three Holy Lands who could not move from their worldly position. Jun Moxie going against the Three Holy Lands was an inevitable thing. When the Holy Lands were in danger, the Misty Illusory Manor would most likely send assistance, even if they didn't have sufficient reason to interfere. They wouldn't simply watch as the three holy lands were destroyed. And what Jun Moxie was scared of the most was this. Before destroying the alliance between the four factions, he wouldn't rashly make a move no matter what. Because if they truly joined hands, they had enough power to even wipe Tianfa forest off the face of this world. Such a terrifying level of strength had even been capable of sealing the 9 nether 14th young master away for several hundred years, let alone the fledgling Jun Moxie. So although young Master Jun was incredibly enraged, he did not dare to truly jump out and be a target. He only dared to perform sneak attacks, attempting to hit and run, never meeting them head-on. And it was all because of his apprehensions towards the misty illusory manner. When faced with the unknown future, Jun Moxie always chose to be more careful and wary. This series of schemes was something that he'd been sitting on for a long time, but hadn't had the chance to pull it off. This time, he finally obtained the chance, and it was even a perfect chance bestowed by the heavens. If the misty illusory manner was out of the picture in this alliance of the four great factions, Kiki, young Master Jun would really be able to act without any inhibitions. The skies were broad enough for the birds to fly at ease, and the oceans vast enough for the fishes to go as they pleased. Perhaps, at the most critical moment, he could still make use of them again. If he really couldn't beat them, he could still run into Tianfa forest to seek refuge for a moment. The three holy lands would only be able to stare helplessly if he did that. What an enjoyable thing was that. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. And the friend of the enemy when turned into their foe, is even more ferocious. Young Master Jun flew along with a jolly spirit, humming a happy tune in his mouth. At a certain juncture, he even swayed his butt arrogantly until it rippled like the waves of the ocean. When he reached a large lotus pond over 100 li away, he saw 4 grown men fighting fiercely. The battle had already reached a fever pitch, like fire set to dry tinder. How exhilarating! This is definitely more exciting than the blockbuster action movies on Earth. What a sensory enjoyment this is! Young Master Jun found a place with better feng shui and sat down, deeply inhaling the fresh night air as he enjoyed the fight. The main characters in this fight were naturally Bai Qi Feng, He Ji Qiu, Chao Guo Feng, and Hai Wuya. These 4 people were all fighting bare-handed, with no weapons were involved. Hai Wuya and He Ji Qiu's belongings had all been stolen by Jun Moxie, so even if they wanted to use weapons, they couldn't. As for Bai Qi Feng and Chao Guo Feng, they weren't willing to take advantage of their opponent's lack of weapons. Chao Guofeng's cultivation had already reached the 3rd level of Saint Emperor, and his strength was superior to any of the people present. Engaging in single combat was already enough for him to be deemed as bullying the weak with his strength. If he still used a weapon while his opponent was empty-handed, that would be too dishonorable. The other 5 Saint Emperors of the misty illusory manner watched from the side, all of them itching for a go as well. From the way things were looking right now, Hai Wuya and He Ji Qiu were likely not going to be able to avoid suffering a tragic defeat tonight. Young Master Jun watched from the side with a peace of mind. He had the feeling that by watching from a distance a fight between 2 tigers, he could definitely join in the fun somehow, reaping huge rewards. 2 Saint Emperors against 7, while the misty illusory manor's side had a 3rd level Saint Emperor whose strength far surpassed theirs. The results of a matchup like this was basically obvious, right? Of course, if a Saint Emperor simply wanted to run, even if the misty illusory manor's Saint Emperors joined hands, it would be difficult to stop even one of them. But the problem now, was that the 9 of them had all gone mad with anger. They needed to vent their anger. To vent it violently. The battle gradually grew more and more heated, even containing certain traces of not wanting to back down until one side dies. At this moment, young Master Jun was practically clapping his hands with glee. Well done, by the time all of you are done venting, you will realize that even if you're not dead, you will be ridden with injuries, and your strength will be greatly sapped. At least 95% of your strength will be gone. At that time, it will be this 3rd level venerable young master's time to go crazy. Of course, if the 9 Saint Emperor's strength were all depleted, that would be the best. But young Master Jun only entertained the thought for a moment and didn't hold any hopes of it being realized. The difficulty of that was simply too high and unrealistic. Loud bangs rang out continuously, and rocks and sand flew everywhere. Jun Moxie sat underneath a tree not far away, leaning casually against its trunk as if he were watching a classic kung fu movie. His eyes were squinted with delight, and his mouth was spread widely with a grin. The only imperfect thing was that those fellows were all fighting with constipated faces and lowered heads, without a single piece of dialogue or sound effects, resulting in a rather dry experience for young Master Jun. But his expectations was truly a little too hard to meet. If Saint Emperors were to fight and curse at each other with each blow, would they still be Saint Emperors? Although the cause of the fight, and the fight itself were all nonsensical. Pa! All of a sudden, a clear sound like two hands clapping together rang out, and a sharp whistling sound filled the air. The intense sound surged out in all directions, as though countless sharp arrows. Then two more grunts sounded at the same time. Bai Chi Feng and He Ji Chiu both flew backwards, but they changed directions mid-flight, forcing themselves to charge forward again. The intense degree of the battle had risen to a whole new level again. At this time, He Ji Chiu's body stopped abruptly as he spread his arms and legs, before clapping them together instantly. Life and death are determined by the autumn winds, heaven and earth are boundless and indistinct. In the instant that the words came out of his mouth, the originally harmonious spring weather in the entire area was changed, and the soft spring breeze turned into a cold and strong autumn wind filled with sorrow and frigid chill. The unique Xian Qi that He Ji Chiu sent out scattered far and wide. No matter how far it went, all the lush meadows there would wilt and turn yellow as soon as they came into contact. Nearby, the tall green trees suddenly swayed, and all the leaves turned into yellow lusters, which then gradually separated from the branches, and the pieces fell one after another. When they left the branch, there were still some green on them, but as they fluttered through the air, they became completely yellow, like a dance of golden leaves. The yellow leaves danced wildly in the air, slowly accumulating into a carpet of gold. A white figure stood silently in midair, his silhouette shrouded by the rain of leaves. He was dressed in hemp clothing and a high hair crown on his head, and his gaze was filled with desolation and bleakness. As he looked at this image, Jun Moxie had a sense of tranquility, as if he was staring at a beautiful transcendental painting. He couldn't help but to think of a Tang dynasty poem. Swaying his head lightly, he recited, "Countless leaves rustle, fall and drift down and away bearing trees, endlessly, the Yangtze flows, and with billows abounds, how truly enchanting ah." However, in this beautiful and enchanting image, there was a thick sense of desolate killing intent, a killing intent filled with gloom and forlornness. 10,000ly sorrowful autumn. He Ji Chiu's unique skill. As the scenery transformed, turning into a scene of bleak autumn, He Ji Chiu's body swelled rapidly like a balloon, his black hair flowing behind him in a wild manner. His face was filled with chilly killing intent, the colors of autumn surging from him endlessly. Jun Moxie instantly understood, He Ji Chiu's 10,000ly sorrowful autumn not only had a supernatural infectious ability on other people's emotions, it also allowed him to draw out the life force of all the green plants for his own use when the skill was active. This meant that he could constantly replenish his strength at any time. In that way, he was practically in an invincible position. But his opponent did not have such an advantage. So even if their strengths were comparable at the start, if they fought on like this, the victor would be easily determined as the fight went on. Or perhaps one could say, that the longer the fight went on, the greater his advantage would grow. Bai Chi Feng's white robes billowed impressively as he raised his voice and shouted, "Good skill. Impressive. What a good 10,000ly sorrowful autumn. Now, take a look at my grotesque peak thrusting into the sky, 10,000 rugged ravine." His hands moved rapidly, and Bai Chi Feng's body was hidden into a storm. It was as if he'd completely disappeared. Instead, the ground suddenly became uneven, and patches of small mountains grew out of the ground. Each mountain had sharp peaks, with sheer precipices. At the same time, countless huge rocks rained down from the sky. 10,000 li of autumn, endless scenery, how could a mere pile of rocks and mud be enough to cover it? Preposterous. He Ji Chiu scoffed coldly. The autumn winds rose up, and only a bleak desolation remained as far as the eyes could see. Although Bai Chi Feng had also activated his unique ability and also ignited the unique power of heaven and earth that he'd comprehended, creating a huge transformation, he was still obviously disadvantaged in this fight. After activating 10,000 li of autumn, He Ji Chiu obviously had the upper hand. In the instant their bodies clashed together, they both disappeared into the special terrain they created. But against the impressive power of autumn, Bai Chi Feng's grotesque peaks were suppressed heavily, and he could only hold on with great effort. Bai Chi Feng was not the only person who knew this, the other Saint Emperors at the side could also see it clearly. With 5 Saint Emperors of the misty illusory manner here, just any one of them joining the fight would be enough to turn Bai Chi Feng's situation around with ease. It wouldn't be a difficult thing to invert defeat into victory. But a fight between Saint Emperors was something that affected one's reputation and prestige. No matter what, it was inappropriate to interfere. Both sides would definitely be unable to accept a result like that, especially the losing side. They would rather be killed in battle than accept help. Although Bai Chi Feng had fallen into a clear disadvantage here, he was still a long way away from being defeated. But if he wanted to turn the situation around, the only person who could interfere, would be the other person whom he was fighting alongside with this time, Chao Guofeng. No one else. As expected, Chao Guofeng streaked across the sky with a loud shrilling sound behind him. Chao Guofeng, who had always been experienced and steady, had not exerted his full strength against his opponent just now. Although the alliance between the 3 Holy Lands and misty illusory manor had gone south, the two sides' relationship had not dropped to the point of being enemies. So in the fight just now, he'd always been displaying a strength equal to his opponent. Otherwise, with his 3rd level Saint Emperor cultivation, while he might not be able to defeat Hai Wuya quickly, he would undoubtedly be able to maintain a position of absolute dominance once he used his full strength. But in this moment, Bai Chi Feng was already completely suppressed by He Ji Qiu, and it was difficult for the situation to be reversed by himself. Furthermore, He Ji Qiu now harbored great hatred towards Bai Chi Feng. As long as there was an opportunity, he would definitely not permit Bai Chi Feng to live. One could say that although Chao Guofeng and Hai Wuya were similarly fighting now, they could only be considered to be sparring with each other. However, Bai Chi Feng and He Ji Qiu were truly engaged in a battle of life and death. In such a high-intensity situation, death could occur at any moment. Left with no choice and afraid that anything would happen to Bai Chi Feng, Chao Guofeng could only use his true abilities. Because only by defeating Hai Wuya quickly could he go and rescue Bai Chi Feng. In the moment that Chao Guofeng exploded with his full strength, the battle changed shockingly in an instant. It was no longer a fight for pride anymore. Rather, it had become a true fight for life or death. The life and death fight between the 3 Holy Lands and the misty illusory manor. Brother Hai, forgive me. Chao Guofeng's voice rang out, and the winds and clouds instantly grew turbulent. As his body moved, the entire sky was suddenly filled with Chao Guofeng's afterimages. Waves of powerful oppressive might pressed down, and Hai Wuya instantly felt his body grow stiff, and just moving his body became hard. Hai Wuya also shouted loudly, using his strongest Xian ability to break free. On the other side, He Ji Qiu, who was in the clear advantage, suddenly laughed aloud, and the two rushed towards each other. Hai Wuya scoffed with disdain, and raised his head with extreme anger. Misty illusory manner, so it's true that you're trying to kill the both of us here. Chao Guofeng, you've finally revealed the true intentions of your misty illusory manner. The two of us will not stay around to entertain you anymore. As for those weapons and random items, you can keep them to play, as high as the mountains and as long as rivers, we will ultimately meet again. 2 shadows flashed and disappeared amidst the laughter, a loud boom rang out, and the lotus pond at the side of the battlefield which hadn't been used for a long time suddenly exploded, sending the countless amounts of dirt and mud which had been accumulating at the bottom of the pond for several hundred years into the sky. Like a huge curtain of water and mud, it fell down and covered the entire area. Everyone in the area were immediately faced with the danger of being pelted by the dirt. Hai Wuya and He Ji Qiu both laughed aloud coldly, and after that, there was no more sound. Quite clearly, these two had set off this blast as an evil move to get one last strike back and use it as a cover for themselves to retreat. The both of them were old demons who'd already lived for several hundred years. How would they possibly behave so rashly as to continue fighting a battle without any chances of victory? This matter was still only considered as a test to see what the misty illusory manor's attitude towards the Holy Lands was. If Chao Guofeng and Bai Chi Feng really moved to kill them, that would be the most concrete proof of the misty illusory manor's wild ambition. At that time, the two of them would immediately escape the encirclement at all costs. In truth, they'd already left this path of retreat the moment they came here. The spiciest ginger was still the old ones. Comparing schemes and planning, the misty illusory manor which had secluded itself away from the world for so many years was still much weaker.
But while they went all out to escape, the people from the misty illusory manor hadn't actually moved to pursue or kill them. Even Bai Qifeng only wanted to teach them a harsh lesson, and had never once thought about killing them. Now that they've left so suddenly, the fight had ended. When the report was sent back, the misunderstanding between the three holy lands and misty illusory manor would no longer have any possibility of being resolved. With the departure of the two saint emperors, the relationship between the four factions were completely shattered. At this time, young Master Jun, who was well within the range of the sludge and dirty water's downpour, was staring with wide eyes and open mouth with shock. Chao Guofeng and the rest had all kinds of marvelous techniques which they could use to shield themselves from the dirt. They also had amazing movement techniques which they could use to dodge, so they naturally had nothing to be worried about. But young Master Jun couldn't. He had been watching the show, waiting for a scene where both parties killed each other or were ridden with injuries, with the intent of going forward to take advantage of the situation. But before he could react, the entire situation changed, and the rain of sludge and dirt came raining down. If he used the art of unlocking heaven's fortune to protect himself, no matter how careful he was, the faintest ripple of qi in the air would alert Chao Guofeng and the rest to his presence. Then, his plans would be in danger of being foiled. Even his own safety might come into question. Those were 7 Saint Emperors. Even the current 9 Nether 14th young master wouldn't necessarily fare well against them. So, the only option for him was to endure. When the stinky sludge splattered against his body, Jun Moxie nearly threw up. That was dirt that had accumulated for hundreds of years. And it was even dirt from a lotus pond. Who knew what kind of rotten thing was down there, or what kind of decomposed animal carcass was mixed in this mud. That stench was clearly imaginable. Even with Jun Moxie's mental composition, and his high level of endurance honed by years of tough training as an assassin, it was still incredibly difficult to endure. Young Master Jun was still in a state of a beautiful dream where he had control over seemingly everything, when he was rudely awakened. To make things worse, he couldn't move a single muscle for fear of being found and could only forcefully stay there and get covered in the stinky dirt. In that moment, he felt like crying, but had no tears to cry. My grand plans. Woo. It's all gone. Dreams were always nice, unless they were nightmares. But when the beautiful dream was over, and the reality was presented before one's eyes, it was usually a very cruel thing. It wasn't clear how long had passed. But when young Master Jun opened his eyes again, the area was already cleared long ago. Hai Wuya and He Ji Qiu had disappeared without a trace, and Chao Guofeng and the rest had also vanished. That was a very reasonable thing actually. Chao Guofeng and the others were lofty saint emperors. Since He Ji Qiu and Hai Wuya had already left, was there any more meaning in remaining here? It was a fortunate thing that they left so quickly as well. Young Master Jun's yin-yang escape cover had been accidentally broken by the accident. If they'd remained for a moment longer, young Master Jun would have been revealed. In the silence of the night, only young Master Jun remained among a pile of sludge. He sat under the tree, like a filthy mud skipper. Why is it like this? I'm so unlucky. Not only did I not get the opportunity to beat the dog when it's down, I was instead turned into a mud skipper. How did my perfect plan turn into this? Young Master Jun raised his head and lamented to the sky. After this round of sowing discord, there most likely wouldn't be anything more to gain. As he stood up, all the dirt on his body was shaken off with a burst of his qi. However, that disgusting stench still stuck to him stubbornly. Jun Moxie cursed bitterly as he flew away, looking for a river source. No matter what, he must take a thorough bath first. This was simply too smelly. Even when this elder brother went through a body and marrow cleansing, the dirt expelled from my body cannot even be compared to this smell. From the time that young Master Jun transmigrated to this world, this was the first time he'd ever encountered such a wretched thing. After running for a full 40-50 li, was there finally some shimmering light in front. A clear little river flowed merrily, making light splashing sounds. Carrying a huge smile on his face, he dashed towards the river. Although the waters were not deep, it at least reached above the knee. Perhaps a little brook would be a more suitable name for it. Young Master Jun did not hesitate at all as he leapt into it like a fish. With a loud boom sound, a deep hole was smashed into the bottom of the river. In an instant, all the waters flowed backwards, pouring into this newly created hole. With a few quick moves, young Master Jun peeled all the clothes off his body and started scrubbing himself furiously. But when he poked his head out of the water again, he could still smell the intolerable stench wafting into his nose. Without pause, he washed himself 3 more times. Finally, he felt much better, and the air also seemed much fresher. Jun Moxie laid down in his newly created bathtub and sighed a few times as a self-mocking smile rose up in his heart. These clothes definitely cannot be worn. They can't even be kept anymore, that smell is truly. With a flick of his hand, he took out a set of clothes from the Hongjun pagoda. Looking at the clothes in his hand, he suddenly remembered. OF*CK. How did I become so dumb? There's still those items from the 9 nether first young master, the worn jade core silk, he still hadn't even taken it out yet. Ever since he returned, the important matters had simply piled up endlessly. To think that he'd actually forgotten about such an important thing. If he'd given it out earlier, perhaps Green Hunter wouldn't have. AI. My brains have completely stopped working. But if he'd given out the limited treasured clothes back then, would he have reserved a share for her? Thinking to this, Jun Moxie suddenly felt incomparably guilty in his heart. Jun Moxie blamed himself internally for some time, before stepping out of the river completely but naked. After drying himself, he slowly pulled on his clothes, while contemplating on his next move. When he was halfway through his dressing, his soft voice suddenly rang out. You are Jun Moxie, right? That voice seemed to belong to a girl, but because it was oddly indifferent, he could not tell the age of the speaker. Who? Jun Moxie called out. He was greatly taken by surprise, but his body did not move, and he did not behave differently as he continued to put on his shirt at the original speed. This was actually his true reaction. As the king of assassins, the most important thing for someone of his line of work was to always stay calm no matter the situation. No matter what the matter was, it could not affect him. The more startling the situation was, the more he must not panic. Otherwise, the situation would only turn worse. A light sight rang out from a large tree near the river. Jun Moxie raised his head and looked up, only seeing the graceful silhouette of a girl standing atop the tree. Her body was long and slender, beautiful and charming. The hilt of a sword could be seen behind her petite shoulders. Her foot was stepping on the highest leaf on the crown of tree, and her figure bobbed lightly up and down with it like a fairy. She seemed like an otherworld immortal, unwilling to stain her feet with the dust of the mortal world. Just a thin piece of leaf was actually enough to support her entire weight. And from the looks of it, she seemed to be greatly at ease. Just the extraordinariness of this person's movement technique was enough to cause one to sigh endlessly with admiration. Because this girl's body was entirely still. Seeing that Jun Moxie had looked in her direction, the girl raised her head to the crescent moon and said in a confident manner, "That's right, apart from Jun Moxie, there's likely no other genius of this level in this world. A 3rd level venerable at the age of 18, how shocking, and how terrifying. Dare I ask who this lady is? How did you know me?" Jun Moxie asked with a faint smile as he sat down in a leisurely manner. Secretly, he'd already prepared himself. The moment there was any slight anomaly, he would immediately hide into the Hongjun pagoda. Safety was his first priority. Lady? Her, the girl smiled lightly, her voice somewhat airy. Her skirt fluttered lightly in the wind, and under the illumination of the moonlight, her lithe figure looked even more vulnerable. It was as if a slightly larger wind would snap her willowy waist in two. Her voice was indifferent, without any emotion. Just now, the conflict between the experts of the misty illusory manor and the Holy Lands was caused by you, right? This lady, you sure knows how to joke. Do you think that I have the ability to cause 9 great saint emperors to turn into enemies with each other? Jun Moxie laughed aloud without a change in expression. He shook his head helplessly, as if the words of the other party was extremely ludicrous. But deep in his heart, Jun Moxie was actually gasping with shock. Just who was this girl? To actually say such words. Could it be? Perhaps you don't know who I am. The girl smiled coldly with her back still turned to Jun Moxie as she continued. 800 years ago, there were some who called me all-seeing Rakshasa. In the war for seizing the heavens that year, the famed stealth techniques that those strange races were so adept with were completely worthless before me, without exceptions. Their invisibility tricks instead made them easier for me to kill. Cold sweat poured out of Jun Moxie's body, not out of amazement at that girl's shocking eyesight, but 800 years ago. A great-great-great-granny. This tender-looking young girl was actually a living breathing old freak. Even calling her a great-great-great-granny was probably not enough. At the very least, she would be the great-great-great-granny of a great-great-great-granny. If she'd participated in the war for seizing the heavens 800 years ago, wouldn't that mean that at that time, this girl had at least a venerable level of strength? Which meant to say that she was at least 80 to 100 years old 800 years ago. Jun Moxie's heart thumped heavily. Wouldn't that mean that this was a 1,000-year-old demoness? The white-robed girl continued calmly. 300 years ago, in the other war for seizing the heavens, 15 of the strange races of supremacy enduring heavens died in my hands, directly resulting in their loss. She chuckled softly a few times and continued. The so-called steel techniques of this world are completely worthless in my eyes. Did you think that your little parlor trick can escape my eyes? Jun Moxie, you should understand now, just how pitiful your feeble attempt at denying is to me. Lady, you're truly great and noble. You're the heroine of all mankind. When I return, I'll definitely erect a plaque in your honor, offering incense on it every day in hopes of your longevity. But, this matter really has nothing to do with me, I don't even know what happened. Can you please don't malign me like that? How could Jun Moxie admit his involvement towards his own grand plan? Besides, you say that you've lived for over 1,000 years. How about I tell you that I'm the 9 first young master? Would you believe me? Since the time that it had appeared in this world, the yin-yang escape art has never been seen through before. Who are you to claim that you've seen through it? Bring out some evidence first. So young Master Jun naturally denied everything. All this young master did just now was soak in a bath. Is there anything wrong in that? Lady, could it be that I've committed some kind of crime by bathing here? Sharp-mouthed as expected. Jun Moxie, I've heard that you're a person who always does things in an extreme manner, but you're also a person who dares to admit to your own actions, an open and above-board young man. But after seeing you today, I'm greatly disappointed. You're just a little coward who dares to do, but doesn't have the courage to admit. The girl's voice was filled with great disappointment, and her tone grew somewhat colder. This lady, you've wounded me with your words. If it's something that I've done, this young master would usually never shirk responsibility. But if it wasn't me, no one can dream about pinning it on my head. Jun Moxie had a wronged expression on his face as he continued. I can't simply admit to every crime that people accuse me with, right? What logic is there in that, this lady, am I right? Jun Moxie, after doing something, you actually don't dare to admit to it. Are you still a man? The girl snorted coldly and said. About this young master is even more speechless. Lady, I wasn't wearing anything when I was bathing just now, whether I'm a man or not, is there still a need for me to clarify? Such a long and large thing, could it be that you, Miss All-Seeing Rakshasa, did not see it? Does a woman have that thing? Jun Moxie chuckled in a roguish manner, continuing to deny. You're a 1,000-year-old demoness. Then I'll just use my young age to play punk with you. You. Shameless. The girl's body shook and her voice grew sharp. This lady, we don't even know each other, you shouldn't go around accusing people like that, that's even more shameless. Jun Moxie did not budge a single inch. Against those despicable old bastards at the Three Holy Lands, if this young master deals with them like an honorable gentleman, perhaps even my bones would have turned to dust long ago. The girl's body shook, and she suddenly floated down from atop the tree, as if she was supported by a weightless cable. By the time her feet touched the ground, a full quarter of an hour had gone by. Moreover, she had hung in the air the whole time, and her actions could be said to be slow to the extreme. Jun Moxie's eyes shrunk, and for the first time, he somewhat believed the words that the girl had said. Just her shocking ability to hang in the air was not something that even Saint Emperor experts could do. Although Saint Emperors could hover in the air and could even cover tens of zhang of distance in an instant with ease, to be able to hang motionlessly in the air, and even speak while doing so, was definitely impossible for them. One must know that to hang in the air like that, one must hold on to the breath of air in their lungs. The moment they opened their mouth to speak, the breath of air would be gone. How could one still maintain their balance like that? But this girl had done it. And she'd done it with such ease. In the instant that she landed, Jun Moxie finally saw her true appearance. In a second, Jun Moxie's suspicion about her increased greatly again. Because this was clearly a young lady in her 20s at most. This girl was at the prime of her beauty, her eyes were as clear as phoenixes, and her nose was sharp and cute. Her cherry-like lips, and the white and tender cheeks framed her face perfectly. Her hair was black and silky, and it was difficult to find even a single strand of white hair on her head. The look of innocence on her face was comparable to even Dugu Xiaoyi. Just by standing there, she exuded a charm of nobility and pride. She was as a bright clear moon high up in the sky, not allowing herself to be touched by anyone. Her face had a faint shade of pink and shyness. It was as if she was feeling somewhat embarrassed after having seen Jun Moxie's nakedness. And this look of shyness was exactly the main reason for the doubt in Jun Moxie's heart. How can a 1,000-year-old demoness possibly be so shy towards a man? Jun Moxie's body shifted backwards as soon as she landed, maintaining a distance of 20 zhang. This was a relatively safe distance for him. At such a distance, as long as Jun Moxie was wary enough, it was impossible for anyone to attack him. Because at this distance, all he needed to do was to move his thoughts, and he would be pulled into the Hongjun Pagoda before any attack could reach him. Although this girl was exceedingly beautiful, Jun Moxie was completely unmoved. In fact, he even had the mind to avoid her as much as possible. He hadn't even settled the problems with the girls at home. If he continued picking up more troubles, that would be too much. Although this was a world where it was common to have multiple wives and concubines, but just the few girls he had, whether it was Guan Qinghan, Dugu Xiaoyi, or Mei Shuiyan, all of them were strong characters who were fiercely jealous. Although these girls could pretend as if they didn't mind on the surface, but in their hearts, they definitely had their opinions. It's just that it hadn't been convenient for them to express their feelings thus far. In addition to these feelings, they each had their own reasons for not giving up on each other, which was why peace had barely been maintained. These girls could only be considered to have accepted each other. Jun Moxie was also quite stressed out by the situation. The problem with Guan Qinghan had only just ended, but the matters of the rest also snapped closely at his heels, not allowing him a chance at a breather at all. As the saying goes, one monk carries 2 buckets of water on a pole, 2 monks carry 1 bucket between them, and 3 monks have no drinking water. Right now, young Master Jun was exactly in a having no water to drink state. Because there were simply too many monks at home. Normally, there's only 1 tigress in each family, but there were quite a few sitting in young Master Jun's backyard. And these were all the fiercest of the fiercest tigress. At this time, if Jun Moxie so much as lifted his chin in the direction of this girl, a huge fight of the inner courts would be inevitable. So the moment he saw this beautiful girl, young Master Jun completely did not consider the problem of seniority and such. The first thing he thought of was, please do not fall in love with me. If there's anything about me that you fancy, please tell me, I promise to change it. Jun Moxie, you're indeed a shameless little fellow. The girl stared at him and continued. By yourself, you stole Hai Wuya and He Ji Chio's belongings, and at the most appropriate time, you even set Bai Chi Feng up. Those 3 poor fellows, to actually end up being played in the palms of a junior like you, causing such a huge misunderstanding between the 3 holy lands and misty illusory manor. Such behavior is truly insidious. Jun Moxie, I don't wish to hurt you, I only hope that you come back with me, and explain everything clearly before everyone. After that, I'll let you go, how about it? Che, since you were watching by the side, why didn't you go and stop them? Wouldn't that be much simpler? Now that everything is over, you come and pin everything on me. Jun Moxie snorted coldly, completely not believing her. Besides, this girl's words were absolutely ridiculous, like the naive thinking of a little girl. Clarify everything and let me go. This was simply a daydream. Even if one thought with their but, it was completely impossible. Jun Moxie definitely could not go back, and the Saint Emperors would also definitely never let Jun Moxie leave. Clarify? What's there to clarify? If you were really watching from the side, all you needed to do was to catch me. Wouldn't that be better than any explanations? I naturally had my own reasons for not stopping the fight. The girl's face grew red, and she snorted with some anger. Her tender white cheeks were flushed, but upon realizing that her old problem had resurfaced again, she coughed unnaturally and resumed her graceful behavior. The method that Jun Moxie had mentioned was undoubtedly the most effective. How would she not know that? It was simply because she had some special reasons that prevented her from being able to do anything at that time, which was why Jun Moxie's plan had succeeded. Right now, both sides had already greatly hurt their essence energy in this battle, and their relationship had also completely broken down. Even if she stood out now and said, "Both sides, please stop fighting," all this was a scheme by that despicable little fellow Jun Moxie. Without any evidence or witnesses, who would believe her? Besides, in everyone's heart, Jun Moxie had already died by Zhang Mubai's hands long ago. What schemes could a dead man play? A person that had died some time ago, suddenly appeared, and with the strength of a third-level venerable, schemed against 10 saint emperors and caused them to fight each other. That was surely too ludicrous. So she was exceedingly helpless in this matter, and vexed. But in that moment, her expression only caused Jun Moxie to think of one thing. So it's just a little brat. Jun Moxie couldn't be blamed, because her current expression was really no different from a little naive child who knew nothing about the world. So Jun Moxie grew less and less convinced of her previous words. His mind spun, and he instantly decided to toy with her a little. "Let me voice that reason of yours for you. You clearly did not find them pleasing to your eyes, so you instigated them to fight each other. I see now that not only are you good at bullsh**, this entire plot was created by you. It must be you. Only a 1,000-year-old peerless expert like you could possibly have the means to play these saint emperors in your palms like that. I finally understand now. The entire truth has been revealed." Young Master Jun had a look of realization on his face as he turned his eyes on her with rage. "It must be you who stole Hai Wuya and He Ji Qiu's weapons, causing their hatred to deepen, then you caused them to fight each other. What an evil girl you are. Why did you do that? Why?" Young Master Jun's expression was somewhat pained as he continued in a bitter tone. The 3 holy lands had given their all for the sake of the people and world peace for over 10,000 years. They're the heroes of Xian continent. They are the moral compass which we should follow. But to think that you would be so despicable as to plot against them. What's your purpose? Could it be that you're actually a spy sent by the strange races to destroy the peace of our continent? Venomous tongue of a viper, and poisonous sting of a wasp, the toxicity of these cannot be compared to the heart of a woman. Today, I've finally seen for myself, a mere little girl can actually be so dangerous, and so toxic as to plot against the heroes of our Xian continent. Such behavior is truly shocking. Why? Just why what has our education system become, to actually? AI. Young Master Jun shook his head and lamented loudly, as if his heart was filled with great pains. You, the girl's eyes had widened to its extreme, and she was so angered that she even started stuttering. Her little face grew completely red, and her tongue was completely tied up, rendering her incapable of speech. After having lived for over 1,000 years, this was the first time she'd ever met such a despicable human. He'd clearly been caught and accused, but he actually still managed to bite back, even going as far as to throw all her accusations back at all, while making it sound even more severe. In fact, he'd even turned around and claimed that he was the defender of the human race. Just what kind of person is this? Shamelessness should also have a limit, right? Jun Moxie. There's no need for you to deny so painstakingly anymore. She took a deep breath and said, finally managing to calm down. However, her chest was still heaving heavily as she forced herself to speak in her usual tone. I saw the entire thing with my own eyes. It's useless no matter what else you say. As long as I catch you and find the weapons on you, the truth will immediately be revealed. Jun Moxie laughed aloud, to the point where even his tears were almost flowing out of his eyes. Clutching his stomach, he forcefully steadied himself and said, You said you've lived for over 1,000 years, right? Even Hai Wuya and the rest are just little brats to you, right? Then in that case, may I make a simple inference, your strength should far surpass those saint emperors? That is only natural. With their mere bit of ability, how could they be compared to me? The girl snorted and said, her voice carrying a hint of pride. She thought that Jun Moxie finally understood her prowess and had finally grown afraid. Her heart relaxed, and she grew happier instantly. Since you acknowledged my first statement, then, let me make another inference. Those people were all Saint Emperor level experts, and I'm just a mere third level venerable. Since you were so much stronger than them, why didn't you stop them or try to catch me when you saw me plotting against them, exposing my plans? Looking at this angle, it should be logical to say that you have ulterior motives, right? Jun Moxie smiled lightly and said. What, nonsense. All of that is wrong. If not for that bastard 9 Nether 14th young master watching me the entire way, would I have let your plan succeed? Did you really think that those weird tricks of yours were really so formidable? She finally exploded with rage. The 9 Nether 14th young master. He's involved in this matter too. This time, Jun Moxie was truly stunned. Could it be that that fellow had never left, and had been following behind him all along? The little girl snorted coldly, not replying. This girl's name was Xiao Ying. With regards to her words, none of it were fake. She was born with the innate all-seeing eye, which was more commonly known as the eye of yin-yang. As she grew up, especially with the advancement of her cultivation, this innate ability would also improve with her cultivation, rising in rank and strength. Coincidentally, a senior of one of the Holy Lands discovered Xiao Ying's innate all-seeing eye one day, and that it had a miraculous ability. So, he mimicked the strange races' stealth techniques and used it to test the little girl. As expected, she was capable of seeing through the strange races' stealth techniques. As expected, that senior was overjoyed. From then on, Xiao Ying's incredibly lonely and bitter life began. Precisely because her all-seeing eye was the greatest weapon against the strange races, the Heaven Saint Palace had taken her in early and made her their protector. Disregarding the costs, they gave her a piece of the 7-colored holy fruit and exquisite lotus every 500 years, maintaining her life force and allowing her to deal with the war for seizing the heavens. At this point, she was already 1,100 years old. She was a legitimate 1,000-year-old demoness. Just by eating a 7-colored holy fruit and an exquisite lotus once every 500 years, one's youth and cultivation would be extended by 500 years. One could easily imagine the terrifying state of her current cultivation. To date, she'd already eaten 3 7-colored holy fruits and exquisite lotuses. Her own 1,100 years of cultivated energy, adding on 1,500 years of Xian Qi, her current strength was equivalent to a person who'd cultivated for 2,600 years. Judging based on the depths of her cultivation alone, she could already be considered as the #1 person alive right now. Even the 9 Nether 14th young master was likely beneath her. However, with benefits, there are naturally drawbacks as well. Although she could see through all concealment techniques at birth, there was a very obvious flaw to this ability. That was, when she utilized her all-seeing eye, the energy consumption was over 10 times that of a regular battle. Every time she used it, she would need to recover for a very long time. In the 2 war for seizing the heavens previously, she'd used her all-seeing eye for extremely long periods, resulting in her essence energy being greatly hurt. This all-seeing eye could be said to be a terrifying, double-edged sword. If not because of the war for seizing the heavens, she would likely have destroyed it long ago. This kind of ability might be strong, but with just a little thought, it was easy to understand, the all-seeing eye was something that could see through yin and yang. In that case, one could easily imagine, in a place which seemed to be normal and empty, it would be extremely crowded and strange in her eyes. And these people were all beings that shouldn't belong to this world. These were ghosts that had already departed from life. This kind of feeling was completely enough to drive a strong person insane, let alone a naive little girl of tender age. Not to mention, she'd been living with it for over 1,000 years. Perhaps one could say that the fact that Xiao Ying hadn't gone mad or collapsed completely yet, meant that her mental fortitude was extremely strong. And for the sake of the all-seeing eye, for the sake of the war for seizing the heavens, Xiao Ying had even given up the most basic happiness of all girls, the right to marry and have a family. She couldn't. Because, the most basic condition to keeping the all-seeing eye was to maintain a purine body, absolute purity. The moment she lost her virginity, the all-seeing eye's magic would also be gone. Thus, the love that ordinary girls could enjoy, and the sweet talking under the moonlight that all girls looked forward to, was all fated to be beyond Xiao Ying's grasp. She could only live out a lonely existence, maintaining a heart of ice. One could say, that this girl called Xiao Ying, had for the sake of the Xian continent, and the sake of the peace of the world, truly sacrificed the most. To watch her own family and friends grow old and die of sickness and age, yet being unable to do anything about it, seeing her peers starting families and having children and grandchildren, dying peacefully and resting after having lived a fulfilling life. While she herself could only stay guard over the world like that, enduring long years of loneliness. To a beautiful girl like that, how cruel was such a fate. But she couldn't simply break down and be unable to endure. Because she was still needed for the war for seizing the heavens. The world needed her. If there were no Xiaoying in the war for seizing the heavens, who knew how many people would die? Perhaps, they might even be defeated once, or more times. In order to maintain her state of mind, she had spent almost all her time atop the pillar of Heaven's mountain, quietly living by herself. At that level of elevation, even ghosts and spirits would not be able to reach her. Time flowed by like that, and now, she was already an old woman of over 1,000 years old. But her heart was still as clear as water and incomparably pure. One could say, that this 1,000-year-old senior, was simply a naive young lady in the matters of the world. Because, her memory of the world only consisted of a few short years. And that was only the memory of her childhood to adulthood. After that, all she'd been doing was train in seclusion, participate in the war for seizing the heavens, and then return to training again. This time, with the Heaven Saint Palace mobilizing their people to protect the Holy Land's forces, Xiaoying, who had always stayed away from the matters of the world, unexpectedly requested to go over. And her insistence was even pretty strong. Before this, she had been staying atop the pillar of Heaven's mountain for 400 straight years. Left with no choice and knowing that Xiaoying's all-seeing eye had improved along with her cultivation to the point where she could now control it at will, they accepted her request. But because of the importance of this matter, they'd sent 2 more experts to accompany alongside her. Nothing could happen to Xiaoying. After entering Chrysanthemum City, the pure-hearted Xiaoying wholeheartedly carried out her mission, and her spiritual sense was practically attached to the fused Saint Emperor's body. So the moment there was an anomaly, she instantly rushed over. And the timing that she arrived was exactly the same time when Jun Moxie was pranking by Qi Feng and stealing Hai Wuya's belongings. There weren't any traces of the perpetrator, but because of the anomaly, she instantly thought of the stealth techniques of the strange races, so she activated her all-seeing eye. In an instant, all of young Master Jun's sneaky actions had been revealed before her eyes. The yin-yang escape art was a true godly ability. If it reached a high enough level, even the all-seeing eye would not be able to detect it. However, young Master Jun's current level was too low. Against Xiaoying's 2,500 years worth of cultivation strength, the yin-yang escape art which had never failed before was finally exposed for the first time. At that time, Xiaoying was just about to call out and warn the Saint Emperors, exposing young Master Jun's scheme, when a chilly voice suddenly sounded out beside her ear. Don't make any sound. If you so much as make a single squeak, this young master will have no choice but to do what I have to do. At the same time, a cold 9-nether frost blade was pressed against her neck. The moment she heard this voice, Xiaoying instantly knew that this person was the 3 Holy Lands' greatest enemy, the 9-nether 14th young master. She did not doubt the identity of that person at all. Because only the 9-nether 14th young master would have such a unique item like the 9-nether frost blade. And only the 9-nether 14th young master would have such a strange yin qi. Most importantly, with her current strength, apart from the 9-nether 14th young master, almost no one else could possibly have the ability to restrain her. Even if it were a sneak attack. At the very least, she had this much confidence. And right now, she'd clearly already landed in the palms of this strong enemy. She could only blame everything on her lack of worldly experience. Otherwise, even if Xiaoying's strength was not enough to fight head-on against the 9-nether 14th young master, she had over 2,000 years worth of cultivation energy in her body. No matter what, it shouldn't have been so easy for someone to sneak behind her and subdue her so easily. She had simply been too shocked and captivated by Jun Moxie's movements. In addition, she'd been too anxious to warn the Saint Emperors and her attention had been completely absorbed, which led to her not noticing her surroundings. In addition, she'd been extremely enraged by young Master Jun's sneaky actions, allowing the anger to cloud her mind which resulted in her being sneaked on by the 9-nether 14th young master so easily. Don't move a finger, just sit down and watch quietly. A grand battle like this is exceedingly hard to come by. If you ruin the show, this young master will have to do something very regretful. The 9 nether 14th young master had continued in a bland tone. Xiaoying clearly felt a pair of eyes gleaming brightly behind her head, blazing with great interest as a light chuckle sounded in her ears. That little brat is truly sinister. This young master likes him to death. Good, good, toy those hypocrites to death. How did this young master not think of such a brilliant idea? As Jun Moxie had guessed, the 9 nether 14th young master had indeed been following behind him all along. For such an outstanding young man to appear all of a sudden, how would the 9 nether 14th young master not feel suspicious? No matter what, he was determined to dig out everything about Jun Moxie. With the 9 nether 14th young master's powerful strength and the huge gap in power between him and Jun Moxie, he very naturally became the only person in this world who could tail young Master Jun without being discovered. Like that, young Master Jun played his tricks on the front, and the 9 nether 14th young master followed behind him, watching. The more he watched, the happier he became. He simply felt that this kid's methods were truly vicious and too suited to his tastes. After that, he saw Jun Moxie disappear without a trace a few times, and then successfully use his so-called free and natural physique to turn Zhan Mu Bai and the misty illusory manner against each other, and was subsequently there to plot to once again rile up Hai Wuya and He Ji Qiu to completely fall out with the misty illusory manner. All these actions caused the 9 nether 14th young master to become more and more interested in this young brat. Although he also saw the rascal using his name to scare Zhan Mu Bai, the 9 nether 14th young master did not have any intentions to expose him. He followed young Master Jun around as if he were watching a grand drama, all the while exclaiming in delight in his heart. When Jun Moxie suddenly took out the 9 nether frost blade, he was finally sure of one thing: this brat definitely had some relations to that 9 firmament first old master fellow. At this point, he finally understood why this fellow had been able to recognize him and why he had such a unique stealth technique. To think that all of this originated from that 9 firmament first old master. Just thinking of that name had caused the 9 nether 14th young master to feel an annoying ache in his balls. This daddy is only ranked 14th, but you dare to claim yourself as number 1. I'm 9 nether, and you're 9 firmament. I'm a young master, and you're the old master. You're the heavens and I'm hell. F***ck, this is simply too much. However, the 9 nether 14th young master was completely helpless in this matter. Because the name 9 firmament first old master was apparently bestowed by the 3 holy lands. And the reason for that was actually because of him, hoping that he would go looking for this 9 firmament first old master for trouble. How can I, the wise and handsome 9 nether 14th young master, possibly make such an elementary mistake? Therefore, the 9 nether 14th young master was determined to not fall for that trick. Instead, he would look for the 3 holy lands to settle the scores. They are the real source of all the anger. Besides, the 9 firmament first old master had once helped him break the seal. Regardless of his original intentions, he could be considered half a benefactor. Moreover, the two of them had a prior agreement among themselves. As for this little junior who was using his name to fool around, he could also be considered as the successor of an old friend. Not mentioning the other stuff, just taking into account this intense classic battle that he got to enjoy so much, he would let the kid impersonate to his heart's content. If such satisfying scenes could be concocted a few more times, then it doesn't matter even if you impersonate me a few more times. Moreover, this rascal's actions all sat very well with him. The more fragmented the 3 holy lands and the misty illusory manner became, the better. It would be best if their relationship could worsen even more thoroughly. That would be the most satisfying thing. That way, he could deal with them one by one. So, how could the 9 nether 14th young master possibly allow Xiaoying to spoil such a good thing? It was naturally impossible. Watching helplessly as Jun Moxie created chaos and the 9 Saint Emperors all turned on each other to the point of going out to fight a grand battle, Xiaoying had nearly gone crazy from anxiousness. She was practically on the verge of going all out to resist, when the 9 nether 14th young master unexpectedly let her go. Smiling lightly, the 9 nether 14th young master said, "Not bad indeed. Looks like this brat truly has some skills in acting. There's basically no need for this young master to worry about the matters after that. I'll return to recuperate and prepare for a big fight. Otherwise, all the efforts this kid made would go to waste." After saying that, the 9 nether 14th young master suddenly disappeared without a trace, leaving a mortified Xiaoying who nearly snapped her teeth from grinding them too hard. She rushed out to try to salvage the situation, flying out of the city to search. When she finally reached, the battle between the Saint Emperors had concluded long ago. Just when she was wondering how she should clear up the situation, she discovered the desolate-looking and foul-smelling young Master Jun cursing as he ran along. Just like that, she followed silently behind him, determined to dig out the person behind the scenes, but unbelievably, this stinky little brat was actually the main culprit behind the entire incident. Who would have thought that after following him for a while, the little fellow would suddenly strip himself completely naked without a care in the world and jump into the water? Xiaoying had been observing him extremely carefully, watching him with widened eyes and heightened senses in case she lost him in a moment of carelessness. So when young Master Jun stripped himself with such great speed, she'd seen everything very clearly, in great detail. In all her 1,000 years of purity, when had she ever seen such a scene? In an instant, her entire face flushed red, and her body grew feverish. She could only turn around hurriedly, cursing lowly under her breath. Shameless! Rascal! Hooligan! Despicable! In terms of cultivation and age, this girl could really be counted as a 1,000-year-old demoness, but her composure towards certain things were rather ordinary, and may not necessarily be stronger than other regular girls, or perhaps was even incomparable. But this was due to her unique background and experiences, and nothing could be done about it. She had finally waited till that dirty guy was done washing himself. She waited a while more after hearing him get out of the water. Xiaoying only turned around to look when she estimated that he had already finished putting on his clothes. There's no big deal about looking, but she just had to so coincidentally look at the sight of young Master Jun in his full naked glory on the bank, looking at the moon, his built tall and imposing. This fellow still hadn't put on his clothes even after so long. She had already experienced seeing such an embarrassing sight twice consecutively. Right now, young Master Jun's front and back were already not much of a secret to her. Great Beauty Qiao was so angry she was about to faint. How can this guy be this shameless? Don't tell me he is an exhibitionist. If she had asked this, young Master Jun would definitely have lots to say. What's wrong? I'm dirty all over, but I'm not allowed to bathe. Since I'm bathing, am I not supposed to take off my clothes? After I'm done bathing, I must let the water droplets on my body dry off, right? Or else how am I supposed to wear my clothes? It's in the middle of the night, and in this wilderness, what is wrong with me being exposed and naked? And who would have thought that in the middle of the night, in this deserted wilderness, there would be a beauty waiting for me to get out of my bath? Who is it that is more shameless here? Is it really this young master? With young Master Jun's personality, if he had known that there was a beauty peeping on his shower, he might just refuse to put on his clothes. I am a big man, it's a pretty good thing to have a woman, and a beautiful woman at that, who is willing to be admiring my body. There's no loss in showing off a little. And thus, with one party intentional and one party unintentional, the situation has escalated to this awkward stage. On the riverbank, a man and woman glaring at each other. Young Master Jun was thinking of how to get out of this. His yin-yang escape has been seen through by this person before him. If he escaped using the Hongjun Pagoda, then he really didn't have many hidden cards left. And that great Beauty Qiao was thinking of how to capture this guy back and make him admit to his crimes honestly. She really didn't have any evidence. Young Master Jun, who had just worn his pants, was in deep thoughts. His top half was still exposed. The thought of 9 nether 14th young master who had always been following behind him, but not taking any actions. Something like this that was beyond his expectations. Would it affect his future plans? The more he thought, the more he couldn't help but feel at a loss as to whether to laugh or cry. Here he was, exerting all his might as a fox that exploited the tiger's might, blatantly using 9 nether 14th young master's name to stir all the trouble he can. And at one point, he used some tricks to toss 9 nether 14th young master into the flame as well. Only now did he realize that this fellow that he had always been trying to frame had actually been following behind him, watching his every single move clearly and carefully. What is going on? That person definitely doesn't care about this thing because of his profound strength. But him not being bothered is one thing, but it was another for Jun Moxie to be sneakily implicating him along. They may seem to be the same thing, but they are two separate matters. If 9 nether 14th young master comes to settle scores with me in the future, with my current strength, it really isn't enough. Jun Moxie laughed bitterly. It seems like since my rebirth in this second life, everything has been going too smoothly. I had thought too lightly of all the outstanding heroes in the world. Tonight seemed like it was all within my control, but in fact, 3 enormous slip-ups have arose. First, the martial showdown that he had directed. Saint Emperor versus Saint Emperor. The misty illusory manner overpowering their opponent with 7-2. He had thought that those 2 Saint Emperors would have no room for escape, but he didn't expect that they were even more scheming beyond his expectations. Not only did they not fall into a disadvantageous position, they had turned the tables around with a single sludge rain and successfully escaped. And had even drowned this director along with it. Second, to think that there was someone like this in the 3 Holy Lands. With the legendary all-seeing eye that saw through his yin-yang escape that had never failed. And had a clear understanding of all his previous actions. And the greatest slip-up was the third. Him using the 9 Nether 14th young master's name to direct the great show today. But he was completely unaware that every single act of his was in the eye of the original main lead. And even, without this original main lead's help, he may have been caught by the enemy a long time ago. This seemingly almost perfect performance was, in hindsight, full of flaws. And he had even owed a great favor. A great failure. Young Master Jun turned his gaze to Xiao Ying, only to realize that this girl was just standing there, her brows furrowing. As if she was considering something that was difficult to figure out. Her expression switching between perplexed, lifeless, angry, and melancholic, which all went to show that her mind was preoccupied. This old senior was lost in thoughts at a time like this. Young Master Jun, who was originally feeling bitter, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He seemed to have a great deal of experience with old seniors, but such a muddle-headed old senior was a first. That young lady, if you do not have anything else, then I'll be taking my leave. Jun Moxie coughed. When facing this woman, he couldn't associate her with all those white-bearded old men of 100 years or treat them the same. Although she claimed to be way older than those 100-year-old old geezers, he didn't know how true that was. Take your leave. No, you can't leave. Xiaoying instantly responded, being snapped back to reality by Jun Moxie's sentence. Her cheeks burned as she realized that she had gotten lost in her thoughts at such a crucial juncture. She coughed to conceal it and quickly regained that simple and elegant attitude again. She said indifferently, full of the air of a senior. You still can't leave. Yet. You haven't given me an acceptable explanation. How can you just leave as you like? Jun Moxie acted as if he was frightened, waving his hands before him. Lady, I am really innocent. I didn't do anything to you either, why must I be responsible? You just have to be responsible. You created something like this, don't tell me that you shouldn't be responsible for it. Xiaoying had not realized the trap Jun Moxie laid in his words. Seeing Jun Moxie cowering in fear, she couldn't help but feel proud of herself. I knew it. I knew that one could not be too handsome. Jun Moxie looked wordlessly into the sky, in a bawling tone, he cried, Heavens, earth. Is it a sin because I am too handsome? Why is this? My body come from my parents. I really had no choice. It is not my intention to look like this. Why must I be chased around by women every day asking me to be responsible? Xiaoying was stunned. She only felt her face turning redder and burning up. This jerk. Jun Moxie looked at her mournfully as he cried pitifully. Sister. I never imagined that. I tried to be this low profile, but someone as amazing as you was still willing to wait for me to come out of my bathe and peep on my body, all for the sake of making me responsible. The heavens are really toying with me. I am grateful for your misplaced adoration, but I am really incapable of bearing your feelings. I know I am hurting you when I say it so straightforwardly. But it is a better thing, for everyone, regardless of you or me, to have you acknowledge this fact as early as possible. You this lecher. What nonsense are you spouting? Who was waiting for you to come out of your bathe? Xiaoying's fake aloofness was long gone, her entire body was convulsing with anger, her face pale. She only felt like she was about to faint from looking at this shameless person before her. Lady. I really am not lying. I really am a man with family. And I have more than one concubine. Even if you don't mind, they would. There is no end to tangled feelings. But I still wish that lady can still be wise and put an end to this wrong affinity. Jun Moxie announced in a serious, sorrowful tone. Then his expression changed again, into one as if he wished to cry but no tears would fall. He hammered away at his chest. Lady. Just tell me which part of me did you fall in love with? I'll change. I'll definitely change, is that not enough? Change my ass. Xiaoying only felt like her chest was about to explode any time. She rose into the sky with a flash, instantly appearing on top of Jun Moxie. Her two hands were aimed at Jun Moxie's face. The great beauty Xiao felt that it was an unforgivable thing if she still didn't hit this wicked mouth until it was swollen. Ayaya, Jun Moxie floated into the air, moving away as he cried loudly. Lady, I know that it is my fault for not being willing to accept your feelings, it is my karma for you to feel for me. But I really cannot respond to your hopes. What should I do? I also know that beating and scolding are a way of showing your love. Lady, you are such a great beauty, a gorgeous woman. It is difficult to find a three-legged toad in this world, but there are plenty of men out there in this world. Why must you torture yourself by putting your feelings onto this man who has a wife? It is not worth it, not worth it. Please just learn to get over it. Xiaoying bit her lips, giving chase. She just refused to speak anymore. She was afraid that the moment she opened her mouth, all the curse and swear words she had never uttered before in her entire life would come spewing out. The wind blew, and Jun Moxie was like a fish in water, sliding and avoiding with ease. Not feeling any pressure. He couldn't help but feel like this senior did not really match her name. But every force exerted from this woman was mighty and powerful. And such immense strength only affect in the surrounding radius of 10 zhang. The leaves of the beyond this did not even budge. Just this skill alone was definitely above those saint emperors. And even, possibly not beneath the 9 nether 14th young master that day, although her control of it was still a little inferior. But why was it that her techniques were this poor when she had a xianqi like this? Jun Moxie was astonished as he dodged along. A glint of pride flashed in Xiaoying's eyes. I'll allow you behave arrogantly for a while, when my inescapable net forms the ultimate prison, it'll really be impossible for you to escape. This set of skills Xiaoying was unleashing was known as the inescapable net. There was a connection between each strike that was delivered, in which an airtight cage would be formed, covering from the sky to the ground. Even the most superior of techniques were useless in a dimension like this. Although Xiaoying could use the all-seeing eye to see where Jun Moxie actually was, she felt that this guy's technique seemed vastly different from the strange races and was even harder to decipher. After the strange races used their techniques, she could still see a clear human body in her eyes. But when this guy did it, she could only see a faint silhouette at the very best. There was a certain amount of preparation time required if she was to use more powerful tactics. And this guy was too alert, he'd be able to notice the moment she was activating it, and take that opportunity to escape. He was so agile. Although her agility was also extraordinary, but it was still inferior in comparison. And he just had to be well versed in techniques, able to utilize at his will, so she really did not have full confidence in capturing him. The best bet was to proceed in a way similar to the boiling frog experiment. Using inescapable net, this seemingly gentile and mellow skill to make him slowly lower his guard. And when he realized it, he wouldn't be able to move or escape. It would be too late. The inescapable net was a unique skill that the seniors of the Holy Lands created to counter the strange race's techniques. There was a connection in the chi between each strike that could locate the location of the strange races. Even though they were still hidden and concealed, they would be able to attack their invisible enemies with the guide of the chi. Just that this particular skill's basic prerequisite for Xian Qi was simply too high, so even if it was a Saint Emperor who used the inescapable net, all their Xian Qi was only enough to use it once. And after using it, they'd be completely drained and would usually perish with the enemy. Which meant that it would be a life for a life when using this skill. But right now, this set of skill was easily and effortlessly used by Xiaoying and her immense foundations of Xian Qi. A cold smirk lingered on Xiaoying's lip. She sketched a faint line and left a snowy white palm print. And that enormous strength just slowly lingered in the air, coagulating, and slowly gathered towards the center. Lady, are you tired? It is very draining for you to be like this. Why don't you take a drink? Jun Moxie chuckled, still dodging about with ease. He could already tell that this opponent before him, although her strength was profound to an unimaginable state, she had no idea how to use it. Each strike was hitting to empty spots. How could she destroy the enemy battling like this? And this old senior who claimed to have lived for 1,000 years seemed to be even more pure and easily provoked than a young little girl. So Jun Moxie's honeyed tongue became of use again. Make her agitated while it's early and then find an opportunity to quickly escape. Otherwise, having an old demoness like this that can see through my yin-yang escape following me. This feeling is too scary. Xiaoying scoffed, her strikes instantly gaining speed, although she still couldn't hit him. Jun Moxie bent backwards and dodged a strike. He was just about to tease her, but he suddenly noticed that the surrounding air had turned solid in an instant. A feeling as if there was a wall that stretched from heaven down to earth. Although it was not a direct imprisonment like the world cage, it was another type of imprisonment that gradually restricted your mobility space. Shoot! Young Master Jun forcefully ducked 2 more times and finally became completely unable to move. Xiaoying finally stopped, a cold smirk on her face. Jun Moxie, how is my inescapable net? Is it really useless? Weren't you full of comments? Why don't you tell me a couple of sentences now? Indeed, it is not bad. To think that this seemingly utterly useless skill is actually a despicable skill, as expected, it is impressive. Jun Moxie's body was frozen in the air, but that annoying smirk still graced the corner of his lips. He taunted, but, using so much strength only to create a chi field similar to World Cage, don't you think it is a bit troublesome? You are not wrong, this is indeed similar to the World Cage, and has the similar intentions of perishing together as well. But this cage is completely created out of Xian Qi and did not use any power of heaven and earth. This skill is intentionally and specially created to deal with monsters like you who can conceal yourselves. Jun Moxie, the treatment you are receiving right now is the same as the strange races, the supremacy enduring heavens. You should be feeling proud. F***ck. Don't compare this young master to trash. What should I be proud of? You are really an irritating woman. How dare you offend the biggest taboo in this young master's heart? Jun Moxie yelled, furious. So what if I offended it? Xiaoying scoffed, a pleased look appeared on her face. She moved over, lifted her hand, about to slap down harshly on Jun Moxie's face. Weren't you really capable of dodging? Why don't you dodge? Jun Moxie stared at her palm expressionlessly. Before it landed on his cheek, Xiaoying had unexpectedly hesitated. As long as you are willing to promise to go back with me to clarify the misunderstandings with the 4 factions, I promise not to hit you. And after this matter, I will release you and let you leave unscathed. How is that? No can do. This young master would rather die than give in. Jun Moxie glared. But I really do not wish to hurt you. My hands had never been tainted with the blood of humans. Aside from the strange races, I do not wish to harm any life on the continent. Xiaoying bit her bottom lip and said, there is no big hatred between you all, and besides, you had said so earlier, they are heroes of the war for seizing the heavens, and you clearly also despise the strange races. Why can't we work together? Why don't we work together and return peace to this world? Even if no one will remember us, we would have ultimately done our part for this continent. Jun Moxie. Consider it. I swear in the name of the all-seeing Rakshasa, that as long as you are willing to mend your ways, I will definitely assure the safety of your life, and let you leave unscathed. No one from the 3 holy lands shall dare to lay their hands on even a single strand of hair on you. As long as you are willing to consent, I can also forget all about the matter just now where you offended me and pretend it never happened. How is that? After saying this, her eyes looked at Jun Moxie in anticipation. The strange races were good at their techniques of concealment, but if we have an expert that is even more superior than them at such techniques. This is great news for the war for seizing the heavens. So Xiaoying, who had been used to always considering for the bigger picture, still ultimately decided to use all her might to convince Jun Moxie to mend his ways. You are really too noble, but also too naive. Jun Moxie was a little amazed. This woman before him was really considering for the sake of the world and the war for seizing the heavens wholeheartedly, with no desire for credit. This was really worthy of admiration. She was just like Mei Shui Yan of the past, or perhaps even worse. How many of such people were there truly, someone like this, in the three holy lands? If everyone was like you, then there would be no war for seizing the heavens in this world. Jun Moxie said indifferently. The reputation of a hero is not a reason to enjoy privileges, and protecting the world is also not a reason for you to kill indiscriminately. The war for seizing the heavens is also not a Vanity Fair, but it's a pity, that although the people of the three holy lands have the greatest responsibilities for war for seizing the heavens, but even more than that, the responsibility for their selfish desires, massacre of innocent lives, cruelty, and lack of conscience. Although I, Jun Moxie, am no good person, and am also willing to do my part for war for seizing the heavens, but no matter what, I'm full of disdain for joining forces with them. Xiao Ying's face darkened, a look of pity in her eyes as she looked at Jun Moxie. Since things have reached this point, there is no longer any more room for negotiation. I cannot just watch as the four factions fall apart just because I admire you. Pardon me. Jun Moxie chuckled, a gentle look on his face. You and her are really similar. The way you talk. I can tell that it is really coming from your sincere heart. So, this young master will also not make things difficult for you. Farewell. With a flash, in that airtight cage of the inescapable net formed from pure Xian Qi, he suddenly vanished. Xiaoying was taken aback, instantly activating her all-seeing eye, looking around in the surroundings. Everywhere was deserted, and there was no trace of anyone else. Jun Moxie had really vanished into thin air. Xiaoying had saw it clearly. Young Master Jun did not use any techniques this time, but he just mysteriously vanished. What sort of skill is this? And, there was one more strange thing. Every time she used her all-seeing eye in the secular world, she would always see countless of spirits and ghosts wandering about. But this time, she did not see anything but floating mist everywhere. What is this? Could all the ghosts and spirits of the world have completely disappeared? She couldn't help but feel a little relieved thinking about this. Although she had immense strength that was unparalleled in this world and was capable of seeing all supernatural, but ultimately, she was still a woman. Women, or even majority of the world, would be nervous and scared of those things. If she could no longer see them from now on, Xiaoying felt a lot more relieved. Xiaoying was still deep in thoughts when her eyes suddenly noticed that many human figures were walking over. All of them deathly pale, some were headless, some had no body, some were crippled, they were all coming over, floating in the air. Ah! Xiaoying screamed and quickly stopped her all-seeing eye. With a flash, she flew in the direction of Chrysanthemum City in a panic. After that unhappy separation earlier, the three holy lands were extremely angered, only viewing the misty illusory manor was an enemy. The three saint emperors who were the leaders were even more furious, instantly sending a pigeon to deliver a message to the higher levels of the Holy Land the moment they went back. Then, they gathered everyone who was there currently and announced this matter. Everyone was agitated instantly. All the people from Holy Lands were yelling threats, that they absolutely had to make those scums from the misty illusory manor pay the price. They'd rather die than swallow this insult. Compared to this conflict that came out of nowhere, news of the 14th young master that Zhan Mubai had released was not attracting as much attention. Everyone's focus was on the conflict between the misty illusory manor and the Holy Lands. And there were some saints who were of the more agitated type, wanting to look for those 7 people from the misty illusory manor for trouble immediately, feeling indignant at this injustice. So what if you're the misty illusory manor? How can you bully others like this? Hai Wuya and He Ji Qiu may not have been in a disadvantageous position during the battle earlier, but they were still feeling a little gloomy. After all, the weapons that had accompanied them for half of their lives were gone like this. And Zhan Mubai, on the other hand, was completely fueled with rage. These 3 saint emperors immediately gathered their men and prepared to set off. Since the higher levels of the Holy Lands have already been informed of this matter, what happened in the future will be decided by them. But right now, the misty illusory manor is blatantly stepping over us, even using tricks to take out weapons away. This is literally the same as taking a dump on our heads. Does this old man really care so much about his life? So the army set off for battle. But 2 mysterious people suddenly appeared and forcefully stopped this operation, since it was a matter of life and death. Otherwise, Chrysanthemum City would really be defeated chrysanthemums on the ground. This bunch of people was completely capable of bursting all the chrysanthemums of Chrysanthemum City. And send this Chrysanthemum City flying into the sky in one piece. And when those two mysterious people went to look for an explanation from the misty illusory manor, they realized that the misty illusory manor's Chao Guofeng and gang had already vanished silently. They had retreated out of Chrysanthemum City immediately. Even before getting the news that the 14th young master was in Chrysanthemum City. They even abandoned the main duty they had on this trip. Following their departure, there was no way that this misunderstanding between the Holy Lands and the misty illusory manor could be resolved anytime soon. And it was very likely to lead to some not-so-good unforeseen circumstances. And the only person who knew of the truth of the matter, Xiao Ying, was battling Jun Moxie in the wilderness. By the time she returned, it would already be too late. And, if Jun Moxie did not return with her, even if she was willing to explain everything, not many people would believe it. Chrysanthemum City temporarily became the Three Holy Lands territory. This alliance of two great forces that had lasted for 10,000 years had thoroughly crumbled from the looks of it. And one more thing that ticked off the Three Holy Lands was the Chen family's attitude. It was more and more obviously indifferent. Chen Qing Tian's second son died tragically, and he was horribly berated by Zhan Mubai. Under Chen Chen's influence, he began to see that the Three Holy Lands only treated his family clan as a supply station, or rather, a cash cow, and an extremely lowly one. As someone who always found pride in serving the Holy Lands, this left Chen Qing Tian's heart cold and disappointed. And there was another incident that caused Chen Qing Tian to feel anguished. Not a single person from the Three Holy Lands turned up for his son's funeral. Who could endure such a thing? How did my son die? Isn't it all because of you guys? He died such a horrible death, left without a complete body. Now that he is dead, none of you even turned up to the funeral, and none of you offered your condolences. Even if you sent a spirit Xian. It would have sufficed as giving face. If this matter had happened in the past, Chen Qing Tian would be understanding about it. The people who came from the Three Holy Lands this time, even the weakest ones were saint-leveled experts. What sort of existence were they? What could my son be even counted as? They wouldn't even be bothered. If a saint was needed for the funeral of the death of a mere youth, then it would really be an exaggeration. Even if the Three Holy Lands had really sent someone, the Chen family would even be fearful of receiving such grand treatment and find it hard to relax. But the same thing, when placed in this current situation. The meaning was extremely different. Not only did no one come to the funeral, not a single person offered this pitiful father a single condolence for having to send his son off. Chen Qing Tian was thoroughly disheartened. Even feeling a little at a loss, as if there was nothing else to live for anymore. He felt like the sacrifices he had made all these years were simply a gigantic joke, a joke that was not funny at all. When the head of the family was in this sort of mood, how good could the rest of the Chen family's attitude get? Naturally, they'd move along with an indifferent attitude. Hence, as the Chen family was busy with the funeral, naturally, they had not properly hosted the experts from the Three Holy Lands. And it had also made their mood worse, but they could do nothing about it. They could only wait for the assassins from the Dongfang family to come quickly and resolve this matter so everyone could go back. This world is becoming more foreign, it has really changed. This night, Chen Qing Tian and his eldest son, Chen Chen, were meeting secretly in the study room. A family head of his own generation, having to secretly arrange for a conversation with his own son. Chen Qing Tian was really a little pitiful as a family head. Chener, the Chen family is done for already. Chen Qing Tian's first sentence had left Chen Chen astonished. He raised his head and saw his father's heavy look. So, you must leave this place. Chener, you are the only hope of the Chen family. Hurry up and leave this whirlpool. As long as you are still around, the Chen family will still have hope in making a comeback again. Chen Qing Tian said dishearteningly, a heavy look in his eyes. Father, although the Chen family is in a difficult position now, and there is a difference between us and the rest of the super families, but, we shouldn't have gotten to a stage of being annihilated? Chen Chen failed to understand. It is already over. From the moment our ancestor Chen Chong died, the Chen family announced its death. For many years, we've been safe under the protection of our ancestor. But ultimately, we are still a lot weaker than the Zhan family in the city next door. We are only subordinates of the Holy Lands. We may seem powerful, but we are worthless the moment the Holy Lands give up on us. And now that our ancestor has passed, the Chen family has become a bait to lure the Dongfang family. Chener, a bait. Huh, you should know what it means. Regardless of if the fish takes the bait or not, the bait is just for display. If the fish takes the bait, then the bait will be the first to be swallowed. I had always hoped that this was an opportunity the three Holy Lands had given us, even if it meant sacrificing me as the bait, but the Chen family would be regarded by the Holy Lands. But only now did I realize I was wrong. The Holy Lands will never put a mere family like us in their eyes. Even if all of us sacrificed ourselves, even if 100 of such families did, as long as it achieves their goal, that's all they care about. As to these families, they are destined to be sacrificed. Chen Qing Tian's face was gray as he said softly. Chen Qing Tian looked at his father, stunned, a surge of emotions rising in his heart. But if I leave, wouldn't that make the Holy Land suspect you even more? Chen Chen frowned and asked worriedly. Suspect me? So what? Chen Qing Tian chuckled and said despondently. From the beginning, I was a dead man. If you stay behind, I am still a dead man, and you will also be throwing your life. If you don't stay, I will still be dead. Is there any difference? Chen Qing Tian stood up and turned around. Go, bring along the woman you love. Tell her, from now on, she is the daughter-in-law of Chen Qing Tian. The mistress of the Chen family. With his back still turned, he took out a box and tossed it over. Chen Chen caught it. This is the token of faith of the Chen family. There is your mother's jade hairpin inside, it is a gift for the daughter-in-law. My disapproval of you two caused that child to suffer. Tell her not to hate me. He waved his hand. Go and live in secrecy. From now on, if you could rebuild the Chen family, unless there is a Saint Emperor level expert in the family, don't step foot into the pugilistic world forever. Father. If you don't go, then I'll kill you personally, then kill myself. Chen Qing Tian looked up at the sky, his back view trembling, but his voice firm and resolute. Tears poured from Chen Chen's eyes, knowing that his father had made up his mind and wouldn't change it. He choked on his tears, knelt to the floor and slowly kowtowed to his father, before leaving while remaining in a bowed position. Chen Qing Tian stood silently. When Chen Chen was at the door, he slowly said, rather be a family of farmers, than be a subservient family. Chen Chen's body jerked as he nodded heavily. He forced himself to restrain the sounds of his crying that were about to come out, quickly leaving and disappearing in the night. Chen Qing Tian stood as straight as a spear, a heartened smile slowly appearing on his face. As long as Chen Chen was able to walk out and leave this whirlpool, then no matter how he survived in the future, the Chen family would ultimately have a descendant that remained. He silently sat in the study room, still and motionless. At dawn, the housekeeper knocked on the door gently and entered. Master, the ancestral hall has been broken into. The ancestral tablets have all disappeared. Chen Qing Tian jolted, tears threatening to spill from his eyes. He waved his hand dismissively. All right, you can go. The housekeeper looked at him and left, feeling full of confusion. Why is the master so odd today? How big of a matter it is, for the ancestral tablets to be stolen, but he seemed completely unmoved by it. He shook his head, unable to figure it out, and left. In the study room, Chen Qing Tian slowly exhaled and mumbled, I can finally rest assured. The second morning, the people from the Holy Lands learned that the first young master of the Chen family, Chen Chen, had suddenly gone missing. After Zhan Mubai knew of this matter, he instantly sent people to call for Chen Qing Tian. And he personally met Chen Qing Tian, giving him a lot of face. Zhan Mubai was a Saint Emperor, to lower himself to speak to him personally, Chen Qing Tian should feel excited and grateful to receive such treatment. So Zhan Mubai got straight to the point and asked, where did that first son of yours go? This bastard. Chen Qing Tian sighed. He had fallen in love with a maid in our family earlier and wanted to marry her as his wife. How could I agree? So he has been being difficult with me during this period of time. But I had never imagined that this bastard would elope with the maid at a time like this. It really is a disgrace to the family, I will absolutely catch him back and punish him. Eloped? Zhan Mubai scoffed. Chen Qing Tian, do the ancestral tablets need to be brought along in an elopement from the Chen family? You couldn't elope earlier, or later, but just had to do it at a time like this. Chen Qing Tian, do you think that this seed is very easily to fool? As Zhan Mubai's tone got harsher, an imposing aura suddenly came down. His voice had turned icy cold. Chen Qing Tian, you better give me an honest explanation. Perhaps I can still let you keep your life. Otherwise, it is not difficult for me to turn the whole Chen family into ashes. Speak. What schemes do you have? What are you trying to achieve? What sort of devious intentions do you have on the Holy Lands? I'm telling you that you are courting death. Saint Emperor Zhan's tone was full of killing intent, with no concealment at all. He had been meeting with unfortunate situations during this period of time, be it with the misty illusory manor or the 9 nether 14th young master, these were all slaps landing on his face, one after another. But he had nowhere to vent this anger. And this caused his emotions to be a little out of control. And, when he was beaten up and trashed, this goddamn Chen Qing Tian was just there, watching a Saint Emperor get humiliated. This was the greatest reason why Zhan Mubai felt displeased every time he saw Chen Qing Tian. So every time he spoke with Chen Qing Tian, his tone was hoping that this bastard would just die soon. It is the greatest sin to see me being embarrassed. So Zhan Mubai had long developed a desire to kill, but Chen Qing Tian had always been respectful with the Holy Lands, and after all, he was his own disciple's descendant. If there was no suitable reason, Zhan Mubai would find it embarrassing to do it. But the Chen family's gradual indifference in their attitude to the Holy Lands had given Zhan Mubai the most suitable reason. Following Chen Chen's running away, Zhan Mubai used this opportunity. No matter what, I must kill all the people of Chen family who witnessed that matter. Chen Qing Tian couldn't help but feel shocked hearing these few threatening sentences. After which, a surge of anger rose. Chen Chen's departure was entirely out of Chen Qing Tian's arrangements. This was a fact. But Chen Qing Tian had never thought of what he wanted to do to the 3 Holy Lands. First, he didn't dare. Second, he did not feel the need to go to that extent of enmity. Chen Chen leaving home was just a precautionary decision. But he had never imagined that Zhan Mubai was going to pin such a heavy crime on his head without even asking. Ancestor, what do you mean by this? The Chen family has always been loyal, and our ancestor is your disciple. How could we have any intentions of rebellion? This is a huge wrong accusation. Chen Qing Tian argued loudly. Whether wronged or not, you know it yourself. The killing intent on Zhan Mubai's sinister face got heavier and heavier. The last thing Chen Qing Tian knew was that a palm suddenly became bigger and bigger in his face, then he didn't know anything afterwards. When Hai Wuya and He Ji Qiu heard the news, the entire Chen family had been exterminated. Completely and thoroughly. The other 2 Saint Emperors were a little embarrassed to remark on Zhan Mubai's ruthlessness. They only sighed. Since they're killed, then they're killed already. There were no other reactions. After all, it was just a mere worldly family. Even if they were annihilated, it was no big deal. A subservient family like this, the 3 Holy Lands had so many that they could barely count. They can easily nurture countless more in a couple of years. It really was no big deal. The only one who felt enraged was the guardian, Xiao Ying. Xiao Ying learnt of his matter the moment she returned. And she went looking for Zhan Mubai, full of anger. Why did you kill them? Xiao Ying was so infuriated her face was pale. Senior Xiao, please appease your anger. This matter is due to my carelessness. Since we arrived in Chrysanthemum City, there has been a series of weird happenings, and the 9 nether 14th young master's sudden appearance put me on my guard. After my investigation, I found out that for unknown reasons, this Chen Manor was the hiding place of the 9 nether 14th young master. There is a basement in Chen Qing Tian's study room. It is full of the cold aura of the 9 nether 14th young master, and there are marks made by 9 nether frost blades. He paused for a while before continuing. Then I found out that in the food today, the Chen family added large amounts of Immortal's Fall. This is the number 1 poison to cause one to lose all their skills. It is ultimately vicious. Even a Saint Emperor will be unable to use any Xian Qi after consuming it. They clearly were thinking of getting rid of us all at one go. Such a vicious way of doing things is truly unacceptable. If they are not killed, how could everyone be appeased? Jun Mubai's expression changed from anger to an apologetic one. Just that in a moment of fury, I had taken actions, completely forgetting about seeking Senior Qiao's opinion. I seek your forgiveness. Sigh. They were the descendants of my disciple, after all. Now that something like that happened, I am at fault for not being stricter. The Chen family was already all dead, so how could it be proved that Jun Mubai was babbling nonsense? What he said was the truth now, because no one could refute him. Xiaoying did not understand the truth. Although she thought Jun Mubai made sense, but she still felt that it was too much. If that's the case, you can stop at killing Qin Qing Tian. Why did you kill so many innocent people as well? Is it the way the Holy Lands work, harming the innocent, blatantly massacring? Jun Mubai admitted to his mistake and looked guilty. Jun Mubai, you better not be lying to me about this matter today. Otherwise, even if you are a saint emperor, I will uphold justice for Qin family. Now that things are like this, make proper arrangements for their funerals. Xiaoying turned around and left angrily. Jun Mubai looked at her back view, a glint of fury flashing across his eye, which was quickly concealed. Xiaoying's position was not one he could touch. The Holy Lands would have no hesitation in sacrificing 10 Jun Mubais in exchange for Xiaoying. So Jun Mubai could not do anything about Xiaoying. And furthermore, her strength surpassed his greatly. When the Chen family had undergone extermination, Jun Moxie was dripping in cold sweat in the Hongjun Pagoda. After the battle with Xiaoying, he ducked into the Hongjun Pagoda. Seeing that he came in such a pathetic-looking form, Mei Shuiyan couldn't help but ask, what happened? I met a crazy woman today. Young Master Jun panted. A young lady, probably 20 years of age. She actually claimed that she had lived for 1,000 years. Ha ha ha. Did she think that she was also an old demoness? Young Master Jun did not realize that Mei Shuiyan's face instantly darkened as she said coldly. A young lady who was 20 years old. Old demoness? Yeah. But it might be true, this girl's Xian skills was really terrifying. Young Master Jun did not know that his death was near, still recalling the battle earlier. If not for the fact that he had one last move, he probably would have died this time. Even the yin-yang escape couldn't help him escape. Are you mocking me? Jun Moxie only felt a pain in his ear, which was grabbed by Mei Shuiyan and twisted ruthlessly. A dangerous glint was in Mei Shuiyan's eyes as she said emotionlessly. Also an old demoness? You've met many old demonesses who looked youthful, haven't you? Young Master Jun, the also, you mentioned, what do you mean? Jun Moxie jolted, belatedly realizing that he had offended one of Mei Shuiyan's taboos. He quickly laughed cordially and said, no, what I meant to say is that she was lying. How can there be such a youthful old demoness in the world? Actually I'm saying that. No matter how much Jun Moxie tried to explain himself, Mei Shuiyan got angrier and angrier. I really wasn't talking about you, Jun Moxie said, feeling the urge to cry. There's none of that meaning. So you finally admitted that deep down inside your heart, I am also an old demoness. Mei Shuiyan yelled, twisting with even greater strength. Young Master Jun only felt as if his ear was about to fall off. He shouted, I do not. No. How could my Shuiyan be compared to someone else? Shuiyan is so beautiful and youthful and pretty, like the bright, flawless moon in the highest of heavens, like the spring winds that turned into rain, like. Praise and compliments poured out of Jun Moxie's mouth ceaselessly. But the more he said, the more painful it was for his ears. Mei Shuiyan was clearly angry this time, and he was so anxious that his forehead was sweating profusely. No matter how powerful the art of unlocking heaven's fortune was, it was not to the extent where it allowed the ears to grow even longer. Or maybe there would be such skills when he attained higher levels in his cultivation of the art, but he was still far from it right now. After exhausting all his saliva to explain himself, Mei Shuiyan finally let go of his abused ear. She was not completely appeased yet, sitting down aside crossly. Jun Moxie rubbed his nose and sat down beside her in a thick-skinned manner. Taking 2 sniffs of the air, he said, Shuiyan's body is really fragrant. Just smelling this scent can ease my troubled heart he said with a salivating expression. Cut the bull's asterisk it. Hurry up and talk about what you encountered. Mei Shuiyan said stiffly. Yes. This husband shall follow your orders. Jun Moxie replied quickly. Irritating. Whose husband are you? Mei Shuiyan protested coquettishly, her face turning red. Jun Moxie finally heaved a sigh of relief internally. The storm is finally going to be over, oh my god. Young Master Jun felt like what he said earlier was not insinuating anything, but how did it suddenly turn into offending her? Looks like this woman really has no reason for throwing a temper. After calming down, he began to tell of his encounter, not missing a single bit of it. When he was talking about Xiaoying, Jun Moxie had even chuckled, feeling that that girl was really too naive. You said that the girl is called Xiaoying. Mei Shuiyan suddenly stopped him and widened her eyes. Yeah, that girl who claimed to be a 1,000-year-old demoness, Xiaoying, apparently also said she had some other nickname called the all-seeing Rakshasa. What's wrong? Don't tell me what she said was true. Jun Moxie said, confused. Looks like you really went overboard this time. Even she was deployed this time. Mei Shuiyan inhaled deeply, a serious look, which had never appeared before, was on her face. From what you are telling me, I can tell that this girl is really the legendary all-seeing Rakshasa, Xiaoying. Impressive. Xian Qi that surpasses Saint Emperors by leaps, the inescapable net. Could she really be someone from 1,000 years ago? Is an old senior? Jun Moxie widened his eyes, suddenly feeling a cramp in his stomach. That gorgeous beauty that he had teased in such unbridled manner, was really who lived for 1,000 over years. Oh my god. What sort of world is this? It's too insane. All-seeing Rakshasa, Xiaoying. I really didn't imagine that even she would make an appearance in the flesh in this world. Mei Shuiyan stood up and took a few steps. Moxie, you and I know that the people from the 3 holy lands are sordid and contemptible inside despite claiming to be dignified, and the way they do things are even more despicable. But there is an exception to everything, and this senior Xiaoying is of a completely different kind compared to the rest of the 3 holy lands. All your obscene language can be used on those scums, but you must not be rude to Senior Xiao anymore. Be it inside your heart or verbally. Senior Xiaoying may be a female, but her heart is extremely kind, and she is upright and honest in her actions and will never be willing to make things difficult for others. Especially repeatedly making great contributions during the war for seizing the heavens, killing experts from the strange races, she can be said to be a legend. And on the 3 holy lands side, because she is really too pure and untainted by the filth of worldly affairs, they were fearful that she would be taken advantage of when wandering in the pugilistic world, so they never allowed her to make an appearance. This time, I wonder why would they allow her to come forth personally? She frowned, deep in thoughts. With how important the 3 holy lands view Xiaoying, there will definitely be other peak experts protecting her and her sudden appearance in this place. Otherwise, the Heaven Saint Palace would definitely not let her come out to explore. Mei Shuiyan turned around and looked at Jun Moxie. A determined look was on her face. Moxie, I believe that the situation is extremely bad for you this time. Xiaoying may be powerful, and that all-seeing eye is also the greatest counter to your amazing escape technique, but she is not scary in terms of her personality. She will not even have the thought of killing you. But that expert protecting her will definitely not be an easy person to deal with. Their strength will definitely be above that of a Saint Emperor's. This time, I must go out and fight alongside with you. No. There is no room for negotiation on this. Jun Moxie rejected. With that negligible cultivation of yours, you are not even enough to stuff the gap between their teeth. What can you do out there? Fight alongside with me. I'm afraid that you may not be of help, but I'm sure that you'll slow me down. Young Master Jun was extremely afraid of the idea of Mei Shuiyan partaking in battles. He made up his mind that he'd rather temporarily hurt her than allow her to take the risk. Even spewing all sorts of hurtful remarks. But it is very different now. How could Mei Shuiyan not understand what young Master Jun was thinking? Hearing such ill remarks, she did not feel angry, instead, she laughed in a pleased manner. Since I began practicing the art of unlocking heaven's fortune, the blood passed down within my species has unexpectedly been awakened. Now, I have mastered 3 types of secret skills known by my species. And I believe I am reaching the bottleneck of breaking through for the art of unlocking heaven's fortune. And that yin-yang escape art that you taught me, I am able to use it now, even though I may not be able to use it to defeat the enemy, but there are no issues in protecting myself. There is absolutely no problem in going out this time. She blinked playfully and her eyes turned into crescents as she grinned. You worry that I'll slow you down. I should be worrying whether you would weigh me down. Jun Moxie was surprised, only responding after a while. Me, weighing you down? This little girl is really boasting shamelessly. Come, let this young master try weighing you down. Mei Shuiyan scoffed and said, looks like you really haven't been taught a lesson for too long. This lady realizes that you're getting more and more arrogant. World Cage. Jun Moxie laughed loudly. Your current strength is far from mine. World Cage already. He was only halfway through his sentence when he suddenly realized his entire body was really paralyzed. He couldn't even speak. So he just stood there flabbergasted, his mouth left hanging open. It was really the taste of imprisonment that he hadn't had in a while. Mei Shuiyan sent a flying kick into Jun Moxie's plump buttocks. His face was still full of astonishment. Young Master Jun was instantly sent flying in the air and was left turning midair. Mei Shuiyan snorted coldly and said, this is one of the special skills of the Snow Ferret clan. Then she kicked again, kicking young Master Jun who had not landed upwards once again, before continuing to speak. We are able to activate 3 times the strength of any position. Aside from this, we can easily control the power of heaven and earth, and allow it to be transformed into any form. The World Cage may not be able to deal with you under normal circumstances, but this upgraded World Cage of mine can be adjusted anytime, and depending on the opponent, it can be a perfect counter. I believe it is even better to use than Xiao Ying's inescapable net. Do you understand now? Young Master Jun, who is afraid that I will slow you down? She gave 5, 6 kicks before she finished saying her words. Then, she sent one last kick at Jun Moxie's belly. Young Master Jun was sent flying backwards. Pooh! He landed on the ground, triggering off a weird wave in the whirlpool of heaven-earth spiritual chi. But that peculiar strength that had imprisoned him was also gone without a trace. Young Master Jun quickly rubbed his aching body as he stood back up with a pained expression. This is a sneak attack. Blatantly using sneaky ways, I was not even in the correct posture yet. Mei Shuiyan snorted and said, who asked you to look down on me and say that I will slow you down? She had yet to finish her sentence, but only saw that whole mirage of young Master Jun rubbing his bum suddenly vanish. She immediately noticed that something was wrong and was just about to start running away when a pair of powerful and strong hands already snaked around her tightly. Then, a couple of places on her body went numb and she could not move anymore. Then, Jun Moxie appeared before her with a grin, lifting her chin with his finger. Babe, weren't you pretty capable just now? Come, smile one for this young master. He said in a frivolous tone. Mei Shuiyan was embarrassed and angry. Let me go quickly. You lecher. Jun Moxie scoffed and said, calling me a lecher. You actually dared to ambush me. You really deserve to be hit. In terms of teaching skills, I am still half a master of yours. Sneak attacking your master is a crime of being unfilial. You should be hit on your bum 3 times. In terms of principles, a woman should have the 3 rules and 5 virtues. 1. A husband guides his wife, but you dare to beat your own husband and attack your honored husband's honored bottom. A crime on top of your crimes. You should be hit on your butt 7 times. Then, he exerted his strength and flipped Mei Shuiyan's body around, causing her to lay across his knees. He laughed loudly and lifted his right hand which landed on that supple bottom with a paw. He only felt like everywhere his hands landed was extremely soft and smooth, and a feeling of thirst appeared in his heart. He almost got a nosebleed. Mei Shuiyan let out a soft cry, her face instantly turning red. She gritted her teeth and said, if you don't let me go, I'll. So what will you do? As the saying goes, regulate the family, rule the state, then pacify the country. If I am not strict on the family laws, how can I pacify the world in the future? This beating must be given. Young Master Jun scoffed, saying in a firm and righteous manner. This jerk had just hit once and was already addicted. Putting on a stern image like Justice Bao too, but deep inside, he just wanted to take advantage of Mei Shuiyan. Although his expression was decent, that lustful look in his eyes that was like a hungry wolf that betrayed him. Mei Shui-yen bit her bottom lip, secretly reprimanding herself. She knew that this guy would not be honest, but why was she still so careless? She grit her teeth and chose to not speak, laying across his legs. But she realized that the palm did not descend, but instead, a pair of weird hands had began gently fondling with her sensitive spot. You. What are you doing? The great beauty Mei was really panicking now. I am carrying out the family law. Jun Moxie scoffed. But this guy was getting a little excited. The feeling on the hand is really too good. Holy sh*t, and this is how it feels through the clothes. If they're removed, and that last little bit of barrier is thrown away, how amazing would that feel? I'm really looking forward now. Just as he thought, his mind began to wander. God knew what sort of image he was imagining in his head, but his pair of hands were getting more and more dishonest, gradually filling with the tendency to want to make his fantasies into a reality. Let me go. Green Hunter is still here, Mei Shui-yen cried bashfully. Jun Moxie finally snapped back to his senses, still dwelling in his fantasies. He had forgotten to continue carrying out the family law, giggling in a daze as he released Mei Shui-yen's acupuncture points. Mei Shui-yen leaped up, her face completely red. Even her fair, pinkish neck was red. She tried to tidy herself and rolled her eyes at young Master Jun. She turned away, biting her lips and refusing to speak. Jun Moxie was reminded by her sentence, looking over to Snake King Green Hunter, who was in under the tree. Speaking of Green Hunter, it also reminded me of something that may allow Green Hunter to regain consciousness soon. I'm not sure if the two magical items you mentioned before, the 7-color holy fruit and 9-segment exquisite lotus, will have any effect on her. Mei Shui-yen thought carefully. Her face was still flushed, but she was already focused on this question. After all, with many years of sisterhood, her friendship with Snake King was not ordinary. Perhaps it may have some use. But it is not known yet, and those two items are both magical items of the mortal world. Even if they will not have any direct effect, but at the very least, it will not have any adverse effects. But Moxie, will there be any effects to Green Hunter's injuries, in staying like that in her human form? Most Xian beasts will return to their original form when they suffer severe injuries. Retaking their original form is one of the ways Xian beasts protect themselves. Some injuries may definitely spell death in the human form, but when returned to the original form, it may turn out to not be fatal. And this is also the greatest difference between humans and Xian beasts. I do understand what situation you are speaking of, but that peculiar situation has a prerequisite, which is that the injured must be in a conscious state of mind, but Green Hunter's mind is at its limit, swaying and on the verge of disseminating. The amount of energy used by her is lesser in the human form. But if she returns to her original form, I'm afraid that the nutrients the body has to offer is not enough for her body to use, and if it goes on to use up the last bit of life force, Jun Moxie said softly. In other words, could it be that even you can't do anything about it? Mei Shui-yen asked worriedly. My cultivation is still too shallow and I really do not have any good solution, but there definitely will be one. Jun Moxie said solemnly. What I can do currently is to use primal chaos purple chi to help her sustain her life and ensure her life force doesn't diminish. As long as her life force doesn't go out, there will be a chance to turn it around sooner or later. I believe that there will definitely be a way, when I'm at the 6th or 7th level of the Hongjun Pagoda. You also have been practicing in Hongjun Pagoda for so long, don't you have enough confidence in this treasure? Jun Moxie had complete faith in the Hongjun Pagoda. The pills refined in the 9th level of the Hongjun Pagoda could even turn a mortal into an immortal instantly. Works of immortals reviving the dead was a simple feat, although Green Hunter's injuries were not light, but it may not even be an issue in the eyes of immortals. I believe in you, but your circumstances are so dangerous now. How are you planning to face it? Jun Moxie floated over to Green Hunter, pressing his palm against her back and transfusing primal chaos purple chi into her again to prolong her life, frowning as he pondered. After a long while, he finally said, as to this bunch of experts from the Holy Lands. I only have one word, kill. Kill. But you are only a 3rd level venerable. There are 30, 40 enemies, and those who are the weakest amongst them are 2nd, 3rd level venerables. And there are also many saints, and there are 3 saint emperors providing support. If my guess is not wrong, Heaven's Saint Palace would have deployed 3 guardians and above to accompany Qiao Ying. How are you going to kill? With that strength, even if they stand there completely still for you to kill, you may not be able to kill them at all. This is a fact, an undeniable fact. Our strength is more than enough for dealing with normal circumstances, but compared to our current enemies, we are really too weak. Although you have successfully stirred up a storm, you don't have the capabilities to deal with its consequences. From the way I see it, I think we must take some measures to lie low for now. Mei Shuiyan said worriedly. Lie low. Jun Moxie laughed bitterly, rubbing his nose. Big sis, you already said it yourself, I was the one who stirred up this storm. Today, the storm clouds has all gathered, but I, the instigator, wants to lay low. Isn't that a little disheartening? I still have the same question. Do you have enough strength to handle the consequences? Since your strength is insufficient, what else do you want to do? What else can you do? Mei Shuiyan rolled her eyes at him. Indeed, I can't win them head-on, but we can assassinate. Jun Moxie gave a quirky grin. If we are talking about assassinating, I have complete confidence in crushing those who are lower than Saint Emperor. As to experts who are Saint Emperors and above, we may not be able to assassinate them, but it doesn't mean that there is no one who can subdue them. There may still be some significance in what you said if we were in the past, but right now. In this world, the 3 holy lands have been eradicating those who are at odds with them for 10,000s of years. All those forces who originally were worthy enough of being on par with them were all annihilated completely long ago. They don't even have enemies now. What other power or force is there in the world that can subdue them? This sentence that was said unintentionally also gave Mei Shuiyan a shock herself. Because this sentence was said with great seriousness, but it had also encompassed a terrifying fact: the 3 holy lands do not have any enemies. All their enemies had been completely exterminated, annihilated, and destroyed over the passage of time, leaving not a single descendant. 10,000 years. For the entire duration of 10,000 years, constantly all those who defied or were at odds with them. Mei Shuiyan suddenly felt so shocked by her own sentence that she was covered with goosebumps. All her hair was standing. When put this way, wasn't Tianfa Forest the last force that could go against them? Which was also their last target for annihilation. There is no absolute in the world, only what cannot be imagined. There is nothing that is impossible. As long as we put our hearts to search, there will be existences that are powerful enough. For example, the 9 Nether 14th Young Master. Jun Moxie said. I knew it, since you were planning all this in the dark, you must have something you could rely on. But Moxie, I must warn you, even if the 9 Nether 14th Young Master also fights the 3 Holy Lands, that is only out of his own intentions. Because we do not have the rights to go against the 9 Nether 14th Young Master. We even lack the authority to speak to him as equals. A heavy look came over Mei Shuiyan's face. Don't tell me that you only intend to just push the wave and add to the billows, watching from the sidelines in this storm. If that is truly the case, I will support you, but with your personality, will you be willing to? Jun Moxie was stunned. Mei Shuiyan's sentence had struck his sore spot. All along, he was already used to fighting enemies weaker than him. But with his improvement in his cultivation, his opponents had become stronger and stronger. This caused him to completely lose the rights to face them on directly, having no other choice but to use whatever sort of possible means to deal with them. Be it putting on airs, using bluffs and tricks, pretending to be powerful or framing others and shifting the blame. All these methods were effective and had great results, but since he started out, how many times did he face a battle head-on? If you wish to survive in this disordered world where strength determines everything, and wish to be feared by others, all these must be built on a basic foundation: strength. Bloody battle. Establish your might. Shocking the world with one battle. The best solution in eradicating all future worries was only by establishing your absolute power. Otherwise, how could the opponent be convinced being defeated in such an obscure manner? Naturally, they'd keep coming to look for trouble repeatedly. This time, we can make sure the 9 Nether 14th Young Master is there by chance, but what about next time? The next time? Is it going to continue like this? You are right. We mustn't watch from the sides in this situation this time. Jun Moxie said slowly, enunciating each and every word. Since you have decided to battle, then a battle it shall be. I believe that as long as we gather all the strength of Tian Fa, no matter what, there will be a chance to fight. Mei Shuiyan said. No. Jun Moxie shook his head slowly. No. Do you still have any other ideas? Mei Shuiyan was stunned. The only possible solution we have right now is to gather all the seniors of Tian Fa and face them straight on. No matter what the outcome is, we must make the three holy lands pay the terrible price. Only when we beat them until it hurts. Then, they'll realize that there is no good end for those who mess with us. Otherwise, we might not even get past this stage of Chrysanthemum City alone. Mei Shuiyan paused. Even the two of us, although we are not weak, we are still no match for Saint Emperors. Unless, we are able to improve our strength exponentially overnight. But that sort of thing has never been heard of in all of history. Who said there isn't? Unheard of since ancient times until now doesn't mean that I don't have it. I just said, there are only things that cannot be imagined in the world, but there is absolutely nothing that is impossible. Jun Moxie said indifferently. His eyes slowly landed on that giant heaven-earth spirit vein, and a glint of madness appeared in his eyes. You have. Mei Shuiyan had not imagined that she would get an unexpected, absurd answer. We really do have a way to greatly improve our strength. But there are always risks for gains, and there is a great risk in this method. And it is a little wasteful. Jun Moxie slowly said, as he caressed the heaven-earth spirit vein beneath him. Inside this thing, it is actually hollow. The reason a heaven-earth spirit vein is formed is because in a unique enclosed space full of spiritual chi, hollow blue rock milk was formed first. He smiled and continued to speak. The hollow blue rock milk is an extremely magical medicine. If anyone is lucky enough to find it and consume it, it is capable of reviving the person from the dead and vastly increase their strength. If no one discovers it over a long time, this hollow blue rock milk will accumulate and over time, its outer layers will begin to solidify. It is the initial layers of hollow blue rock milk that were pushed out first. And after 10,000 years of accumulation of these precipitate, it will form the heaven-earth holy milk. Heaven-earth holy milk. Mei Shuiyan was stunned. She had heard of hollow blue rock milk, but never of heaven-earth holy milk. Because hollow blue rock milk alone was already a magical treasure that was almost impossible to find in the world. One drop, just a single drop of it was enough to revive the dead. A drop was enough to break through any bottlenecks of Xian cultivators and improve their strength by hundreds of years. But she had never thought that above the hollow blue rock milk, there was still a heaven-earth holy milk. Shocking. Truly shocking. But the shock had yet to end. Jun Moxie continued to go on. After a long period of time, the formation of heaven-earth holy milk was like the same as a large-scale formation for gathering spiritual chi. It no longer absorbed heaven-earth spiritual chi from being in contact with the ground, but instead, automatically gathered and attracted all the spiritual chi over. As the spiritual chi gathered more and more, the amount of heaven-earth holy milk formed would also increase. And the outer layers would harden at its peak. So it would only grow in volume, but not harden any further. And this increase in volume starts from the inside. In other words, it will purge out those inadequate impurities, and those impurities will form into this thing before our eyes. Jun Moxie slapped on this giant heaven-earth spirit vein, as he exclaimed. And when this outer layer gets to about 3 zhang in length, the heaven-earth spirit vein in its beginning stage is already formed. And the magical thing about this item is that no matter where it is placed, it will become the ideal place for cultivation for any cultivator. A heaven-earth spirit vein that is 3 zhang is enough to turn an entire mountain into the best place for practicing. And following the growth of the heaven-earth spirit vein, the quality of the heaven-earth holy milk inside will also increase. The longer it lasts, the higher its quality. If it reaches a certain age, it'll transform into an even rarer, golden jade fluid. According to legends, the heaven-earth spirit veins that are able to produce golden jade fluid are at least 10 zhangs in length. A bitter smile flashed across Jun Moxie's face, using his palm to hit the spirit vein underneath him. He said to Mei Shuiyan, and this heaven-earth spirit vein underneath us is almost 50 zhang long. Do you know what it means? What? Mei Shuiyan's sudden shock had interrupted Jun Moxie. She jumped and flailed her arms about, very unmatching to her fairy-like appearance, screaming at Jun Moxie. This giant rock that I have always been sleeping on is the heaven-earth spirit vein. And there is the magical, golden jade fluid inside it. A heaven-earth spirit vein. Mei Shuiyan widened her eyes and held her breath as she looked at Jun Moxie, waiting for his reply. Yes. This thing before our eyes is a piece of perfectly complete heaven-earth spirit vein. And it is the type that has passed the age required for producing golden jade fluid. The thing inside this, I believe just a drop alone, can make a normal person who has never cultivated Xian Qi to shoot all the way up to a spirit Xian, and this is already a safe estimate. Jun Moxie replied Mei Shuiyan, his voice full of confidence. He rolled his eyes. Why did you think your cultivation could improve so quickly? From a little ferret to a first-level venerable within 2 short months. I believe that there is no such crazy skill out there that can be this insane. The art of unlocking heaven's fortune is, of course, one of the reason. All the spiritual qi in this place is also another. But the greatest reason is because I placed you on this thing right from the beginning. Allowing it to constantly cleanse your meridians, so every time you sleep, your physique will also improve due to it. Especially when you are practicing on this, it saves you so much work, but the promises that result are in multiple folds. Mei Shuiyan's body swayed, she moaned and supported her head with one hand. Or else why did you think I didn't give you any beddings? Am I such an inconsiderate person? Jun Moxie continued to grumble, rolling his eyes. Now you have achieved great results in your practice, the first thing you did is to bully me, kicking me there, and so many times. Young Master Jun felt like his luck was really poor. When he was practicing he didn't have something like this, causing him be lower than this girl. But he had just finished talking when he realized Mei Shuiyan had moaned slightly, and with a roll of her eyes, her body fell weakly and she passed out. This surprise was too big, so big that even Mei Shuiyan couldn't endure it. You're kidding me. Why are her psychological support capabilities so weak? Jun Moxie said in astonishment. Young Master Jun had clearly belittled the shocking news he had just delivered. In fact, only someone like him who owned numerous treasures wouldn't find this a big deal. Anyone would faint learning of something like this. Even if it was an immortal who had come down to the mortal realm, heard of, and witnessed this thing, he would definitely faint. Because this was really not something ordinary people would see. A magical treasure that was rarely seen and heard about in heaven and earth. Mei Shuiyan finally slowly woke up after some time. The first thing she did was to lock her eyes on the heaven-earth spirit vein before carefully stroking the huge rock with her jade-like hand as if it would shatter with even a bit more force. Don't worry. Even if you give it your full blow, there won't even be a single crack. Jun Moxie reminded her as he saw her hilarious action. Shush. Mei Shuiyan glared at him before indulging back into her own immense joy. Her beautiful eyes curled like a crescent as she asked dreamingly, Moxie, how long does it take for a heaven-earth spirit vein of this size to form? How long? Let me see, the formation of a hollow blue rock milk takes tens of thousands of years. For all of it to transform into heaven-earth holy milk, it would be another hundreds of thousands of years. As for the formation of spirit veins and the production of the golden jade fluid, it will take at least another 1,000,000 years. For this spirit vein, it should be around 6 million years old. 6 million years? She was astonished. 6 million years. Unbelievably long. It might even be longer. I simply estimated, and there can be an error of hundreds of thousands of years, Jun Moxie explained. Does this mean that, even the dust scraped off the stone can act as holy medicine? Mei Shuiyan asked hurriedly. Jun Moxie nodded. Yes. It's a medicine with a side effect that a normal human cannot withstand. Even the dust will be an equivalent to top-quality hollow blue rock milk. My goodness. Waha, at this moment, Mei Shuiyan's usual demureness was nowhere to be found. She leaped and cheered before suddenly grabbing Jun Moxie by his collar. All Jun Moxie could feel afterwards was a session of fanatic shaking which ended with a solid punch onto his abdomen that sent him flying backwards while he was still baffled. However, this wasn't the end as Mei Shuiyan continued to treat him with fists and kicks. Jun Moxie really had some difficulties shielding himself from all the fists. When he guarded his head, he would be kicked on his buttock. He couldn't help regretting slightly. What on earth is this? How could I have known that such a demure girl would become so violent when she was excited? If it isn't for the fact that I'm stronger than her, I'm sure I can't handle a girl like this. It's reasonable to vent out anger by hitting something. But beating others due to sheer happiness is simply strange. Jun Moxie had no choice but to shield his handsome face and his groin area and sacrifice everywhere else. Needless to say, one for facing others and the other for facing his wives. Finally, her elated emotions wore off as she gradually stopped hitting. She was a bit embarrassed as she saw Jun Moxie's awkward posture. Moxie, are you alright? Jun Moxie held back the desire to cry out loud from the aches all over him as he removed his hand, revealing a pig-like, swollen face which twitched as he said with a sobbing tone, "What do you think?" "Well, since you can still speak properly, I think you are." There was still a trace of excitement in her voice. "Hurry up and tell me more about this golden jade fluid. I'm sure it has an amazing effect." "No. What if you hit me again?" "I promise not to." "I don't believe you. What do you want me to do so that you will believe me?" "You can sleep with me tonight." You pervert." It was then another session of beating. Afterwards, Pighead Jun was finally a gentleman. It took a while for them to calm down from these sessions of high-intensity exercise. Mei Shuiyan asked him softly, "Moxie, are you going to open it so that we can drink the golden jade fluid to increase our power to cope with the bad situation we're facing now?" "Yes, that was on my mind. But I have some concerns." Jun Moxie rubbed his face and the swollen parts magically healed beneath his palm. "What's your concern?" "Wastage?" Mei Shuiyan knew that wasting such precious medicine would be very sinful. "No, it's not about that. This is meant to be consumed, so what if there is a bit of waste? I'm just uncertain about the side effects. I don't know if we can withstand it. Furthermore, it's the only thing that can be consumed without refining and still produce the full effect. But this also means that there's no way to neutralize it so that it's less invasive. If we can't withstand its effects, our souls will be shattered. There would be no remedy. If we can withstand it, will it greatly increase our power?" Mei Shuiyan asked curiously. "As long as we can absorb all the medicine properly, we will go all the way to the top. We will be able to reach the level of a saint emperor or even higher. The stronger the consumer, the better the effects of the medicine. We practice the art of unlocking heaven's fortune, which is one of the best techniques out there, so I dare to think about this method. If it's others who only practice Xian Qi, I speculate that even a saint emperors can't withstand its effects. That's very invasive." Mei Shuiyan's eyes widened in amazement. Seeing that she was getting excited again, Jun Moxie couldn't help shiver. He inconspicuously moved away from her a bit before continuing, "The biggest problem now is that we only need one droplet each for us, but there are so much of it here, so how are we going to keep the rest? If we just leave it here, it will soon evaporate and disappear. That will be a huge waste. Can we contain it with jade bottles?" Mei Shuiyan suggested. "No. Even if the bottle is made of spirit jade, all the fluid will evaporate in around an hour. In that case, maybe we should just leave it here and come back when we have a way to preserve it." Although Mei Shuiyan was desperate to increase her power, she still could not reckon the idea of wasting all this medicine just for 2 drops of it. "Actually, there might be a way. It's just that I'm not 100% sure." Jun Moxie was considering using the flame of primal chaos to seal the opening immediately after cutting open the spirit vein. However, what he was not certain about was that the power of the flame of primal chaos seemed to be too aggressive. What if he destroyed all the fluid instantaneously instead? Also, the fact that the flame of primal chaos would be able to seal the opening was just a speculation in the first place. However, the situation they were facing now did not allow them to turn back. So finally, Jun Moxie decided to give it a try. If they left this place without increasing their power, it would even be a bigger waste. Jun Moxie laid out his palm and a dazzling longsword popped out from thin air onto his hand. The blood of yellow flame. It was now a very special sword that couldn't even be obtained in the heavens. Jun Moxie built the foundation of the sword with gold transmuted from ordinary metal. He then used the essence of metal to refine it. Next, the sword devoured thousands of kilograms of gold. Finally, it absorbed hundreds of 9 nether frost blades. It could be said that the best materials from Earth, Xian and 9 nether, were used to produce this sword. Despite its small appearance, it weighed up to 250 kilograms. No ordinary man could lift it up. It gained spiritual senses and absorbed the blood of Jun Moxie, therefore, it only weighed like an ordinary sword to him. If someone else tried to lift it, even if he were as strong as Big Bear, he would not succeed. Shui Yan, give me some space. With sword in hand, Jun Moxie made the decision. There would be no turning back. So what if we are destroying something precious, so what if it might all go to waste? If we can't even get past this danger we are about to face, then how can we talk about the future? Mei Shui Yan moved aside as instructed. She had just moved away when she saw a stroke of chilling lightning come down. The moment the body of the blood of yellow flame came in contact with the other layer of the heaven-earth spirit vein, it was like a hot knife slicing through a piece of frozen butter. Whoosh, the outermost chunk of the spirit vein, about the length of a palm, silently broke off and fell with a pool. This was the outermost portion, so even if it was cut in such a clumsy and rough manner, it would not affect or harm the golden jade fluid on the inside. So Jun Moxie had no reservations. Jun Moxie activated the power of water, condensing the spiritual qi in the air of the Hongjun pagoda right above his head instantly, converging into an azure stream of water that descended downwards. At the same time, Jun Moxie skillfully made a small hole on the side that had been cut with the blood of yellow flame. All the condensed spiritual qi filled perfectly right up to its brim. Although the portion of the length that was cut was about the length of a palm, its horizontal breadth was almost 3 zhang long. And that small hole was a few meters deep, which was enough for Jun Moxie to experiment. Mei Shui Yan watched him with her eyes wide open, but she saw Jun Moxie lifting his hand with burning resolution and ordering, "Flame of primal chaos. Appear." Then, on Jun Moxie's fingertip, a pitch-black flame appeared with a pa, dancing gently and silently. Jun Moxie inhaled a deep breath, then exerted his strength. The flame of primal chaos instantly got bigger and burnt brilliantly. Then Jun Moxie placed this black-colored flame into that cut surface at lightning speed. The side of the spirit vein that was cut instantly melted, turning into a layer of shiny fluid that slowly flowed downwards, slowly gluing up the entire tiny opening. Jun Moxie heaved a sigh of relief, as he extinguished the flame of primal chaos from his fingers. He stretched out his hand to wipe the cold sweat off his forehead. How could Jun Moxie not be nervous? If the experiment this time succeeded, then the golden jade fluid would practically become a treasure that he could help himself to as and when he wished. No matter when he wished to use it, he only needed to stick a needle into this sealed opening and allow a couple of drips to flow out. Then, he would seal it back up in the same manner and everything will be good. But if this experiment failed ultimately, then, this plan for upgrading their strength this time would have to be put on hold temporarily for the better. Looking at that broken piece of spirit vein that was already sealed up, Jun Moxie took in another deep breath and the shining flash of sword light came cutting down again. The sword descended. Newly formed heaven-earth spiritual qi condensed into sparkling fluid, flowing out of the two pieces that were just broken, drip by drip, then instantly transforming into misty spiritual qi that dissipated into the air. It worked. Jun Moxie panted, his eyes gleaming. It worked. Mei Shui Yan did not dare to believe it. Did it really work? Are you sure? This is something unusual, if there are any errors. There are no ifs anymore. Jun Moxie exclaimed happily, interrupting her. The reason why I did not use regular water, but wasted my energy to convert spiritual qi into water all for the sake of preventing this if. Even if the golden jade fluid is a fluid formed from heaven and earth spiritual qi, it is a lot more concentrated than the average spiritual fluids and has an even more amazing change within it. But no matter how it changes, its original state will not change. In other words, it'll ultimately still be a fluid. Unusually fervently glow emitted from Jun Moxie's eyes as he looked at the giant heaven-earth spirit vein. The experiment today is extremely meaningful and significant. This experiment has shown that the Jun family shall begin to rise from now on and will not fall, forever. Jun Moxie said slowly. The spiritual qi in the Hongjun pagoda is 1,000 times more concentrated than the outside. The heaven-earth spirit vein will develop even faster in here. And the golden jade fluid within will only grow more and more. It is more than enough to last the descendants of the Jun family for ages to come. As long as they bring their cultivation level to a suitable level, then borrow the effects of the golden jade fluid, they will be able to rapidly advance to a Saint Emperor or even higher. Indeed, as long as you remain here, the Jun family will continue to be glorious forever. Mei Shuiyan had a hazy look in her eye, but she raised a sharp question. But, are you really able to? Aside from you, who else in the Jun family is capable to use this sword of yours to open the heaven-earth spirit vein and is capable of using the flame of primal chaos to mend the opening? Even if there is someone like this, are they able to have this Hongjun pagoda? Jun Moxie was stunned. You're right. I was too excited and had forgotten this important point, but I will do my best to remain here, until the day I have no other choice but to leave. He mumbled after a long while. Mei Shuiyan's words were essentially talking about the fate of mankind. In her heart, even the most powerful legend would not be able to escape death. She had merely raised this fact in an obscure manner. But what Jun Moxie was thinking of was a completely different matter. In his previous life, he had never believed that there were immortals, or ghosts, or demons, or immortality and longevity, but in this life, especially after obtaining the Hongjun pagoda, he believed it. The reality was right before his eyes, how could he not believe in it? If my strength reaches a level where this world can no longer accommodate me, then I definitely will have to leave. The Nine-Nether first young master left this place since he was probably sick of it, but also because his own strength was too overwhelming. Maybe, all those legends about people suddenly rising up to heavens in the day were perhaps real existences. Who knows? From the two broken pieces of the spirit vein, Jun Moxie picked up one of them and cut a piece closest to its center out of it, about the size of a palm. He handed it to Mei Shuiyan. You keep this piece. If there comes a day where I am not by your side and you are injured, just scrap some powder with a small knife, mix it with water and drink it. This piece is already showing some characteristics of soft jade, it is a quality good that is similar to the heaven-earth holy milk. Mei Shuiyan responded and carefully carried that piece of jade in her arms. Jun Moxie was amused by how careful she was being and couldn't help but chuckle. There's also no need to do that careful, this is just a temporary stopgap measure. There may not be a time where you and I have to be separated. Even if we are not together for a couple of days, you may not sustain injuries anyway. There is no absolute in this world. There will always be someone who will be injured. Surviving in this world, especially for high-level experts like us, has gone beyond the restrictions of the legal systems. It has always been survival of the fittest. Passing through every day between life and death, there's no logic in not getting injured. Mei Shuiyan lightly sighed, her mood a little down. She forced a smile and said, the laws of humankind and Xian beasts, the both of us have already gone past them now. Indeed, that is how the world is. Jun Moxie said. Humans are really a weird kind of species. Before humans came into the world, everyone had to obey the rules of the jungle, natural selection, survival of the fittest. The strong fed on the weak. Although it was cruel, but it was also the fairest. But after the appearance of humans, they started to fight for power. For what? It was all for the sake of unification, for their desires. Laws came about under this premise. The appearance of laws was originally for the sake of letting everyone be equal, and also for the country to be easily managed. But after laws were implemented, the ones who were restricted are still those at the bottom, the weak and powerless, and equality is only obtained between the weak, and merely the weak. He let out a deep sigh and continued. Ironically, it is after obtaining a certain power or position that the rules will no longer abide by the basic laws, but return back to that ancient law of the jungle. The strong survives, the weak perishes. Take the fight between the Jun family and Li family in Tianxiang country, for example. Or the fights between the various families in the capital. The laws of the country, are it really effective? The most crucial thing is still which of these family is more powerful and influential, that's all. As to the dispute between the strong like the Holy Lands and Tianfa, it is the case of the strong devouring the weak. In other words, humans, regardless of strength or power, when they achieved a certain level and position, would undergo a complete change and turn into wild beasts. Which makes me curious, then all the blood that was sacrificed in the scramble for power to become civilized or implement so-called peaceful laws, in the end, what was it all for? What meaning is there to it? Is it all for the sake of returning back to the law of the jungle at the end? Mei Shuiyan laughed. I didn't expect you to have so many feelings on this matter. Feelings? Not necessarily. But I really do have my thoughts and confusion. But it's a pity, it seems no one can give me the answer to my questions. Jun Moxie laughed bitterly. Thinking of all these matters, the world is really f***ed up. The ones that really need fairness and equality are unable to get it. But those that have it will ultimately abandon all of it. Don't you think it's funny? It's not funny. Not funny at all. Mei Shuiyan chuckled and said. Actually, there is never fairness in the world. In the past, a wise person once said, the prince will be punished by the same law that governs the people if they were to commit an offense. But one thing was not made clear in this sentence. And that is that laws are determined by people. Be it the person who created this law or the person who is carrying it out. They all enjoy a certain extent of privilege. And these are the rules. And this rule is the same as the Beast King privilege in the Tianfa forest. Mei Shuiyan chuckled charmingly. The strong devouring the weak happens practically every day in Tianfa forest. And us, the kings, will never interfere or ask about it. We just let it happen. But there is only one rule, there cannot be any battles between species. We don't care about anything else. But if there is a conflict between the beast kings, the battle between the species will just take place if they want, even if it is against the law. The law still has effect, but we look at who was the one breaking it. Naturally, the kings of Tianfa forest can be unrestrained by the laws they decided. Actually, mankind is just another group of Xian beasts, an even bigger Tianfa forest, that's all. Just that the privileged Xian beast kings enjoy are acknowledged by all the Xian beasts. If you are not stronger, then you have nothing to say. And every Xian beast, as long as they work hard, will be able to reach this position. So all of them have hope. But humans, these privileges are not disclosed nor admitted, or rather, they are also don't admit to their own privilege so they can continue playing the role of the law-abiding citizen, but that is just hypocritical and shameless. Ha ha ha. Well said. Humans are indeed another bunch of Xian beasts. In fact, they're not even comparable to Xian beasts. They are not even as sincere nor loyal like Xian beasts. They're just a bunch of wild beasts who are well developed in their brains but harbor despicable thoughts. Jun Moxie laughed heartily. Law. Humph. Laws will be broken. One day, I will create a law that belongs to Jun Moxie in this world. I want to be that person who creates and determines the laws, never the vermin that is restricted by the restraints of the laws. If it is really up to you to determine the laws of this world, then I really can't imagine how absurd this world would turn into. Mei Shuiyan laughed bitterly. Let's not talk about those faraway dreams that we are nowhere near to. Let's focus on getting through this ordeal before us first. You are being unreasonable by saying that. Some things must be made thoroughly clear beforehand. Jun Moxie chuckled and plopped down on his bum. With a grin in his eyes, he said, as long as we are able to successfully pull through the advancement this time, when we show ourselves again in the world with our suddenly increased powers, we will absolutely be facing the direct fighting with the three holy lands. This time, it is a relatively big and decisive battle. After this battle, no matter how it ends, the three holy lands will absolutely stop sending people to find trouble for us before the war for seizing the heavens is over. If we ultimately win this battle, or even completely crush them, the three holy lands will no longer have any certainty in the war for seizing the heavens. And even when compared to the strange races in terms of their own strength, they will fall into a greater disadvantageous position due to the great decrease in their forces. Mei Shuiyan said worriedly. This battle, if we win, will be dangerous for the war for seizing the heavens. If we lose, we will fall into eternal damnation. This is extremely contradicting. Contradicting? Is there really any contradiction that cannot be resolved? Not necessarily. Jun Moxie laid on the ground, hugging the back of his head leisurely. Things are different from the past now. Now, all of the beast kings of Tianfa are almost reaching the level of venerable in their strength. And the heaven destroyer and spirit devourer that I painstakingly nurtured, although slightly weaker, but are more or less similar in strength. After this battle, as long as you bring the piece of the spirit vein I gave you back to Tianfa forest, then use its powder to mix with spring water for all of them to drink, it will definitely allow all of them to leap in their strength again. And I believe, even though the leap this time won't be as great to let all of them advance to saints, but it will definitely be significant. At the very least, it gives them the strength and right to partake in the war for seizing the heavens. Jun Moxie smiled. If we lose this battle, then we probably won't make it out alive, then, we can forget about everything else. But if we ultimately win this battle, and the three holy lands are crippled due to us, then we will naturally not refuse the duty of the war for seizing the heavens that concerns the future of Xian continent. Even if we have to force our way breaking through, I will also create a batch of experts to thoroughly annihilate the strange races. So that Xian continent will never have any F***ket up matters like the war for seizing the heavens. And I will not allow anyone else to use this glorious mission as an excuse to do all those despicable, shameless things. Besides, there is more than one way to advance our strength. I do have ways. Jun Moxie snorted. You intend to directly annihilate the entire strange races? Mei Shuiyan asked, her eyes sparkling. Of course. That sort of trash, if it can be completely annihilated, why are we keeping them around? Do you have any objections? Jun Moxie said bewildered. How could I have objections? If those bastardly strange races can really be exterminated for good, then it'll definitely be for the best. Since you have such confidence, determination, and great ambitions, then let's play a fierce one with the three holy lands this time. Mei Shuiyan said excitedly. Jun Moxie knew that Mei Shuiyan was ultimately most concerned about the war for seizing the heavens. This topic was not only a major thing to Mei Shuiyan, it was a deep-rooted one that would definitely not be changed in a short time. So before this huge battle, young Master Jun wanted to leave Mei Shuiyan feeling extremely reassured about the future. Anyway, I already have this sort of power right now, I'm not exactly talking big. And I detested those filthy strange races the most, perhaps even more than the people from the three holy lands, so even if they're really completely annihilated, it doesn't matter. Shuiyan, are you ready? Jun Moxie lifted up the blood of yellow flame. A cold gleam was already radiating from the tip of the sword. I'm ready. Mei Shuiyan nodded her head heavily. When my sword descends, you must immediately collect the golden jade fluid that leaves immediately, there must be no delays in between. The moment I bring my sword down, I will activate the flame of primal chaos at the same time to heal up the opening. If there are any delays in between, it will result in large amount of golden jade fluid going to waste. I believe you understand the importance of the golden jade fluid, so there must be no mistakes. Jun Moxie slowly lifted his sword. The divine sword above his head was already spitting out white sword light that was a dozen zhang. Don't worry. Mei Shuiyan stared at the main body of the spirit vein without blinking, completely focused. A dense swirl of spiritual qi was brewing in both of her palms. After a few rounds of tossing and turning under the pressure of her skills, two small jade bottles were formed. Making a jade bottle from heaven-earth spiritual qi. Just to collect the golden jade fluid. Right now. Jun Moxie hollered, moving swiftly. Jun Moxie utilized all the strength of his body, channeling it all onto the body of the sword. The sword descended. At the smooth opening that was cut, drops of tiny, purple, sparkling fluid began to flow out. The entire Hongjun pagoda was instantly filled with an indescribable fragrance. The two of them felt completely at ease and comfortable just from smelling it. At the instant the golden jade fluid was about to drip out, Mei Shuiyan had already zoomed past like a bolt of lightning. It's done. She had barely finished her words when a wall of pitch-black flame covered up that tiny opening of the main body of the spirit vein. Under the silent burning process, the opening on the heaven-earth spirit vein which was originally extremely hard melted quickly and flowed down, sealing up that opening which was about the size of a thumb perfectly. Jun Moxie chuckled satisfactorily. His sword instantly returned back into its sheath and vanished without a trace. The spiritual qi inside the Hongjun pagoda had instantly become denser and thicker. Their coordination earlier was already impeccable, but there was still a few drops of golden jade fluid that dripped onto the ground, instantly turning into immense heaven-earth spiritual qi that filled up the Hongjun pagoda. And this time, the two bottles made out of pure spiritual qi in Mei Shuiyan's palms were already showing signs of melting. As if the two drops of golden jade fluid inside were alive, the purple radiance got more and more brilliant. That bottle was clearly no longer able to withstand the pressure being released from within. No time for delays or hesitation.
Use it instantly. Steady your heart to break through the bottleneck. Jun Moxie said resolutely. He took one of the bottles and swallowed the entire thing, including the bottle, into his stomach with no hesitation. And Mei Shuiyan did the same thing. The moment the bottle made from spiritual qi entered the stomach, the outer layer of spiritual qi quickly dissipated and the golden jade fluid within also began to take effect. Hong. Jun Moxie only left like an immense surge of energy came exploding from his dantian like a tsunami, rushing through every single cell in his body. He tried to stop it mentally, but it had no effect at all. **T. Although he had already overestimated the effectiveness of that spirit energy, but from the looks of it now, he had still misjudged it. An essence of heaven-earth spiritual qi that had been condensed after millions of years, its effectiveness was shocking as expected. It was really too massive. Jun Moxie yelled, "Come. Let's join our palms, left advancing, right retreating, circulating the Xian qi as it grows and multiplies without end. Yin and yang complement each other, forming ourselves into heaven and earth." He came flying over to before Mei Shuiyan as he spoke, sitting down cross-legged. Mei Shuiyan felt like she was being tormented from the immense strength of the golden jade fluid, as if her body was on the verge of exploding, gradually losing her senses, but she more or less understood Jun Moxie's meaning. Using her last bit of control, she compelled herself to stretch her palms forward to meet with Jun Moxie's, the both of them activating their Xian qi at the same time. The spirit energies that came from the same source instantly merged as one, turning the body of these two people into a giant circle, looping back and forth repeatedly. This meant that aside from the internal circulation within their bodies, there were two additional paths available for the flow. Exiting from Jun Moxie's left palm and entering Mei Shuiyan's right, and the same time, the spirit energy inside Mei Shuiyan exited from her left palm entered Jun Moxie's right. Hong. A loud explosion came out from both their dantian, as if it was exploding in their hearts, in their minds. The 2 drops of golden jade fluid were finally taking full effect. Exploding simultaneously within their bodies. The unimaginable, massive spirit energy rushed out of their dantian in an unbridled manner like a tsunami, like a mountain flash flood. Their bodies were practically at their limits at the same time, brimming with spirit energy on the verge of bursting out of their bodies. And this was only the beginning. But this mere beginning had already driven both of them unconscious. Only their 4 palms were still joined together, the spirit energy in their bodies rushing into their meridians like a gushing river, filling up all of their bodies, then transferring into the other party's body through their linked palms, triggering off a more intense spirit energy storm, growing stronger with each repeated circulation. The 2 of them had already lost their awareness, merely circulating the boundless spirit energy in their bodies out of reflex, but this sort of subconscious circulation only caused the spirit energy storm to become more and more violent. The skin of their bodies were already showing signs of splitting open due to the massive spirit energy, and bumps formed under their almost translucent skin. Their veins were also gradually popping up, turning from green to blood red in color. The tendons of their muscles were also popping up on the surface of the skin. Tiny, visible patterned veins began to slowly appear on the surface of their skin. This sign clearly showed that the effects of that drip of golden jade fluid was not what these 2 people could bear, or even greatly beyond the limits of their endurance. The current situation was undoubtedly extremely dangerous, and as long as any one of them was unable to bear this violent surge of spirit energy, they would bring the other person down along with them, exploding into smithereens at the same time. And right now, the 2 of them formed a circle loop for the energy with their palms, and the violent spirit energy was still circulating rapidly. They were also unable to separate anymore. This was a moment of crisis that hangs by a thread. Gradually, surrounding the 2 of their bodies, protecting them. As if, with a tad of unwillingness. This was Jun Moxie's cleverness. He had long predicted that if the 2 of them really were unable to endure it and exploded to death, at that final moment, the Hongjun Pagoda would definitely protect its owner, but it would only protect himself and wouldn't be bothered with Mei Shuiyan's life or death. So the moment he noticed that something might go wrong, he joined his body with Mei Shuiyan's into a double cultivation, combining the spirit energy of them both into a single entity. In this way, if the Hongjun Pagoda wants to save him, then it would also have to save Mei Shuiyan. If it doesn't save me, does it dare? So young Master Jun had brazenly set this advancement operation into motion entirely because he had a strong backing like Hongjun Pagoda. Or else,
Why would Jun Moxie dare to rashly use the golden jade fluid which could cause even an immortal to explode and die? He wasn't that sick of living. Naturally, he mustn't tell Mei Shuiyan the complete truth, otherwise this girl would definitely not let him take the risk. And she also doesn't really know how certain I am. Let's complete the advancement first. Let it be done and cannot be changed first. Then see how it goes. Time seemed to creep past slowly. It had already been 7 whole days since the Chen family was completely annihilated. The Chrysanthemum City was extremely peaceful, maintaining its bustling site as before. And it was not like no one had noticed that the once powerful Chrysanthemum City was completely gone without a trace, but definitely no one imagined that the talk of Chrysanthemum City, the Chen family, had already completely perished with great hatred. The manor of the Chen family had already been taken into possession by Zhan Mu Bai and the rest, living unusually calm and peaceful. These people had spent hundreds of years killing and massacring. Killing a couple of people for the sake of the 3 holy lands meant that it was for the sake of the future of humans, for the future of Xian continent, and everything was in the name of justice. It was open and candid. So what if we killed some people? And what's more, a subservient family like a lowly servant? If they're killed, then they're killed. And they were already used to staying in the place of the victim after killing them. So if there was anything they found displeasing, it was probably the fact that there were no servants at their disposal, so they had to do everything on their own. But to experts like them who had retreated from the secular world, the lavishness of the human world was nothing to be attached to. Of course, not everyone was so at ease with themselves. One person was tormented during this entire period, and this was Qiao Ying. This powerful, highly skilled all-seeing Rakshasa had lost tremendous weight during these 7 days. The other people could remain self-righteous and have no qualms, eating, drinking and sleeping, with no feelings of uneasiness. But Qiao Ying couldn't. The great beauty Qiao had the all-seeing eye, and effect of the all-seeing eye this time was even more clearer this time. And the news it brought back was 100% negative. Qiao Ying only needed to open her eyes to see the ghosts of the Chen family, wailing, criticizing, and crying tears of blood. Every night, there were countless of spirits weaving around, angrily condemning the people from the Holy Lands. Especially the room of Zhan Mu Bai, inside and outside, it was packed with people. But their enemy was too powerful. As humans, they had no way to put up any form of resistance. Now that they were ghosts, there was still nothing they could do. The powerful Xian Qi of saint-level experts were the bane of spirits' existence. As long as they went near, they would be in danger of having their souls scattered any time. Other people couldn't see it, but it didn't mean that Qiao Ying couldn't. And not only could she see it, she could hear it too. But she had no suitable measures to take. If she were a cruel person, she only needed to allow her powerful Xian Qi from her body to explode out and allow these ghosts to be thoroughly destroyed. But how could the kind-hearted her do that? Besides, Zhan Mu Bai was in the wrong for this whole matter. So she could only watch those countless ghosts float about and cry in anguish. Actually, if Qiao Ying shut off her all-seeing eye, she wouldn't have to see anything. But, after seeing and listening to everything once, who could resist it? Even if they felt bitterly disappointed the more they watched, there was the irresistible urge to continue looking. And during this period of time, through observing these wronged souls one-sidedly, Qiao Ying thoroughly understood the true reason the Chen family was annihilated. This left her furious at what Zhan Mu Bai had done. The people involved in the Chen family who were evil were only a few dozen people. Even if you want to kill them all to serve as a warning, that has nothing to do with the regular servants. But Zhan Mu Bai had viciously eradicated every single one of them. So during this period of time, Qiao Ying had brought up the idea of punishing Zhan Mu Bai numerous times. A life for killing lives, using it as a warning to the rest of the 3 holy lands that they must not be this blatant and unrighteous when doing things. But the 2 guardians who had came along with her opposed it. Zhan Mu Bai was a saint emperor of the 3 holy lands and was a great contributor in strength to protect the Xian continent in the war for seizing the heavens. If he had to pay with his life for killing a few people from the secular world, then was there any logic in this world? This proposal was a little ridiculous. In a fit of anger, Qiao Ying moved out of the Chen family into an inn alone. During this period of time, every day passed by extremely slowly for the people from the 3 holy lands. Where have all the assassins from Dongfang family and those mysterious experts gone? Why is there no news of them? Even if you come out to create a commotion and not let us catch you, just letting us know that you all still exist works too. They are anxious, but Dongfang Wenqing and the rest who were hiding were even more anxious. They had already stayed in that hidden place for over 10 days. Aside from showing his face for the first couple of days, there had been completely no news from him in the past 7 days. As if he had disappeared from the surface of the earth. And the last order young Master Jun had left was a single word: wait. Wait. Wait, 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 when do we have to wait until? This little b** starred. What sort of trick is this? When he returns, let's see if I'll beat his ass. Dongfang First Master sounded extremely agitated and seemed furious, but he completely understood the current situation and did not dare to act recklessly. Because if it were him alone, he could act recklessly and sacrifice his own life and it wouldn't be a problem. But if he implicated so many people to throw their life away, especially when there were so many lives here that were not from the Dongfang family. This was the greatest worry of the Dongfang First Master, so even if it is frustrating, he had no other choice but to continue waiting. With the passing of time, news continued to come in. The confirmed targets from before had all been successfully killed, aside from this place. The assassins from the Dongfang family had long returned back to their own missions assigned by the Dongfang family. As to the few assassins from Jun Moxie's Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer, they had all begun to infiltrate Chrysanthemum City. Dongfang Wenqing even knew that these people were definitely already here in Chrysanthemum City. But he had no general idea of where they were located. But Dongfang First Master found this matter fascinating. Although Chrysanthemum City was not his own territory, but the reports were still coming in and out smoothly. All these people were coming in from all directions, but they all vanished without a trace, like a droplet of water blending into the waters in the ocean, and he was only left completely baffled. How was this achieved? Chrysanthemum City may not be small, but it isn't exactly big. All those people from the 3 Holy Lands have all that spiritual sense and all, so how come they couldn't even catch one? Looks like the people under this nephew of mine are quite capable. Speaking of Moxie, that lad, what has this brat been up to these few days? I'm really going to be driven to my death from the wait. Not only was the Dongfang First Master impatient, there was one more person who was feeling a little impatient, the 9 Nether 14th young master. This great lunatic had been waiting every day. My injuries have already recovered to the level when I broke out of the seal in Tian Fa, and I'm definitely capable of putting up many fights already, but why is there no more news from that bold master? You should continue creating a ruckus. You finally destroyed the alliance between the two of them, but why did you disappear at such an extremely crucial time? What are you afraid of? Don't you have me behind you? This really gives headaches. I wanted to borrow this great opportunity that this lad provided to teach the 3 Holy Lands a good lesson, but from the looks of it now. Sigh. Yet another 2 days passed. The Saint Emperors from the 3 Holy Lands were also unable to bear it anymore. It was late at night, and the whole Chrysanthemum City was silent. The oil lamp in the study room of the Qin family which belonged to Qin Qing Tian was still lit. Hai Wuya was holding on to his cup of hot tea. He frowned and said, "Are we being fools? Could it be that all those people weren't here in the first place, all the things were just false alarms, and they had already gone elsewhere already? And one more important thing, those people's objective for this operation is that Qin Qing Tian, who is already dead. Will they just stop and retreat like this? No way, they definitely wouldn't." Zhang Mubai said. Since they already created such a big commotion and came in so blatantly, they definitely won't retreat without achieving anything. Those people who are hiding in the shadows harbored evil intentions, and their real targets were never the Qin family. It has always been us, from start to end. Now that we are already here, how could they retreat? Recent matters had caused this Saint Emperor who looked benevolent and carefree to change, his peaceful-looking appearance containing a trace of evilness. Brother Zhang is right. We have already been strictly guarding the 4 gates during this period of time, there are saints keeping watch every day. Although there are a few suspicious people who came in, but they definitely did not exit. He Chiu said with a heavy look on his face. So they are definitely within the city currently. It's just that we don't know where they've holed up. We don't need to do anything but wait silently, until they are no longer to endure it. They'll jump out on their own. We should just focus on reserving our strength and biding our time. He laughed arrogantly. With our current strength, we don't even need to do anything. No matter what tricks they pull, it wouldn't have any effect. And there will be no accidents, we only need to wait for the battle to arrive. When this battle is over, then we will need to wait patiently for the war for seizing the heavens. That also needs us to wait quietly. It's better to wait now, since at least we still have something to do. It's much better than holing up in the mountain waiting for time to pass. Zhan Mubai and Hai Wuya laughed simultaneously. At this time, suddenly, a sharp pitiful cry ripped through the night sky. This extremely pitiful cry was like a lightning that cut through the silence of the night, causing everyone to feel their hair stand on end. That sort of despair in the cry, in so much pain that they wished they were dead, sent shivers down people's spines. Everyone's back felt cold. What happened? And although this cry was the last sound the person made before he died, the person who had let out such a terrible cry was clearly an expert. And a top expert. Because the whole of Chrysanthemum City could hear it clearly. Someone who had such immense power had to be at a saint level. But the moment a cry like this was made, whoever or whatever that made the noise definitely had no chance of surviving. Zhan Mubai and the other saint emperors instantly stood up and exchanged looks, a serious look on their faces. That is Xia Dongting's voice. Hai Wuya said with confidence, his face muscles convulsing as his pupils dilated and a cold gleam shot from them. The fury in his heart had clearly reached its limit. Xia Dongting was a saint expert belonging to the illusory blood sea. He was a superb Xian cultivator, but right now, he let out this sort of dreadful cry. Let's go. Hurry. Zhan Mubai was instantly filled with rage, disappearing from the study room with a whoosh. Hai Wuya and He Zhiqiu also followed after and vanished simultaneously. The flame remained still and unmoving in the study room. These three people had left at such a fast speed, but the flame had not moved even the slightest. The prologue to an inhuman bloodbath began with this blood-curdling screech. The three people arrived at the place of the incident at lightning speed. Outside the room, the experts of the three holy lands had all gathered here, all their faces filled with grief and indignation. These people were all the top experts of the world, and their reactions were extremely fast. Plus the fact that they were all staying together, they had all gathered the moment the cry began. What's the matter? Hai Wuya asked. It's Xia Dongting. Xia Dongting is done for, a middle-aged man donned in purple robes in the crowd said softly, his face deathly pale. Move aside. Hai Wuya strode forward, and everyone quickly parted ways, opening a path that led straight to the entrance. Hai Wuya's entire body jerked and he froze like a statue when he reached the door. He stood there in a stupefied manner, a look of disbelief in his eyes. Xia Dongting was on the floor right before the door inside the room, laying on the side of his face. An odd expression was on his face, both his eyes were wide open, despair and anger in his pupils. Both his hands were in a weird position, his left reaching forward, in the shape of a claw, the right was bent at an angle, reaching for his shoulder. His sword was still sitting silently in its sheath on his shoulder, it had not even been unsheathed yet. His body was contorted weirdly, his mouth wide open. Fresh blood started to drop from its inside now, falling to the ground, drip by drip. Hai Wuya jolted violently, slowly lifting his head and closing his eyes. After a while, he slowly asked, who was the first to arrive? Come out to answer me. A purple-robed man slowly walked out from the crowd, with an extremely mournful expression. What was the situation when you arrived? Hai Wuya's voice was full of restraint, seeming like he was withholding all of his anger. What did you discover? This was a perfect assassination. That person said in fear. Lord Hai, Brother Xia and I were only separated by a wall in our lodging, but in the process of this sudden assassination, I didn't hear a single thing or notice anything unusual. The only noise was that cry Brother Xia had made. By the time I reached this place, it was less than half a breath from the time it happened, but Brother Xia was already like this. The corners of the mouth of purple-robed man couldn't help but twitch, frightened by his own words. And it wasn't just him, in fact, all the people who heard him couldn't help but shiver. His words seemed normal, but there was a deep meaning in there which was enough to scare all the saints present to their very core, worrying for their own safety. Successfully assassinating a saint expert, and the other saint who was separated by only a wall did not hear a single thing and had not even noticed anything. Didn't this mean that if this person wanted, he could kill any saint he wanted to? And with no chance of missing his hand at it?
What sort of terrifying power did that assassin have? Shocking. Not yet. Because what the purple-robed man said afterwards was even more shocking and unbelievable. Just now, or to be more exact, a minute earlier, I was still having a long talk in Brother Xia's room. Brother Xia once aside that the current situation was like an impending storm, the strength of our enemy is still a profound mystery. Although we are still stronger, but we may not necessarily be capable of suppressing the enemy until they have no strength and can't fight back. So every single one of us must always be on our guard and carry our weapon with us, putting it in a position that allows us to reach for it quickly so we can take on the fight at any time. Precisely because we are strong, the opponent will definitely use small tricks to exhaust our energy, so we must be absolutely careful. But now, everyone sucked in their breaths, looking at Xia Dongting's body on the floor and that long sword on his back that had yet to been touched. A look of utter disbelief was in all their eyes. Xia Dongting said this, so he would have definitely done the same for himself, but even in such a state of high alert, his carefulness had no use or effect when faced with the attack from that assassin. If someone this careful could not escape this fate, what about everyone else? Killing in one strike, a saint of his generation did not even have the chance to unsheath his sword. This was a saint. The sword, being carried on his shoulder, was the most handy position, a position that allowed him to pull his sword out to attack any moment he wanted to. But this sword had lost the chance to come out of its sheath. Then how fast was the speed of that assassin? I came rushing over the moment I heard the cry. Brother Xia still had one last breath, but he was unable to say a single thing. The purple-robed man took in a deep breath and said, "The most unbelievable thing is, the wound was, his chest. A single sword that struck straight at the heart." A commotion broke out and everyone started discussing. The wound was his chest, in other words, this blatant assassin carried out his assassination face on. A saint, even if facing a saint emperor, no matter how frightened or sure of loss, would still have the time to bring out his sword. But this unbelievable reality had appeared right before their eyes. What was going on? The wound here is the flaw, the fatal wound definitely is not the one that struck the heart. The one who spoke was Zhan Mubai who had come in afterwards. A gleam was in his eyes as he slowly spoke. If it was really a single strike to the heart, then even if it was a saint emperor like us, there wouldn't be that sort of pitiful cry from earlier. It would be an instant death. If that was the case, then it really is a perfect assassination. Everyone present knew the vital points of the human body. Zhan Mubai's words had enlightened everyone and reminded everyone present of this fact. Everyone's eyes immediately focused onto the corpse of Xia Dongting on the floor again. Hai Wuya took in a deep breath and squat down, placing Xia Dongting's body flat on the ground. He softly said, "Brother Xia, please understand. For the sake of catching the culprit as soon as possible to prevent other victims and also getting revenge for Brother Xia, we have no choice but to offend you." Everyone felt a chill in their heart. Hai Wuya's words made clear what he was going to do next, dissect the corpse to check for wounds. Only in this way could they truly resolve this mystery and understand the real reason for his death. Hai Wuya stretched his right hand and pulled out the sword from Xia Dongting's back. This sword was finally out of its sheath, not for killing the enemy, but for the sake of dissecting its own owner's corpse. What sort of mockery was this to saints? But right now, they could only watch and bear with it. And even, anticipate it. The sword cut through the clothing on Xia Dongting, revealing the flesh on his chest. There was a small, narrow red scar at the position of the heart. If one did not look carefully, they would assume that it was from an accidental scratch by a branch. Who would believe that this minute wound was a fatal one? Hai Wuya lightly parted that wound with his fingers. An arrow of blood spurted out suddenly, extremely forceful, splatting on the ceiling of the room. Hai Wuya tilted his head slightly, allowing that arrow of blood to brush past his own ear. His eyes widened at the wound he just opened up. What a fast sword! What a vicious sword! What a fatal sword! Zhan Mubai's eyes narrowed as he slowly nodded. Only the fastest sword could pierce through the chest, a place where the most blood converged, in a single strike and quickly withdrawn, leaving no other traces of a wound. So the blood could only gather and get clogged up with nowhere to flow. Everyone present understood this logic, and they were all confident of doing it. Most of them had done something like this before. But using this sort of swordsmanship to deal with a saint,
and achieving this sort of results, no one present was capable of it. This sort of swordsmanship was always used by the strong to bully the weak. Only when dealing with those who were weaker could one be able to succeed in a single strike so freely. If the opponent was similar in strength, or even higher, it was merely an act of suicide. Regular sky xians could use divine weapons to cut away 1,000 times, but they may not be able to break through the xian qi barrier of a saint. Also, saints had frightening reactions. The moment the tip of the sword entered their body, the moment they noticed something was amiss, they were completely capable of contracting all the muscles in their body to move the position of their heart. At the moment the opponent missed when striking at the empty spot, they could quickly strike back. But this sword had cleanly destroyed all the defenses of a saint. Not a single response was made in time. He only had enough time to let out a pitiful scream out of instinct. I believe everyone saw it clearly. This is the real fatal reason. It was a sword like this. Even a saint could do nothing about it. This only proved Brother Xia's judgment, the enemy's strength is a profound mystery. A shockingly powerful assassin hides around us. From now on, all saints shall stay 3 to a room as a precaution. The moment there are any warning signs, immediately alert us. Do not be careless. Hai Wuya said slowly. Everyone replied simultaneously. Everyone had understood that Hai Wuya's words were not to frighten them. Any moment they were careless, they could be the next Xia Dongting. Hold on. This matter may not be this simple. Zhan Mubai scoffed and said. The true meaning behind this sword is not just this. The culprit is showing us his might. Showing his might? Everyone was confused. By logic, there is no chance of surviving this sword the moment it goes through the heart. Xia Dongting would only be able to let out a soft sigh or noise, and definitely not that powerful cry just now. Zhan Mubai said, I dare say, if we cut open the wound to take a closer look, the sword wound is definitely odd. Hai Wuya frowned and considered for a while, before lifting the sword in his hand and cutting open Xia Dongting's body from the center. Zhan Mubai squatted down and carefully opened it. Brother Hai, come and look. Without needing him to say anything, Hai Wuya also widened his eyes in shock. The answer was right before their eyes. The tip of the sword had accurately aimed at the vital part of the chest of the heart, but it was also intentionally slanted by a centimeter, not entering the heart directly but wounding the side of the heart. This sword obviously could go straight into the heart, making this a perfect assassination, and even avoid that loud cry, but the assassin did not do so, instead, intentionally allowing everyone to know the news of Xia Dongting's death instantly. This sword, despite intentionally missing in its aim, still doomed Xia Dongting either way. That person used their xian qi to gush through the heart and destroy the dantian. The only use of this was for the victim to let out a loud, pitiful cry immediately. But after that, the person would also stop breathing and die. Zhan Mubai stood up with a serious expression. The person we are up against is a lunatic. He purposely let Xia Dongting make this cry. He said slowly. His intention is definitely to give us a warning, or rather to say, to provoke us. He Ji Qiu interrupted, standing behind him. He is notifying us that he has begun to take action so that we can be prepared and be on our guard. So that this battle will be even more exciting. Everyone got strangely agitated by this sentence. It was unacceptable. A cold killing intent appeared on Hai Wuya's face. What an arrogant starred. He said through gritted teeth. As a saint emperor, being looked down on by people, how could he not feel infuriated? He Ji Qiu also had a dark look, and his tone was also lower than usual. The clenched fist is the strongest argument. Power determines everything, and this is a fact that we all acknowledge. And from the looks of this assassination, the other party has all the rights to be talking big. This sort of assassination capability is beyond any one of us. The enemy this time is not only powerful, he is even more scheming than any schemers or the most cunning of men. He let out a long sigh. Facing an enemy like this is not necessarily less dangerous than facing the 9 nether 14th young master. Not only must we view this person with great caution, we must be extra careful. From the way this person is showing his might through this assassination attempt, when dealing with him one-on-one, we may not have confidence in a complete victory. The more despicable thing is, such a powerful person, when facing an opponent who is weaker than himself, actually used assassination. He Chiu had said the last sentence gritting his teeth tightly. The muscles in his jaw were trembling, clearly, and he was extremely furious. The moment this was said, everyone felt the same. The 14th young master was a lunatic, but he was a madman, crazy and maniacal in the way he did things. But he would not do anything this sneaky like assassinating. Or rather, he would be feel of disdain to do it. If the 14th young master wanted to fight, he would make it a large-scale one. He would definitely not attack behind someone's back. But the person in the dark they were dealing with was clearly a top assassin that was willing to resort to unscrupulous methods. An enemy like this was one that really gave a headache. He was definitely harder to deal with than the 14th young master. Brother Jean, this may not sound good, but I think that this assassin is the result of the trouble you had created. The other party's aim may just be you alone. He Chiu turned around to face Jun Moxie, smiling awkwardly. Me? How could it be me? Where is this coming from? Do enlighten me. Jun Moxie was confused. To be honest, I really hope that I am wrong in my judgment. No one in this whole world has this sort of assassination ability, even in the pugilistic world. Only today and now, it suddenly appears. The moment it appears, it kills a saint. He Chiu's eyes were cold as he said slowly. In my prediction, it seems that only one person is capable of this. Who? Hai Wuya and Jun Moxie asked simultaneously. He Chiu let out a deep sigh and said, "It is the mysterious master of Jun Moxie." Brother Jean had sneak attacked his disciple, so he is using the same method to deal with us. This was the only explanation I could come up with. Indeed. It must be the case. Hai Wuya and Jun Moxie both came to realization. The three holy lands no longer had any enemies in the world today after 10,000s of years, what more, a powerful enemy like this. Aside from this slightly more reasonable explanation, there were really no other possibilities. But, Guardian Senior Chiao had clearly said before that Jun Moxie did not die. She even saw Jun Moxie appear in Chrysanthemum City with her own eyes. Hai Wuya mumbled. Since Jun Moxie did not really die, why would his master be dealing with us like this in such a crazy manner? That little thief suffered a blow from me at full strength, with those pathetic powers of his, how could he not die? Whereas, she has never seen Jun Moxie before and doesn't even know how Jun Moxie looks like. Don't tell me it is true just because she said it is. I never believed this matter. Jun Moxie scoffed and said, displeased. The she that Jun Moxie was referring to was naturally referring to Qiao Ying. Clearly, Qiao Ying caused this great Saint Emperor Jean to be strongly displeased with her due to her reaction in the way he handled things last time. Senior Qiao is a person of good virtue and is a prudent person, that news may not be false. Hai Wuya said hesitantly. One must not believe in the words of a woman. Jun Moxie's face was black as he rolled his eyes. Unless that little thief Jun Moxie really appears before my eyes, well and alive, I'll never believe that she is. Everyone exchanged looks, but did not say a word. After a long while, Hai Wuya said, handle Brother Xia's body appropriately, get someone skilled to sew up his body, and we'll bury him when he return back. Everyone else be on your guards, do not be careless. The opponent we are facing this time is not to be belittled. Yes, sir. Everyone responded. It was dark at night, and the wind seemed to be blowing even closer. It seemed like there was an invisible pressure enveloping the boundless night sky, causing the atmosphere to be desolate and miserable. This is a vicious battle that has nothing to do with justice. It is a battle that has no right or wrong. The reason why I did this was not for any noble reason, it was only for the sake of allowing my family and me to be able to survive. This is the only reason I fight. That is all. Jun Moxie said in a low voice, standing in the lush crown of a huge tree several hundred zhang from the Qin Manor. There is no battle cry or so-called great logic for this battle, only life and death. So we must not be soft-hearted. Regardless of if we are dealing with a ruffian or a saint, as long as they want us dead, then the only correct thing for us to do is to make sure they die before us. Regardless if he is a hero or a saint, the moment he makes us his enemy, he is our enemy. That is all. This logic I understood at least a few hundred years before you. Can you stop saying it so repeatedly? Mei Shuiyan frowned, seemingly on the verge of going mad. Jun Moxie had been trying to reform her thinking like this for numerous days. Saying almost the same thing for dozens of times every day. Right now, Jun Moxie only had to say the first couple of words and Mei Shuiyan would be able to say everything else he was going to say without missing a single word. I just want to tell you that. You only want to tell me that, regardless if they were doing it for the sake of the war for seizing the heavens, or really for the sake of the world, but they want us to die, then we absolutely must not be soft-hearted. If we need to kill, be despicable and be sneaky if necessary. Mei Shuiyan said this paragraph through gritted teeth. So clever, actually that was what I mean. You finally understand it. I feel heartened. Jun Moxie clapped and said with a smile. Mei Shuiyan was speechless. Can I not be clever? I heard this almost 1,000 times within these couple of days. I am almost on the verge of going crazy from being tormented with this paragraph. If I can't memorize it, then it'll really make no sense. Don't even talk about remembering it, even if you want me to say it backwards, it is also not an issue. Moxie, I only don't understand how you were able to kill that Xia Dongting silently with a single strike and make this assassination perfect, but still purposely make him cry out. Mei Shuiyan frowned and said, I am not against killing them, but I do not support torturous killing. A person dying is like a flame going out, no matter how big their crimes, a single strike through their heart and killing them would be enough. Why must you make it so cruel? No, you've misunderstood. Jun Moxie chuckled. First, you need to understand that what I did this time was definitely not torturous killing. You have yet to see real torturing to death. Next, time if there is time and we have the circumstances, I'll show it to you bit by bit. I guarantee that it'll let you, Lord of the Beasts, get so flabbergasted that you feel completely weak. And second? Mei Shuiyan gritted her teeth and controlled her temper. Clever. To know that I had a second intention. Jun Moxie's sentence almost made Mei Shuiyan faint. Rolling her eyes, she forced herself to control her anger. You already said, first, if I do not know that there is a second, third, or whatever, then I must be ridiculously dumb. Second, my aim is to let him notify the people of the 3 holy lands that I have arrived. The game of revenge has officially begun. Everyone must slowly enjoy the fun of this game. Jun Moxie smiled gleefully. You must know that enemies like us who are invisible and hidden can give our opponents the greatest pressure. The moment it is nightfall, everyone will be fearful and jittery. Even when the 2 of us are sleeping and snoring away, they will still be on their highest guard, not even daring to relax the slightest. Overtime like this, this is the highest realm of torturing people. Is there a third? Mei Shuiyan scoffed and asked. Her heart was scolding, that's really sinister. Naturally, there is a third. Jun Moxie scratched his head and chuckled. The third intention is my most important intention. That is to us, this cry to tell another person that Big Brother me is here, and Big Brother here has already started his actions. Take good note of the timing and cooperate, or if he is late, by the time I'm done, he won't make it in time for even a tiny part of the action. Inform someone. Who is it? Oh, it's the 9 Nether 14th young master. Mei Shuiyan understood the moment she had asked the question. Jun Moxie comfortably changed his position and said, of course. We may be a lot stronger now, but, if we have a free hired thug for us, why not? I wouldn't find it too many to have free hired thugs like this. How great would it be to have 8 or 10 of them? Free hired thug, and 8 or 10 of them, what are you hoping for? You, this person, Mei Shuiyan was angry and amused. The 9 Nether 14th young master that shocked the world with his name was a free hired thug in his mouth. Say, it's better for everyone to be happy together than be happy alone. Jun Moxie yawned and turned his body around. Don't move, let me snooze for a while, I'm really sleepy. Then, he laid his head down and used Mei Shuiyan's supple thighs as his pillow and closed his eyes comfortably. This lecher. Mei Shuiyan glared for a long time, but ultimately couldn't bear to fling this scoundrel down the tree. There was no other reason. Young Master Jun was really drained and exhausted this couple of days. Mei Shuiyan felt soft-hearted thinking of this, feeling an unexplainable heartache. Only she really knew what Jun Moxie had been doing these couple of days. He had practically no time to close his eyes, being so busy. He was busy while she was sleeping. When she woke up, he was still busy. He was really too exhausted. I'll allow him to be willful today, this one time, and let him get a good sleep. Mei Shuiyan looked tenderly at Jun Moxie, whose eyes were closed, laying on her lap. His face was filled with relief, seemingly at peace. She couldn't help but feel a burst of sweetness in her heart. It is only in my embrace that he can be this relaxed for a while. At this time, Jun Moxie, who seemed to have fallen asleep, mumbled, "Say, this woman's thighs are really smooth. I really wish to touch it after stripping it naked." This sentence alone instantly shattered all the tender affection that was surging in Mei Shuiyan's heart. It had also tossed the tempting idea of her secretly kissing this man out of the window. Mei Shuiyan was fuming. The sky darkened gradually, and just as dusk was about to descend, another storm arose. Earlier, Jun Moxie had used all his methods, using the Hongjun Pagoda's shocking abilities to protect himself and Mei Shuiyan, successfully digesting the horrifying effects of the golden jade fluid for his use. With the assistance of the Hongjun Pagoda, the two of them had managed to tide through the ordeal smoothly. After breaking through successfully, the two of them didn't leave and continued in the Hongjun Pagoda. Mei Shuiyan focused on consolidating her cultivation, with the exceedingly safe, peaceful environment of the Hongjun Pagoda as well as the ocean of pure spiritual qi as support. It was the best place to consolidate one's cultivation. As for Jun Moxie, he immediately got busy refining pills and spent his efforts on other matters. When the two came out, they immediately went to a wide and secluded area to face the inevitable heavenly tribulation that would follow with every breakthrough. Only after passing through the heavenly tribulation would they be considered to be completely safe. But who would have thought that after waiting around for several hours, there were no reactions from the sky? This point had caused Mei Shuiyan to feel incomparably troubled. Humans could make mistakes or have oversights, this much was understandable. But heavenly tribulations were the punishment of the heavens. Could the heavens also make mistakes? The two of them had advanced together and had even made multiple breakthroughs in a row. In other words, each of them were supposed to face at least 5 or 6 heavenly tribulations stacked up together, but there were actually no reactions at all. After guessing around blindly for a long time and seeing that they couldn't simply wait around forever, they decided to continue on to Chrysanthemum City and also assassinated Xia Dongting that very night. Previously, their strengths were not sufficient, and they couldn't kill. But with their strengths greatly improved now, wouldn't it be dumb to not attack? The target they'd selected this time was ultimately a 3rd-level saint. Even though young Master Jun had grown much stronger than before, he still needed to use his full strength to kill him in one stroke. But because of this, the true depth of his cultivation which had been hidden away before was finally unleashed, causing the heavenly tribulation that hadn't reacted for so long to respond suddenly. And from the looks of it, this was not a heavenly tribulation for just young Master Jun. The heavenly tribulation for the both of them had arrived together. So the moment the two came out from the Chen family manor, the dark clouds in the sky had been gathering with shocking speed, nearly merging into a single entity. It was as if all the clouds in the world congregated at the same place. In a swift moment, the clear skies had been completely covered. Lightning bolts that had been brewing for an unknown length of time arched dangerously across the sky, and the thick swirl of clouds slowly formed into a gigantic whirlpool in the sky, finally turning into a huge eye. It was as if a hegemonic, one-eyed beast had taken over the entire sky. The countless lightning arcs did not fall immediately, instead, they all shot into the cloud eye, and completely disappeared. Following that, another batch of clouds swarmed over and more lightning suffused into the enormous eye. Repeating the same sequence. In the early hours of the morning, the entire clump of black clouds weighed down heavily, causing everyone to feel an exceedingly strange feeling, as if within a reach of their hands, they could grab a piece of the cloud. In fact, the tips of the taller trees had already extended into the dark clouds. From this, one could easily tell what extent the weight and density of the clouds had reached. The more dense the might of heaven and earth, the heavier it would be. Even the shrill howls of the wind that used to be so ever-present in the past seemed to be lethargic and slow, finding it hard to advance. In the sky, there were already over 100 huge cloud eyes, covering the sky in a dense sheet. There wasn't any lightning, nor was there any luster of any other color, except for the color black. Black, this kind of blackness was even darker than the night. Even if a person stretched their finger out before their eyes, they wouldn't be able to see anything. The clouds continued to gather and build up, without concern for any outside influence, but this kind of heavy pressure was so strong that everyone found it hard to even breathe. To the common people and low-level cultivators, this kind of pressure that came from the heavens and earth only felt like a stifling pressure. But to high-level cultivators who already grasped the power of heaven and earth, it was incomparably shking. Within the distance of 10,000 li, even all the superior supreme worldly experts did not dare to move. Whether they be superior supremes, venerables, saints, or even saint emperor existences, all of them were scared stiff, not even daring to breathe a little too loudly. Most of all, they didn't dare expose even a tiny bit of their Xian cultivation. All of them were deathly afraid that if they so much as moved a bit, the attention of the heavens would draw onto them, and this terrifying heavenly tribulation of unknown origins would suddenly drop upon their heads. Such matters were definitely not a joke. It wasn't a groundless fear, but an actual, very real possibility. When heavenly tribulations arrived, it would usually only seek out the person that had attracted it. But if this person had outside help, or if someone coincidentally stepped into the radius of the terrifying lightning cloud's range, the lightning tribulation would similarly grow stronger, becoming double or even manifold stronger than originally intended, resulting in everyone being turned into ashes. The situation right now and the scale of the heavenly tribulation were truly unprecedented. Nobody dared to make any moves, even the stronger experts were not an exception. Who could truly tell who this crazy thing would fall upon next? If I moved, and the heavenly tribulation locked onto me because of that, wouldn't I die a very innocent death? Not to mention, these tribulation clouds were supermassive scaled. The moment anyone came into contact with it, it wouldn't simply be a case of most likely will perish. No, they would be dead without a sliver of doubt. Such a terrifying might, even if all the experts of the three holy lands came together and combined their strengths to resist, assuming that the heavenly tribulation didn't grow stronger because of the number of people, the only likely outcome would be that all of them would be turned into a pile of ash, the remains of everyone mixed up together. Even if the nine-nether first young master appeared, he would still jump far away with shock. Since time immemorial, such a strange sight had never appeared before, not even once. 99 huge eyes stared silently down from the sky, with great power accumulating within them. From the start to now, there had yet to be any movements from them. It couldn't be that there were 99 peak experts breaking through at the same time, drawing the tribulation clouds, right? But, why weren't the lightning clouds striking down yet? What were they waiting for? All the signs of an incoming storm were brewing. Finally. All of a sudden. The earth fell silent. The howls of the wind seemed to have been strangled abruptly, suddenly stopping. A moment ago, the entire area was still filled with noises. But in an instant, it had become as silent as to be able to detect the sound of a drop of a pin. Such a drastic contrast caused everyone's hearts to freeze in an instant. It's here. Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan were perched atop a tall tree, as if afraid that the lightning would not find them, purposefully moving themselves to an eye-catching high point. 19, 20. 35. 77. Young Master Jun laid comfortably on the lap of the great beauty and twiddled with his fingers as he counted the huge eyes in the sky with a serious look on his face. As he counted, he furrowed his brows and shook his head slightly. That's not right, the numbers are somewhat not right. What's not right? Mei Shuiyan asked. Breakthrough, under normal circumstances, there should only be one cluster of clouds. Jun Moxie pointed at the anomaly in the sky and continued. Since the two of us jumped through many levels, and we're also going through this lightning tribulation together, it would be reasonable even if the number of clouds was slightly more. But it shouldn't be to this level, right? Isn't this just plain bullying? Young Master Jun grumbled with some frustration. Look, I advanced from a 3rd level venerable to 4th level venerable, broke through the 4 ranks of Saint Realm to 3rd level Saint Emperor, that's only 8 breakthroughs. As for you, we were basically joined together as one body when we broke through, so you had the same results as me. In other words, the both of us together added up should only draw 16 clouds. Even if the clouds doubled because we're taking it together, it would still only be 32. But why did 99 appear? That's more than 3 times the original amount. What kind of logic is this? Young Master Jun continued angrily. Isn't this just toying with people? These despicable heavens,
where did they learn their math from? Mei Shuiyan rolled her eyes somewhat helplessly. Ah, why don't you go up there and debate with them? Do you think that I'm stupid? I'm not going. Jun Moxie refused flatly. Whoever goes is an idiot. What kind of joke is this, jumping into the sky to reason with the heavens? Even if I want to seek death, it shouldn't be in that manner. Are you trying to murder your own husband? Mei Shuiyan smiled lightly, not saying anything. Facing such a terrifying heavenly tribulation, the couple was actually still nonchalant and completely uncaring, happily talking and flirting with each other as per normal. Then, suddenly, as the silence reached a peak and the darkness of the clouds turned black to the extreme, a series of violent rumblings rang out through the clouds, causing the atmosphere in the entire area to shake. A huge ball of purple lightning gathered and formed at the core of the clouds. Accompanied by a heaven-shaking thunderous boom, a pillar of lightning as thick as a water tank streaked down from the sky. Directly, accurately striking onto the tree that the two were sitting on. The entire ground instantly trembled and shook violently. At this time, Zhan Mubai and the rest were all gathered in the Qin family courtyard. They were practically the closest to where the lightning tribulation was. Everyone was so stifled that they could hardly breathe. Just what kind of demon was undergoing a tribulation to actually cause such a grand and terrifying scene? Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan both utilized the yin-yang escape art at the same time, turning their bodies into void. The pillar of lightning blasted down, striking onto the tree in almost the same instant it had formed. Hai Wuya and the rest all gasped with shock, their eyes filled with hopelessness and despair. None of them had expected that the blasted fellow who was breaking through was actually so close to them. From the looks of it, all of them here were doomed to endure this tribulation. Everyone understood that there would definitely be incomparable explosions blasting out everywhere in the next instant. With this crazy lightning storm, the area of several hundred zhang would definitely be turned into a field of ashes soon, spreading gradually until all the energy in the tribulation clouds was completely exhausted. But considering the scale and quality of this lightning storm, hoping to weather it safe and sound was simply a ludicrous dreams, and one of an idiot. By the time this lightning tribulation passed, everyone here, whether they were peak-level experts of the world or plain commoners, none of them would be spared. This heartless bastard. Who the hell chooses a place packed so densely with people to make a breakthrough? Moreover, the scale of this lightning tribulation is so horrifying. This is seeking oneself's own death and implicating others as well. The lightning pillar blasted down, but the expected thunderous boom that should have followed actually did not arrive. This huge pillar of lightning seemed like a drop of water that fell into the ocean, disappearing without a trace. There wasn't even a tiny bit of sound created. What the hell was happening? Huge question marks bloomed in everyone's hearts. That lightning strike was clearly not fake. Could it be that it was just a hollow shot? I've never even heard of such a thing before. Following that, the second strike, third strike. The frequency at which the lightning struck became more dense, and the size of each lightning bolt was growing thicker and thicker as they fell from the sky unceasingly. The entire land was shaking violently, and even the loose stones on the ground were skipping in a lively manner. However, the booming sounds that should occur after the lightning bolts hit the ground actually did not appear at all. Heavens, just what is going on? The person undergoing the tribulation actually has the ability to dissolve the lightning tribulation? How can this be? He Chiu stood mutely by the window and watched the entire thing. His mind was completely mess right now. This was the only possible explanation, but, was there really such a thing? Inside the city, at a certain location. 3 figures stood shoulder to shoulder atop the roof of an inn, staring at the lightning storm striking downwards crazily not far away. Everyone had serious expressions on their faces. The person in the middle was dressed in a flowing white robe, delicate and gentle-looking. This was Qiao Ying. Standing beside her on both sides, were 2 thin, middle-aged men. They stood silently on the rooftop, not utilizing a single shred of Xian Qi. However, the 3 of them all had extraordinary auras, like towering mountains. What is going on exactly? Is this really someone breaking through? Qiao Ying muttered in a low voice, seemingly speaking to herself and also asking the 2 people beside her. The 2 people's faces turned complicated as they exchanged a glance. However, they did not say a single word.
Because, even they didn't dare to be certain of what was going on. If all this commotion was caused by a single person breaking through, and the person even had the ability to dissolve the lightning without revealing himself, then, it was surely a little too ridiculous. I think so. The man on the left said with some doubt. His eyes that had always been clear and confident was suddenly filled with confusion and uncertainty. When he spoke those words, he even questioned himself in his heart. Is it real, or not? Assuming, it's a single person causing all this commotion, the man on the right hesitated and said, then, that person's strength should not be too far away from the 9 nether first young master from 10,000 years ago. Even the most risky tribulations we faced at the time of our breakthroughs were not 1/10 the scale of this one. Xiaoying exclaimed with shock. If that's the case, this person's strength would surpass ours by manifold. Even the 9 nether 14th young master does not have such a level of strength, for such a powerful expert, indeed, only the 9 nether first young master can compare. Although the 9 nether first young master is probably a little stronger, but in the current world, this person would have no rival. Indeed, if there's really only one person breaking through now, then that person's strength will truly be unrivaled in the current world. That person would be number 1 under the heavens, without a doubt. The eyes of the two-person grew more and more heated and agitated as they watched the lightning striking downwards madly. Xiaoying rubbed her eyes and looked at the two men beside her with disbelief on her face. Her cherry-like mouth was opened slightly, like a dumb chicken. The two guardians beside her were already experts who stood at the very peak of this world. Was this still the legendary Heart Seal Sky Sword and Willful Wild Saber? This was too unbelievable. In that moment, Xiaoying even felt that these two might be imposters. Someone must have impersonated Sky Sword and Wild Saber to stand beside her. Sky Sword, Wild Saber. The two great guardians of the Heaven Saint Palace. The strengths of these two definitely were not inferior to even the Heaven Saint Palace's Palace Lord's peak experts. Heart Seal Sky Sword, Cheng Yin Xiao, Willful Wild Saber, Chu Wu Hui. These two were legends, two great legends of the Xian continent. The pride of the Xian continent. Today, these two legendary characters were currently looking at the lightning storm with worshipful gazes, as though they were young schoolgirls who suddenly saw the idol of their dreams. Just who was this person undergoing the lightning tribulation? Was it a human or a monster? It doesn't matter if it's a human or a monster. Whoever it is, they're the undisputable number 1 under the heavens. As if they had seen through Xiaoying's thoughts, the two of them concluded the conversation. Far off in the blackness of the night, a dark figure as black as night rose up quietly. Under the illumination of the lightning flashes, this figure turned illusory, seemingly becoming one with the shadows. This person was less than 15 zhang away from the heart of the lightning storm. This was exceedingly dangerous distance. As long as the range of the lightning strike was slightly expanded, this person would not even have a place to escape to. Just who was this, to actually have the ability to get so close to this area, approaching the death zone? In this world, only one person would have the guts and ability to do that. And this was exactly that person. The 9 nether 14th young master. At this moment, he was carefully observing the core region of lightning and thunder. As he looked at the direction all the lightning bolts struck, his eyes grew complicated, and he murmured softly to himself, just who is this person who attracted the heavenly tribulation and swallows it up? In this world, who has such great abilities? The 9 nether 14th young master's vision was undoubtedly much more sharp than most people's. Although others were curious about why there weren't any effects after the lightning bolts landed, they at best thought that the person undergoing the tribulation was neutralizing it before it could cause any damage. But no one had thought of any other possible explanations. Or rather, they didn't dare to think in that direction. But the 9 nether 14th young master who was watching at a close distance could clearly see that the lightning bolts had completely disappeared. They weren't being neutralized, rather, they had been swallowed away. Even more horrifying was that even at such a close distance, he still couldn't see what was going on inside. There was clearly only a single tree there. The 9 nether 14th young master had an exceptionally complex look on his face at this moment. Just by witnessing this powerful display had caused this aloof and proud number 1 lunatic under the heavens to feel truly convinced. Regardless of who is inside, I will not be a match for him. I admit my inferiority. But when his thoughts traveled in this direction, the 9 nether 14th young master felt so depressed that he wanted to die.
Because he knew that he couldn't do the same thing as this person. Every time he broke through, the 14th young master could only rely on the strength of his own body to forcefully endure the lightning tribulation. He would find a spot away from people, at the peak of an unlucky mountain. After every breakthrough, his entire body would be filled with injuries, and the unlucky mountain would be flattened. But this mysterious expert before him could not only pass through the tribulation with ease, he could even swallow the tyrannical energies of the heavens without a single noise. What kind of heavenly gap was that? The 14th young master watched the falling lightning dumbly, seemingly forgetting to hide himself. As the silver lightning danced through the sky, the 14th young master's solitary figure was also discovered by the experts of the three holy lands. It's him. Yes. It's actually that lunatic, the 14th young master. He's the most important target of our mission this time and also the most frightening one. Everyone's eyes were widened with shock as they looked at that figure. But with the power of heaven and earth raging around them, no one dared to make any rash moves. Just like that, all the experts turned into rigid statues because of this extraordinary incident. Regardless of what enmity or hatred they had with each other, everything was in a temporary state of peace. Only the thunderous booms that seemed to want to annihilate the world and the huge bolts of lightning fell continuously, seemingly without pause. Streak after streak, bolt after bolt, dense as a heavy storm, striking endlessly with a frenzied manner at the mysterious expert. Everyone's heart thumped with great fear, whether they were saint emperors or saints, everyone's tongue was dry shocked. What if, the person under that storm, was me? All those experts did not even dare to think in that direction. But the more they didn't dare to think, the more their thoughts could not help but wonder and imagine. Every time those thoughts rose up, they would be repressed immediately. At the same time, their bodies would tremble excitedly with battle intent. Although the thunderous sounds were loud and the energy the clouds contained were shocking, it would eventually be exhausted. As the lightning fell unceasingly, it eventually weakened and disappeared completely. Finally, all the clouds swirled together and formed into a single giant eye. A long rumbling rang out, and a bout of even more intense lightning poured down with the force of a waterfall. My God! Am I going crazy, or has the world gone crazy? A saint-level expert gasped aloud as his body trembled like a kite. This sentence directly echoed everyone's thoughts. The most unbelievable thing was that this second round of lightning strikes actually lasted from dawn to midday, carrying on until night. The entire thing had gone on for a full day. The lightning bolts grew thicker and thicker, and the force of their strikes grew heavier and heavier, but in the end, it still failed to create any destruction. Even the tree at the middle of it was still standing tall and straight, without a single bit of anomaly. Everyone stood with their mouths gaping like wooden chickens. For an entire day, they watched like that without eating, drinking, pissing, or even blinking. These people included the three saint emperors, Zhan Mu Bai, Hai Wuya, and He Zhi Qiu, and over 40 saint experts. It included Chu Wu Hui, Cheng Yin Xiao, Chu Wu Hui, and, the 14th young master. All of them felt as if they were sleepwalking, and their expressions were vacant and frail. Finally, the thunderous sound stopped, and the lightning vanished. In a few short moments, the densely packed clouds in the sky also dissipated completely. At this point, everyone finally raised their heads, and looked up. The sky was completely cloudless for 10,000 li, stars dotted the night sky, as far as the eye could see, and a bright moon hung high in the sky. This lightning tribulation had actually persisted for an entire day. Cheng Yin Xiao gasped lowly. All of a sudden, his body flashed and vanished. In that moment, he was going forward to meet this senior who'd successfully broken through. Tonight, no matter what, he must take a look at this transcendental senior with his own eye. There was only that simply goal. There weren't any evil intents or any selfish motives. It was just a pure desire from his heart to meet this person. That was all. Perhaps, apart from this opportunity, he would never have the chance to meet, or even hear anything about this person. If he missed it this time, it would be the most regrettable thing in his life. Chu Wu Hui realized this as well, and followed closely behind him. In his eyes, there was only a fervent desire. Right behind him was Qiao Ying. Even Zhan Mu Bai and the rest were also rushing towards that location madly. However, the fastest one among them was still the 14th young master. After all, he'd been the closest to the site.
He was only a mere dozen zhang away. Before his movement technique was truly unleashed, the 9th young master had already arrived under the tree. Empty. There weren't even the slightest trace of a shadow. The 9th young master stretched out his hand and touched the tree's bark, his eyes blazing with emotion. So. Tens of experts appeared on all sides, forming a large encirclement. They looked around the area silently and looked at the 9th young master silently. But right now in everyone's heart, the 9th young master was not the main character anymore. The main character had disappeared, or perhaps, unless. This tree was the one that had been breaking through. Was it this tree that had lived for an unrecorded number of years? Everyone was stuck in an awkward situation, not knowing what they should do. Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan had already escaped into the Hongjun Pagoda long ago. He still hadn't forgotten that a perverse character like Xiaoying with her all-seeing eye still existed in this world. Although his cultivation had improved greatly, whether or not it was enough for him to hide from the all-seeing eye wasn't something that he had much confidence with. Moreover, even if he could avoid it, Mei Shuiyan had only begun learning the yin-yang escape art a short while ago, her understanding over it was still very weak. Thus, young Master Jun had directly brought her into the Hongjun Pagoda to rest. Let these guys be shocked for a while first. Besides, the 9th young master has already appeared. If they could fight around first, that would be a great thing. There's no way I'll reject such a good thing. The 9th young master stood up slowly, as if he didn't even notice the experts of the three holy lands gathering around him. Or perhaps, he didn't place them in his sight at all. He simply lifted his head and looked at the sky, as if he was pondering something. The situation before his eyes, just what was happening. The situation had caused even this lunatic of a generation to sink into deep confusion. Although he was facing the crowd and his face was lifted, no one could see his face clearly, without exception. It was as if he was just an indistinct shadow. In the instant that Xiaoying arrived, she opened her all-seeing eye and looked towards the 9th young master. She naturally wanted to take a good look at the true appearance of this demon. Such a good chance did not come by easily for her to observe him at such a close distance. However, Xiaoying was doomed to be disappointed. Because all she saw was still just a clump of mist. The all-seeing eye that she had so much faith in to see through anything, actually could not even pierce through the 9th young master's veil. This discovery had caused Xiaoying to feel incomparably shocked. 9th young master, we've not seen each other for more than 300 years, your bearings are as before. Ah, how delightful. Chengyin Xiao looked over and lifted his head, smiling lightly as he said. His tone carried a hint of warning as he offered words of congratulations and respect. Compared to the enmity of the three holy lands and the 9th young master, Chengyin Xiao's attitude was much warmer. Because he knew that the 9th young master position among all of the three holy lands' enemies was always behind the strange races. Although the threat he posed by himself was even greater than the threat that the strange races posed. This was the high-level awareness of a guardian. Although both sides would still need to engage in a battle of life and death, it wasn't due to hatred or enmity, but because of a difference in ideologies. Chengyin Xiao, I remember you. You old fellow hasn't changed much either, still having that half-dead face. The 9th young master's head was still raised to the sky. He didn't turn to look at Chengyin Xiao, but he still called out his name accurately. There's me too, 14th young master, you didn't only remembering old Chen but forgot about me, right? Chu Wuhui said with a light chuckle. How could I? Willful wild saber Chu Wuhui, this young master is truly a bit regretful. 300 over years ago, this young master almost had the opportunity to make you worthy of your title, but fell short by a bit, allowing you to return by luck, the 9th young master said with a faint sigh of regret. Bullsh *T. Chu Wuhui roared loudly and jumped out. That was because this daddy was careless, falling for your trick. How about, the two of us go for a few rounds right now? Even if we fight another 10 rounds, you won't be a match for me. The 9th young master snorted coldly. Heaven Saint Palace's Sky Sword and Wild Saber, the names of the two top experts are just two scoundrels. Still, two scoundrels are still somewhat better than the lowlife scums down there. I guess this young master can feel somewhat comforted.
As he said this, the 9 nether 14th young master stared coldly at Jun Moxie and the rest. His disdain was clearly displayed, without the need for words. As a Saint Emperor, Jun Moxie actually felt his eyes sting when the 9 nether 14th young master's gaze pierced into his eyes, causing his eyes to water as if he was on the verge of crying. Cheng Yin-shao laughed aloud, not minding the snide remarks. If we're scoundrels, then 9 nether 14th young master, you can also be considered as an utter villain. All of us are the same, there's really no need to be so courteous. The 9 nether 14th young master chuckled and smiled. Not pretentious as expected. All of you are here, and so am I. Looks like our final showdown is destined to be at this place. Or should we pick another time for it? Cheng Yin-shao smiled lightly and raised his brows slightly. Could it be that 14th young master also cannot wait to carry out a killing spree? Your old friend is right here, don't tell me, there's no face to speak of. A few people here must die. The 9 nether 14th young master said coldly. Even if the entire world's face was brought to me and stacked in front of me, I must still kill those people. Moreover, when have the faces of the both of you ever meant anything? Dare I ask who those few people are? Chu Wuhui asked lowly. The people I look down upon the most in this life are those who sneak around despicably, attacking people who are down and injured. Especially, when they're in the higher position, to actually use methods like sneak attacks and encirclement. For those people, I would never let even a single one of them off. The 9 nether 14th young master said blandly. I understand now. You're referring to the Saint Emperors who sneak attacked and plotted against you back at Tianfa Forest when you broke through the seal. Cheng Yin-shao nodded lightly, instantly understanding his words. Without pausing, he asked again. 14th young master, dare I ask? If they hadn't used such methods and fought against you individually, how much chance would they stand? How much chance would they have of leaving alive? What a ludicrous question. If it's a fair battle, this young master would definitely be able to snap their necks in the blink of an eye. Fighting individually against me? Are they worthy of that? The 9 nether 14th young master laughed madly. That's right. They're indeed unworthy. Cheng Yin-shao scoffed lowly. Since you knew that they couldn't fight head-on against you, you still hoped that they would fight against you fairly, not employing any tactics. Everyone has their own point of view. You have your reason for wanting to kill them, and they also should have their rights for wanting to sneak attacks you. 14th young master, if they had the strength to fight against you head-on, do you think that anyone would be willing to use despicable measures? It's because they don't have the strength to fight fairly against you, but they have their reasons for wanting to kill you. If they don't use sneak attacks, what other methods can they use? The 9 nether 14th young master snorted and rolled his eyes. Those words are indeed right. Everyone indeed has their own reasons. But after choosing their course of action, they should also need to bear the responsibility of the consequences themselves. So, if you want to kill someone, you can. But don't go around wielding your so-called reasons. Because no matter what reason you have, it's all just ludicrous and laughable. Chu Wuhui laughed coldly and said, in this world, all reasons can be torn down. No matter if it's righteous, filthy, despicable, or even born out of having no choice, reasons are just a means to shirk responsibility. They're all just rubbish. Only ability is the best reason, the right reason. He looked steadily at the 9 nether 14th young master and said slowly, and you, have this true reason in your grasp. Because things like despicableness and shamelessness are not the real reason that they should die. The true reason is your strength, and just your strength. The 9 nether 14th young master laughed wildly and smiled. Well said. Truly well said. Because of those words of yours, this one will not do anything to you all today. I guess I can let them live a few more days, and allow me some more time to prepare a little, and coordinate a bit, ha ha ha. Having been lectured by the two of them, he actually wasn't angered at the slightest. However, Cheng Yin-shao and Chu Wuhui's hearts sunk in an instant. With the 9 nether 14th young master's skills, what would he still need to prepare? Who did he need to coordinate with? That was a huge question. But after exchanging a look, the two did not continue asking. Because they knew that this 9 nether 14th young master would definitely not tell them anything more. They could only be more careful from here on. 14th young master, I'd like to ask you one more thing. Cheng Yin Zhao's eyes grew heated. The only reason such an intense situation had occurred was all for the sake of asking this question, because it was extremely important for him. Who was that person just now? Cheng Yin Zhao took a step forward and his eyes fell on the tree again as he asked. That person who was here just now, who was it? The moment this question came out, everyone perked their ears with interest. All of them had been relatively far away at the time, and only the 9 Nether 14th young master was the closest. Although the rest of them hadn't managed to see anything, but from the 9 Nether 14th young master's position, and with his skills, he must have seen something. Regrettably, I have no idea as well. A strange look appeared in the 9 Nether 14th young master's eyes as he said this, seemingly fearful, and admiring at the same time as he continued lightly. I've indeed watched for a long time, but I didn't see even a shadow of a person at all. From the start to the end, the lightning had simply been striking this tree, and then disappearing. He laughed bitterly and shook his head. When I came here earlier, I tested my strength on this tree and actually blasted through it. As he said that, he waved his sleeves and dust flew everywhere. A large hole could be seen on the trunk of the tree. Everyone's suspicion were cleared in an instant. However, the doubts and confusion in their minds had instead thickened. Just who was it? No matter who it is, that person is most definitely a peerless expert of this world. Even this young master has no choice but to admit inferiority. The 9 Nether 14th young master sighed with some disappointment. Cheng Yin Zhao and Chu Wuhui both understood very clearly what this sigh of the 9 Nether 14th young master meant. All along, everyone had acknowledged that the 9 Nether 14th young master was the #1 expert of this world. Even the 9 Nether 14th young master himself also felt so. Nobody thought of it as being arrogant. Since there was never a person who could defeat the 9 Nether 14th young master, this had already become an undeniable fact. So against the 9 Nether 14th young master, people could only ever fight in with great numbers. Moreover, it wasn't just 1 or 2 people joining hands. Now that someone like that had appeared, even the 9 Nether 14th young master felt incredibly inferior in comparison. Just the scene of the huge lightning tribulation was enough to drag him down from his prized seat as #1 in the world. Who could imagine what kind of depressed feelings the 9 Nether 14th young master was holding right now? I'm confident of enduring that lightning tribulation just now as well. The 9 Nether 14th young master said heavily. However, I can't do it like that person, not ever. Swallowing the lightning tribulation. The 9 Nether 14th young master added these 4 words to the sentence in his heart. Cheng Yin Zhao and Chu Wuhui exchanged a glance, feeling somewhat lost. The 9 Nether 14th young master thought for a moment and suddenly asked, "You asked me a question, and I've answered. Now, I shall ask you a question too, and you shall answer me." His eyes grew fierce, like a pair of sharp swords that sliced through the night air. "What is it?" "As long as I know about it, I will definitely reply honestly." Chu Wuhui could hear the dangerous tone in the 9 Nether 14th young master's voice, and instantly knew that this question was most likely not easy to answer. His heart turned heavy as a result as well. This question was actually something that could rile up the 9 Nether 14th young master's anger. Just this point alone meant that it was definitely not a simple question. 9 Firmament First Old Master, who came up with this name? Whose idea was it? The 9 Nether 14th young master gritted his teeth as he asked, the ferocious glint in his eyes growing ever more intense. 9 Firmament First Old Master. Cheng Yin Zhao and Chu Wuhui looked at each other in confusion. It was the first time they'd ever heard of such a strange name. Although the two of them had several hundred years of experience and recognized that this strange name was directly opposed to the 9 Nether young masters, they couldn't identify the machinations of its implication on the spot and were all stumped. Just who was it that came up with this name? Answer me. The 9 Nether 14th young master completely disdained Zhan Mu Bai and the other Saint Emperors, but he still trusted the people from the higher-ranked Heaven Saint Palace. Because in Cheng Yin Zhao and Chu Wuhui's realm, they were already the absolute peak characters of the world. They wouldn't possibly lie, and even disdained the act of lying. Whether it was them being lied to, or to the 9 Nether 14th young master. Who is this 9 Firmament First Old Master? Have you all heard of it before? Cheng Yin Zhao looked the crowd with confusion. Although he'd already managed to guess that there must be a strange reason for the 9 Nether 14th young master to suddenly ask about this name,
but he'd been secluded away from the world for too long, and thus turned to ask his subordinates. Ha ha ha, 9 Firmament First Old Master. That name is indeed not bad. Jun Moxie laughed aloud. At this point, he'd already thrown away all his inhibitions completely. A moment ago, the 9 Nether 14th young master had already stated very clearly that he definitely wouldn't let him go. Besides, he had the 3 great experts of the Heaven Saint Palace here, Xiao Ying, Chengyin Xiao, and Chu Wu Hui. Even if the 9 Nether 14th young master blew up on the spot, although their chances of victory were not high, it should still be possible for them to protect themselves. So right now, Jun Moxie was completely carefree. He snorted mockingly. 9 Firmament First Old Master. What a good name, ah. It's truly very compatible with the 9 Nether 14th young master, simply too compatible. Is it very compatible? Tell me then, in what ways is it compatible? The 9 Nether 14th young master asked in an icy manner. One is the 9 firmaments, the other is the 9 nethers, the former is high up in the sky, being termed as being the sky above the sky, while the latter is in the depths of hell, beneath the earth. Jun Moxie chuckled lightly. It's very symmetrical. Then, one side is first, while the other is 14th, no matter how small the seniority is between the two, it's in direct contrast to each other. Finally, one is actually a young master, while the other is an old master. Ha! Jun Moxie laughed madly, tears nearly flowing out of his eyes as he rocked forward and backwards. Young master carries the connotation of the junior generation, while old master refers to the ancestral generation. There's quite a few levels of seniority in between them. That's at least 3 generations, I reckon. But, that's pretty little I suppose. Compared to the distance between the heavens and hell, between the numbers 1 and 14, the gap is much lesser, it's a huge improvement, ah. Ha ha ha. Oh my, it's too funny. All of a sudden. Pa! A crisp sound rang out as a ruthless slap smacked across the side of Jun Moxie's face. This slap was so fierce that his entire body tottered, and his sense of gravity was shifted, causing him to stumble sideways several steps. Following that, another slap whizzed across the other side of his face, smacking his balance back again. Although Chu Wu Hui and the rest had already prepared themselves to step in, they still failed to stop the 9 Nether 14th young master's movements. They could only watch as he gave Jun Moxie slap after slap, unable to react. Such a speed could be said to be unrivaled under the heavens. Jun Moxie was just about to roar with rage when he felt his throat being gripped tightly by a large hand, lifting his entire body up. His feet dangled helplessly in the air, and at the same time, a copious amount of powerful energy, cold and dark, seeped into his meridians like the claws of a ghost, instantly gaining control over his veins and extending towards his dantian. His entire body of cultivation was completely taken over. At the same time, all the control over the movements in his body was completely wrested away. In just the blink of an eye, Jun Moxie fell from the lofty position of a Saint Emperor to a position where he could not even control his own life and death. 14th young master. Please stop. We can talk things over. Chengyin Xiao and Chu Wu Hui both rushed forward at the same time. The two of them had already felt quite shocked that they hadn't been able to stop him at first. Seeing how he was able to use such amazing methods, controlling the movements of a 3rd-level Saint Emperor in an instant, they could not help but feel their hearts skip a beat. Stop. Whoever dares to take another step forward, and I swear I'll wash the 3 holy lands in blood. The 9 Nether 14th young master furrowed his brows and chuckled coldly. With a wave of his hand, he easily tore the space behind him into 2. Just like that, he'd created a forbidden zone, while he and Jun Moxie had already stepped into another space. Chengyin Xiao and Chu Wu Hui were less than half a zhang away from the 9 Nether 14th young master. As long as they stretched out their hands, they could touch the 9 Nether 14th young master's body. But this half a zhang of distance had become the distance between the heavens and the earth. The true meaning of a short distance away, and yet poles apart. With a flick of a finder, shattering the void. This was not a story, and legends were not all nonsense. At this moment it was happening before everyone's eyes. Chengyin Xiao and Chu Wu Hui both sucked in a cold breath of air. Just judging by this ability, the 9 Nether 14th young master's skills had recuperated to at least over 80%. A 9 Nether 14th young master that had recovered 80% of his strength was already not something that the two of them could resist. If the two of them joined hands, it wasn't a difficult thing to break through this 9 Nether 14th young master's space barrier. But at the very least, it would still take them the time for half a pot of tea to boil. The time needed for half a pot of tea might not seem like long, but in this scenario, even the time taken to blink an eye was too much. By the time it took half a cup of tea to boil, everything would have concluded. Moreover, if the two of them really went over, then, regardless of whether they made it in time, the matter about washing the 3 holy lands in blood that the 9 Nether 14th young master spoke about would turn into reality. With the 9 Nether 14th young master's strength, he definitely could do it. This was a pure lunatic. In the heavens or on earth, there was nothing that he didn't dare to do. Although it was a naked challenge, weren't the two of them completely helpless? They could only submit. The both of them stopped their actions immediately. Brother 14th, have mercy now, is not the time for you to kill Jun Moxie. I never said that I was going to kill him. At least, not now. The 9 Nether 14th young master said somewhat blandly. I just want to ask him a few things. Don't worry, with the 3 of you here, even if I want to kill someone, I would kill just the 3 of you only. Why should I lower my status to deal with such a lowly dog? With how he is, this fellow is still far from deserving a death by my hands. The 9 Nether 14th young master lifted Jun Moxie up by the neck, and stared at him coldly. Little bastard, you know this 9 Firmament First Old Master? With his Saint Emperor cultivation, what kind of existence was Jun Moxie? But before the 9 Nether 14th young master, he did not even have the strength to resist. He was like a little child, swung about helplessly in the hands of an adult. Furthermore, he had to endure the shame of being abused verbally with every sentence. One could easily imagine the humiliation he was going through. At this point, he'd already realized that his guesses had been completely wrong. The 9 Nether 14th young master had already recovered. Originally, he thought that the 9 Nether 14th young master's internal injuries were still not healed, and he wanted to make use of the opportunity to irritate him with his words, disturbing his state of mind. Then, with the 3 guardians here, they could attack him together. This was a heavenly opportunity. However, the 3 guardians completely did not stop the 9 Nether 14th young master. In an instant, his heart turned as cold as ice. In the face of such circumstances, Jun Moxie was actually able to steady his heart. His chest heaving with great difficulty, he laughed coldly. 9 Firmament First Old Master. I don't know this name. But even if I knew, I would not tell you. A crazed look flashed in Jun Moxie's eyes. After being controlled like that, all his face and reputation had been thoroughly destroyed. At this point, he no longer cared much about life or death. However, he could tell that the 9 Nether 14th young master cared very much about this 9 Firmament First Old Master. From the name alone, it was easy to see that the name 9 Firmament First Old Master was a natural counter to the 9 Nether 14th young master. This name was undoubtedly a thorn in the heart of the 9 Nether 14th young master's heart. How could Jun Moxie possibly let a chance to dig at the wounds of his opponent go? Even if I can't beat you in a fight, I still know how to irritate you to death. In any case, I've already lost all hopes for living. Why should I let you live happily? Before I die, I must do my best to piss you off a few more times. Good. You have guts. The 9 Nether 14th young master tightened his grip, and a large amount of scorching chi burrowed into Jun Moxie's meridians. Jun Moxie suddenly felt as if his blood was boiling, and even his brains were about to be fried. This was an unimaginable pain. Even the most cruel torture in the world was only as such. Jun Moxie was unable to endure any further. With a wretched screech, he fainted like a clump of cotton. But in the next instant, the scorching chi turned into bone-freezing chilling chi, directly shocking him awake. His mind was incomparably clear, but his body was nearly frozen. The blood that had been boiling a moment ago quickly dipped to the point of freezing. A layer of white frost could be seen forming on Jun Moxie's body with a speed visible to the naked eye. I just want to know, how the name 9 Firmament First Old Master came to be. The 9 Nether 14th young master looked at him coldly. Spit it out, and I will let you go. Since the world has a 9 Nether 14th young master, there would naturally be a 9 Firmament First Old Master. Jun Moxie coughed and spluttered. Faint blood trails ran along the side of his mouth, freezing into icicles. However, he still managed to smile venomously. It's that simple. The 9 Nether 14th young master's expression stiffed, and his aura burst out once again. In an instant, Jun Moxie's blood turned into liquid again, quickly boiling once again. After that, it turned from boiling to cold, repeating the process at least a dozen times. Jun Moxie suffered with agony as the ice and fire torture continued. Boiled to the verge of death, he was revived again only to be scorched further. He was so overwhelmed with pain that he wished for death. At the end, he didn't even have the energy to scream anymore. I've said before I kill the 3 guardians, I will not kill you. Relax, I will definitely not go back on my words. The 9 Nether 14th young master said with a cold smile. However, I will still collect this bit of interest first. While you get to live, you will live a life worse than death. He roared with laughter. However, it's still worthy of being cherished. Although you get to live, it's only for this last night. Enjoy it. Following that, the 9 Nether 14th young master flung his hand, throwing Jun Moxie's body out to the crowd from the 3 holy lands as if he were discarding a rag doll. Hai Wuya hurriedly rushed up to catch him, but at the instant he caught Jun Moxie's body, his body shook heavily, as if 10,000 hammers had smashed across his chest. Unable to endure, he stumbled backwards repeatedly for over 10 steps, creating a huge pit under his feet. Large cracks extended out from the pit. When he finally managed to steady himself, his face had turned completely pale. Then, with a flush of red, he coughed out a mouthful of fresh blood. The 9 Nether 14th young master took one step out, his black figure soaring high into the sky. At the same time, his voice rang out loudly. Heart Seal Sky Sword Chengyin Xiao, Willful Wild Saber Chu Wu Hui, All-Seeing Rakshasa Qiao Ying. Come and have a fight with this young master. His black figure flashed in the sky, and thousands of the 9 Nether 14th young master's afterimages appeared in the sky, illusory and ethereal. However, the 9 Nether 14th young master was already gone. The 3 guardians exchanged a glance and laughed. Since 14th young master is so excited, the 3 of us will naturally spare some time to accompany you. The 3 did not fear anything at all as their bodies flashed and disappeared, chasing after the 9 Nether 14th young master. The 9 Nether 14th young master did not continue pursuing the matter about the 9 Firmament First Old Master. Instead, he directly issued his challenge. His intentions were very clear. I'll defeat the 3 of you first, before coming back to finish Jun Moxie off. No matter what, he was unwilling to let Jun Moxie continue living. As for the matter with the 9 Firmament First Old Master, he could tell that these people truly did not know anything. Although Jun Moxie had used this name to attack him, but the 9 Nether 14th young master knew that if the latter truly knew about such a person, his words would definitely be even more ugly than this. It looked like he would need to investigate properly after today's matter ends. If he truly couldn't find anything, he would directly find that 9 Firmament First Old Master and ask him personally. As for Chengyin Xiao, Chu Wu Hui, and Qiao Ying, they were quite helpless in the matter. The 9 Nether 14th young master had already issued them a challenge in his rage. With their positions, even if they knew they couldn't beat their enemy, even if they knew that they might die, they had no choice but to accept. Besides that, there was still the matter about Jun Moxie's suffering. No matter what, he was someone who belonged to the Holy Lands. To be tortured like that, they needed to at least get some justice for him. Whether they could obtain that justice was one matter, but whether they at least tried was another matter altogether. Otherwise, the great name of the 3 Holy Lands would be destroyed entirely today. Thus, the 3 of them did not have a choice. For shadows flashed like shooting stars across the night sky, disappearing quickly to an unknown location. As for the experts of the 3 Holy Lands, when they saw the wretched state of Jun Moxie, all of them were seething with anger. The 9 Nether 14th young master actually humiliated a Saint Emperor in the midst of the crowd to that extent. To do that in front of so many peak experts was the equivalent of slapping the 3 Holy Lands roughly across the face. If he hadn't left, even though they knew that they wouldn't win, the crowd would still attack en masse, using their lives to regain the pride of the Holy Lands. Just at this time, when the crowd was still boiling with anger, a loud scream rang out, causing everyone's eyes to widen with disbelief. The scene before their eyes was too shocking. An even more unbelievable scene appeared before everyone's eyes. About 1 zhang in front of the crowd, a huge, dirty earthen wall was suddenly rising out of the ground, blocking the wide street. From nothing to something, this wall had appeared from seemingly nowhere. It was as if this wall had suddenly come alive, growing without limits. The wall grew taller and taller slowly, and the side facing the people had become as smooth as a stone monument. Finally, it stopped when it was 5 zhang tall and approximately 3 zhang wide. As the crowd watched with dumbfounded eyes, some new transformations appeared on the wide wall. Several words appeared, their strokes bold and swift as if dragons and phoenixes were dancing. It was as if an invisible ghost was riding atop it. At the very top, 2 words appeared. Although the words looked light, swift like dragons and phoenixes dancing, they seemed to be as heavy as mountains, striking into the hearts of the crowd like lightning, piercing deeply into their hearts and eyes. 2 extremely arrogant and bold words. Evil monarch. Hai Wuya and the rest watched the sudden appearance of the wall along with the almost magical words in a dumbfounded manner. Even though they were all old demons that had lived for hundreds of years, they'd never seen something so ridiculous before. Besides that, what did those words mean? Evil monarch? Just from the looks of this name, it should be a nickname or a title of some sort. However, nobody seemed to have heard of such a person before. Who did this name represent? In this world, evil naturally referred to the Tao of evil, or the demonic path. However, to date, was there a person who dared to proclaim themselves as monarch? If a monarch like that truly existed, would they be completely unknown? Wouldn't their reputation have been completely destroyed long ago? For this mysterious name to appear here, what was the purpose? Could it be that the person who just had the breakthrough was this evil monarch? Just as everyone's hearts were thumping anxiously, the words on the wall blazed brilliantly, and the words turned into a bright golden color. In a short period of time, the dark night became brightly illuminated. Hai Wuya, He Ji Qiu, and the rest were completely dazed. There's such a transformation also. Could it be that ghosts and gods really exist in this world? Or could it be that the person who just broke through was so overpowered that even the heavens wanted to stand witness for him? This kind of amazing transformation had clearly exceeded the understanding of everyone present. But following that, another flash of gold burst out, and more words began to appear yet again. The experts of the 3 holy lands were all shocked first, then they grew serious, and finally, they exploded with rage. Extreme and utter rage. Firstly, a single word appeared right in the center of the wall, occupying the central position: fight. The world is filled with evils, and I am its monarch. Sweeping across the lands, looking upon the pugilistic world with disdain. Where the evil monarch goes, gods howl and demons weep. Laughing at the universe, glancing at time, past and present. How bold! He Ji Qiu snorted coldly as he gave his evaluation of this unknown and fancy, evil monarch. Everyone in the crowd felt the same way as well. These words were simply too presumptuous and wildly arrogant. Who did this fellow think he was? But everyone also knew one thing: for such a strange phenomenon to appear at this point, the other party was obviously not doing it just to show off. Just his strength of being able to pass through the lightning tribulation already made everything quite clear. There must be a purpose for doing all this now. From the looks of it, they needed to continue waiting. As expected, the words that followed confirmed their guesses. The holy lands are unrighteous and the evil monarch shall replace them, slaying a saint with a single sword. That was just the beginning. Everyone gasped with shock, so it turned out that Xia Dongting's assassination had been caused by this same evil monarch. Punching the elusive world of immortals, kicking the supreme golden city, and when I'm bored, slapping the blood ocean. All the hypocrites of this world shall die without a burial place, the scoundrels of the holy lands shall all be sent into the next life, the world shall rejoice, and the oceans be at peace, only I, the evil monarch, am fit to hold sway over the world. How unbridled! How arrogant! How detestable! He Ji Qiu cursed with rage. The others also exploded with anger. This evil monarch's tone was simply too unbearable. Although your strength is great, could you go against the mighty 3 holy lands with tens of thousands years of foundations in this Xian continent? People of the Holy Land, if you have the guts, convene at the south of the city in the morning. Life and death shall be determined with a single fight, and all enmities will be resolved. When the sun rises in the morning, it will be the time for the execution of the Holy Lands. This evil monarch awaits to personally send everyone off. The Yellow River is long and winding, and the gates of death are beckoning. May everyone take note to be punctual, so as to not miss the auspicious timing and end up as wandering ghosts. At this point, the words on the wall finally came to an end. The experts of the Holy Lands were so angered that their intestines had gone green. In this world, there was actually such an arrogant person when facing the three Holy Lands. Dawn of tomorrow. Evil monarch, final showdown. Hai Wuya mumbled as he read the words on the wall repeatedly. Compared to the others, he was quite a bit wiser and calmer. When he looked at this odd-looking wall, apart from shock and rage, Hai Wuya felt an even deeper sense of dread. The sense of fear that he'd forgotten long ago had suddenly resurfaced again. If the other party had no confidence, why would he write this declaration of war? Indeed. He Chiu was also beginning to calm down from his rage, and he analyzed the words again rationally. This will most definitely be a bitter fight. The chances of victory in this battle is really. This evil monarch really chose an opportune timing. Hai Wuya laughed bitterly and said. Over half of our forces that came to Chrysanthemum City have already been split. This could be said to be our weakest moment. But he actually chose this timing to pick a fight. This old man feels that the situation is not very good for us. Not very good. It's terribly grim. He Chiu said seriously. The issues earlier had caused the people from the misty illusory manor to depart entirely, even showing intentions to turn into enemies with us. Our weapons also disappeared at that time. Right now, Brother Jean has been injured so grievously by the 9th young master. Even you, Brother Hai, have suffered some internal injuries. The three guardians that we've been counting on have been called away to battle against the 9th young master. And now, this evil monarch with even greater strength than him has issued us a letter of challenge. He Chiu shook his head and breathed out a long sigh. As for us, we don't understand what kind of existence this evil monarch is. Before this, we haven't even heard of such a person before. This fight is completely ridiculous. If he's really the person who broke through just now, the few of us will not have much longer to live. Everyone knows this too. However, this fight is already inevitable. Hai Wuya smiled bitterly. Just as the three guardians had no choice but to accept the 9th young master's challenge, we similarly have no other choice but to accept this battle. For the sake of the Holy Land's 10,000 years' worth of reputation, we cannot retreat even half a step. We would rather all die in battle than cower from a blatant challenge. He Chiu looked at the faraway night sky and said in a forlorn manner. Leave 2 people behind to take care of Brother Jean. The rest of us shall set off together. Hai Wuya said decisively. This person might have great abilities, but he might not necessarily be that same senior who broke through earlier. Besides, there's a limit to the strength of a single person. He's ultimately just one person. If we talk in terms of the number of experts, it's impossible for that person to have deeper foundations that are 3 Holy Lands no matter what. This fight might not be completely without hope of victory. Perhaps, we could swarm and take the enemy by surprise. The same strategy we used against the 9th young master back then might prove useful again for this situation. He Chiu raised his eyebrows for a moment and nodded. I will go too. A weak voice sounded out. As the two turned their heads, the person speaking was actually Jean Mubai. Seeing his current state, they all gasped internally with shock. Hai Wuya's body even trembled lightly. At this time, Jean Mubai's appearance could be said to be wretched to the extreme. The left part of his body was scorched, and the right side of his body was frozen. From his face downwards all the way to his feet, everything was completely covered in this strange state of ice and fire. In just an hour, the right side would turn to being scorched, and the left side to being frozen, thus maintaining a delicate balance. The 9th young master's methods were truly gruesome. This was the result of their unique ability, the 9 Nether's searing flames and the 9 Nether's frigid wind, being imposed onto Jean Mubai's body at the same time. Every hour, the states would change. There was a name for this, called yin-yang refining soul. This yin-yang refining soul would take up to an entire day and night's effort to completely run its course. For an entire day and night, the victim would be tormented as though they were being led through all 18 levels of hell repeatedly. It was the publicly acknowledged cruelest torture method in the world. It was difficult to obtain life though one wished for it, but seeking death was even more impossible. When the 9 Nether 14th young master let him go previously, it was not because he truly intended to let Jun Moxie off. He released him purely for the sake of letting him suffer more. In this state of agony, even saying a single word would be while enduring great agony. In my current state, I can only at most hang on until dawn. Jun Moxie trembled intensely and spoke as he gritted his teeth hatefully. Rather than being toyed to death by the strange methods of the 9 Nether 14th young master, I would rather fight it out with that evil monarch. Perhaps I might even be of some use. My 2 brothers, in the fight at dawn, I'm naturally helpless to do anything. But I hope you can help me, ignite the blood-collapsing body-rending divine technique. Let me, die in a more presentable manner. Blood-collapsing body-rending divine technique. Hai Wuya and He Ji both shook as though they'd been struck by lightning. Brother Jean, all you need to do is to endure for 1 day and 1 night, and your cultivation will possibly recover. Why must you go this far? Jun Moxie laughed bitterly as his face twisted with pain. So many things have happened to me in this trip, everyone has also seen it for yourself. Do you think that I, Jun Moxie, would still have the face to keep on living? Not mentioning that 9 Nether 14th young master's death threat, just the matter of my face. As he spoke to hear, he suddenly sucked in a deep breath and bellowed. I, Jun Moxie, am simply, living a life worse than death. Jun Moxie's profound cultivation had been sealed long ago. This sentence had been yelled out entirely by the strength of his body. His voice was hoarse, and filled with humiliation and shame. Jun Moxie's heart had already been filled with death long ago. Hai Wuya and He Ji stood there mutely, their hearts as heavy as lead. They looked at each other helplessly, unable to say a single word. The night slowly slipped away. As the sky brightened gradually and the experts of the 3 holy lands, under the leadership of He Ji and Hai Wuya, quietly made their way to Chrysanthemum City's south gate. There was a soft mattress carried by a few people in the middle of the group, where Jun Moxie sat atop with his back straight. The left side of his face was completely red, and the right side was a frightening frost white. His body trembled uncontrollably, and the muscles on his body spasmed and twitched. But Jun Moxie's hair was actually combed neatly to the side, and his robes were clean and stainless. His eyes were filled with killing intent and determination. The 3 guardians and the 9 Nether 14th young master had already left long ago to God knew where for their battle. He Ji only left a written letter for them, and finally, he sent a letter to each holy land. At the end of the letter addressed to the elusive world of immortals, Jun Moxie had added a few more words. For 10,000 years, the honor of the holy lands has never been profaned by anyone. This Jun shall use his death to defend the name of the holy lands. Though some may mingle for 1,000 years, there must come a time for farewell. Today, Moxie shall bid everyone goodbye in advance. As the makeshift stretcher rocked to and fro, Jun Moxie closed his eyes lightly, allowing his memory to flow. As the ancient people used to say, all men must die. At the end of one's life, people would see fragments of their life flashing before their eyes. From the looks of it, the next stop would most likely be the final station of his long life. Jun Moxie was not born from the legitimate wife of the Jun family. His real mother was a mere concubine, and he was thus abhorred from a young age. Fortunately, his talent was great, and by concealing himself and meekly enduring the humiliations, he finally shocked the entire family at the age of 18 at the family's martial competition, winning first place among the junior generation. While the startling genius Jun Moxie managed to gain the attention of the elders in the family, he also attracted the unanimous hostility of the Jun family's direct line. The repeated persecution resulted in the death of both his parents and greater humiliation for himself. Grieving and insulted, he escaped from the Jun family. By chance, he met a famed teacher, and he cultivated painstakingly from that point on. 20 years later, after reaching the 3rd level of Spirit Xian, he once again returned to the Jun family to carry out his vengeance. All those who'd ever harmed him or wronged him were killed. Not even a single one was spared. As his thoughts traveled to this point, Jun Moxie, who was suffering immense pain from the yin-yang refining soul, actually revealed a gratified smile on his face. When he thought back to how those people who'd caused so much death and destruction to his family had trembled under his feet, the blood flowing freely from their bodies. That woman that he had cared so much about, groaning and crying as he pressed her under him, those white, tender skin, the beautiful glistening tears on her face, and that look of disbelief as he sliced his blade across her throat. Oh, the rush he'd felt back then. In that moment, Jun Moxie had almost forgotten even the agonizing pain that filled every inch of his body. Back then, that period of time was the proudest and most satisfying point of his life. The entire Jun family was all as tame as cicadas in the winter in his presence. He, Jun Moxie, had used his own strength and cruel methods to obtain the highest authority, becoming the youngest patriarch of the Jun family in history. Under his lead, the Jun family battled through the pugilistic world, growing stronger and stronger with rapid speed, turning them into a first-rate family. And right after that, he'd received the invitation from the elusive world of immortals. After gaining the backing of the three holy lands, the Jun family's growth became even faster. In these few hundred years, the Jun family had already turned into the hegemon of a large territory. And Jun Moxie himself had progressed from a spirit Xian expert to a venerable, saint emperor. From being a mere cultivator in the elusive world of immortals, he'd even reached the heights of becoming a member of the Heaven Saint Palace. The glory of a lifetime, the brilliance of a lifetime, the self-confidence and strong-headedness of a lifetime. Perhaps, he'd indeed done wrongly in some matters. But, so what? This was a world where the weak were prey for the strong. There was really nothing much to say about it. In this life, he'd lost some and gained some. To him, it was sufficient. Jun Moxie grieved and smiled. He half laid on the stretcher, allowing the soft mattress to support his body. Step by step, taking him to the final stop of his life. He did not bother to think about the upcoming fight. Instead, he simply replayed the events of the past in his mind, over and over again. Take the most recent incident for example, the annihilation of the Chen family. How was he wrong? He hadn't done anything wrong. If someone must be blamed, one could only blame the Chen family for being too weak. For such a weak family, to actually have the gall to witness a saint emperor like him being humiliated. If that wasn't seeking death, what was? The only pity is, the war for seizing the heavens. The war for seizing the heavens that I've looked forward to for hundreds of years. This grand war of the humans, this heroic battle where one can leave their names behind in the annals of history. I, Jun Moxie, will not be able to make it. Perhaps this is the only, and the greatest, regret of my life. 80 li from the southern gate, there was a small hill. Even further beyond that was a large mountain. At the foot of the mountain stood a lush bamboo grove. Right in front of the bamboo grove, there was a specially cleared out empty space. A huge stone plaque stood in the middle of the empty field, with the words, "Burial place of the 35 experts of the three holy lands. May their illustrious names stand forever in memory of their great deeds." Everyone practically stopped their feet at the same time, their eyes blazing with fierce rage. The number of people who'd come out this time numbered exactly 35. Not a single person more or less. From the looks of it, the opponent knew everything about them and all their movements, to even know that Jun Moxie had come. The bamboo grove was silent and lonely, without a single person in sight. Why wasn't the enemy here? He Ji Chio scoffed coldly. This stone plaque is simply too laughable. Laughing aloud, he jumped out. He didn't touch the words on the front, but on the other side of the stone plaque, he carved the words, "Grave of the Evil Monarch." After thinking about the matter for a moment, he continued writing, "Evil monarch, shameless beyond compare, does not know his own limits, stupidly audacious, challenging the magnificent holy lands, knows only tricks, but has no real strength, ultimately defeated and killed, becoming the laughing stock of the world and mocked for 10,000 years. After he finished writing, He Ji Chio roared and revolved his Xian Qi. With a great push, the huge stone plaque actually turned around, and the words he'd written became the front side of the plaque. Not bad, laughing stock of the world, mocked for 10,000 years, the legendary evil monarch. Brother He, those words you wrote are too satisfying. Only, why didn't you wipe away those original words, instead of wasting your strength to turn the plague around? Hai Wuya laughed aloud. He and other experts of the three holy lands also felt their spirits being greatly lifted, and they all clapped and cheered. He Ji Chio chuckled softly. The battle today is going to be a fierce one of life and death. After the battle ends, there's only one side that will be leaving alive. Me doing that is to declare that the side who wins gets to wipe their name off that plaque. If we wipe our names off the plaque now, it would instead make us look as if we have no confidence, thus, I kept it like that so for now. After we win the battle, it won't be too late to erase our names from it. Not bad, not bad. Brother, his words make sense. Hai Wuya laughed aloud. We don't have a reason to lose this battle. Let's make this evil monarch fellow enjoy the bitter fruits of his own sowing. The experts of the three holy lands cheered as their morale shot upwards. The last shred of darkness in the sky finally vanished completely. In the east, the sky was completely filled with white. The first rays of the sun had completely landed. Right now was the stipulated time. This was the timing that the evil monarch had set himself. But the experts of the three holy lands were also anticipating this moment. After this instant, all their doubts would be resolved. The mysterious enemy that had all along been hidden would finally reveal themselves. Whether the mysterious enemy's strength was really high enough to shock the world, or whether it was another person, everything would be revealed. Thus, everyone waited silently. Any of these people were all experts who'd experienced hundreds of bitter battles. All of them were old dough sticks that couldn't be any older. There wasn't any impatience at all, and their faces were calm and casual. As for life and death, these people had already seen through such matters long ago. Even Zhang Mubai, who was enduring immense pain, turned focused and serene in the instant the sun appeared. Although that look of serenity looked so comical on his half-red, half-blue face. However, it still displayed his unyielding determination. 35 pairs of hawk-like eyes stared intently at the bamboo grove before them. As for the other three directions, nobody even bothered to look in that direction. Because there wasn't a need to. The sun's rays illuminated the great earth, and the east was finally bright. Neat footsteps rang out orderly and quick. On the left and right side, two groups of people came into view at the same time. Their movements were light and fast, like two strands of smoke, passing over the lands and arriving before the bamboo grove in an instant. Each troop had 36 people, making up 72 in total. All of them walked over in an orderly manner, their eyes staring straight in front. It was obvious that these troops had extremely strict discipline standards. Hai Wuya and He Ji-chio's faces sunk bit by bit as they looked at the 72 soldiers. Even without looking at each other, they could tell the shock in each other's hearts. It turned out that their opponent was not a single person. But the power of that person's forces was also quite spectacular. Because every single one of these soldiers was an expert. A top-tier expert. Among these 72 people, even the weakest was at the third level of the Venerable Realm. There were 19 fourth-level Venerables, 31 first-level Saints, and a full 22nd level Saints. As for the two commanders of each troop, they were actually formidable existences at the third level of the Saint Realm. Just these 72 people alone formed an exceedingly scary force. To think that in the current mundane world, such a force actually existed. How did they escape the eyes and ears of the three holy lands? In fact, they'd even been hidden from the entire world all along. Such a force was definitely not something that could be made in just a year or two. It would require the accumulation of large amounts of time. At the very least, one would need 200 to 300 years to form such a force. Just how did they do it? In that time, all the experts of the three holy lands looked at each other, too shocked to say anything. If the opponent was only one person, no matter how great that person's strength, even if it was really superior to even the 9 nether 14th young master, or if it was that peerless expert who had that breakthrough in the Chrysanthemum City, although they would be scared, they would not have been so shocked. When did this world suddenly have so many top-tier experts? Just which power did these people belong to? Why did it seem like they'd just dropped out of the sky to a point where even the three holy lands were completely oblivious? How could this be possible? Just what was going on? As they watched, the 72 experts came closer and closer. At a command, they formed into two neat triangular formations. Then, they stopped and stood there silently. A wide passage was left open between them, as if they were waiting for someone. The position that they'd left open also happened to be the most important spot. Could it be that the boss still isn't here yet? Hai Wuya and He Ji-chio looked at each other, feeling their palms growing more and more clammy with sweat. Their hearts were exceedingly heavy and nervous at this point. Even with their hundreds of years of experience, they still couldn't overcome the anxiety in their hearts. Far away, the sound of more footsteps rang out. At practically the same instant, 8 more troops appeared. Each troop had roughly 30 people, and they were all hurrying towards the same direction. Although the 8 troops were moving at high speeds, they actually maintained a strangely orderly form, with not a single soldier out of place. They were like 8 sharp arrows, shooting towards them. In a short time, they'd arrived. The commander at the front raised his voice and called out, "Formation." Over 300 people instantly changed their formations in an orderly manner. The original 2 triangular formations integrated perfectly together, joining with the rest into 2 large triangular formations. This was actually a winged formation. 2 people stood at the front of each wing, one dressed in robes as black as ink and the other in robes as white as snow. Eagle god of the savannah, solitary eagle, the hurricane swordsman, Feng Wan Yun. Right now, the both of them had actually reached the peak of the 4th level saint realm. The distance between them and a saint emperor was just a single step. As for the 8 troops that they brought with them this time, the cultivation of the soldiers were all comparable to the first 2 troops that had arrived. Including the commanders, there were a grand total of 308 people. Hai Wuya and He Ji Qiu were nearly on the brink of a mental breakdown as they examined each soldier. All of them were venerable realm and above experts. Among them, there were 2 peak 4th level saints, 6 3rd level saints, 92nd level saints, 171st level saints, 33 4th level venerables, and 7 3rd level venerables. This was a completely inconceivable matter. Could it be that we're all stuck in the same nightmare together? Even the 3 holy lands did not have this many experts of such high average strength. The shockingly powerful force before them was already sufficient to sweep through the entire Xian continent unrivaled. In fact, if the Heaven Saint Palace didn't interfere, this power would be great enough to sweep through even the 3 holy lands. A threat of this level had even exceeded the dangers that the strange races posed. After all the Saint Emperor experts belonged to the Heaven Saint Palace. When did such a force appear in this world? All the experts of the Holy Lands felt their scalps growing more and more numb. And these people were actually still waiting for their leader to arrive. In other words, all these people were under the control of a single person. This was the military force of a single person. Such a realization had caused all the Saint Emperors and Saints of the 3 Holy Lands to feel incredibly frightened. To think that such a powerful force had been hidden for so long, the 3 Holy Lands, are in danger. Just who was it that they were waiting for? Regardless of who it was, it would definitely be an unparalleled hero. A soft laughter suddenly rang out, and 2 people appeared within the green bamboo grove. 1 man and 1 woman. They looked like an immortal couple, clad in robes as white as snow. The man was handsome and elegant, like a clear jade tree in the wind. The woman was peerlessly beautiful, like a fairy descended from the heavens. These 2 people walked out smoothly from the serene bamboo grove, approaching the crowd step by step. Casual and graceful, they stepped onto the path that had been deliberately opened by the menacing troop. The 2 looked like a pair of a golden boy and jade girl, stepping on clouds. When the over 300 experts saw the 2, they immediately revealed looks of respect and reverence, as if they had seen the gods in their hearts. All of a sudden, Jun Moxie, who was sitting on his stretcher, suddenly screeched aloud, as if he'd seen a ghost. Jun Moxie. That's Jun Moxie. All the experts of the 3 holy lands were truly stunned this time. Because the 2 people that had walked out of the bamboo grove so casually had indeed shocked them so much that they couldn't even speak. Because to the 3 holy lands, this man and woman used to be the greatest thorns in their eyes. They were walking disasters that had to be eradicated, and quickly. There was also a time when they did not have to worry about these 2 anymore. Because they had already confirmed the deaths of these 2 threats. One of them died after being encircled by a group of saints, while taking 3 saints to the grave with her. The other died inside of Tian Fa Forest, killed personally by the hands of Saint Emperor Jun Moxie, along with Snake King, Green Hunter. In any case, those 2 had already died and were just a thing of the past. Counting time since then, the 3 holy lands had already enjoyed 3 months of peace. But at this time, at this very moment, their entire world was completely overturned. The great enemies that they thought had become a thing of the past turned into mere memories, and the grand villains of history actually come to life again. And they were standing in a lively manner right before their eyes. Furthermore, their cultivations had also improved greatly. How could Jun Moxie, the main person involved, not be shocked? How could he not be shaken to the core? Seeing that familiar youngster's face once again looming in front of him, it was as if his head had been ruthlessly smashed with a rod, causing his mind to spin. Even the resolve that he had a moment ago to put on a front had completely disappeared like smoke. Jean Moxie, Saint Emperor Jean, are you very shocked? Look at that red and green face of yours. Although this matter is rather surprising for you, it shouldn't be to that extent, right? You're a Saint Emperor expert, a lofty character high up and above everyone, ah. Your current appearance is truly a bit too out of character. Jun Moxie said with a light smile, his voice carrying a hint of disdain, and his eyes flashing with shocking coldness. Jun Moxie, could it be that you're that evil monarch? Hai Wuya sucked in a deep breath and steadied himself as he stepped in front of Jean Moxie. In that moment, he only wished to say that they'd really miscalculated too much. Compared to this youngster before them, what was the legendary free and natural physique even worth? If just a youth with the free and natural physique was enough to cause several Saint Emperors fight over him to the point where relationships broke down, this person before them would cause others to die to get him. I've incurred honored sir's ridicule. Jun Moxie smiled faintly and raised an eyebrow. You must be from the illusory blood sea. Saint Emperor Hai Wuya. Indeed, it's this Hai. Hai Wuya looked at him with a light smile. Jun Moxie, this old man shall be bold and ask you a question, right now, are you already at the realm of a Saint Emperor? Jun Moxie flung his sleeves suavely and smiled. This young master's luck had always been pretty good. Somehow, I just reached this realm without realizing. It's probably just luck. Compared to the bitter cultivation that seniors work hard on every day, this young master can only say that I feel ashamed. These words appeared to be courteous and humble, but to attain such a shocking level of cultivation at such a young age, how could it be luck? Ashamed? The ones who should truly feel ashamed are us old fellows. Compared to the rapid cultivation speed of young Master Jun, us old men are truly embarrassed. Hai Wuya laughed bitterly and continued. From what this old man knows, young Master Jun has just reached 18 years old, right? An 18 years old Saint Emperor, there's no one else in history with such accomplishments. Before the accomplishments of young Master Jun, all the countless cultivators from past to present are completely defeated. Such an accomplishment is unprecedented and will likely also be without rival in the future. I trust that even the 9 nether first young master of that year will feel incredibly ashamed. Jun Moxie fell silent for a moment and nodded lightly. Saint Emperor Hai has overly praised me. This young master's accomplishments might be extraordinary, but compared to the Holy Lands, it's too inferior. The 3 Holy Lands are really where the great talents reside. Its power is great beyond comparison, ah. This young master has been forced to escape from the hands of the Holy Lands many times in the past, almost losing my life many times, and only surviving by luck. The prowess of the 3 Holy Lands are indeed admirable and unforgettable. All the matters before are indeed a miscalculation on the part of our Holy Lands. To end up forming an enmity of death with young master is no doubt the greatest mistake that our 3 Holy Lands have made in these 10,000 years. Hai Wuya breathed out a long sigh, and his expression seemed to contain endless regret. Shaking his head, he continued. If there's such a thing as going back in time in this world, given young master's amazing talent, this old man would surely try to the best of my ability to avoid becoming enemies with you. In fact, this old man would try to at all costs to form a good relationship with young master. These words, whether it be his tone, or expression, were truly, completely sincere. Anyone who heard it would definitely be able to tell that these words had come from the bottom of his heart. Jun Moxie looked away with some sadness. It's a pity, that such thing as, if only, does not exist in this world. The words, if only, are simply nothing but useless talk. Indeed, young master's words are right. Hai Wuya raised his head slowly. This old man has stayed in the Heaven Saint Palace for 300 years, but I've never imagined that such a stellar character like young master would actually appear in this world. On the path of cultivation, seniority has always been determined by cultivation. Young master may be tender in years, but your cultivation has reached the same level as this old man. But this old man can be considered to have lived several hundred years in vain. Today, I shall put my face aside, and ask you an honest question. Hai Wuya took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Then, he opened them again shakily, and as if he were using all his strength to form the words, he asked. If the three Holy Lands could offer young master an apology, and even compensations of an equivalent value to you, would young master be willing to come to an understanding with us, turning swords into plows and ending this pointless slaughter? Is there still any leeway for turning between our two sides? Hai Wuya asked in a hoarse voice. With his status, for him to say such words was already an extremely humble thing. Is there still any leeway? Jun Moxie mumbled softly. All of a sudden, he smiled. This smile had a faint mockery towards life. Nodding slowly, he replied. Senior Hai, I believe that you didn't say those words out of a fear of death. Instead, because of those words that you said, you are indeed worthy of my respect. Because I know that you only said those selfless words because of the war for seizing the heavens. Although you hadn't said it out loud, I can understand it. And I respect you for it. Jun Moxie continued sincerely. However, it's a pity that it's all too late. I trust that Senior Hai understands as well. From the start to the end, I, Jun Moxie, never had any intentions of becoming enemies with the three Holy Lands. Truly, I had not even thought of doing that at all. Not mentioning the faraway things, a year ago, I didn't even know about the existence of a three Holy Lands in this world. But today, I'm already at a point where I cannot turn back. Jun Moxie sighed heavily and shook his head. Now, times have changed, it's no longer you guys who are persecuting me. It's me who refuses to let you all off. The battle today is only the beginning. Nothing is absolute in this world. There are no enmities in this world that cannot be resolved, Hai Wuya said earnestly. Jun Moxie's words had indeed caused this illusory Blood Sea Saint Emperor to feel somewhat conflicted and touched. He took one step forward and fervently said, Our Heaven Saint Palace can be the judge of this. No matter what grievances, we can put them down first. The priority should be on the war for seizing the heavens. The lives of the people in this continent. If you guys decided to sue for peace half a year ago, or even 3 months ago and were willing to come to an understanding with me, there might really be such a thing as a win-win situation for both sides. But unfortunately, it's impossible now. I'll still say the same thing, the circumstances are different now, and times have changed. As for this matter, your Heaven Saint Palace can no longer interfere in it. Jun Moxie laughed aloud. Right now, the one who can make the decisions, and the one who holds the initiative, is no longer your three Holy Lands. It's me. Also, Old Hai. If I really listen to your words, I'm afraid that in just a half year's time, the over 300 people here with me today will turn into corpses, with no exception. I'm sure you understand what I mean. What you all want is to destroy. And what I want is exactly the same. Hai Wuya sighed, as if he still had some words to say. However, a voice sounded out beside him. Jun Moxie, you're simply too unbridled. You're merely holding the advantage for the time being, and you're already speaking so arrogantly. Let me tell you, it doesn't matter what kind of achievements you have right now, or what kind of force you've built up. Before the three Holy Lands, you only have a single path of death. In this wide world, no one can save you. The one who spoke was actually Jean Mubai. Brother Jean. Hai Wuya never would have imagined that Jean Mubai would suddenly jump out at this point to foil all the efforts he'd put in thus far. In that moment, he could not stop himself from shouting. Brother Jean's words might be inappropriate, but he's not wrong. Brother Hai, there's already no more leeway between us and Jun Moxie. We're already at a point where one side would only gain peace while the other dies. He Ji Chio sighed and said, the entire Jun family has already been forced to a dead end because of us, and the Tian Fa forest was also greatly damaged. Countless lives have been implicated, and the blood debt has to be paid through blood. Even this Jun Moxie before us, although he's managed to survive, the process he went through to stand before us was extremely perilous. And that's only the damages on their side. On the side of our Holy Lands, we've already lost thousands of lives. How will this immense debt of blood be wiped clean? He Ji Chio shook his head heavily. Of the over 1,000 people sacrificed thus far, even the weakest ones were on the level of superior supremes. Moreover, there's also the elusive world of Immortal's Palace Lord, Mo Wu Dao's blood brother, Mo Xiao Yao. I trust that even if the Heaven Saint Palace personally came out to appease both sides, this hatred is still not easy to resolve. So today, we can only fight. Jun Moxie smiled, his pearly white teeth gleaming. His face was so sinister it was as if he were a primordial savage beast. Hai Wuya no longer said anything. His expression was filled with desolation and sadness. After a long time, he bit down on his lips with regret. Pity. What a pity, if an outstanding person like Jun Moxie was our friend instead, what difficulties are there in this world that could not be overcome? But having him as an enemy is too dangerous. If he cannot be killed in one fight, then, before long, in just 3 or 5 years' time, there might no longer be 3 holy lands in this world anymore. To this point, this old man is very certain. Hai Wuya laughed bitterly. Last time in Tian Fa Forest, he was just a 3rd-level venerable. Although it caused us to gasp with surprise, his actual strength hadn't been enough to enter our sights. But now, he already has strength equivalent to us. More shockingly, only 2 months or so has passed from that time to now. Everyone, do you really not understand what this means? He Ji Qiu shrugged his shoulders expressionlessly. Even if he's more talented, he's still an enemy. At this point, although we're unwilling, we can only accept it. The more talented the genius is, the more we should get rid of him before he has equal power to us. That is the only way for the calamity to not deepen. Time, fate, life, and even the will of the heavens wishes to toy with men. We can only follow the mandate of the heavens. Hai Wuya breathed out a long sigh and turned to face Jun Moxie. Young Master Jun, with regards to the results we've arrived at today, this old man feels exceptionally regretful. From the looks of it, there's no avoiding a battle today. This old man has some words on my heart that doesn't feel good if I don't say it, so I wish to say it beforehand. Please speak. Jun Moxie uttered lightly. Even though they were enemies, he at least still felt a bit of respect for this old fellow. In this battle, we will be trying at all costs to destroy young master. If we left an enemy like you alive in this world, none of us will ever have a peace of mind to eat or sleep. To the 3 holy lands, you are an existence akin to an apocalypse. Hai Wuya continued bitterly. To destroy a peerless genius with my own hands, a matter like burning treasured wood for fuel and cooking the crane for meat truly pains this old man's heart. Likewise. Old Hai, your words are exactly what I feel as well. Jun Moxie said comfortingly. Like Senior Hai, this young master will also be going all out, using every method to obtain victory. This is a battle to the death anyway, so there's already no need to mention such things. Life and death will be left to fate, and riches and honor depend upon heaven. Chuckling lightly, he continued. Old Hai is frank and forthright, filling this young master's heart with delight. The Holy Lands are full of despicable and shameless bastards, but there are still the rare few heroes and upright people. Although we are standing on opposing sides, this young master's admiration and respect will not be withheld from you. Iron-blooded men with pride and passion can still be found in abundance among the Holy Lands. Oh! To be able to obtain young master's admiration and respect, even if this old man is doomed to make a trip to the netherworld today, I still feel gratified in my heart. Only, who are the other, rare few whom you speak of? Hai Wuya asked with interest. Ning Wu Qin is one, and the wandering venerable Mo Xiaoyao is also a respectable opponent. A look of reminiscence appeared on Jun Moxie's face as he continued. This young master cannot understand, there are countless experts of exceptional ability in the Holy Lands. Why is it that when a person steps into the Holy Lands, most of them will lose their original spirit, turning into another self who for the sake of the Holy Lands would even be willing to invert right and wrong, confusing even themselves? Jun Moxie's words carried a hint of mockery and some sarcasm. But this same sentence, actually sounded like a clap of thunder in Hai Wuya's heart. Hai Wuya's body shook, and his expression changed greatly. He even took several steps backward in shock. This half-hearted question of Jun Moxie's had caused him to comprehend something. For all these years, the obscure veil that had always clouded his heart was finally shattered. The Holy Lands gathered all the experts above Spirit Xian, allowing them to advance continuously, but when these experts arrived at the Holy Lands, they experienced the enormous disparity between themselves and the others. Their bodies, hearts, and mind, all these areas were continuously impacted. Until all the pride and self-confidence they had built up in the outside world was completely worn away, becoming mere memories of the past, or just a joke to laugh about, beginning their life anew with the Holy Land. Such methods were extremely cruel, but it had a nice name to it, Nirvana rebirth, broken before success. Like that, many people woke up after the continuous setbacks, once again plunging madly into cultivation to raise their strengths. In that way, the strength of the Holy Lands rose rapidly. But there were more people whose hearts turned cold because of the mental impacts, directly unleashing the perverseness of their most deeply hidden inner selves. These experts who were heroes of the mundane world ended up losing their self-confidence, their pride, and their arrogance, turning into despicable people on the level of common ruffians and hoodlums. Every year, regardless of at what level, there would always be such people appearing, subsequently being eliminated and relegated to the outer force of the three Holy Lands. From certain angles, such forces were simply equivalent to the three Holy Lands' cannon fodder. Nirvana rebirth, broken before success. There was indeed a need, and the results were even very effective. Only from this way could one truly touch the realm of a true expert. One could say that this process was very necessary. And because it was like that, nobody had ever questioned it before of thousands of years. However, this was not the only method. There were countless other gentler methods, which could also achieve the same effects. Such a method completely destroyed the nature of a person. It was easy for a poor man to become rich. But for a rich man at the height of his success was suddenly thrown back to the lowest levels of society to climb back to the peak again, there were only a scarce few in the world who could achieve something like that. Even without doing anything, for those people who just joined the Holy Lands, which one of them were not shocking geniuses of their generation? Seeing the deep cultivation of those seniors before them, as long as these people had a heart, would they not know how to work hard themselves? But the greatest benefits of such a method, was not the so-called Nirvana rebirth, broken before success. Rather, it aimed to destroy all the pride, confidence, and individuality in the hearts of these people, leaving only the mark of the three Holy Lands branded in their souls. All these were based on the interests of the Holy Lands. Moreover, there was still another thing, the greatest pretense under the heaven, and also the moral pillar which was imprinted in the minds of everyone. Everything was for the sake of the world, for the future of mankind, the war for seizing the heavens. Thus, everyone suffered willingly without grumblings or regrets. The pride was gone, so was self-confidence. It was the equivalent of pulling out the backbone of these people and cutting off their escape path. After that, wouldn't they be easily molded however their Holy Lands wished? Thus, those proud experts of the mundane world, geniuses of their generation, all turned into a pile of walking corpses as soon as they entered the fabled Holy Lands. As he thought about it, Hai Wuya felt the hairs on the back of his neck rising, and fear rose in his heart. If this was really the true purpose, then, it was surely way too scary. If, the legendary three Holy Lands, the greatest cultivation ground of Xian continent, is merely a place where people are broken down and destroyed, a place filled with tragedy. The victims are only of benefit to the three Holy Lands. In that case, what are the interests of the three Holy Lands? Could there be some huge scheme behind all this? Or? Hai Wuya swayed lightly as he stood there. Beside him, He Chiu was saying some things, but he couldn't hear anything at all. In that moment, he was completely preoccupied by his thoughts. In that moment, his head was filled with endless fog. It wasn't clear how much time had passed, but Hai Wuya felt someone push him, causing him to lift his head with startlement. He Chiu was standing in front of him, looking at him in an anxious manner. Confused, he asked, "What is it?" He Chiu looked deeply at him, his eyes complicated. "Brother Hai, the deciding battle is about to begin. No matter what matter it is, let's wait till we get home before talking about it. There's still over 30 brothers here. Whether they get to live or die, it all rests on the shoulders of us too." Hai Wuya felt his heart shudder and he woke up instantly, nodding his head lightly. In his heart he was determined. If this old man manages to survive this time, I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly when I return. The legendary three Holy Lands must not be turned into someone's tool. On the other side, Jun Moxie had a bright smile on his face as he tilted his head to Mei Shuiyan, saying something to her. Mei Shuiyan had a serious expression on her face as she nodded continuously. "Young Master Jun, since it's a grand battle that you've set up, how should we proceed with the battle? Young Master calls himself the evil monarch and even brought an army over. My guess is that you already have a plan?" He Chiu said with a loud voice. In the time that he was speaking, an unusually bleak atmosphere had already gathered in the area. He Jiqiu's expression had also become dreary and desolate. The soft spring breeze that had been ever present in the air suddenly disappeared, becoming stern, cold, and boundless. The entire sky and lands was filled with a vast and lonesome feeling. 10,000ly sorrowful autumn. This was He Jiqiu's famed technique. Before the battle had even started, he'd already unleashed his unique domain ability. Although both sides had not begun fighting yet, he was already fully prepared for battle and could attack with full strength at any time. Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan exchanged a glance, and Mei Shuiyan asked in a soft voice. Do you want a brawl or a rotational battle? Perhaps a quick battle, or... Jun Moxie smiled lightly and considered for a moment. The strength of our side far surpasses the opponents, and swarming them with numbers and strength should be the more reasonable choice. Luo Yun and the rest had all raised their strengths by relying on the spirit stone immortal milk, and their cultivations still are not stable yet. Today's battle can be a great opportunity to sharpen their skills. We'll let these people in front of us be the whetstones for us. Thus, we cannot go for an all-out brawl. Even if we must, that will be left for a critical moment at the end. Besides, if we decide to swarm them, those few Saint Emperors would definitely deal devastating damage to our weaker forces in order to protect their own people. That's something that I cannot accept and am unwilling to accept. Oh. So you've decided to fight them one-on-one? Mei Shuiyan furrowed her brows lightly. Although the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer troops forcefully raised their cultivations to this level, their experiences of such high-level battles are still very lacking. If it's one against one, it would be inevitable for casualties to appear. That way, not only would we fail to achieve the purpose of sharpening the knives, we might even break a few knives in the process. If we set the rule for it to be a gentleman's fight, stopping when one side is defeated, it wouldn't achieve the purpose of this death battle. I have an idea regarding this. Jun Moxie narrowed his eyes and said. Just watch me. After saying that, Jun Moxie looked at He Jiqiu. Saint Emperor He, our side outnumbers yours greatly for this battle. If we obtained victory because of our great numbers, it wouldn't be an honorable victory. I'm sure you all wouldn't feel appeased in your hearts if you were killed that way. So after some considerations, this young master has come up with a suggestion. What do you suggest? A trace of admiration appeared across He Jiqiu's face. He'd never met Jun Moxie before this, and he didn't know what kind of person the famous youngster was. Now, looking at Jun Moxie's graceful manners and words, as well as his elegant and respectful bearings, he felt a genuine appreciation in his heart. This kid was immensely talented, yet was not wildly arrogant or overbearing. Thus, he did not detest Jun Moxie, this outstanding youth. In fact, he praised endlessly in his heart. A youngster like this is truly a dragon among men. Alas, fate toys with the life of men. Both of our sides are standing as enemies, unable to live unless the other side perishes. Shaking his head, he breathed out another long sigh. If the great Saint Emperor he knew what this fellow was scheming in his heart against him. He Jiqiu probably wouldn't even need to fight, directly spitting out a mouthful of blood and fall dead from his anger on the spot. How could an evil fellow like Jun Moxie possibly suggest a battle tactic that was disadvantageous to himself? Moreover, the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer army was something that he'd spent great efforts to raise, and they were also the troops that he felt the most deeply about. They were also the Jun family's trump card and their main force. He would never allow this troop to suffer any sort of damage. There are 35 people on the side of the Holy Lands, from venerables to Saint Emperors, with experts on each level. This is what this young master thinks. If we fight one-on-one, that would be too time-consuming. Why not just let the different levels of experts fight their own battles? On my side, we will send out an equivalent level of forces. Venerables against venerables, saints against saints, and Saint Emperors against Saint Emperors. This would be a fair battle, with life and death lying in the hands of each person, until one side is completely defeated. The battle will be started by the living and ended only by the dead. What does Saint Emperor he think? Jun Moxie said with a faint smile, but his words were as sharp as swords, started by the living, and ended only by the dead. This was an extremely cruel scenario. But at the same time, it placed a huge amount of pressure on He Jiqiu. Because for the side of the three Holy Lands, they could no longer afford to lose these 30 people. The moment they were lost, it would result in defeat in the war for seizing the heavens. While he was anxious by the implications of this battle, Jun Xie also breathed out a huge sigh of relief in that moment. The battle style that the other side had proposed was exactly tailor-made to the three Holy Lands' benefit. A battle like that was absolutely advantageous for the experts of the three Holy Lands and was basically guaranteed for them to win. Because the experts from the three Holy Lands, especially those from the same realm and belonging to the same Holy Lands, all had exceptionally refined coordination after having lived, trained, and fought with each other for hundreds of years, to a point where they could intricately sense each other's actions. If they were allowed to attack together, their strengths would increase by at least twofold. When the Holy Lands had sent their experts to Chrysanthemum City, they had chosen groups of people who were familiar with each other's style. As for Jun Moxie's side, although their strengths were high, their cultivation had obviously been forcefully pushed up using special methods. So while they had strong cultivations, their mental state was obviously unable to match up. With a single look, it was obvious that Jun Moxie's choice of battling style was simply akin to seeking death. Good. Young Master Jun is straightforward indeed. We'll decide on this then. Jun Xie did not turn around since he already knew the strengths and cultivation of all the experts on his side. There's 35 people on our side, 3 4th-level venerables, 5 1st-level saints, 7 2nd-level saints, 8 3rd-level saints, 9 4th-level saints, and 3 saint emperors. Jun Xie smiled lightly and continued. That means that there'll be 6 different battles. Only, for the last fight between Saint Emperors, this he wishes to have a solo fight against young Master Jun, properly witnessing young Master Jun's amazing techniques. It should be like this, there is no issue. Jun Moxie promised without hesitation in a broad-hearted manner. Although everyone on the three Holy Lands side were listening expressionlessly to the conversation between the two, their eyes were filled with a trace of excitement. With the few hundred years of coordination between us, our attacks and defense together have already reached a point of being perfect and seamless. Jun Moxie, you're simply sending your subordinates to die by our hands. Don't blame us for being merciless later. Behind Jun Moxie, the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer soldiers did not show any signs of emotion at all. They were like a bunch of stubborn rocks, unmoved by anything. However, a heavy sense of battle intent surged into the air and enveloped the entire army. One reason for today's decisive battle is because this young master had been forced by your three Holy Lands to an unbearable point. Secondly, there should be some stakes for such an exciting battle. Truthfully, that is the main purpose of this young master. If we win, what then? And if we lose, what of it? Jun Xie furrowed his brows slightly, thinking that those words were truly somewhat shameless. This brat obviously saw that our forces were scattered, and thus took the chance to challenge us to a decisive battle. But when it came out of his mouth, it was that the three Holy Lands had forced him to an unbearable point. Those words are truly a little too lacking in conscience. However, Jun Xie didn't mind since he also had some confidence in coming out victorious. Besides, even if Jun Moxie didn't talk about any conditions, he would mention them himself. Since Jun Moxie had already brought the matter up, he would not only be thought of as a cheap person, he would also end up falling into the ditch he'd dug himself. Naturally. How can there be no stakes and conditions in a decisive battle? Young Master Jun, please speak. Jun Xie had a sly smile on his face like an old fox as he thought to himself. You little brat still reeking of your mother's milk, you finally fell into my trap. Old gingers are still the spiciest On the other side, Jun Moxie was also smiling evilly as he thought to himself. This old fox finally fell into my trap. Small chili peppers are still the hottest 2 foxes, one old and one young, both harbored their own schemes against each other. Both of them had great confidence in their chances of victory and were smiling smugly to themselves as they looked at each other. If we win, the three Holy Lands must stop interfering in the mundane world and cease their actions against the Blizzard Silver City, Situ family, Duanmu family, and the Dongfang family. From here on out, these forces will no longer be under the control of the Holy Lands, forming a force of their own. This is the first condition. Jun Moxie said with a light smile. That's only natural. If you all come out victorious here, our 3 holy lands would also not have the face to continue persecuting those mundane families anymore. He Chiu said with a casual smile as his brows twitched lightly. Little brat, you're still too naive. To think that you've even thought of the conditions already. The second condition is that if we win, the 3 holy lands cannot go against us anymore, at least not until the war for seizing the heavens is over. Jun Moxie grinned sinisterly. He'd only said that the 3 holy lands could not do anything him, but he never said that he couldn't do anything to them. This was the true trap. He Chiu had only been cultivating painstakingly in the Heaven Saint Palace for so many years, so how would he guess that Jun Moxie's words would be so full of traps? Without even thinking, he directly agreed. That is also natural as well. If you win, all of our enmity from before will be written off, and everything, be it debts of gratitude or revenge, shall be greeted with only a smile in the future. Jun Moxie snorted in his heart. Debts of gratitude or revenge shall be greeted with only a smile in the future. Are you high on something? Even if you're willing, this elder brother is still unwilling. As for the third condition, from the Heaven Saint Palace's exquisite lotus cluster, I want a stalk of exquisite lotus with at least 3 segments from the root of the 9-segment exquisite lotus. Jun Moxie chuckled lightly and brought up the condition he wanted the most. That one is impossible. He Chiu did not even consider and refused directly. The exquisite lotus is a palace treasure of our Heaven Saint Palace that we've protected for at least 10,000 years. Not to mention a complete stalk of the exquisite lotus, even if it's just a single petal, it's not something that can be exchanged outside. Please change this to another condition. If it could be easily exchanged outside, I wouldn't have mentioned it at all. Jun Moxie replied coolly. Saint Emperor I trust that you can also tell that my first 2 conditions are as good as having no conditions, right? In addition, the extremely disadvantageous battle conditions that I proposed earlier is to justify this last condition. If you can't even accept this condition, then there's no point to our battle today. I'll be the one suffering a huge loss entirely. Could it be that Saint Emperor does not even have this much resolution? He Chiu furrowed his brows heavily as he cursed in his heart. This brat is surely too shameless. What is called, the first 2 conditions are as good as having no conditions. This old man has already agreed to both conditions, but you actually treated it as empty words. Shaking his head helplessly, he said, the exquisite lotus is the sect treasure of the Heaven Saint Palace. Although this old man has already spent hundreds of years in the Heaven Saint Palace, I've only seen it once or twice in total. This is definitely not something that this old man can make the decision on. Young Master Jun, aren't you purposefully making things hard on others? Take it that I'm making things hard on purpose or begging you. It doesn't matter. I don't care if you obtain it by stealing or robbing, in any case, I insist to have it. There's no negotiating this matter. Jun Moxie demanded rudely and unreasonably. If Saint Emperor does not agree, then I might as well make this battle into a full-force fight. I trust that Saint Emperor can also see that there's a huge disparity in strength between our 2 sides. We have over 10 times the experts on our side. If not for that last condition, did you think that I would opt myself into such an unfavorable battle format when I have all the advantages? If an all-out fight begins, I can guarantee that no matter how amazing the strengths of Saint Emperors are, not a single person from the 3 holy lands shall be able to leave this place alive today. He Chiu's voice grew cold as his eyes flashed menacingly. Young Master Jun, are you threatening this seat? Laughing coldly, Jun Moxie met his eyes. Threaten? Is there a need for me to threaten you? I was simply mentioning a fact. Saint Emperor you brought those people out here, and you have the responsibility to bring them back safely. I've already given you an option and told you the way to assure their safety. Whether or not you want it is entirely up to you to choose. How am I threatening you? If you don't agree, I will simply slaughter all of you, then go to the Heaven Saint Palace to discuss with them directly. No matter what, I, Jun Moxie, will definitely get my hands on the exquisite lotus. He Chiu stared steadily at him for a long time, then he sighed and exchanged a few words with Hai Wuya through their spiritual sense. After that, he turned around and with his face steeled with determination, he opened his mouth to say something. Yet, at this time, a loud voice rang out in the air. Fine. This old man accepts your condition. Just at this time, a hu sound rang out, and 3 figures appeared in the middle of the field, without a single sound. Before this, nobody even noticed their arrival at all. These were exactly the three guardians of the Heaven Saint Palace, the all-seeing Rakshasa Qiao Ying, the heart-seal sky sword Changyin Xiao, and the willful wild saber Chu Wu Hui. Qiao Ying's hair was wild and messy, and her face was pale. Changyin Xiao and Chu Wu Hui's robes were both torn, and faint traces of blood could be seen on the corners of their mouths. Their faces were slightly yellow, and it was clear to see that they'd suffered some internal injuries that weren't light. The smile on Jun Moxie's face froze as he cursed the 14th young master in his heart. That bastard is really useless. To actually let all three of these idiots return like that, not even managing to leave one of them behind. Even if you just delay them, that would have been fine. But great, the three of them are here together now, and this young master has been caught by surprise. Even if their battle prowess is not completely there, they are still a major threat. You've agreed? You mean to say that the three of you guardians are also participating in this battle? Jun Moxie said with an ugly look on his face. No, they're not participating. They don't have the leisure to join your fight. All they're doing here is to act as witnesses. Just like them, this young master is also here to witness the fight. An eerie voice rang out, seemingly far and seemingly near. Another figure flashed, and a black shadow floated to the ground. The figure was clearly standing there, but he didn't seem to have any presence at all, as if he didn't actually exist. To make such a strange appearance, this was none other than the 14th young master. This audience lineup is a little too ridiculous. Jun Moxie gulped in his heart. He felt a little like a famous football player in the final game of an international tournament, while the entire world waited to watch his performance. To think that this decisive battle would actually be spectated personally by the Heaven Saint Palace's three guardians and the #1 expert of the world, 14th young master. No matter who the victor of this battle was, it was bound to shock the entire world. If Jun Moxie won, he would have shattered the current world order. In addition to the three holy lands, another figure would be added to the grand characters of this world, the evil monarch. The evil monarch manner. The 14th young master's body was unstained, and his black robes were neat and clean. There wasn't even a single crease or wrinkle to be found. On the other side, the three guardians looked much more wretched comparatively. There was already no need to inquire about the results of their battle. The winner and loser were obvious. Jun Moxie's heart calmed down, and he smiled. In that case, I can feel more at ease. Brat, you seem quite relaxed. If this young master hadn't arrived, your over 300-strong force would have been completely eaten up by those three guardians. Don't think that just because they look rather wretched right now that they don't have the ability. It would still be a piece of cake for them to destroy your entire force. How are you going to thank this young master? The 14th young master said with a light smile. I must naturally thank you. As for the method of thanks, how about a gift of the full song, laughing proudly in the pugilistic world? Jun Moxie said with a light smile. Oh. It's you. It's really you. The 14th young master's eyes widened with happiness and excitement as he looked at Jun Moxie. Who else if not me? Jun Moxie smiled lightly and said. Even if you didn't come here, my guys wouldn't necessarily be slaughtered by the three holy lands. At the most, this daddy can just take out the Hongjun pagoda, and magic everyone away before disappearing myself. Even the 1st young master wouldn't be able to find me. If I didn't have at least this amount of ability up my sleeves, would this daddy come out here and risk my neck? Did you think that this daddy is stupid? However, since you've come to offer your services for free, I shall use a single song to placate you a bit. This daddy has plenty of modern and cool songs in my head, enough to let you listen to for hundreds of times. From the moment that Changyin Xiao arrived, he and Chu Wu Hui had been staring at the over 300 soldiers behind Jun Moxie with wide eyes. The more they looked, the more shocked they became. The cultivation of the two of them had already exceeded the peak of this mundane world, their eyesights and their experiences were exceptional. With just a single look, they could already see the value of the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer troops. Although the battle strengths of the 300-something people in front of them were high, they were not enough to be placed in the sights of these two guardians. However, there was quite possibly a mystical technique which could raise a person's strength and potential behind the existences of these people. And that was something that nobody could resist.
The two of them exchanged a glance, and their eyes lit up with excitement. If a magical technique could raise a person's strength quickly really existed in this world, it would be a great fortune for the entire human race. One could even form a mighty army, crossing over the Pillar of Heaven's mountains and wipe out the strange races for good. Jun Moxie, we've already agreed to all your conditions just now. But since it's a bet, the stakes must be fair. You've only mentioned the conditions of our loss, but what happens if you lose? Cheng Yin Xiao laughed and said. It can't be that only you can raise conditions, and we're not allowed to have any requests, right? There's naturally fairness in a bet. If you have any conditions, you can also say it. This young master here will wash my ears and listen carefully. Jun Moxie smiled faintly and said. From the looks in the eyes of this Sky Sword Wild Saber duo, how could he not know what conditions they wanted to put forth? Was there even a need to think about it? As expected, Chu Wu Hui immediately replied. We only have one condition. If our side wins, you and your subordinates will join the Heaven Saint Palace and become part of our strength. What do you say? Cheng Yin Xiao chuckled lightly and added. There's no need to worry about the problem of safety. As long as you become subordinates of the Heaven Saint Palace, no one in the three holy lands will dare to do anything to you. Because if they offend you, it means that they're going against the Heaven Saint Palace. Even Mo Wu Dao wouldn't dare to do that. That way, it's also the equivalent of removing the greatest troubling matter in front of you. There will no longer be any more troubles. Fine. I promise. Jun Moxie also answered without any hesitation. In any case, he wasn't going to lose. So what was the harm in making a promise like that? The swift and direct way in which Jun Moxie agreed was so unexpected that even Cheng Yin Xiao and Chu Wu Hui were taken aback. They almost didn't dare to believe their own ears. He agreed just like that. Could it be that he was actually so confident? Even the 14th young master could not help but look at Jun Moxie with shock. With his experience, he could naturally tell that in terms of individual strengths, the experts of the three holy lands had a clear advantage. Whether it be the stability of their cultivation, or the strength of their mental states, all of them were well-seasoned warriors who'd gone through hundreds of battles. In contrast, on Jun Moxie's side, although their battle intent was also extremely potent, and each of the soldiers had a fearlessness towards death that was extremely shocking, and their startling discipline and intense killing intent was far above the people on the Holy Land side, but their cultivations were not stable nor pure. There was also a feeling as if they hadn't fully gotten used to their realms after advancing too forcefully. A lineup like that was likely bound to meet with repeated defeats. Why had Jun Moxie agreed so unhesitatingly? Good. Young Master Jun is indeed straightforward. Cheng Yin Xiao praised. Regardless of the result of this battle, this Cheng expresses his sincere admiration towards young Master Jun's forthrightness. This battle today, whether life, death, victory, or defeat, will be determined by the will of the heavens. With us three guardians and the publicly acknowledged #1 expert under the heavens 14th young master as witness, both sides cannot go back on their words. Otherwise, that person will be pursued relentlessly and killed by the four of us together. The 14th young master's eyes twitched for a moment, a little unhappy. He'd already admitted that he was no longer the #1 expert in the world anymore. Yet, this Cheng Yin Xiao keeps saying it, clearly trying to trigger him. Moreover, without having first gaining his approval, he declared that the four of them would join hands to pursue and kill, that was taking liberties with his name. Since you're not learning from the lessons I gave you, this young master will only have to truly give you a harsh lesson that you will remember. After some thought, the 14th young master's body flashed, and he walked over to the side of the field. With a swipe of his hand, a large stone rose out of the ground. Planting his butt directly atop it, he sat down and crossed his head, in a matter of one anticipating a great show. A decisive battle of life and death. There is only victory and defeat. The winner lives, while the loser dies. No one can say a word of complaint. Cheng Yin Zhao's face turned cold as he declared, first battle. The three holy lands sends out 3 4th-level venerables. After saying that, Cheng Yin Xiao and the others backed off, leaving a wide space on the battlefield. 3 4th-level venerables, Jun Moxie smiled lightly as he turned around. Old Eagle, please arrange a few people for this battle. Solitary Eagle laughed aloud,
and his eyes turned sharp and fierce as he shouted. Who on our side will face the venerables of the Holy Lands? A single organized step rang out, as all the 4th level venerables stepped out from within the 300 soldiers. The ground echoed with their steps, and a heavy atmosphere descended on the area. Solitary Eagle locked his eyes on the 3 frontmost people and nodded. The 3 of you then. Go. The 3 who were pointed out instantly chorused their acknowledgement and stepped out. No matter who goes out to battle, this old man only has a single request: you're only allowed to win. To win is to live. To lose it to die. If you're defeated, there's no need to come back anymore. Just pay for your sins on the battlefield and commit suicide. The 3 soldiers all had icy expressions on their faces as they chorused. If we lose, we have no more face to come back to see young master. Only death will be accepted. The 3 walked out at the same time as their killing intent surged out like sharp swords. It was just the 3 people stepping out to battle, but their momentum was like a troop of 1,000 soldiers and 10,000 horses. A bloody aura of killing intent merged together and filled the battlefield. These 300 people are extraordinary. Cheng Yin Xiao locked his eyes on a soldier of the Heaven Destroyer team inside. Indeed. Where in this world did so many geniuses come from? Chu Wu Hui's face was grim as he nodded. Apart from the 2 at the most front, none of the others are even over 40 years in age. Brother Cheng, this. If I wasn't seeing this with my own eyes, would scarcely be able to believe it. Cheng Yin Xiao half closed his eyes and looked solemnly at the battlefield. What's there to not believe? That Jun Moxie is not even 20, but he's already reached the level of Saint Emperor. That is much scarier and much more unbelievable. I believe there must be some kind of secret technique in his or his master's hands, which can raise a person's strength very quickly in a short time. Furthermore, there are no side effects. This discovery is not a small matter. The 3 venerables that the 3 Holy Lands sent out this time all came from the elusive world of immortals. The 3 of them looked at each other and smiled suavely as they stepped out with their robes fluttering lightly in the wind. Although they were about to fight a deathly match, their bearings were casual and easy. Their steps were confident, and although they were facing the fierce auras of the opponent, they did not seem to be worried at all. One side was dressed in white, with casual attitudes and gleaming swords by their side, while the other side was donned entirely in black, with fierce murderous auras. The contrast was exceedingly stark. The 2 were like naturally extremes of each other, and this time, they were standing on opposite sides, preparing to begin a battle of life and death. From your point of views, which side do you think has a higher chance in this first battle? Xiaoying furrowed her brows lightly and asked. This is a battle of life and death. Losing means death. It isn't easy for our Holy Lands to nurture experts. Each expert needs several hundred years of bitter training before they can reach their current levels. These people here are all the main forces of the war for seizing the heavens. But a single miscalculation by Mo Wu Dao had resulted in such a pointless battle. What a heartbreaking scene. Even though our statuses are high, the decisions of the Holy Lands are not something that we have a right to question. The choices made by all the palace lords in the past are actually rather similar as well. I can only say that this Mo Wu Dao's luck this time was simply too rotten, to come across a little monster like this that hadn't appeared in even 100 generations. Chu Wu Hui said with a light sigh. However, I still feel quite confident that this match will go in our favor. Cheng Yin Xiao nodded with approval. The 3 from their side has huge amounts of killing intent, and their auras and determination is fierce and firm. Against normal enemies, just their fearsome auras will be enough to frighten their enemies and allow them to win with ease. However, this is also because they were unable to control their auras with ease, resulting in their auras overflowing like this. In a battle against high-level experts, this kind of killing intent would easily reveal their every move and location. Smiling casually, he continued. One must know that in a battle, there will be many fast-changing situations. The movements of experts of such levels are too fast to follow with the naked eye. One can only react using their senses. Although the auras of the opponent seems fearsome, it also reveals their fatal weak points. In contrast, the experts on our side are relaxed and calm right from the start, showing no such weakness. Even before the fight began, they've already won half the battle. There's no longer any need to worry about the results. At this time, the three experts from the Holy Lands were standing face to face, their auras rising faintly. Looks like our guys have already seen through the opponent's weakness. My guess is that the moment the battle begins, they will move to thoroughly disrupt the opponent's pace right from the beginning. That would be the correct way to handle them. Chu Wuhui nodded with satisfaction. In this battle, although our side would also suffer some injuries, the damage would not be too serious. As for the three on the other side, I can already announce their death right now. Cheng Yin Xiao nodded his agreement. Their expressions were relaxed and casual. Although it was only the first battle, obtaining a great result this early would undoubtedly greatly increase everyone's morale. Just at this time, the three warriors from the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer side suddenly changed their original formation. The person in the center took 2 steps forward, the person on the left took 2 steps backwards, and the person on the right took on step sideways. With just a few simple steps, the three had already formed into an odd triangular formation. But this battle formation was not just a simple triangular formation. There was a sense of hidden distance within it. The person at the front raised his head and puffed out his chest. His stalwart body bulged menacingly, as if he could support the heavens and earth. The person behind him was crouching down like a prowling leopard. As for the person on the right, his steps were strange, and the side of his body faced the outside. The killing intent around his body had faded by a huge extent. This was an exceedingly strange battle formation. In this world, such a battle formation had never appeared before. That formation is truly odd, Cheng Yin Xiao furrowed his brows and said. However, his expression soon eased. However, it shouldn't affect the actual battle too much. Xiaoying and Chu Wuhui both also nodded lightly in agreement. In a battle against high-level experts, battle formations were basically worthless. The main focus should be the cultivation and martial techniques of the individual. No matter how ingenious the formation was, in a fight between high-level experts where the battle situation was rapidly changing constantly, relying on a formation would only incur the ridicule of the opponent. Jun Moxie and Mei Shuiyan both had a light smile on their faces as they looked disdainfully at the three guardians trying to analyze the battle formation. Those three idiots. Mei Shuiyan smiled brightly, her eyes squinting adorably like summer flowers blooming. There was nothing absolute in the world. The fact that there hadn't been any formations that could affect a high-level battle in the past didn't mean that there wouldn't be any now, or in the future. What those guardians didn't know was that this weird triangular battle formation was actually a formidable formation that Jun Moxie had retrieved from the Hongjun Pagoda, the heaven, earth, man, three extremes killing formation. The moment the formation was unleashed, the strengths of the three people within the formation would overlap perfectly. There would be no distinction between them anymore. The strength of each of them would be the equivalent of the combined strength of the three of them together. In other words, if the three of them attacked together, the combined strength would be 9 times greater than normal. How could this be just a normal battle array? Please. Please. 2 voices rang out as the two sides suddenly clashed together. The moment the battle began, it immediately exploded with great intensity. In a battle of life and death, every move was a killing technique. There were no space for mercy. White shadows flashed across the sky as the three venerables from the Holy Lands attacked at the same time. In an instant, each person had already unleashed at least a dozen skills. After that, they charged in personally, beginning a fierce, close-ranged fight. As for the other side, the three black-robed experts did not charge forward to meet them. Instead, they first unleashed a dazzling series of position-swapping maneuver, spinning like a windmill. Surprisingly, the places where their feet landed had not changed from the start, and only the people in each position were swapped. Loud booms rang out continuously, and the battlefield was enveloped in a cloud of sand and dust. The 9 Nether 14th young master's eyes lit up as he mumbled to himself. This formation is truly strange, but it's really interesting. The positions of the 3 muscular hulks changed continuously, but no matter how it changed, the 3's feet never landed outside of their original spots. All the attacks from the 3 Holy Lands venerables were blocked by the foremost man, while the other 2 took the chance to madly attack the other sides. The 3 black men were switching between each other constantly, but there seemed to be a tangible and imperceptible giant net under each of them. This invisible net combined the strengths of the 3 individuals perfectly and evenly distributed them back to each person. Slowly, the strengths of each person began to grow more and more powerful.
Only a mere instant had passed since the battle began when the initiative turned from the Holy Land side to the defending black-robed side. Following that, as more time passed, the venerables from the Holy Land side were even falling into a disadvantage. The battle was becoming more and more intense. Not good. Cheng Yin Zhao's pupils shrunk and he exclaimed with surprise. What happened? How did this battle end up like this? Could it be that the strange formation of those three people is really so magical? Strange things would happen every year, but there are especially many strange things this year. A battle that was supposed to be a guaranteed win actually ended up in such a state. As expected of the strongest power of the Xian continent, there's truly nothing that capable people cannot do. A mocking voice drifted over from the side. Cheng Yin Xiao turned his head and looked at the direction of the voice. Truthfully, he didn't even need to turn around. Apart from the 9 Nether 14th young master, there weren't any other person who could talk that way and use such a tone while saying such mocking words. As expected, when his eyes swiveled around, the 9 Nether 14th young master was indeed standing several zhang beside him watching the entertaining fight, having arrived soundlessly and without warning. To experts above the Saint Emperor realm, such a distance was basically non-existent. If Cheng Yin Xiao and the others really wanted to attack in that moment, even the 9 Nether 14th young master would have to take quite a beating. However, that fellow was clearly courageous to approach so closely. This kind of confidence could no longer be described with courage deriving from having great skill. Jun Moxie looked over and scoffed in his heart. Che, what courage deriving from having great skill? That is simple the result of arrogance that reached an extreme level. He did not even put the three experts in his eyes at all, and he probably even hopes that they will attack. This young master currently still doesn't have that kind of power. If I had such strength, this young master would behave even more exaggerated, yes, more courageous deriving from having great skill. Cheng Yin Xiao completely ignored the 9 Nether 14th young master's mocking words. His gaze returned to the battle, and he mumbled with furrowed brows. Whether in personal strength, battle ability of the entire group, or the perfect coordination with each other, our side is clearly far superior than the opponent. Even if the few of us went down personally, disregarding our cultivation and personal strength, our coordination is not necessarily stronger than theirs. However, such intricate coordinated attacks are actually being suppressed so thoroughly. This matter is completely incomprehensible. It doesn't make sense no matter how we look at it. The Heaven Saint Palace is truly becoming more and more backward with time. How pitiful. To think that guardians who are so much more superior to Saint Emperors would actually be so lacking in judgment. Looks like the day the Heaven Saint Palace completely falls and disappears is near at hand. The 9 Nether 14th young master chuckled softly and said in a scalding tone. This old man can only see that the positions that those three are stepping on are somewhat strange. As for the rest, I really can't tell what is special about it. Brother 14th has amazing judgment, so why don't you enlighten us about it? Chu Wuhui did not get angry, and instead asked humbly. Modesty and open-mindedness were traits of accomplished men. The fates of those three from the Holy Lands are already decided. They're surely doomed. A dark light flashed in the 9 Nether 14th young master's eyes as he continued. This young master said that you guys lack judgment, and I wasn't kidding. You all only saw that the formation was strange, but you couldn't tell where the oddity laid. As long as you observe carefully, you'll see that whenever those three black-robed men attack, their movements can be said to have unpredictable changes. That is the main reason why it's difficult to see through. Although the battle formation they're using is indeed strange and unpredictable, their actual strengths are far from our level. Even if their movements are exceedingly strange, it cannot escape from our eyes. As long as there is enough time, traces of clues can be found. And that is also how this young master saw through the intricacies of this battle formation. What intricacies? No matter how ferociously the Holy Land side attacks, the burden of defense has only rested on just one person every time. This one person, or rather, this one position, has completely endured all the attacks perfectly, the head of the triangular formation. In normal cases, a triangular formation is used to attack, and the head of the formation is often used as a point to pierce through the enemy's defense. But here, it's actually a point of defense. The three looked over with rapt attention. All of them were experts of martial arts. The moment the crucial area was explained by the 9 Nether 14th young master, they instantly managed to understand the changes of this formation.
The 9 Nether 14th young master continued in a low voice. That formation is truly amazing. Each time, only a single person needs to endure the attacks. Although the person blocking will have to expend a lot of energy in that one instance, but by the time the next attack arrives, they would have already changed to another person to block. The person in front will have a chance to catch a breather after the rotation, and in that way, each person will have 2 moments to catch their breaths, enough for them to recover their energy. Although it cannot be said to be completely without expenditure, the amount of energy one would lose while maintaining this formation is so little that it's basically negligible. Indeed, so that's how it is. Cheng Yin Zhao's face changed as he realized with shock. The 3 of them aren't using up much strength, but the guys from our holy lands are losing more and more energy at a constant rate. The 9 Nether 14th young master smiled lightly and continued. Not only that. While the formation absorbs the oncoming attacks, the other 2 can also attack at the same time. Furthermore, their targets are the same person. Which means to say, that each time they attack, it's always 2 against 1. Against such a strange formation, the side of the Holy Lands is simply unable to fight to their full ability. In every round of attack, at least one of them will fall into a situation where they can't attack or contribute anything. Only 1 out of the 3 can truly launch a proper attack. On the other hand, when the other side counterattacks, all 3 of them can attack at the same time, joining hands against a single target. Even if their overall strength is inferior to the Holy Land side, they have the power of the initiative, which has also turned into an advantage. When the advantage continues to add up, it will turn into a condition for victory. Once that happens, the situation will become unresolvable, and there's only the choice of stretching their necks out and waiting for death. As he said that, Cheng Yin Xiao, Chu Wu Hui, and Xiao Ying's faces instantly changed. Don't be shocked yet, the truly scary details are still in the back. From the looks of it, this formation still has some other intricacies that allow them to stack their strengths together, achieving a qualitative improvement in power which I currently still can't see through. The 9 Nether 14th young master's eyes gleamed sharply as he analyzed the situation. From what Brother 14th said, the results of this battle has already been determined. Is there truly no way to make a comeback? Xiaoying said anxiously. Indeed. There's already no hope in obtaining victory anymore. Based on the situation, there's only one move left to end the fight in a draw. The 9 Nether 14th young master's eyes shone coldly as he laughed in a strange manner. What move? Chu Wu Hui thought for a long time, but still couldn't see a way of reversing the situation. Self-detonate immediately and drag the opponents to the grave along with you. That's the only way to end this fight in a draw. Although the other side has a huge advantage now, it's still not easy for them to endure the self-detonation of 3 powerful venerables. It's still possible to perish together with the enemy. The 9 Nether 14th young master's tone carried a hint of cruelty as he scoffed. It's only a pity that the 3 venerables from the Holy Land side are only in a disadvantageous position at the moment, and they're far from being forced into a crisis. Thus, I trust that they will not be willing to part with their lives so easily and will continue to hold on, hoping for a miracle. But by the time they realize that there is no hope of winning, the opponent's momentum will have become far too fierce. Even if they wanted to self-detonate and die with the enemy, they would no longer have the chance. Chu Wu Hui and the others all turned silent in that moment. All of them were peerless experts of their generation, so how could they not understand? As long as there was a shred of hope left, who would be willing to throw away their life without trying to find a way out? Humans were all like that, there was nothing to say about it. Apart from that, they've also made a huge mistake. The 9 Nether 14th young master laughed coldly and said. From the beginning of the battle, the 3 black-robed men hadn't used any weapons, seemingly wanting to settle the fight with their bare fists. But the idiots from your 3 holy lands actually also did not use any weapons. If they'd used their weapons right from the start, although it might not have been sufficient to change the results of the battle, the situation now might be different. The 9 Nether 14th young master laughed aloud. This young master truly has no words for you bunch. Before the battle, all of you kept saying that it's a battle to the death, not resting until one side is dead, and only one side can live. Naturally, everyone should be using the most extreme methods from the get-go. Not mentioning weapons, even hidden weapons or poisons are permissible. Look at those 3 fools. Are the swords hanging on their waists just decorative items? How absolutely retarded. The moment the 9 Nether 14th young master's words came out of his mouth, a loud boom rang out, and the battle below instantly changed. Numerous dazzling swordlight burst into the sky, and a sharp keen shrill surged out in all directions as a loud voice shocked the land. Kill! As the 9 Nether 14th young master had anticipated, one side finally took out their weapons. But unexpectedly, it was the 3 black-robed men. The sudden appearance of the swords instantly cut through the final defensive barrier of the 3 venerables as though a hot knife through rotten bean curd. From the moment those 3 drew their swords, they instantly used the ultimate technique of man and sword as one, charging forward with reckless abandon. Even when they were occupying the position of absolute advantage, the technique they used was actually still a mutually harming technique like this. This kind of sacrificing 800 of my men to kill 3,000 of the enemy's forces, extreme life-pitting methods was only just below self-detonation. The shocking auras instantly blasted through the entire battlefield, leaving all the spectators in shock. After being stunned for a moment, everyone from the 3 holy lands instantly cursed aloud with rage. Despicable! Shameless! How immoral! Many of the experts of the 3 holy lands were shaking with rage as they cursed, their eyes all red with anger. Xiaoying and the other 2 guardians were completely silent. At this time, the 9 Nether 14th young master roared with laughter. These guys insisted on keeping their useless morals and gentlemanly demeanor in a death match, but when the opponent uses the correct battle tactic to gain victory, they call it shameless. The 3 great holy lands are, as expected of a righteous sect. What amazing style! It's impossible to not admire them all. On the other side, Jun Moxie was not angered by the furious cursings of his enemies. Instead, he was laughing so hard that his entire body shook uncontrollably. This bunch of brain-dead holy land dumbasses are truly interesting. When they're winning, they were so loud and exuberant. The moment they are in a disadvantage, they scold and curse so passionately. Shuiyan, how did you end up losing so badly to these retards in the past? I'm truly quite curious. Mei Shuiyan's face reddened as she rolled her eyes at him. The people of the Holy Lands might be a bit despicable, but no matter how shameless they are, it's not even 0.001% of yours. Look at the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer teams. They were such a bunch of forthright and iron-blooded men originally. But what kind of people have they become in your hands? Each one of them is sly and cunning, behaving like common hooligans. You are wrong, this is a battle of life and death after all. One naturally needs to seek victory regardless of the method. They want to pretend to be gentlemen, but we can't accompany them in their stupidity. Are their lives more important than being gracious? This young master is completely speechless at this display of idiocy. I certainly wasn't the one who taught the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer teams those things. If you don't believe me, you can ask those men yourself. In the battlefield, is seeking their own survival more important, or are those so-called morals, reputation and graciousness more important? Anyone who'd stepped into a true battlefield would understand these things. Do they still need me to teach them? Jun Moxie said with some unhappiness. In this moment, the situation in the battlefield had already changed greatly. The 3 venerables of the Holy Lands had completely fallen to an absolute disadvantage. Under the crazed hack-and-slash style attacks of the enemy, all their coordination, battle formations, and such were completely gone. They could only block in panic, hiding and running. They didn't even have the time to draw their own weapons. It was as the 9 Nether 14th young master had said, it was too late. Victory and defeat had already been determined long ago. 3 roars rang out as the 3 black-robed figures leaped up with their shiny swords gleaming sharply in their hands. On the ground, 3 white-robed figures wobbled unsteadily, as though they were drunk. Their bodies were riddled with scars, and blood flowed constantly from their wounds. With another flash of sword light, the 3 descended yet again. In that space, the 3 venerables from the Holy Lands finally managed to pull out their swords. In an instant, 3 bright sounds rang out as their long swords were unsheathed. Holding their weapons in their hands, they managed to stabilize their bodies. Behind them, the experts of the 3 holy lands all heaved a loud sigh of relief at the same time. At long last, they could see a ray of hope. Now that the 3 had drawn their swords, they should at least be much better than fighting with their bare fists. The 9 Nether 14th young master furrowed his brows lightly and looked at Jun Moxie suspiciously. He couldn't understand at all. In a situation where they held the absolute advantage, why would he make such an unnecessary move? To actually allow his opponents to draw their swords? Wasn't this just creating trouble for themselves? On the other side, a look of pity flashed across Mei Shuiyan's face as she sighed lightly. Jun Moxie chuckled evilly as he proclaimed in a low voice. The good show is finally about to begin. Huh, behind him, the 300-something hulking black-robed men all looked up with strangely passionate gazes. Though it took a long time to describe, everything had happened in a short time. The 3 black-robed men dropped from the sky, the swords in their hands shining with shocking power, thoroughly sealing all paths of retreat for the Holy Land's venerables. The 3 on the ground instantly lifted their swords at the same time to block as they channeled all their energy into their swords. Their hearts blazed with rage as they thought to themselves, as long as I block this sword, that will be the death day of those 3 black-robed bastards. Because although the momentum and power of the 3 black-robed men were shocking as they attacked from above, their movements were full of openings in that moment. If they didn't manage to kill their opponent with that strike, they would be in a deathly situation. Could they really be that confident? The 3 guardians looked at the final strike of the battle with rapt attention as doubt arose in their hearts. Screech. The light sounds of weapons clashing together rang out, and Chu Wuhui instantly stomped his feet with anger. *T. They're using divine weapons. All 3 of them are using divine weapons. How King despicable. The blades in the 3 black-robed man's hands were undoubtedly all legitimate divine weapons. It turned out that this was simply a giant trap. Allowing you to draw your sword at the last moment, giving you endless hope, but in an instant sending you plunging back to the bottom of hell, never to rise again. Under the disbelieving eyes of everyone, the swords clashed together. Like a ray of sunlight piercing through the clouds, the Holy Land's venerable swords did not even manage to last for a fraction of a second as they were sliced clean through. A sound made by great swords smashing against swords actually sounded as light as an axe chopping against a block of wood. Practically without slowing down at all, it continued through without pause. Blood flew high into the sky. Amidst the blood-curdling screams, the blades of the 3 black-robed men rose and fell, instantly unleashing 3 strokes in unison. The first stroke broke apart the opponent's swords, slicing into the enemy's shoulders, almost cutting them through to the waist. The second stroke slashed upwards towards their other shoulder, causing 3 dismembered arms to fly several zhang outwards. The third stroke slashed horizontally, throwing 3 heads high into the sky. Xiaoying closed her eyes and looked away. On the Holy Land side, everyone was staring in shock and disbelief as they watched the 3 heads tumbling through the sky. In that moment, they'd already become incapable of thought. A moment ago, they'd clearly witnessed their side drawing their swords and regaining the advantage and turning the situation around. The other side had made a crucial mistake, and from the looks of it, their side's victory was at hand. But before they could even react, they'd already lost. How was that possible? Just what was going on? The 3 black-robed men stood over the dismembered bodies of their opponents like death gods, their bodies drenched in blood. With a loud shing sound, 3 blades returned to their sheath in an instant. The 3 hulking black-robed men raised their eyes and looked at the crowd coldly, before turning around and returning back to their respective troops. First battle. Evil Monarch's victory. Chu Wuhui gritted his teeth and announced. The results of the battle was already clear. As the judge, even if he more unwilling to open his mouth, he had to announce the results. On the side of the Holy Lands, everyone's eyes were red and their breaths were heavy. Each of them were gritting their teeth so hard that they produced screeching noises. However, no one opened their mouths to say anything. All of them recognized a single point: today's battle was battle of life and death. Life or death were the only results. With that as a precondition, it was only to be expected that all kinds of methods, no matter how despicable, could be used. Losing meant dying, so there was really no argument in blaming the other party. Died a wrongful death? Then you can only blame yourself for being careless. You can only blame yourself for not using your strongest techniques. You can only blame yourself for not being despicable enough. But no matter how you want to blame, the only thing you can't do is to blame your enemy. Without waiting for the 4 judges to say anything, 5 white-robed men had already walked out. 5 first-level saints. The second round of the battle had officially begun. The faces of the 5 from the Holy Land side were filled with killing intent. Their hands were gripping onto the hilt of their swords tightly as they walked, their momentums fierce and unstoppable. While they were walking with such an imposing manner, their clothes actually did not move at all. Even the corners of their sleeves did not shake in the slightest. 2 of the experts were from the elusive world of immortals, 1 from the supreme Golden City, and 2 from the illusory Blood Sea. Jun Moxie, send your men out. The saint standing in the lead said as he stood out and stared at Jun Moxie coldly. These 5 would definitely not make the same mistakes as the 3 before them. Before the fight had even started, they were already prepared to draw their swords. This fight was bound to be much fiercer than the one before it. A few second-level saints took this chance to come out and pick up the 3 corpses scattered on the battlefield. Looking at the horribly dismembered body parts, each of them had a solemn and grievous look on their faces. Jun Moxie, hurry up and send your people out to die. What are petty tricks and schemes worth? Did you think that obtaining 1 round of victory by fluke using despicable methods means that you've already won? As he saw Jun Moxie laughing and speaking casually to Mei Shuiyan beside him in an unhurried manner, completely ignoring him, that saint flew into a rage and roared again. Finally, Jun Moxie turned around and looked at him with a faint smile. There's an ancient saying that goes, an army burning with desperate indignation is bound to win. Perhaps you all can try being more indignant to your heart's content. Who knows, you might have a chance at winning this round. The fact that I'm not in a hurry to send my men out simply means that I've extended the time you get to live in this world. The few of you, it's one thing to not be grateful. After a short pause, young Master Jun chuckled coldly and continued. Why, are you making that pitiful face to try and scare this young master? F***ck, we've agreed beforehand that this is a battle of life and death. Your guys were useless, so they died. Why? You can't accept it. The 5 of them were so angered that their chests heaved heavily. As they stared back at him, they only wished that they could spit a mouthful of saliva on that detestable face. The person in the lead growled with hatred and replied, the few of us naturally know what a battle of life and death is, there's no need for you to tell us. Although our comrades have died, this old man has a responsibility to collect a debt of blood in their stead. Ages to ages, the pugilistic world endures even as brotherhoods grow and fade away. If revenge breeds revenge, will there ever be an end to it? Jun Moxie lamented dramatically. The various enmities and vengeance of the pugilistic world truly harmed countless people. Since the ancient days, how many beautiful and happy families have been torn apart because of a single pointless killing? 5 noble saints, if you truly feel deeply attached to the 3 brothers who died earlier and can't bear to be apart from them, why don't you just draw your swords and stab your own throats? That way, you can naturally be reunited with them again. What is the point of seeking revenge? Why don't you kill yourselves instead? Could it be that you don't wish to see your brothers again? There's no need to hesitate any longer. Just a single slash, and you will be able to reunite again. How straightforward would it be? The moment these words rang out, everyone's faces turned exceedingly ugly. Even the 3 guardians with incredible mental fortitude were also completely stumped as they looked at Jun Moxie speechlessly. Nobody could have thought that a person with such thick skin and such shamelessness would actually exist in this world. To think that he could actually speak on the side of the principles of righteousness, while persuading others to kill themselves. To even be able to put it in a way so noble that it would be letting down the heavens and earth, letting down their family, and even letting themselves down if they didn't commit suicide. Ha ha ha, the 14th young master roared with laughter as he praised. This brat is truly shameless. The extent of his shamelessness indeed has the style of the 3 holy lands. Indeed, indigo blue is extracted from the indigo plant, but is bluer than the plant it comes from. One to use such a method to deal with the 3 holy lands, how truly refreshing. How King satisfying. Cheng Yin Xiao and Chu Wu Hui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What is this? If you want to praise Jun Moxie, then so be it. Why must you drag the Holy Lands into it? The Holy Lands sometimes act somewhat embarrassingly, but they are still passable on the surface. When have they been this shameless in such an open manner? On the other side, the 5 saints were trembling with rage, seemingly about to explode at any moment. Yet, young Master Jun was still standing there and lecturing them patiently. Moreover, how can this be a place for vengeance?
This is a battlefield where both sides pit their lives against each other. You guys coming out simply means that one side has already finished with their preparations. Revenge? Are the brains of you retards spoilt? I originally wanted to let the few of you live for a little longer. But looks like there's no need for that now. It's really hard to be kind. In the next match, there will probably be people coming out to take revenge for the 5 of you as well. At least you don't need to worry about being lonely on your journey through the Yellow Springs. Young Master Jun, a sharp tongue does not necessarily result in a victory. Hai Wuya said with a low voice. This Saint Emperor Hai's face was completely black, and he was obviously not feeling very good in his heart. The advantage of a sharp tongue might not necessarily result in a victory, but inverting black and white is the specialty of the 3 holy lands. Jun Moxie laughed coldly and finally raised his voice. The enemy sent out 5 first-level saints. Who will go from my side to tear the enemy apart? I will. 170 first-level saints stepped forward at the same time, the eyes of every single one of them blazing with battle intent. In this short 1 year plus, the Heaven Destroyer and Spirit Devourer soldiers had gained strength and power at a speed akin to a dream. After that, they'd ran about reaping lives like madmen. Whether in spirit or body, all of them had been forged into true killing machines by Jun Moxie. To them, battles had already become a happy and joyous activity. Especially a situation to fight and slaughter saints. How many chances would one get to do something like that in their lives? Thus, all of them naturally vied for the spot. Without even turning his head, Jun Moxie commanded coldly. Heaven Destroyer Team, 9th Platoon, the 5 at the back, step forward. Fight! Yes. 5 black-robed men stepped out in unison, a tune of death resonating from their steps. 10 emotionless eyes stared forward and locked onto the 5 saints, as if they were only looking at 5 corpses. Their hands were also gripping onto the blades on their waist. Like their opponents, the 5 of them were also prepared to draw their blades at any time. What do you think about this fight? Xiaoying asked. The battle hadn't even begun, but the killing intent in the air had already reached a level that exceeded even the intensity of the previous match. For the time being, it's difficult to say. But based on their strengths, it should be same as the last match. Our side still has the greater advantage. Furthermore, there will not be any underestimations this time. On paper, we should be able to take this match with no issues. But for some reason, this old man does not dare to say that for certain. Cheng Yin Xiao furrowed his brows and said. What's there to not be certain? I've been watching those 3 guys from their side after the battle. Those 3 had simply been relying on that strange formation, as well as their incomparably fierce divine sabers to unexpectedly take the first match. However, those 3 weapons are still hanging by their waists now, it hasn't been passed to the 5-man team. Chu Wuhui said with a faint laughter. Divine weapons like that could cut through steel like mud, even if there's just a single one of them, it would already be a rare treasure in the world. For 3 to appear at the same place and time is truthfully exceedingly shocking. Old Cheng, do you think that this entire army of 300 all has a treasured divine weapon like that? That would be the greatest joke that this old man has ever heard of in 1,000 years. The 9 Nether 14th young master looked over and smiled in a strange manner. Oh. Chu Wu Hui, could it be that you feel that your side has the confirmed victory in this battle? If that's the case, how about the 2 of us have a little bet? Bet? How do we bet? Chu Wu Hui and the others raised their eyebrows and looked at the 9 Nether 14th young master. Very simple. I'll bet that the black side wins, and you all will naturally bet on your Holy Land side. The 9 Nether 14th young master snorted and said. Whoever loses will have to dig out 1,000 earthworms from this place without using Xian Qi or spiritual sense, relying entirely on the strength of the physical body.